pass, catches it. Technically, she's traveling, but hey, this game is over, and the Valkyries win 88-77. What a win for the GSB tonight against Indiana.
Kevin Dana on the call. It's a great final call right here on 95.7 The Game. Caitlyn who? Huh? No, it's the Golden State Valkyries, baby. 88-77. Ball Holla was balling yesterday. You got Brandon Pajemski courtside. You had Steve Kerr there. You had Juan Toscano Anderson. You have, of course, the owner of both the Warriors and the Valkyries there courtside, Joey Lightyears, a.k.a. Joe Lacob. And it was a vibe, as the kids like to say.
Did you
Joe
see
Jassy.
the COA there?
Who?
Center of attention? Brandon Pajemski?
Yeah, I mentioned him.
I mean,
the first one I mentioned.
Yeah, but I call him the COA.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say Bonte there for a second.
I mean, Pod, sit down, doggy.
What? He's showing his
right.
pride for the team.
This is where I'm at right now.
Pride Month.
Having watched that game very intensely, I was getting Oracle vibes from the crowd.
Really?
I swear to God.
No, real quick.
I swear to God. I'm not even joking.
You said something that was kind of crazy.
I'm not going to lie.
But I also believed it while watching both games. Tell me what you said about 20 minutes ago,
Okay,
Joe.
this might sound blasphemous. I'm not saying the whole game, because there were moments at the beginning where I felt like the Indiana crowd was crazy. I felt like the environment at Chase Center yesterday, Ball Holla, if you will, when you're flipping back and forth. I was not at the arena. My mom was there. I already texted her, Mom, wake up, call us up. Let me know what it was like in the arena. I felt like the Chase Center crowd was as raucous, if not more, than the finals crowd. And I'm not even trying to be some, hot take artist. I'm just telling you what was permeating through the iPad, because the little guy was asleep. I couldn't put it on the big television because I had to have the earbuds in. Right. You know what I mean?
No,
when I was listening.
Sure. Yeah.
And it felt crazier watching Caitlyn Clark and the Valkyries play each other versus whatever that was in the second half, that brick fest where they're building St. Dominic's in Indiana, that brick fest during the finals. It was bad.
The no-show that was the Oklahoma City Thunder yesterday was extremely disappointing. That whole finals has just been so out of sight and out of mind for a lot of people. And that game yesterday is Exhibit A. Now, there's blowouts. Blowouts happen in the finals. We've seen it left and right. We've seen it with the Warriors.
Of course.
We've seen it with the Cavs over the years. It happens. But the fact that game was going on whilst Caitlyn Clark was playing, who in her own right is, quite frankly, I feel like if you polled people, who would you rather see right now? Would you rather watch the NBA Finals or whatever Caitlyn Clark's doing in the regular season? I think maybe, and this might sound insane, more people might say Caitlyn Clark because of the nature of what she has taken storm here in the WNBA. She is her own entity right now. And Carter was there. Sam, I think, was there. Maybe he wasn't there.
My mom was there.
Your mom was there.
She was taking photos and texting the family, pregame. Oh my God! Look, my mom she's a sports fan, but she would be like the definition of casual. She's not P1.
To be in your family, she has to be somewhat of a sports fan.
Oh well, I mean, always. But here's an example: Caitlyn Clark. This is her pregame warm up. She's sending us photos of the pregame warm up. She's like, there's an aura around her. I mean, it's just unbelievable. She also said that Sophie Cunningham, the fight that she had the night before, reminded her of my sister in high school playing basketball and all the little fights she would get into.
Oh, yeah, was she good?
My sister was like, she had two brothers, so
she was Bill Lambier out there?
She was always scrapping it with somebody.
By the way, Caitlyn Clark yesterday, 3 of 14 overall.
Oh, not good.
0 of 7 from beyond the arc. Maybe Chase Center is like Crypto.com Arena like it is for Steph. Maybe that's how it is for Chase Center over there. The lights are just too bright for Caitlyn yesterday.
Here's my overall take. Here's my overall take, though, on the Valkyries. And look, there is a diehard sicko in me that wants to start breaking down the needs of what the Valkyries desperately need. They need an athletic big to slow down that girl Boston, that woman Boston, who was unbelievable yesterday. They've got
Boston.
pieces.
Yeah.
They've got this rookie from France that they drafted was lightning fast. I mean, unbelievable. But my bigger takeaway is this. Let's zoom out. Number one, in terms of entertainment, all right, and you're a sports fan and you are, whether you're single, whether you're married, whether you have a family, whether you're older in life, like my mother, this is something that you can go to that's more affordable than an NBA game and is clearly a different type of an entertainment. I was getting Kezar Pro-Am-like vibes from the crowd and from everyone there. You know, the Kezar Pro-Am was a thing here in San Francisco where you'd have a variety of high school, college, and professional guys play in like a summer league, and the crowd would go to watch the show. And it's almost like our own version of Rucker Park, where, but it's indoors and it's in historic Kezar Stadium. That is the vibe that I was getting from the television and the crowd yesterday. A, we're trying to root on the local team. B, there's, hey, we want to support women's sports. C, wow, I can show up to Chase Center and actually sit in seats that I might not otherwise be able to sit in going to a game. I might not even be able to afford to go to a Warrior game, right? D, I'm in on something at the ground level, right? There's something about I want to be in this grassroots independent thing that is starting from ground zero, and I want to help build it up. And then there's just like, hey, I'm looking for something to do in the summer that's an alternative to the movies, to Giants baseball, or whatever else might be out there. I know for our job, Joe, I am desperately searching for things that my audience is going to, gravitate to and hook onto. And if the Valkyries can give us a handful of things throughout a month in June or July or in August, I'm all here for it. So I think this is awesome. I think this is great for the community. I'm loving the support that I'm seeing through the television. And just as a sports fan and as somebody who's coached, young girls in basketball and has a young son, having diverse heroes, whether it's from one gender or the other, for boys and girls, for young and old, to be able to look up to and to aspire to. I mean, come on, man. This is what it's all about, right? We can have Superman and we can have Wonder Woman, We can have Catwoman and we can have Batman. Why can't we have both, right? And I think this is great. And no one is saying that they're going to be on the level of the 49ers when they're humming. But we're starting somewhere at ground zero, and we're seeing it kind of build through. And yesterday was just fun. And if you watched it, if you went to the game, I hope you had as much fun as I did, because I had a lot of fun watching that.
It feels authentic there. It doesn't feel like this is some sort of manufactured, cookie-cutter, corporate kind of a thing, right? Oh, this is the new sexy thing, right? So I'm a tech bro, or I'm just hanging out here in San Francisco. I'm a transplant. Yeah, sure, why not? Go to this. Caitlyn Clark's there. Great. No. They've been selling out every single game prior to Caitlyn coming yesterday. Like, that's why it's a big deal.
It was a vibe.
They're going to sell out probably, I would think, like the rest of the season. Like, I don't see this, fervor going away anytime soon. By the way, if the season ended today, I know it doesn't. They're 6-6. They'd be in the playoffs. It's the top 8 teams right now. And it's the top 4 in each conference. I do think they do reseeding, but I'm looking at it right now. They'd be the 7th seed, Joe.
It's
as an expansion franchise.
It would be amazing. I mean, look, the league is very small.
It is, but that
in terms of teams.
But I don't care. If you're an expansion franchise, that's huge.
And look, I've followed women's basketball in this region at the college level. Like the whole sisters, were at Stanford for quite some time, and I followed them. And to see her on Indiana, I have name recognition. I watched Kate Martin play with Caitlyn Clark at Iowa. So there are players that I recognize and that I know, and then there's other players that I don't know and I'm learning about, like the rookie that they have from France. And so I just think it's a lot of fun. I'm not going to say that it's ever going to be on the level of what the Warriors are right now. And that's absurd right now. Like, that sounds laughable. But you got to start somewhere. And I thought it was a lot of fun, and just for a distraction for the night. Gosh, they're nailing it. And you know what, Joe, I really love?
What do you love?
Clearly, Joe Lacob and whoever else is involved with the team, and I'm sure there are lots and lots of people.
Pajemski, maybe.
I talk a lot about branding, right? We've talked a lot about branding. Having the floor be completely different from the from the Chase Center floor, I think is a brilliant move. It feels and looks and presents differently. And it was like watching a game at Oracle, or at Kezar, the Pro-Am. There was a wild grassroots feel that was permeating through the television yesterday, and the colors, the vibe, the crowd, the pace of play. There was so many elements that were just refreshing. And for a one night off, if that was the first time you tuned in, I hope it hooked you. I really did. And I know we got Giants baseball we can get into. And
big one for them.
And, of course, we got the NBA Finals. And I'm sure more people were tapped in on the finals nationally. But locally, for one night, I was more compelled by the Valkyries game and Caitlyn Clark.
Well, hell, I don't even know what the final score was or the halftime score of that finals game, but I know the final was just an absolute blowout in favor of the Pacers. So actually, people probably did tune in. Oh, Caitlyn Clark's playing right now? Well, let's just go to that. I'm sure that actually happened a lot nationwide because, as we've learned, Caitlyn Clark is national. It was actually pretty cool to see her pregame chopping up with some of the fans there at Chase Center. Her pregame comments talking about Steph Curry, her idolizing him, her like one of her favorite players, and to be able to play where he plays, all of that, it just got me thinking down the line, Caitlyn Clark here in the Bay Area, Joe Lake up there.
Well, I think Sabrina Ionescu.
Sure, but also
she's got the local ties and she's going to be a free agent.
But we also think we think also really big here too.
Oh, well,
and Sabrina's
no
pretty big, obviously.
But you know what that felt like last night to me? It felt, there was a U.S. Open like vibe when like Tiger. Or Rory or somebody
Phil.
was showing up. Yeah, Phil. Like that's what the Caitlyn Clark thing felt like. And I saw a lot of people that I know. I'm not talking about media people. I'm talking about real people that are out just living their lives.
I like how you
because
say that.
I'm not trying to rip the media, but the media always shows up.
The everyday people, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I'm seeing people bring their kids to the game, and I thought it was special. It was a special, fun night.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Our guest promotion today, well, we got Bonta Hill joining us in studio, as he does each and every Friday. So Bonta Hill joining us today, courtesy of River Islands. Plus, we got This or That happening in the 9 o'clock hour. Happens every single day. This or that. Could be sports related, could be pineapple on pizza, could be Brady versus Mahomes, could be MJ versus LeBron. Do rings matter? Do they not matter? Greatest rivalries, all that. So we got This or That coming up in the 9 o'clock hour as well. And you mentioned the Giants. And there was a lot of people yesterday, according to reports, when I was just on put on my social, and people were saying like, "Wow, there's a lot of people at the Giants game just wearing Valkyries gear that are double dipping."
That's pretty cool.
So that are going to the Giants game yesterday, and by the way, big win for them, 2-1, clutch hit from one Wilmer Flores. He's just Mr. Clutch. Like, do they have like the award that they do in the NBA, like the Clutch Player of the Year? It'd be Wilmer Flores right now, easily, at least in the National League.
What about my guy Logan Webb?
Well, that's what he does, Joe. 7 innings, 1-run baseball. Are you kidding me? And juxtapose that with the Cleveland starting pitcher, who is my guy, Gavin Williams, yesterday, going 6 innings, 0 runs, gives up 2 hits, right? Throws 104 pitches, and then immediately the guy that comes in after him just throws up all over himself. I know. It's just got to be so damn frustrating. But I'm sure Logan Webb's saying like, yeah, I've been there, man. I've been there a lot. So big one there. And that's what we were talking about yesterday. Like, that's what an ace does for his staff. Now, if his, like, you can do the argument, or people might say, oh, is he an ace on every single team in baseball? No, he's an ace on this staff.
Well, he's pitching like one, and when you get the ball and you stop a big losing streak,
stop the bleeding.
That is what aces do.
Yes. And that's what he did yesterday. 7 innings, 7 hits, just 1 run given up, 9 strikeouts for Logan Webb. And again, the strikeouts have been up for him this season, man. Like, I know that's not his like game, like when he's on, he's a ground ball kind of a pitcher. But I feel like every time I'm looking up, it's 6 or 7 innings. He's got 5 or more strikeouts.
It's funny that you referenced the strikeouts. Him and Laura Britt did a little like, it's called like the bullpen with Laura. Sam, I don't know if you've seen this, but Bonte was doing the pregame, and then you had Laura Britt do like a package. What are those like 3-minute montage things where like you sit down with somebody and
a little interview.
Like, but what are they called during like an actual pregame show? That it's like a package, right?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. Whatever the video production calls it, it's a little thing, and it's basically they're out in center field in the bullpen, and it's Laura Britt and Logan Webb, and she asked him like, "Hey, your strikeouts are up a lot." And this clearly was, filmed in the last week or two, let's just say, and Logan Webb's like, yeah, like we went back and I realized that I was kind of getting hit hard on a couple of different pitches, and I'm trying something different.
BP with Brett.
BP with Brett. There you go. Okay. It was very interesting, and he didn't want to divulge specifically what he was doing and how much he was doing it, but it sounds like he's not relying on the changeup as much, and he said, the league has adjusted to me. Now I have to adjust to the league. And I'm sure they'll adjust back, and I'll have to make more adjustments. That's the life of a pitcher. So to your answer, it's like this guy is clearly thinking 5 steps ahead, and he looks unbelievable right now. And that's what a stopper does. Goes out there, pitches his heart out, gives his team a chance to win, and they got 2nd and 3rd with 1 out, and we were dying for that big hit, and your guy Wilmer Flores does it again.
Thank you. My guy, Wilmer Flores. I've always had your back, Wilmer. By the way, Logan Webb this season, 101 innings pitched. I'm sure that's leading the National League because it always is. 114 strikeouts, 16 games started, 2.49 ERA, 1.12 whip. The guy is going to be in the Cy Young conversation yet again, Joe. And not that we take him for granted, but I know the team hasn't really been winning. They've been mired in mediocrity. The guy is just such a professional. And to have that guy lead your staff right now when, honestly, there's some question marks. Like Justin Verlander, he's a question mark right now. Robbie Ray, for the most part, has been really good. Last 2 starts haven't been great.
No.
It's been okay, but not great. And Landon Roop, we'll see. I mean, if the wheels started falling off of Landon Roop, would you be shocked? Like, I would be shocked. Like, he's coming up on his most innings pitched all time as a pitcher right now. Hayden Burnsong, continue to be steady, continue to be rock solid. He's on the bump tonight or tomorrow, I should say. No, it's tonight against Hunter Dobbins. By the way,
wait, who's on the bump tonight?
Boston Red Sox. Hunter Dobbins.
No, for us.
Hayden Burnsong.
My guy, I'm gonna be there,
dude. It's gonna
be JP money.
By the way, 2.79 ERA for Hayden Birdsong this season. He's been balling 3-1.
Good seats.
Oh, where are you at?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Home plate?
Don't worry about him.
Home plate? Joe Shasky?
No, I don't do home plate.
No.
I need better angles.
Do you want to be behind the Red Sox dugout today? Talk some smack.
I'm going to give you the exact location. Ooh.
He rented Bonte's helicopter to get into the game tonight.
The Bonte Mobile? You're going to be driving up there right near the statue?
My boy Max Ryan, who used to be a city boy and moved up north, and I've lost a lot of respect from him. No, I love that guy. We're in CL club level, baby.
Oh,
205?
Okay, all right.
205?
It's a massive series.
Row A?
This is a massive series.
Seat 5 and 6?
Are you going to be sniffing Rafael Devers?
I mean, I'm gonna be sitting there licking the tears of Red Sox fans when he goes out and trots out to first base in the top of the first. It is gonna be a thing because I don't know if you heard what Bob Melvin said yesterday.
Is he really going to do that? No. What did Bob
Melvin say? Hey, we really don't want Wilmer playing first base. Kind of with him on that, and so they're trying to get Devers up to speed. I'm paraphrasing here.
Devers yesterday did get another hit, got a walk, strikeout, but again, he's finding his rhythm there at Oracle Park. And what better opponent to do it against than your former franchise that you grew up with, that you won a World Series with, that you got paid with, and that you said deuces with. And as all the Boston media members have said, given the verbal equivalent of a middle finger to during that press conference a couple days ago. So it is going to be testy. It is going to be choppy. It is going to be fun. And I can't freaking wait for this weekend against the Red Sox. And trust me, we're going to be leaning into it all day long when it comes to that. We've got all the major media members that cover the league and their thoughts on one Rafi Devers. We got all the biggest fans when it comes to the Boston sports media, the Portnoys, the Carabases, all of them and their thoughts. And we're going to be eating and drinking some Boston tears today in that respect and stoking the flames of a rivalry.
So Marcy, who is, her and Steiny, the relationship is unbelievable on air. They go, I think Steiny goes on over there, and Marcy comes into studio with Guru and Steiny.
Fridays.
She just came walking in through the glass. Marcy, what's the station?
Live 105.
Live 105.
Come on, please.
She goes, looks like somebody brought McDonald's, and my jaw dropped because that bag of McDonald's is like a trash bag worth of McDonald's. Carter and you guys are always doing cheat days on Friday.
Yeah, it's a cheat day Friday.
It's the Golden Arches, baby.
So what did you order?
I just ordered a coffee.
And what did you order, Sam?
5 sandwiches.
Which ones?
No, just 2.
Was it the McValue?
No, I just got 2 sausage egg McMuffins.
So in honor of Devers and the Red Sox hating each other,
yes,
I want to ask you and the audience, because we're going to play all that sound, what's the best diss song of all time?
Ooh, best diss song of all time. Ooh, that's a good one.
What is the best diss song of all time?
You go hit 'em up, Tupac, right?
Like it's No Vaseline, Ice Cube.
Yeah.
What about Nailing the Coffin, Eminem on Benzino? Benzino still hasn't been heard from since.
Real Mother F and G's.
Eazy-E. Not written by him, but that's a great
Ray
one.
Love in there as well. Yeah, there you go.
Ether.
Yeah. 888-957-9570.
Because we need to play all the best diss songs for Rafi Devers when he's coming to the plate.
Do we play like Boston music today, which I think is just literally just the Dropkick Murphys shipping up to Boston? I think that's like the only song I know that's from like
Well,
Boston.
the
band. The Boston the band. Yeah.
Just another band out of Boston. Isn't Aerosmith also from Boston?
I'll look that up. Aerosmith.
I could be way off on
You
that.
could be. But you're not, because it says it right here. Boston, Massachusetts, Aerosmith.
Aerosmith got bangers. Oh, I mean, Loving in Elevator. Come on, man. They got so many hitters. Walk This Way. Whoo.
Dude, this is, I'm waiting for today.
You drive me crazy.
What is the
I got
odds?
so many
you
ones.
need to get the odds, DraftKings, whatever. Devers hitting a home run, like tonight. What's it at?
What are they?
What are the, like,
Well, I might do a deal with underdogs here coming up, so I might have to, I might have to hit that.
you're going to be doing deals with Underdog?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of hit them up, I might have to hit them up with underdog.
You gonna give me free picks, Shasky?
Shasky's
You and me?
Shasky's
Joint
lock,
account?
Shasky's lock of the day. Well, you guys took like the A's over win total, and that's
Hey, the A's are going to get hot in August, dude.
well, they just got to walk off yesterday.
sleep on
They just
them.
got to walk off. I think they just split their series against the rival
and that's
Astros.
an even-up game.
Just gonna let that breathe for a second. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. Your calls, your texts. Hey, if you were at Chase Center yesterday at Ball Halla, I do want to hear from you about the vibe and the energy of it, because Joe Shasky just said he thought the energy just through his television
Just tell me
screen
what I felt.
at a regular season WNBA game
Sounds insane.
sounded crazier than an NBA Finals game in Indiana,
insane.
which it sounds insane, but I'm kind of in agreement with you. 888-957-9570. Plus, we'll break down what is sure to be a chippy and nasty series between the Red Sox and the San Francisco Giants on 95.7 The Game.
the second. He made it. And the Giants take the lead.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
West Side, when we ride, come equipped with game.
Dude, this song is so brutal from Tupac. He starts going like sickle cell anemia in this. It's like, oh my God, dude.
Faith and Biggie were done. He said, I'm going to let my little homies ride on you. It's just an all-timer, dude.
Oh, that was Dwayne Kuiper on the call prior to this.
Talk about Michael Jordan and
NBC Sports
LeBron.
Bay Area. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
No, you're fine.
Tupac, like Michael Jordan, has a place in my heart that will never be removed.
I think for a lot of people, they feel that way. Yeah.
You could talk about how, longevity, and there's something to be said for it. Tupac, like Michael Jordan, is in the top spot for me all time for rappers, and then everyone else is fighting for second.
You know what's interesting about diss songs? We always think of just rap in particular, like diss tracks, right? You think of hip hop, you think of rap. I'm challenging the people that are it's non-rap related.
Well,
that are just
Cisco versus R. Kelly.
Okay, but that's
R&B.
still hip hop, R&B. Like
It's hip hop adjacent.
Okay, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is there like a rock diss song? Like, do those even happen? You gotta hear. I'm looking for the deep cuts.
Well,
from the
I know
people.
this. I know that Leonard Skinner, the main guy, used to not wear shoes on stage.
I've heard "Sweet Home Alabama" is actually a response to Neil Young, and it's like
that might be. But I know that Leonard Skinner used to open for Aerosmith, and the Leonard Skinner guy went out onto the tongue, the Rolling Stones tongue, not Aerosmith, the Rolling Stones.
Oh, okay.
The Rolling Stones tongue.
Yes.
Excuse me, and Rolling Stones lost their mind that he would always open up and go out onto the tongue, which is their tongue, for the stage, if you will. And that was seen as a big diss back in the day.
Oh my God.
The Leonard Skinner doc on Netflix is incredible.
So why are we playing diss tracks? You know why? Because we have a huge revenge series starting tonight. Rafi Devers is playing against his now former team. Just a week ago, he was a Boston Red Sox. Everything was okay. No, I was going to say, not everything was okay. Clearly it wasn't. But, they thought maybe they could work through this. Well, they were wrong. And on Father's Day of last Sunday, he was traded. He had his introductory presser shortly after that, moved on, didn't want to answer any questions about it, took some balls at first base, a position where he refused to even try to play with Boston. And there is a lot baked into this. We had Will Fleming, brother of Dave Fleming, obviously voice of the Giants, our Giants insider, but Will, voice of the Red Sox, the Red Sox radio network. He had some very interesting thoughts on the relationship between Devers, between the Red Sox, and what you're going to get with Devers here in San Francisco. Just a taste, because I do want to get into some of the biggest revenge games of all time, and I would love to hear from the people. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. We want your participation all day long on this. This was Will Fleming, Joe, who joined us yesterday about Devers potentially playing first this weekend, which Will does think he's going to do at one point.
Bob Melvin basically said he's going to play for, right?
He basically said
he's going to play first base tonight.
And we'll hear from Bo Mel in a second. But this is what Will Fleming said about Devers
I love it.
even wanting to play first base.
It was an enormous middle finger to everybody with the Red Sox. It was. There's no other way to see that. And again, this notion of I'll do whatever they want, but they didn't ask me nicely enough in Boston. That to me is absolutely outrageous.
Oh, there is just a pettiness abound in this series from Devers, and that's what makes it fun. Like, listen, this is like a sports level of pettiness. So yes, and it is a business, and there are people's jobs at stake and all of that. But there's also real life stuff happening with all of this. Like Craig Breslow, the guy's making millions of dollars. He's not please, no one's losing sleep with Kyle Harrison. He's making millions of dollars. Everyone involved in this, their lives are going to be okay.
I ran into the Boston assistant general manager yesterday, Paul Timoni, on the street right out in front of the studio. And he was in a great mood. He's from San Francisco.
Oh, really? I did not know that.
You know that Taboni drop you always talk about?
Yes.
Yeah, they're brothers, Paul, and he's part of the front office. He's the assistant GM.
Paisan, I'm assuming?
Look him up. Yeah, great baseball player.
Okay.
Yeah, great family. And
sure.
To your point, he was in a great mood yesterday.
That's what I'm saying. This is sports
He's just
hate.
running the city.
This is sports hate at its finest. That is what we love when there's too much actual real hate happening in the world around us right now, it's nice to just veg out, sit in front of my TV. Like yesterday. Did anyone watch I'm sure you watched the highlights. Dodgers and Padres getting into it.
Oh, my goodness.
That was
Tatis
great.
got hit.
He did.
Ohtani got hit. Ohtani got hit on a 3-0 and then pointed to the dugout and was like, nah, you don't got to do nothing.
Yeah, it's fine.
It was like a mob boss.
Well, I thought he was like, I thought he was like waving goodbye to the pitcher that got ejected right after
I
that.
thought he was waving to the dugout in the sense of like, you don't have to run out here and defend me.
Right. It might have been.
Who knows?
Who knows? You know, and he's such like, again, nice guy.
The best is when you get hit, you pick up the ball and you throw it back to the pitcher to show that it doesn't hurt.
Or like roll it back, like gingerly, just like toss it a little bit like you would at like a beanbag toss game. Just a little toss to him. So yeah, like that's what I want I want benches to clear this weekend, Joe.
Really?
I want that. Is that too aggressive?
Pat Burrell he's gonna be chewing on glass if that's the case.
Well, I just don't want a Michael Moore situation. That's the last thing we need. Just some Marja running through. That's Austin's music, right? You have the Jim Ross like sound effect in the background.
The thing that I keep coming back to is that like both parties obviously feel very bitter about the divorce.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I think that some of the revenge games that I've been thinking about over time, I don't know if both parties felt as bitter. Like, I'm talking about Devers and the organization. Like Durant going back to OKC. That first game. I don't think Durant was as bitter as OKC was.
No, but he definitely felt it. Now that we know Kevin Durant, the individual, like that.
No doubt. But I'm talking about going into that environment.
The fact that he was their greatest player in the history of the franchise, albeit a very short-lived Oklahoma City franchise, yeah, that was pretty toxic. And you blew him out, which is great too. The cupcake, dude, they were name calling him cupcake.
It's still ridiculous.
It's like, what are we doing here?
I know, it's
right?
still ridiculous. And then, like, I think
actually now I hope the Pacers do come back and win the series. Now
I am rooting for them.
Yes.
I want TJ McConnell to be Finals MVP. Why are you laughing? He's been phenomenal. And when he went into that game yesterday, he flipped it. I know I sound insane.
I'm laughing at the absurdity of what she
If they win it all, TJ McConnell has a case to be
probably going to be
Finals MVP.
It's probably going to be Siakam, but yeah.
He flipped that game.
I know.
I know. I'm going to cape up for the try-hard white guy off the bench. All right? I'm not ashamed to admit it. Another revenge game that I think about a lot. I think about this game a lot. Niners versus Chiefs, 1994. Joe Montana versus Steve Young. It felt personal for Joe. It felt personal, so much so the Chiefs said it out loud. It's personal for us on behalf of Joe. I don't know if necessarily the Niners felt that same way.
And that was Steve Young had yet to win a Super Bowl. Right? Like, that was the year that he was going to win it, right? So that was...
After failing twice in the NFC Championship game.
Exactly. So that was Joe's own way of sticking it to him and that whole organization. And let's be honest, Joe still feels some type of way about that.
No doubt.
He just does.
No doubt.
The fact that when the Niners and Chiefs have played not once, but twice in a Super Bowl against each other, he's like, I'm a winner no matter what. It's like, okay. Really, dude?
Now,
really?
Similar to that Niners-Chiefs one, you know, Joe goes to the Chiefs. He feels some kind of way, and the Chiefs players play lights out in that game. Marcus Allen, Derek Thomas. I mean, that team played lights out. Steve got knocked around, gave up 2 picks. They just didn't play good at all. Joe was brilliant in that game. The numbers don't dictate exactly how well he played in that one. I wonder what the level of, band together will be for the Giants tonight, rallying around Rafi Devers, their new teammate.
Right.
But in this case, right, I think Boston has, there's going to be some energy, I think, from Boston toward Rafi Devers tonight.
You think any of these pitchers are throwing at him?
I don't know, but I don't think there's going to be hugs and kisses. I think it'll be much more like Jimmy Butler going back to Miami, where nobody was giving him hugs. I bet there's only a couple guys that come across in warm-ups and give him daps.
I would hope that Rafi Devers has a better revenge series than Jimmy Butler had revenge game in Miami, because that was awful.
He didn't even show up.
That was like, as we look back, like one of the worst losses of the season.
Well, that's what can't happen.
That cannot happen.
They can't come out and get swept this weekend to the Red Sox.
No.
And for standings. Forget the Devers beef. For standings alone.
I mean, you've lost 4 of your last 5 games. That's why, again, Logan Webb stopping the bleeding yesterday was huge for them. They needed that.
Speaking of revenge games, I didn't see it as a revenge game going into it, but clearly it ended up being that. How about Clay coming back?
Interesting.
I thought Steph felt some kind of way at the end of that game, and it was pretty obvious.
Well, he's fired up.
And I think Clay felt kind of a way leading into the game, and I think as the game progressed, he clearly wanted that game really bad. But I thought that the Warrior fans killed him with kindness.
Yes.
And we love him. We love Clay. We're always going to love Clay. He holds a special place in our hearts. But I think that Clay will always, kind of like Montana, I think he's going to feel some kind of way for a long time.
The captain's hat, right? We had that. We had that big sign that was in the studio forever of all those people that signed and said, thank you, thank you, Clay. Thank you. We love you. All of that. By the way, R.I.P. Rocco. I saw that, I think, like the other week or two. The longtime Bulldog of one Clay Thompson. It's tough, man. It's tough losing a pet. They're part of the family. That's tough.
Mine's getting so old. Leo is getting so old. He's just peeing everywhere. It's tough when they get that age.
It's tough. It's tough. I still do that
13.
sometimes.
He's a French Bulldog. He's 13 years old. He's had a great run.
That's pretty good. Is he purebred too?
Oh, yeah.
That's a pretty good run for the
It's like
purebred.
twice the age of normal, Frenchies.
It's
lifespan.
But usually the mutts and like the smaller like Chihuahuas and like terriers and stuff, they live a little bit longer. Like Yorkies.
We had a Palm live 18 and a half years.
Again, smaller dogs, but still,
Crazy.
like that's again speaking to that. So yeah, again, revenge games. What's up there for you? 888-957-9570. It's funny you mentioned Joe Montana because that Chiefs team featured another like ugly divorce on there with the running back, as you mentioned, Marcus Allen with the Raiders.
Had the worst divorce from the Raiders.
Yep.
Time has forgotten that one.
Yeah.
That was as bitter as it gets. Hey, Bo's going to be an occasional running back, and you're going to the bench.
I mean, can you blame?
No,
can you blame the Raiders?
Marcus Allen was like that. That shows how great Bo was.
Yeah.
That Marcus Allen, a Hall of Famer on every team in the league, goes to the bench.
You're blocking for Bo Marcus going forward.
It's Marcus Allen.
He's one of the greatest running backs of all time. Heisman Trophy winner.
In terms of gallops, he's a gallop that I will see in my sleep,
I think
in slow motion.
He still has the greatest run in Super Bowl history against Washington when he just did a pirouette circling around and ran for like 50 or 60 yards. We're up against it. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
roast. This is the morning roast with Joe Saboni and Joe Shasky. We'll be right back after the break.
That's right. Saboni, baby. Again, that's my browser's name. Spadoni and Shasky right here. 95.7 The Game, the morning roast. What are you laughing about, Carter? What are you laughing at? Enjoy your McDonald's. Your Mickey
God,
D's.
seamstress.
This music gets me hyped. This music right here is it's getting, yeah. Fitty always gets me pumped up. His beats, second to none. That whole, like,
Well,
Get Rich.
you mean Dre's beats.
Well, yes, but on 50s tracks.
Yes.
Like, Get Rich or Die Trying. Like, the entire album.
Classic.
It's all time.
Many men. That's Raffy Devers
upon me.
right now. Many men in Boston wish death upon him.
Brought to you by
As we
Golden
joke.
State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. By the way, we got Bonta Hill in studio today, as he does each and every Friday, joining us here, courtesy of River Islands. Plus, we got this or that in the 9 o'clock hour. We are talking revenge games in sports. Greatest revenge games for you. What were they? 888-957-9570. And what would you rate this Rafi Devers revenge scenario? I think it's gotten, like, I didn't realize it was this bad, Joe. Like, when they made the trade, and we talked about it a little bit, like, there was clearly a rift between whether it was ownership, the manager, something. We knew what was going on with Rafi Devers, but I didn't think it was on the level of, like, what Jimmy Butler was dealing with in Miami. I didn't think it was that bad. Clearly, though, Devers felt some type of way, like, and the petty nature. And when we got guys like Will Fleming, who is the Red Sox radio voice, saying he basically gave the middle finger to the Red Sox organization through that presser and after it, taking ground balls at first, that kind of opened my eyes to everything. And I am expecting maybe not to get the ball thrown at him, but there's going to be some chippiness this weekend. And I'm just saying, it could be very fun if it starts off with a home run tonight or something from one Rafi Devers, as Hayden Birdsong is going to be on the mound against Hunter Dobbins, who has a 3.74 ERA, 4-1 record on the season.
You know, it's very interesting to me how once the divorce happens, all the dirty laundry gets aired. There is a Belichick Brady-like kind of animosity that I'm sensing, where it's like, oh, not only was this bad, this has been bad for a while, right? Like, clearly Brady and Belichick, the divorce was simmering for a long time.
Yeah. Well, we also kind of knew it, that there was that creative tension between them, and that Bill Belichick, again, that word, he lives off creative tension.
Sure.
Whether it's at the running back, whether it's in special teams, whether it's the quarterback. No one is above reproach when it comes to Bill Belichick, as he feels. He's like the Jimmy Garoppolo angle and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the owner had to step in and say, yeah, Tom's our guy going forward. Until the owner couldn't do that anymore, and Tom knew it was time to go, and he elected to leave and go to Tampa Bay. And then what does he do? He wins the Super Bowl there.
In year one.
And also he beats you when they play each other again, the Patriots, that is. I don't think he scored a touchdown, though, in that game, if I'm not mistaken. But they ended up having a game-winning drive, and Ryan Suckup, of all people, had the game-winning field goal in that one.
I think if Bill could go back in time, I think he'd retcon what he did at the end. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, if I'm Bill Belichick, I retcon a lot of things of what I've done in the last couple of years, to be honest with you.
Remember that Monday night game where they beat the Buffalo Bills with Mac Jones?
Yeah.
In the wind. And everyone's like, this is the greatest coaching game of all time.
He didn't throw it, right?
Boy, have we forgotten about that.
Well, Mac Jones.
I think it was 3 attempts.
Mac Jones is your boy, dude. And you're just waiting for Mac Jones to have his opportunity this year, aren't you?
Belichick. If Mac Jones somehow makes sweet music with Kyle Shanahan, very unlikely, somewhere Belichick's going to pop up in a podcast and be like, I knew it all along. If McDaniels doesn't leave. No, but like, I think that Bill, given the information that he has today, would probably have done things a lot different.
I would say so. Pat Riley said that too. Like, shortly after the whole divorce kind of happened between him and Jimmy Butler. Like, yeah, I could have handled things better. Yeah.
I think a lot of people, after things happen, they realize, all right, like, they were wrong, I was wrong, and, we both have some things that we wish we would have done better.
When it gets good, though, is when they don't. Like, they still disagree with each other. Like, and hold those grudges for the rest of their lives. Joe Montana.
I think Montana is still, there's a big level of bitterness to this day about what went down.
I agree. John Gruden, right, with the Raiders at the time. Now he ended up coming back to coach the team, but at the time, he was traded, first of all, for a first-round pick from the Raiders to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The two teams face each other the year after in the Super Bowl. In the Super Bowl, Joe.
I know.
And it was in
incredible.
California.
And he destroyed them.
And it just eviscerated them. Now, there was so much baked into that game in itself. Bill Callahan not changing the plays or the play call verbiage, I guess. Tim Brown, I think it was like a decade ago or something, even said, he's like, I felt like my head coach sabotaged the team. And then he had to kind of like retcon. He's like, I didn't mean that. I was like, no, you kind of did, Tim. Like, you felt like you were sabotaged. Jerry Rice was on that team, right? So there was
his only blemish
right?
his whole career.
There were so many things baked into that one, right? I do think that's the ultimate revenge game moment. Like, the head coach that you traded away beats you, like, not just beats you, destroys you in a Super Bowl. And then the year after, you have Bill Callahan calling your team the dumbest team in America. Like, it was a bad look. Horrible look. And I don't think Al Davis ever recovered from it. He didn't. The Raiders didn't. They still, low-key, they still haven't recovered from that. It's bad. Even try to get those Gruden memories back. And, you know, John Gruden, I think they all forgot that he's like a horrible like draft evaluator. And he's a horrible decision maker when it comes to the management of the franchise. Not to say he's not a great, personality, and he's fun. He's doing good stuff with Barstool. He's still fun to watch. And I do like him breaking down film. I think it's very interesting. But that's the one for me that I look back on here in the Bay anyways. It's just like, wow, that's the ultimate FU I've ever seen in sports.
What about LeBron when he returned back to Cleveland when he was part of the Heatles?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I mean, I felt like we hyped that one up forever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what? God.
I know.
14 years ago now?
We've forgotten about it because he returned back to Cleveland. But, man, I thought that was no way repairing that relationship.
That, and then also...
It was December 2nd, 2010.
I like ones, too, where it's players sticking it to the league. Remember the Deflategate thing?
Oh, how could I forget?
Listen, talk about the dumbest things and most wasted energy in our lives. The whole Deflategate scandal, quote unquote, stupidest thing we've had to talk about forever. Brady's suspended for what, 4 games? So Jimmy gets to play, Jacoby Brissett gets to play, and then Brady comes back, and what do? They win the Super Bowl. And then who has to hand him the MVP trophy? Roger Goodell. And how great did that feel for Tom, for Brady, for Robert Kraft?
How many journalists were like, this is going to ruin his entire career? Deflategate. We don't even think about it.
Stupid. We think Spygate. Yeah, we think Spygate.
Marshall Falk still crying somewhere about Spygate.
Marshall Falk. What's that guy doing? 888-957-9573.
He had a lot of indictments.
A lot of indictments. By the way, Bontail joining us in studio today, as he does each and every Friday. And we will talk about the Red Sox aspect of all this. We are going to be listening, and we are going to be petty like Rafi Devers was, and we are going to be tasting some tears of Boston sports media today, Joe, at some point, because...
Oh, the tears of unfathomable sadness.
Oh, they're so yummy in my tummy. Shout out South Park and Eric Cartman. Talk about greatest sitcom characters of all time. Eric Cartman's in the top 5.
How about when Russell Wilson got traded to the Broncos? And then they played each other week 1, and Seattle, it was like life and death for Seattle. Remember that week 1 game?
Geno Smith?
They wrote me, and I didn't write back.
It was a great line, though.
Or they wrote me off, and I didn't write back.
It was a great line.
It was an all-time line. And I just remember that was one of the more fun nights in the last, 6 or 7 years in the NFL, in the regular season?
I remember we were all watching it via, like, the Manning cast, too. And who was it? Shannon Sharp, I think, was on it.
That's
obviously
right.
Former Denver Bronco, right? And he had a vested interest in that game. And they, like Nate Hackett and them, like, botched the entire ending sequence.
Well, I think about that, and the reason why I bring that up.
Worst coach ever, right? Nate Hackett. It's him or Urban Meyer.
I mean,
in NFL history.
Tom Sula and Chip Kelly on line 1 and 2.
That's true. Tom did win his first game, though. Tommy Sula, I'm saying. A little running, a little throwing.
I think they beat the Vikings in black uniforms, and Carlos Hyde went for like 250. Look that up.
And the amount of Niner fans are probably
Carlos Hyde.
Were you drinking the Kool-Aid?
Well, I drafted Carlos Hyde in every fantasy league like 3 straight years, and it just
that
never.
spin he had in that game was all time.
I think he had like 3 or 4 touchdowns. Look that.
Shanahan can't beat the Vikings.
That's true. Jim Tomsula. Hey, go to the bullpen.
We beat
Bring
them
in
in the
Tomsula
playoffs.
for
What are
one
you talking
game.
about?
Yeah, they got that one playoff win. That's true.
Yeah. When
That's
Stephon
true.
Diggs got
It's
that
in
big
Minnesota.
touchdown.
They can't win.
I got to look that up, that Tomsula thing. Now I'm intrigued.
Actually, no, they beat him in the regular season within the last couple of years, too, I remember.
It's Kirk Cousins that specifically
Yes.
had the Kirk Cousins game. That might have been the revenge game against Shanahan.
Right? Kirk Clutchins is what they call him in that one.
Yeah. No, but I was thinking about the Russell Wilson thing, and the reason why I bring that up is because, that is it's a cautionary tale for this Devers thing. Everybody out of Seattle hated Russell Wilson's guts, and we kind of heard more and more and more and more and more after he got moved.
Well, it wasn't just because it's one thing if it's, media saying it, and I'm not hearing from executives, but when all-time players of the franchise are saying it, that does hold a little weight, Joe. As we're kind of talking about this past week, when it comes to Johnny Damon, all-time Red Sox, Jonathan Papelbon, say what you will about him, he's an all-time Red Sox. He's a Red Sox a Wall of Fame guy. He is. But there are those like Manny Ramirez saying hey, get off my guy's back. Leave this guy alone.
They were mad at Manny for a long time.
They were.
Boston.
They were.
So I know that they could say whatever they want today.
But Pedro Martinez also kind of had Devers back and all this too.
Another guy who left angry.
He did.
From Boston.
Absolutely.
So, but I guess where I'm going with this is
but I was going to like it because Marshawn came out and it unequivocally was basically bashing. And same with Richard Sherman. They did not mess with Russell Wilson at all. They didn't even, Marshawn couldn't even get Russell Wilson's phone number. Russell Wilson wouldn't give him his phone number.
Don't they all feel validated 3-4 years later?
Of course they do.
Right? I think we all look at Russell Wilson with a side eye.
We do. Dude, I think he played himself out of the Hall of Fame.
That is insane.
I think legitimately.
That is insane.
This last iteration of Russell Wilson has tarnished his legacy as far as I'm concerned. Just to play on the field.
I think everything. He's the New York Giants quarterback this year.
Well, it's going to be Jackson Dart or Jameis Winston.
No, but just think about that. And he signed one of the largest contracts at the time in the NFL. And the Broncos couldn't wait to get rid of him too.
And they took their lumps the last couple of years, but not last year. They made the playoffs, obviously. But prior to that, Sean Payton coming in, cleaning house. He was the no-nonsense guy that they needed. And it was clear Sean Payton did not like him at all.
So where I'm going at with this is that, one of two things is going to happen here. It feels like. One, Rafi Devers is beloved and plays well, and teammates in San Francisco love him, and we move on, and none of the stuff from Boston factors into what's happening here at all. Or the other element happens, all the same stuff permeates over here, and we're singing a different tune in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. I don't know which I feel like we're going to get the version where everybody's kumbaya, but you just never know.
You never know with these. And listen, I do think what Will Fleming was telling us yesterday on the River Islands guest line about the certain expectations that the Red Sox have of Devers when it comes to being that guy and showing up to these kind of events, whether it be Fan Fest, whether it's just doing an after the game interview if you hit a walk-off home run. I do think that kind of wore on the organization because they're looking around now. I don't have Chris Sale. I don't have Mookie Betts. I don't have Xander Bogaerts anymore.
Or my fan base loving me.
Or my fan, we invested hundreds of millions of dollars into this player. They're just looking around the least you can do is some of these things, right? None of them at all. I do think here in San Francisco, the expectations are that's fine. Yeah, we got Matt Chapman to do these things. We got Willie Adames to do these things. Jung-Hoo Lee, people like him, right? Logan Webb, it's fine. You don't have to be that face here. Yeah. But if he's going to continue if he struggles and the batting average isn't very good and the pop isn't very good, and then you start looking at Spot Track and you start looking at all those numbers, all right, dude, come on. You got to be doing some other stuff now.
Joe, having hung out in Boston multiple times on a Friday night.
Look at that drop. Huge. On a Friday night. Wow.
When this game starts and it's first pitch at 7:15 local, it's going to be 10:15 in Boston.
Oh, they're going to be deep already.
Oh, my God. And when the Giants run out of the dugout and Devers goes to first base, their heads are going to explode. They're all going to be tuned into this game, and their heads are going to be exploding. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. I can't wait for it to happen, and I am just fascinated as to what the reaction's going to be and the fallout from this weekend. Can this guy find a groove?
Oh, they got a heat wave coming up in Boston, too. I'm just looking at their weather for some reason. I just looked up Boston.
Sundress
and
conditions?
No. Well, that means they're going to be inside watching games, and they're going to be watching the Boston Red Sox. And hopefully, they're going to watch them getting swept, and we can drink, again, all those tears.
Oh, the tears of unfathomable sadness.
I cannot get enough of that drop. It's so good. I felt like that every single time I would like play my little brother in a game and I'd beat him in something, whether it's Call of Duty, whether it's, just out of the backyard, playing like kickball or something. And then Mikey just gets all butthurt and I'm just like,
oh, the tears of unfathomable sadness.
And then you hear mom saying, stop picking on your brother.
Speaking of sad people, I want to hear from all the Boston people leading up to this game to kind of set the tone for what, like, I'm going to the game tonight. I'm fired up. This is going to be great. I want to see Raffy hit multiple balls off the wall.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Happy Friday to all you love. A payday Friday, nonetheless, Joe. It was actually a payday Wednesday for most of us because yesterday was a holiday, so we got paid a little bit earlier, which was nice. Until you realize you just have bills to pay and like most of that's gone. But it's nice for a little bit when it hits your account. And then like a couple days after, everyone takes their pound of flesh from you. You ever seen Friday? Oh, can you turn on your mic, please? Thank you.
You ever seen Friday when Smokey's counting the money?
Yeah, and then
he flips it over and he counts it again.
And the guy's just looking at him, right, in the ice cream truck or whatever.
That's
right?
how I feel every time we get paid.
Every single time. Right?
Yeah, I'm like,
Well, then you got your whole truck situation going on. Funny. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. Old wounds.
These insurance companies.
Yeah, insurance. Yeah, it's tough. But you're going to the game tonight.
I know,
dude. You're fired up, man.
I am.
And there's going to be a lot of Red Sox fans. Like there's going to be a lot. And actually, I want to hear from the Red Sox fans. What is your reaction going to be when Rafi Devers steps up to the plate tonight? You're going to be standing up and cheering for your guy that helped win you a World Series? Or you're going to be booing him? 888-957-9570. I would like to hear from Red Sox fans.
And I want to see Giants fans rally behind this guy.
Yes.
We need a standing ovation tonight before he's even in the batter's box.
Yes, absolutely. But you've been getting a lot of standing ovations lately, right? When's that kind of end? Is this the last one that we're going to get?
He's facing his old team.
I know. This is like the last one we're going to do, though, right? Because you get one standing ovation, you get like two, and it starts losing.
If he hits a home run, we're giving him the curtain call. You're coming back out.
You're going to tip the cap?
Hell yeah.
That's probably the most action he's seen, like when it comes to like interacting with the fans the last couple of years.
Hey, look, Barry one time stood on the dugout and hugged some fans. It can happen for Devers.
Barry Bonds was signing autographs the other day. When was the last time you saw that?
He's a changed man.
He's a changed guy. Is Rafi Devers a changed individual? That's going to be the question going on here forward. You want to hear some of this Boston sound?
I want to hear all the different people complaining about Devers this week coming out of Boston. This is what's coming into town this weekend.
And I want to start with some of the media members first. That's what I want. I want to play it and keep going down the level. So not only do we got media members, we have former players, and then we have the fans. So it's like a tiered thing, right? A potpourri, if you will, a poo-poo platter, if you will, a buffet.
All right.
How about that, Joey? Let's go with Chris Cotillo first. MassachusettsLive.com. He's the Red Sox beat writer.
We got to play a little Boston music underneath.
Do we got the Boston music?
Yeah.
You want to play some of it?
Oh! I mean, when I think of the Bo Sox, I think of this.
By the way, this was Jonathan Papelbon's walkout music. Let's start with this.
Give it to me.
On our airways a couple days ago. Chris Cotillo on what that Devers presser really was for Boston.
It was the verbal equivalent of a middle finger to the Red Sox yesterday. I don't think there's any other way you can possibly imagine that or interpret it. I don't think it's exaggeration to say that. I think people back home were absolutely stunned. And I think even those who were like on the Devers side of things, Red Sox fans, I think he lost a lot of them by saying, they're the men in charge. I'll do whatever it takes.
Will Fleming yesterday echoed those same sentiments.
It was an enormous middle finger to everybody with the Red Sox. It was. There's no other way to see that. And again, this notion of I'll do whatever they want, but they didn't ask me nicely enough in Boston. That to me is absolutely outrageous.
Even the mannerisms as we were listening to Will. No, but he did do a Pride of Palo Alto. But you can clearly hear that him and Dave are brothers, just their voices alone. But the little mannerisms that they do, it's so good.
I mean, the fact that he's at first base, he's just ready to smack him,
right? Johnny Damon You want to hear from?
Yeah, let's hear from Johnny Damon.
Let's hear from one of the former players, right?
You know, during the 2004 year, we would always try to talk to Nomar and see if he was okay because we knew he was hurt about possibly being traded. It eventually happened, but it takes a toll, not just on the player, but on the team. And then when it finally happened, you know, we traded Nomar, but we ended up getting like 3 guys in return that really helped us out. Dave Roberts, Orlando Cabrera, Doug Mankiewicz. So it's like, you lose one great player, you bring in 3 really good players, and your team all of a sudden gels a lot better. And that's what happened in 2004. And I know the Red Sox, they've been down this road plenty of times, and that clubhouse is probably a lot more calm today. Probably a lot of questions that the media obviously is going to throw at these players, but, you know, they're out of the Devers situation, and it's time for them to move on.
So that was Johnny Damon. By the way, Giants legend Orlando Cabrera, Joe, if you will. His last team he ever played for was the San Francisco Giants in 2011.
2011?
Yeah,
Okay.
2011. He was.
That might have been after Miguel Tejada refused to put down a bunt.
Yeah.
And then we were like, just get out of town, dude.
Right.
Look that up, Sam.
I think Orlando Cabrera played for like 8 or 9 teams. He played for a lot of them.
He was a good defensive shortstop.
He was in his own heyday. A little bit long in the tooth once he joined it. He had 2,000 career hits. I think he had a very underrated career. By the way, so that was Johnny Damon. Here was Jonathan Papelbon earlier in the week on Willard and Dibs.
No, I don't think the Red Sox care anymore. I think the biggest concern was getting rid of them. Getting rid of someone who, when we ask him to do something, rebukes everything that they ask him to do. I can honestly tell you that as long as he's been here, he hasn't been a part of any team functions, and there's the team and then Rafael Devers. And you cannot win, I don't care in what league, when you don't have all 25 players all pulling in the same direction. It only takes one guy to be pulling in a different direction for a team to go down.
All right, so we've got that. We're going to get some of the fans now of Boston on the other side, Joe.
Yeah.
So we heard from the media, we've heard from the former players, but we know the true passion comes from who? The fans. And that's what we're going to hear, and that's what we're going to taste, the tears of sadness.
Oh, the tears of unfathomable sadness.
On the other side, 888-957-9570, the number to get involved here. And before we go to the break, this is a little something I got in my ear. This is fun. In honor of the Valkyries' massive win yesterday over the Indiana Fever and Caitlyn Clark going 0 from beyond the arc yesterday. 0 for 7. Caitlyn who? Please. 88-77 the final there. Golden State now 6-6 on the season. And you heard it right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors and Valkyries basketball. We have a little montage heading into break, and Carter is going to play it, and it's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Foul line, driving right alley, blocked by Burton. Great help defense. Hayes, baseball pass ahead to Bibby with Colson to beat. She lays it in. Timeout, Fever. Backing down, back for Burton. Open 25, footers, good. 69-65, Gordon, 3. Rain dance. Bounced by 7, their new largest lead of the game with 4:50 to go. Pass fake, fires a straight on 3, just a little strong. Secures her own miss, goes right down the lane, and one mobility. Hayes step through to Thornton for 3. It's good. It's Burton behind the back, 3 to shoot, stepping back, 18-footer. Bowen Knights. Good night, Indiana. 87-77. This place is so loud that when they called timeout, they didn't even stop the clock. They couldn't hear the whistle. What a win for the GSV tonight against Indiana.
I actually don't jerk it as much as Steiny does.
All right, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
Anthony Shasky.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
Oh my God. Give me that drop one more time. You and Steiny what?
I actually don't jerk it as much as Steiny does. Talking about the mic. You know, when I go up and down, I jerk the mic. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about chicken. Not talking about any other.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah. I don't, my father did have 10 kids. That's all I'm going to say. We are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk.
Joey
Righteously
Appleseed.
brewed in San Francisco. I like that. I was actually Joey Baloney growing up because I was
Joey Baloney?
Because I was full of baloney. I like to fib, occasionally.
What is going on
Tell
here?
a tall
I
tale.
like to fit, like you saying that you grabbed rim in high school.
Well, that's truth. That's
not
reality.
True. That is a tall tale.
No, I got my buddy Casey. He'll call him and vouch for me. 888-957-9570. I went to high school with him. Casey Fayler.
What he's leaving out is that the hoop was turned on its side. That's how he was able to grab the rim.
Dude, we all could grab rim when we jumped off the back of the wall in the schoolyard. That was a Frisco staple. You used to jump off the back of the wall. There'd be all these
I had hops. You guys just don't believe me.
Joe,
Look at me.
Well, you said you played water polo or something back in high
Look
school,
at
right?
me.
Trust me, I'm
I know the
stereotyping.
glasses.
That's why I'm
I know
looking
the
at you.
glasses aren't helping me today.
It did not happen.
All right, because it's windy out there, as we've referenced, and it's hard when you're wearing contacts. By the way, you talk about your age. Your eyesight's still perfect. You don't have to worry about anything. Like, right? You're good. You don't have glasses. You don't have readers, right?
I'm not gonna try to jinx anything right now. So don't bring up any of my health.
Well, you
or
like
any
to
of
bring
stuff.
up that like you're breaking down at an older age. Your
Well, we
eyesight's
are.
perfect.
I mean, I am.
You look good.
I've been trying to break down my muscles. That's what I've been trying to do.
Are you?
Well, yeah.
How are the gains going?
What?
How are the gains going? The muscle gains?
Oh, the gains. The gains are going good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Crushing it.
I'm trying.
Trying. What do you do? What's the routine?
Well, it depends.
Is Devers going to start working on your routine too? Get a little trim here. Get a little cut. You and Rafi Devers?
Well, I mean, there is going to be an element of Rafi's going to have to get himself into a different shape, if you will, if he wants to play in the field.
Doesn't want to be. He has to go from a sphere to an oval shape. Is that what you're saying?
If we want to have a real conversation about this, there are certain individuals who can get away with being a little
pudgy,
thicker, I would say,
Okay.
and they can get away with it. And there is a saying, and people could laugh at this, but you don't pull fat, right? And I get where they're coming on that. There are guys that are too buff that, for whatever reason, don't have the right dexterity, or they work out too much and they're more susceptible to injury.
We talk about that a lot with a certain position in the NFL. Quarterbacks.
Exactly.
A lot of guys say you
Exactly.
do not want your quarterback being super jacked.
And
it is not a good thing. Was
some
Tom
guys-
Brady ever super jacked? No. Patrick Mahomes? No.
Colin Kaepernick was almost at times too robotic and too jacked.
What happened? Not to say the causation and correlation aspect, but his body broke down.
Well, he wasn't great at the touch stuff, right?
Yes.
And I thought Will Levis is that way now.
Yep.
I think Kaepernick was way better than Will.
Yes.
But the point being is that there is going to be a real, and we're talking about your body is your mechanism to longevity and your career. We know that in talking, I could talk hopefully till I'm 65, 70 years old, right?
Sure.
I could. That doesn't mean I'll be employed by this station.
Stay tuned.
In sports, your body can only take you so far. So everybody has a shelf life of a certain age. And Brady said this about Manning. Hey, Manning's roly-doly. I have dedicated my life. This was in those text messages from Deflategate. I've dedicated my life to maximizing my body. I think about Kobe Bryant in that Dream Team doc, the Redeem Team doc, where he has tried to maximize his body.
Now, Kobe would also say after he retired that if he could change anything, it would be he worked out too much. He said too.
Which, like Tiger,
yes,
there's a line of demarcation and I guess a law of diminishing returns where you go beyond it.
Right.
There's a happy medium. Steph Curry and LeBron James are probably the two, outside of Brady, who recently retired, the two active players I think about who have dedicated their body and their life to longevity of their sport and maximizing their body, right? And so I look at Pandas, as in Pablo Sandoval, who was here with the Giants. I mean, we had a front row seat. I believe Pablo could have had a fringe Hall of Fame-like career had he dedicated himself 1,000% to getting his weight under control. I really believe that he was a great athlete. I think we've forgotten how great of an athlete he was. He could throw with both hands. He was a switch hitter. I mean, he was a great third baseman. His hand-eye coordination was incredible.
More hated in Boston currently. Is it
and why?
Pablo Sandoval or Rafi Devers? I was going to ask the question.
But why? Why is Pablo so hated?
Well,
because he showed up and he looked humongous,
Huge.
and his belt exploded off of his pants while he was swinging. Joe, you're laughing. This is what happened.
I know. I'm just.
I mean, this is what happened. I mean, look at Trent Williams last year.
We've all been there, Pablo. It's okay. There's no shame in it.
Yeah, but also, like, there's a fine line. Like, Christian McCaffrey probably overworked, right?
Yes.
Trent Williams showed up last year, and he was out of shape, and he admitted it.
Yeah.
And he's in better shape this year. It's why he got so many IVs.
Draymond, for a long time, would show up, and he said he had to, like, work himself into basketball shape.
I think Shaq is a great example of a guy who had a Hall of Fame career, and everyone, himself included, would acknowledge, yeah, if I would have took some things a little more serious, I think I would have been better.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Right? And so I look at someone like Rafi Devers, and I say to myself, like, dude, you're awesome, right? You're clearly amazing. But I think right now would be a great time for you to dedicate certain aspects of your life and just get in better shape. No one's saying you're going to be Mr. Fitness Gabe Kapler.
Right.
That's not what we need you to be.
No.
I don't think Brandon Crawford was that way.
No.
I don't think Matt Cain was that way. I'm not trying to dog their work ethic or their training. Crawford had a hell of a career.
Yeah.
You know why he is, like, beloved? Because I watched him every single day show up 3 hours before and work his butt off to be the best dude ever. That doesn't mean he didn't have cheat meals and he was shredded beyond belief.
Yeah.
Lubman, you walked around the Giants clubhouse. How many guys are shredded in that Giants clubhouse?
Not like a lot, really. No, it's not really a baseball thing to be
Exactly.
shredded.
But
That's
like
more
when I
of a
look at
soccer
Matt Chapman,
thing, yeah.
like, I don't question his fitness level. Do you?
No, Matt Chapman's been on our airwaves.
Matt Chapman's pretty built. Yeah.
He's pretty
No, I
built. He's
agree.
big, but he does a lot of yoga and, like, calisthenics
Yeah,
stuff.
plyometrics.
Exact stuff that Tom Brady does, right?
Exactly.
To keep yourself loose and limber because
You
he's
don't have to be
constantly
shredded.
moving. No.
You don't have to be shredded, but there is a real element of maintaining the weight, and we're going to have this discussion. It's not going to be today, but it will, like, down the line, if he wants to play in the field. Now, if he wants to be a DH, as long as he hits, it doesn't matter.
Right.
But if you want to be able to play in the field, you've got to be able to move a little. And
Yes.
and so that's where we are going to have a realistic conversation with the individual if he wants to maximize who he is as a ball player.
And that's why we're talking about it right now, because that was part of the bugaboo in Boston when it came to Rafi Devers showing up. not in the
Biggest
greatest shape.
bugaboo of this team.
That's how Boston Red Sox felt about Rafi Devers showing up out of shape this year and him making all that money. He's not going to do any interviews. Now he's getting replaced at third base. He's going to voice his disgruntlement to the organization. He's not going to be a team player. There's so much built into it, and it's coming to a head starting tonight. 3-game series as the Red Sox come to town. If you were listening to us last segment, we were doing a fun little thing where we're getting into the mindset of the Boston media, of the former players, of the fans, and we're loving every single second of it. It's the Schadenfreude effect. It's a German word when it's getting enjoyment from others' pains. They have a word for it in Germany. Of course, the Germans have a word for that when it comes to getting enjoyment from other people's pains, right? Schadenfreude. So we've listened to the media. We've listened to, obviously, the former players, Johnny Damon and Jonathan Papelbon. Let's get into some of the biggest Boston Red Sox fans, Joe, and what they're saying. Sam, do we have that bed shipping up to Boston again?
Give me like 30 seconds.
Give
I'll
you
get it
30
for you.
seconds for it because, first off, it just sets the tone. And it does take me back to The Departed whenever I hear that song, Dropkick Murphys. My brother was a big Dropkick Murphys fan, like the late 90s,
They were
early
a great
2000s.
band.
They still are. I think they still tour. They're still great.
To me, they're synonymous with Boston.
Obviously, right? Like that song is synonymous with Boston. Jonathan Papelbon coming out to it, him throwing the high cheese, all of it. But I think of Leo DiCaprio. I think of Matt Damon. I think of Mark Wahlberg. I think of Alec Baldwin, Martin Scorsese.
Yeah.
One of the all-time Boston movies and mob movies in American cinema history. So we're going to play this here. We're going to get Jared Carabas, who was a former Barstool guy, biggest Boston Red Sox fan probably in America outside of him.
I
Dave
find him
Portnoy.
insufferable, but
But
keep
that's
going.
fine. MLB Network.
No doubt.
We reached out to
Him and John Boy, for me, are like 1-1. Like, it's just,
that's fine.
I roll my eyes.
We reached out to Jared. He was actually very busy because he was at the Combine.
Look,
and
he's
still
very
worked for them.
successful
He's
and good at what he does.
And he was very respectful, saying he couldn't come on. He'd love to, but he couldn't this week because he was busy. So we had to reach out
He's
to him.
down at the MLB Combine in Arizona,
exactly.
where my nephew is.
Chase
Right?
Center. I was just saying that. Yeah. So here he is talking about the Rafi Devers trade.
Way to take the hot, like, people were so excited for the podcast tonight. because the Red Sox swept the Yankees and they're back in it, and it's like they're in a playoff spot, they have a winning record, and now it's going to be a funeral. How the do you trade Rafael Devers for A, that return, and B, the moment in which you did it? How? Like, there better be a press conference when that plane lands, when they get out to the West Coast, and Breslow better answer every question that the media has for him. This is crazy. Like, I can't believe it. Like, in the moment right now, it's made, like, I found it's official. It's been official for like 10 minutes. I cannot believe that this happened, and I don't think it's going to be one of those things where when the dust settles, you'll understand and all is well, and the Red Sox will keep on rolling. Like, you traded Rafael Devers. You traded Rafael Devers, and maybe the pitchers that you got in return and whatever pieces that haven't been named, maybe they're great. Maybe they're great. But you traded Rafael Devers.
That was Jared Carabas, MLB Network, former Barstool guy, big Boston fan. He was on the float last time they won a World Series. So that was like 20 or 30 F-bombs in there. So he's feeling some type of way about it. It is funny, though, that they did sweep the Yankees, their greatest rival, and no one cared about it because they got rid of Rafi Devers and they were all in shambles. And then the Giants juxtaposed that, the Giants losing their series to the Dodgers, but they felt on top of the world.
Like when
like they won the World Series.
Like when the Warriors lost to the Jazz, but they got Jimmy and we were all thrilled.
Exactly.
I think that was the same day, right?
And it's not the same like for like, but you lost the finals, but yeah, Kevin Durant. So it's like, what?
Don't ever bring that up. How dare you?
I'm sorry.
Stop it.
I had to. Okay, so we heard from Jared there. You know who Dave Portnoy is, right?
Yeah, I know Dave Portnoy. Draymond and him are real tight.
Founder of Barstool Sports, number one.
Yeah, he's wicked smart.
Wicked smart. Barstool, Boston sports fan. How's he feeling about Devers leaving?
I'm watching the U.S. Open, and the Red Sox trade Rafi Devers. They pull him off the plane, stick him in a car, send him on his way, and that's the end. Now listen, Rafael Devers is the dickhead, all right? He's a dickhead. There's no doubt about that. Like the way he handled Bregman coming to third and pissing and moaning, and then when Bregman gets hurt, he won't play third and then won't play first. So he's a dickhead. But this season has sucked for the Red Sox until the last week. In 2 weeks, they start playing good baseball. They sweep the Yankees. They won 5 out of 6 against the Yankees. They won, 7 out of 8 or something like that. We're finally looking up above 500. It's like, maybe this team actually will be pretty good. We got all these young kids coming up, and Devers is hitting for the most part, and you fucking trade him for a bag of baseballs and fucking a couple no-name pitchers and more, and it's a financial deal. And that's all it is. They didn't have to pay the contract. They got out of it. It's fucking John Henry doing John Henry stuff.
I think when you're born in Boston, like the F word is like the first word you learn.
I can relate to that.
Me too.
The boss gets so mad at me once the show's over because I'll start, acting like a sailor.
F-bombing.
And he just is like, dude, what? It's like, hey, man, we just entertained for 4 hours, and I had to walk a tightrope tapestry to not get canceled by culture, all right, that's out there. So, excuse me for letting a couple fly.
It's the shared workspace effect here. It's because we get out of here.
I feel like a zoo animal, right? Because I'm in here, I'm performing, I'm doing all the zoo tricks, and then all of a sudden the door opens, and it's like the lion jumping over the little encampment area that they're in, and like everyone's just staring at me. I don't even know what to do.
Oakland Zoo balling, by the way. Go take your kids there this weekend. It's going to be beautiful in the East Bay. Or the San Francisco Zoo is going to be open as well. So do that. We watched Madagascar for the first time. Benny and Nora did the other day. Still holds up. It's a great movie.
I was watching Finding Nemo yesterday.
Oh, Finding Nemo.
Dude, so sad at the beginning.
The new Pixar movie that just came out over the weekend, everyone's saying it's really good, is Elio that just came out into theaters. Everyone's saying rave reviews is great. Dude, I want to watch this weekend. We'll get back to that in a second. 28 years later.
Oh, yeah,
the third installment of 28 days, 28 weeks, and now 28 years later. I need to watch that over the weekend. All right, so we heard from Carabas. We heard from Portnoy. This is Coley Mick, who apparently that's
not a real name.
That's what it says right there.
Coley Mick?
That's what it says. That's his name.
Might be Mick Coley. I looked him up on Instagram. That's the name from the Section 10 podcast.
Holy Mick.
That's what it says. That's his name.
That's like a burner name for somebody who's out here working on somebody's construction site. I mean, I don't believe that.
Here he is.
There's definitely like 15 of those guys in Boston.
And in the Sunset right now.
There you go. Here's what he is talking about Devers leaving.
The haul I got for Father's Day was a City Connect Red Sox hat and a City Connect 270s with the Red Sox logo on them. And boy, oh boy, do I not want to wear any of this at the moment. Like, this is the part of fandom. Like, we get tweets every now and then, Jared, more than any of us, but like, you guys are supposed to be professional. Like, no, I'm not. I'm not. I am a professional fan. That is what I am. I am not a journalist. I have no integrity. I am a fan. This team, this logo represents more than even the local 9. It is representative of the city of Boston. So yeah, it means more to us when it's like, oh, you guys think you care more than the players? Yeah, I do. I do and always will. There's no one who's ever played for the team who cares more than me or T or Steve or Jared or a lot of people listening to this podcast right now. So when something like this happens, I don't really give a about like, oh, the breakdowns of the Florida State guy that you got. Like, no, this is an emotional time because it sucks. The whole reason we get into fans, to become fans, is because of players like Rafael Devers, because of how cool they are. So I don't really care about what the machines and the math say that this is a surplus win. I don't. It's wrong.
Sad music.
Is this guy gonna cry? He needs a hug.
No, that sounded like
emotional.
that sounded like you if you were from Boston.
No.
I care more about any of these players. I'll be there till the end. They're gonna leave, but my name on the jersey will remain forever.
What suburb?
That's you.
What suburb of Boston is that guy actually from?
I always just go to Southie because I don't know anything else. Everyone does. I don't know where the hell.
Charleston.
Probably from Lowell.
I don't even
South
know.
Attleboro.
Yeah.
I mean, dude,
those are the only 2 Boston area neighborhoods I know.
Gosh.
So that's the top 3 biggest Boston sports heads, Red Sox fans that we found. We also found this clip from NBC 10 Boston. And if you're just joining us, we're just wallowing. We're loving the misery that is Boston right now as the Giants take on the Red Sox starting tonight for a 3-game series. Rafi Devers Revenge Series is what we're calling it. And we're drinking the tears.
Oh, the tears of unfathomable sadness.
NBC 10 Boston, talking to some angry fans.
Rest in peace, Rafi. It's the reality Red Sox fans are dealing with.
He's been such a valuable player to the Red Sox, so it kind of hurt my soul.
Out-of-town fans and local fans at a loss for words.
It's a weird trade to me. It's just a weird trade.
Honestly thought it was a joke.
NBC Sports Boston analyst Trenny Casey not mincing words about the team's announcement.
You traded away your best player, your highest paid player, for what I'm calling big league chew and a bag of balls. This is a salary dump. And that should frustrate people.
Frustrated is an understatement.
The season was turning around here, and then they trade our best player for a ham sandwich. I don't even know who they traded the guy for.
In exchange for Devers, the Red Sox are getting right-handed pitcher Jordan Hicks, left-handed pitcher Kyle Harrison, minor league outfielder James Tibbs III, and minor league right-handed pitcher Jose Bello.
It's a shocking trade for not great value. Like, if you're going to trade away your best player, you should be getting something extraordinary in return. And the timing is also really curious to me.
I've watched Devers since he was like 17 playing in, Florida.
In fairness, Kyle Harrison's a ham and cheese sandwich on sourdough. So really, if you look at it like that, it's quite delicious.
I've seen his high cheese, and it's not very good.
Not good?
No.
It's like a pepper jack, not even?
I mean, look.
Or is it a can of like whiz?
Poor Kyle Harrison. Welcome to Boston.
There you go.
Or Pawtucket or wherever the heck he got reassigned to.
Pawtucket, which is in Rhode Island. It's not even in Boston.
Imagine you drive your nice car, you park it outside the ballpark, and it gets bipped.
I love how angry they are.
That's like the third.
I love how angry they are.
That's the third reference to Big League Chew is what they got in return. Was it like the grape Big League Chew, though, that no one likes?
Here's the problem with Big League Chew, and I see the boss man, he likes to open the door and like almost like a parent, and he comes in and he looks into the bedroom of the 2 kids that are behind the screen, as in Carter and Loveman. Big League Chew, after 4 seconds, loses all of its flavor.
It's gross. You only liked it as a kid because it looked like what?
Char.
Yeah, it looked like tobacco.
Yeah,
and
but I never was in on tobacco.
Well, no, but of course you're in on the chew. Like Sandlot, right? Famously.
My brother likes his What are they called? Zins?
Zims, yeah. The
what are they? Look at Carter's smiling.
Carter knows exactly
what exactly is it? I
they're
still don't understand it.
Carter's low-key the spokesperson.
They're little packets of tobacco. Like little, think of dip, but in like a packet form.
It's just nicotine.
I think dip is one of the most disgusting habits you can have.
Well, like you can't have flavored versions of it anymore. It used to be back like in the day, and I think you have to be 21 now to buy it now. It used to be when we were 18 you could do it, and then you'd get like the Copenhagens or whatever.
And then they'd be like this.
No, you do this. You got the...
As they're like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, whatever.
Like
you know what I
mean. Yeah, no, I don't remember.
But here's the problem with that habit, right? Okay. When you were dipping, it's not about you doing something to yourself. That's fine. You do whatever you want.
Bro, cope.
It's when you smash the beer can. I'm talking about when I was living with a bunch of dudes. You smash the top of the beer can, and then you're spitting into the can, and then the next morning I'm cleaning up the mess, and all of a sudden there's a can of dip. A, it stinks, and B, if it spills, it gets everywhere. It is a foul habit.
What's worse, spilling the bong or spilling the dip can?
Well, the bong is, that's fine. The dip stuff will stain forever.
It's a family-friendly show here on the Morning Roast, 888-957-9570. So we just heard from all the misery of the Boston media, the former players, the fans, and now let's go to one of the biggest Giants fans that's probably loving this, our boy Richie in Queens, baby.
Let's go, Richie.
Richie. Hey, you've been waiting for the Giants to be relevant for quite some time. Yay. I know you've been calling in. And wanted to talk Giants a lot the last couple of years. They really just haven't registered as much. And now they are registering, Rich. And this is a massive series for Rafi.
Yes, I think. And I think he'll step up, guys. But, I really don't care what the Boston fans say. I want to know what this deal is for us. And, and he's a great addition, there's no doubt. But it's not like getting a Steph Curry at the point. We're getting a quarterback. This is a guy that's going to have to fit in with a team that also gives him help. And I just don't want this to be where everything's going to be on him, because obviously Adames has been a total bust, nothing on the bottom of the lineup. I want to think positive. I've always been. But, the Boston fans, okay, they're negative to this and that. But, again, what is he going to do for us? Is he going to get us to the next level? Because everybody's talking about, definitely in the playoffs, which we're not, because you've got the Brewers and you've got the Reds and you've got a lot of people that are going to be fighting for those spots. The division looks like the Dodgers are getting their stuff together. And again, the negativity, I don't want to think that way, but I watched the game last night, and it's like watching paint dry with them again. And yes, he got the hit. I feel good about it. Flores not being he was one of our biggest pieces. He's not there. If Flores was a little quicker and he was 30 years old, I'd put him at second base to get him in the lineup every day.
Yeah.
So, yes, the negativity from Boston, fine. But, again, what is he going to mean for us?
Okay, let me ask you.
Everybody else doesn't step up.
Richie, two things. First one, I want to come out to the Mets series in August, and you and me go to a game. I really do. All right, so we're gonna have to figure that out off air. I want to sit and watch a game with you.
We'll do that.
Yeah, I do. I want to sit and watch the game with you because you're my kind of guy. Number two, you have to pick one or the other, okay? Because I was thinking about this. The Giants team takes 2 of 3 from the Red Sox, and Devers struggles this weekend, or the Red Sox take 2 of 3 and Devers balls out. Which scenario would you take?
I want wins. Okay. I want to see Devers ball. But if I had to take it, what's the first one? The first one that we lose 2 out of 3?
Yeah, basically, it's either Devers does really well and the team loses 2 out of 3, or Devers does poorly this weekend, but the team wins 2 out of 3. I'm only making you choose amongst those 2 scenarios.
I want wins 2 out of 3, because I don't believe a 3-game series is going to really be. I know what he's going to be for us. I know he's not Adames, like I said. He's a good hitter, spray hitter. He's going to add so much, but guys, we need help.
Yeah, I know.
We need so much help. I mean, at the bottom of the lineup is a disgrace. I want to give Bailey a benefit of the doubt. I don't know what happened to this guy. He showed potential to be a 260 hitter. And by the way, guys, on a lighter note, over or under, how many balls bounce out of his glove? As good as he is, have you ever seen anything like that?
No.
But I mean, I can't knock him defensively. But, Fitzgerald, they're going to, and that's the next thing that he's going to do, Posey.
Yeah,
he's going to bring a guy in to play second base.
I totally agree.
Thanks, Rich.
Richie, I love you. Over under.
Just 190? Horrible.
Who?
It's just the entire catching position of the Giants. It's like a sacrifice you had to make. You had one of the greatest catchers of all time in Buster Posey. Then after he leaves, you're destined to just have a ham sandwich.
Just think about left field. How many different guys have tried to play left field for the Giants since
I
Bonds?
know.
Okay.
I know. I think we actually got one like a consistent one in Elliot Ramos.
No, I agree.
Which is great.
And Pence was more of a right fielder in his prime.
Yes.
And then eventually became a left fielder.
Yeah.
By then he wasn't as in his prime.
Yeah.
Look, it's been 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in 2025. Bonds retired in 2007.
Yeah.
All right. So it might take 20 years for them to find. Look, what? Why are you rolling your eyes? Like,
it might take 20 years for them to find another catcher. I hope it doesn't take that long.
Sometimes stuff like that happens.
Where's Sean Murphy from
I'm talking
the Braves?
about a homegrown one. I'm talking about a homegrown. Maybe you could find some, slightly above average guys. I mean, look, before Posey, it wasn't like the catching spot was rich with tradition. They had not had in their franchise a Hall of Fame catcher at any point going back to New York. So, Kurt Manwaring and Mike Matheny, and we were talking about individual seasons. I mean, heck, I even took a year of Yorbit Torrealba behind the plate as a good year. Old man Benito Santiago. Like, that's the Giants probably did better through the free agency and trades on the veteran side than they ever did at developing their own.
Can I get a Benji Molina?
Terry Kennedy, for crying out loud.
Kill for Benji Molina right now.
Benji Molina was great.
He was. 888-957-9570 is the number. That was fun. I enjoyed doing that. I love tasting the sadness. Like, I'm one of those fans, Joe, that when something big happens, like, I go to the opposing fan base to see how they're feeling about certain situations.
Locked into WEEI all week.
But because it is interesting to hear the different perspective on how they talk about someone, because we love to have our own homerism. We like our own bubble in any fan base, right? And we like to hear just nothing but like sweet nothings and just, talk sweet to me. But there is a different side to these things. So, for example, how were Lakers fans listening to Dallas Maverick fans and how they had to feel about Luka? Like, were there some saying, actually, no, I don't hate this trade because, Luka, I don't think he was ever invested in working out or cared about his body, right, or his shape, right? Now, most of the fans just hate that trade regardless to the value of what you got in return, right? You got Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and just a first-round pick, right? Like that's it. That's all you got. So yeah, that whole perspective of it, but it was interesting to hear the totality of that NBC one, just saying, what did you get back in return? Nothing.
I'm a big hey, wins.
Yeah.
Like, you got to win games. But in this circumstance, if I had to choose between the Giants take 2 of 3 and Raffy struggles all weekend, or the Giants lose 2 of 3 and Raffy balls out, I'm probably going to take the ball out part because if he gets hot and comfortable, I think that can reverberate for weeks on end up and down that lineup as we push toward the All-Star break. I know I'm a wins guy. I'm almost always going to say, give me the wins. I don't care how they come. Give me the wins, give me the wins, give me the wins. In this circumstance, I think him getting acclimated to AT&T and to get going early is imperative for his confidence, for the relationship with the fans. And I don't think they can afford to have him, Adames, Chapman, all getting off to slow starts of their tenure this year and think that they're going to still be in it. I think if I had to choose between the two, I'm going to, and it's not about the revenge factor for Devers. It's about the ramifications and the domino effect of what a hot bat in the lineup at the 3-4 spot can do for all the other guys. And look, I want to win. I want to win the series. I want to make that clear. If you presented me with one of those two options, I'm taking Devers getting hot.
If you don't, that's 3 straight series losses.
I know.
And that is not a good feeling.
Do I sound crazy?
And it's against 3 legit teams, in baseball. That playoff teams. Dodgers are a playoff team. Guardians could be a playoff team. Red Sox could be a playoff team. These are against the big boys. This isn't the Rockies. It's one thing when you beat the Rockies and you own them. Everyone beats the Rockies. They stink. They're awful. Now you're playing up against the big boys. And we had Dave Fleming on, Joe, earlier in the week. He said this is a World Series team. World Series teams don't lose 3 straight series to contenders. They don't do that. They don't. So, and again, maybe that was strong. Maybe we're all living in the euphoria of the moment. That could be possibly. I don't think Dave was doing that, though. I think Dave legitimately felt that way. Now, he works for the organization. Again, he's speaking highly of him, but all of a sudden, Hayden Birdsong, this turns into a massive start. You got to continue this. We got to win 2 in a row now tonight. I don't want Hayden Birdsong all of a sudden to, get bounced around or get hit around and stuff like that, because that's already happened to Roop. Robbie Ray struggled. Justin Verlander struggled. Logan Webb is now the model of consistency. I need at least one other pitcher in my starting rotation, right, to start being more consistent.
No doubt.
Otherwise, there are going to be some questions going forward about, do I trust the offense or the defense more? And right now, the offense, God, luckily they scored 2 runs yesterday. Thank God, because Cleveland on the other side, I was waiting for them to have like a 3-run home run from Quan or Jose Ramirez or something. It was a well-pitched game from San Francisco. Camilo Doval, another save, 11 on the year for him. That was refreshing to see. And by the way, the big question mark this series is, could we see Devers at first base? That would be very interesting. You want to hear from Bob Melvin what he had to say about balancing Flores and Devers after the game at first? Here he goes.
Yeah, well, we're going to try to get them both in there. Once we get Rafi playing some first base, we get Flo back in the DH spot. In the interim, between he and Dom, I don't want to run Flo out there too much, in the field. So, until we get Rafi up to speed, it's going to be, kind of half-half, but be able to come off the bench in those type of situations, which is really valuable.
Well, I did say until we get Rafi up to speed there, so maybe we won't see him this week. And you still think we're going to see him at first base at some point?
I think he's playing first base tonight.
Tonight?
I do.
That'd be pretty.
Let's go around the room. Carter, is he playing first base tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Lubman, is he playing first base tonight?
My inclination is going to be designated hitter, but I am going to be holding out for first base.
I think he's going to be DH tonight, personally. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a buzzkill. It's just a deal in truth, Joe.
I do too.
Are you?
And if I'm Rafi, I'm going to the ballpark and I'm saying, Buster, I'm ready. I got my mitt. I'm ready to go to first.
It was an enormous middle finger to everybody with the Red Sox. It was. There's no other way to see that. And again, this notion of I'll do whatever they want, but they didn't ask me nicely enough in Boston. That to me is absolutely outrageous.
So yes, he's going to management and giving them that middle finger and saying, I'm playing first tonight, no matter what. Oh my God.
I'm telling you, it's happening. I think it's 100% happening.
Oh, I can't
tonight.
Wait. I can't wait.
Tonight is the night.
Oh man. Rafi Devers is a San Francisco Giant. You couldn't have scripted this any better. In his first week, going up against the Boston freaking Red Sox. Like, you had to wait a little bit.
Joe, wait up. My arm's getting a little sore. Getting a little tired.
Why?
I don't know, man. I'm just, I'm logging heavy.
Are you jerking your mic over there too much?
No, that's a you thing. I just realized that, like, I'm the ace of the staff, and right now I'm just, for the longevity of the season, I think I'm going to have to flip the ball over to Lubman. He's going to take me out.
Had a good day today. Good show. We're going to bring the reliever.
What the hell is going on?
What? He's calling for the lefty?
Bring us home,
no,
right?
Not that lefty. There's runners on. That guy's going to give him some runs.
What is happening right now? We got Sam Lubman in studio.
He's making a pitching change. No one can hear you, Sam. Talk into the microphone.
Our guy's a little fatigued, so we're going to go to the bullpen here, get a new arm in here.
Sam Lubman's our manager in this situation?
The king is back. Come on, man.
Oh, my God.
Get up out of here, man. This guy's been freaking out about ring culture, LeBron James, after he was slurping LeBron all last summer. I want him on the Warriors. Now he hates LeBron. Get out of here. Go enjoy your weekend. What's up, Spadoni?
Are you the Camilo Doval of 95.7 The Game?
Might be Rob Nick, Camilo Doval, Rob Beck all in one.
Mariano Rivera?
I've got 5 pitches.
Really?
I got the slurve. I got the sweeper. I got the changeup.
You got the cutter?
I got the cutter.
Okay.
I got the high heat.
Fork
I got
ball?
the slide.
You got the screwball?
I got it all.
Okay.
I got
Palm
it all,
ball?
Shasky. Get up out of here, man.
I've seen him throw. This man cannot throw. He has no pitches. He can barely throw a ball, let alone 5 pitches. And like Yamamoto, 4 too many for you.
This is the guy that finished like last in knockout tournament.
Not only did he finish last, but I actually played a high school sport. I don't know if this guy did.
Oh! Wow! Boom!
Beer league softball at your 40. Anybody could do that.
Him and Lucas Alexander, by the way.
Have a great weekend, Shasky.
Have a nice weekend, Joe. There you go. He's going to be at the game tonight, by the way.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Oh,
Jesus Christ.
throwing baseballs in here.
Good luck trying to get a word in. I don't need one. You want to talk about?
He just strained his arm right there throwing that ball to you, by the way. He's going to be on the 10
hurt. We know he gets hurt getting out of bed.
Torn labrums, everything.
Yeah, everything. Right? Hamstrings, everything. Icy hot.
Maybe he's featured on the injury report, Carter. Is he going to be featured on that today? Let's do it. So if that wasn't made clear to the audience, Joe Shasky gone, Bonte Hill in for the next 2 hours, courtesy of River Islands. In the meantime, Matt Chapman is still a couple of weeks away from returning to the Giants lineup, but he was out taking ground balls at third before yesterday's Giants game. Chapman is expected to keep wearing his protective splint up through the end of this week. Chapman has missed the last 2 weeks with a sprained right hand. The Injury Report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Bonte Hill is here for you, here for good. The rest of the show, let's talk about Rafi Devers being a San Francisco Giant, the NBA Finals. Caitlyn Clark was in the Bay yesterday as they took the L. She didn't even make a three-pointer. Valkyries are balling. Let's talk about it all on 95.7 The Game. Halfway home here, Filmo, on a payday Friday. It is beautiful out. The sun is shining here in downtown San Francisco. As I say, good morning to all you lovely people just waking up. Happy Juneteenth to all those celebrating yesterday. I know Lake Merritt out in Oakland, all those off-ramps and on-ramps were closed. It was a party down there near Grand Lake. So great time yesterday. Of course, Bonte, we didn't get the day off here because sports radio, there's no days off. As you well remember, I'm sure, but I'm sure you enjoyed it. Well, actually, no, I saw you on TV.
I was working
so
too.
You didn't even get to sleep in, really, did you?
They had the brothers working too, man, on our own holiday, man. But by the way, I got a bone to pick too, because now that I think about it, Matt Hagan had me work the last 8 Martin Luther King Jr. days. So, yeah, we don't really get holidays, especially in sports radio.
It's incumbent on you and Daryl the Guru Johnson as our 2 black radio hosts here to take one for the team. So, Matt, this is really important for not just us, but the entire station to reflect on Juneteenth, and we need this day off.
Well, you know who did take some reflection on Juneteenth? Who? Dan Dibley, because he's our resident brother.
Oh my, he is. Dibs?
He took Juneteenth
He's
off,
got
man.
He's got the most street cred.
He does have street cred.
Does he?
Dan Dibley has street
black.
Yeah, thank you, Goo.
Spadoni, you are a little black. You're a little black, but you got to get your wraps up, and you're too young in the game. You're too young in the game. You're taking days off right now.
Hey, the town, baby. Let's go. By the way, there's like a great soul food spot like right down the street from me, Southern Comfort. It's always packed.
Oh, Southern, about Southern Comfort?
Yeah.
Oh, my boy B. The whole crew up there, man. Castro Valley, Pleasant Hill.
Okay.
They got the food trucks, Alameda.
Okay.
I mean, you go in there and get a food coming real easy.
Easy? Okay.
Gumbo.
Good to know.
Fried prawns. I mean, French fries fully loaded.
They got the fried catfish. Dude,
I got a drive-through now in Alameda.
What?
I haven't been to yet.
Okay.
It's dangerous. I thought about crossing the bridge just to go through the drive-through. That's how fat I am right now.
Oh, you're looking great right now in that. What is that, a Seals jersey too? Look at you. Okay.
SOTA, that's a long way away.
By the way, massive baseball series starting tonight at Oracle Park between the Red Sox and the Giants. And again, if you haven't already noticed, Bonta Hill in studio, courtesy of River Islands for the next 2 hours as he joins us each and every Friday. We had a pitching change, if you will, last segment, handing the ball off to Bonte. Joe Shasta just couldn't do it anymore. He just couldn't handle the heat.
He fatigues on a Friday. He really does. He mails it in on Fridays usually. I remember working with him every single day. And about the 9 o'clock hour, I was like, my guy's lost. Who knows where his head is at? He's talking Book of Sugar. He's talking Gold Club. He's
talking
all over the place.
He's talking LeBron James yesterday.
Yeah,
of all
I heard
people.
a little bit of that. And it was funny because he was begging for LeBron last summer. And I was the one saying, I don't want LeBron on my team. He's a team killer. And then yesterday, he's reciting and stealing every bit of material that I had over the last year or so. You know what? It is what it is. So he needs, this may be good. This may be something we need to do. Is just give him a couple hours off a week because he is stressed right now.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're going to get Bonte's thoughts on everything that's taken place because just a week ago, we were talking about a massive series between the Giants and the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. And then coming out of that weekend on a Monday, that series might as well have been an afterthought because of what took place on Father's Day. Bonte, it was a gift for all Giants fans, including you, right? Just wake up to that notification or you're taking a nap or whatever you're doing. You get the notification from Robert Murray of all people. I don't think you had him on Twitter as one of your notifications like you do Shams and Schefter, but he had it. And then he had Passan saying, Devers to the Giants. What was Bonte Hill's thoughts immediately when he saw that flash upon his phone?
So 3 different people sent me the tweet of Robert Murray. One being David Teller. Shout out to David Teller over at NBC Sports, one of our producers. And so I went on Twitter and said, is this legit? Because I had never heard from him. I had never heard of a dude. And then Shasky calls me. And he calls me for about 90 seconds. I didn't even get a word in. It's Devers, you know about spring training. He didn't want to play there. Oh, yeah, I know. And I got to call you back. So I look at Anna because we're just coming from Father's Day brunch in Burlingame. Right. Nice day. We went to 12. What's the damn name of it? 12-something. Very
memorable.
Yeah, very memorable. Yeah, well, it was a good brunch. I had a breakfast burrito, had some fries and whatever.
Okay.
You know me, I'm terrible with names.
It's fine. It's all right.
I'm awful. So then I'm driving, and so Passan comes in with the alert. And when Jeff Passan from ESPN came in with the alert, he is the Shams of baseball. I said, oh, my Lord. So I had to do a quick video, and I didn't even care about the details at the point. I was like, Rafael Devers coming to the Giants?
Right.
And so, Yeah, it was. I was on my way back to the house to watch first pitch because I thought it was going to be Kyle Harrison's probably most important, biggest start of his young Giants career. Talk about the hometown kid pitching against the Dodgers. He's rooted for the Giants his whole life. He's coming up as a Giant. It's his second year. He pitched through injuries last season. And next thing you know, he's like, you know what? I'm trying to stick in the rotation. I'm trying to show that I got the goods. It's Sunday Night Baseball, Dodger Stadium.
Rubber match. Yeah.
Boom. Done. Gone. And so I was just jacked up. I was on a 15 all night long. It was tough to sleep. And obviously at the ballpark Tuesday, he gets a standing ovation. Yeah. He got an applause for even striking out. And so, yeah, that buzz almost dissipated because they needed to win yesterday, but that's exactly what I was doing. I was coming from Father's Day brunch.
12-month, I found it in Burlingame. There
There's
you go.
what it is, 12 month.
It's a plant-based upscale restaurant and bar and bakery with outdoor seating and a focus on culinary storytelling in Burlingame, California.
Yeah, you know, Father's Day, it's funny.
It's never about the fathers.
Yeah, it's never about the fathers. You hear upscale? Do I look like an upscale guy? No. That's all Anna. That's all her and her family. So, yeah, I didn't think, 12, I would have gone to Applebee's or something. Or I would just say, hey, you girls go somewhere. I'll stay home by myself. Maybe go get a facial or something.
That's what we want to do. Every Father's Day, we just want to stay home, lay on the couch, and veg out or chill. But it's never about us. Same with birthdays. It's never about us. I don't need to go down to that dark path right now, but 888-957-9570 is the number. Bonte Hill in studio. And actually, we got Lamar and SF. And it says here in the caption, Lamar's son wants you to do something, Bonte. I'm going to let Lamar ask the question, though, first. Lamar, good morning. What do you want to ask Bonte to do?
Hey, Lamar.
Good morning. Bonte, it's good to hear your voice, man. At least we got you on Fridays. But my son has been listening to you since he was a little guy, man. He heard your voice on the radio this morning, and he just had something he wanted to say to you.
What's up, son? What's your name, man?
What is happening? Is everyone okay over there?
Is he excited? What's going on?
He's a shy guy, man. He's trying to say...
What's your son's... I like that.
There you go.
What's your son's name?
Hey, he's got a case of the giggles, man.
Lamar, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Lamar. I think he wanted you to do the "Oh Baby," and he was going to do the "Oh Baby" back to you. Just give it to him, then, Bonte. You know what? Come on, is the throat okay? Can you do it? Come on.
Let me get some water. It's been a while. It's a little rusty. They don't hit the same on the Dub Talk podcast with Monty Poole because we're podcasting. So I'm just like, I don't know. But baby, a little rusty.
That was good. That was great.
He's too old.
I might be washed.
No, stop, please.
The old baby might be washed.
That's how I felt about watching Caitlyn Clark yesterday. I was like, is that 3-point shot? Watch. No, I like in Chase Center. Is Caitlyn Clark is Chase Center like Steph Curry's Crypto.com arena Staples?
Yeah.
Where they just can't play. The lights are just too bright. It's too difficult. I know Carter made a lot of cash on yesterday's game, by the way. He tripled down on the Valkyries money line yesterday, so there you go.
That's cool that he tripled down, but he'll give it right back by Sunday. Well, that's what a gambler like him does.
I think he had the OKC Thunder big yesterday too, so it balanced.
Don't put that on me.
But it's true. I'm just me. This is why the streets love me because I keep it real. And the real is, and I've been in that world, the gambling world, where you'll hit a great bet and you'll ride that bet for about 2 weeks, and then 3 weeks later you're like back to ground zero.
I don't
all the way.
Now, speaking of bets, we had this earlier. I think it's plus 300 the odds that Devers hits a home run tonight.
Oh, wow.
Would you sprinkle a little cash on Devers getting a little revenge tonight? A little home run?
Yeah, he's got to get a home run at some point. Let me tell you, Tuesday night was a scene.
Yeah.
Absolute scene in Oracle Park. I haven't felt that buzz since Aaron Judge was in town last year. And just from a Giants standpoint, being excited about a Giants game, it's been a while. This guy is swinging like he wants to hit a ball to Mars. Yeah. Oh, he's going to hurt himself. He's swinging so hard. That double that he hit to Triples Alley, he hit it so hard, there was no chance he was getting to third base.
Well, I was going to say, you said it right there. That double he hit into Triples Alley in and of itself sounds hilarious. Now, there were some rumors, and they might have been substantiated over this past week about him showing up to training camp at Boston not in the greatest of shape. So maybe something got to monitor going forward a little bit. But that's okay. It's his first week. Let's relax, everyone. He's gotten hits in most of these games.
People panicking a little bit?
No, that's just something to monitor going forward, right? We had flashbacks of Pablo Sandoval, another Red Sox, right?
Yeah.
Who had his weight problems. Not to this level of Devers in that situation, by the way. What did you make of the presser as we go back to that? And we're kind of revisiting this with Bonte in studio here in Frashaski. The pomp and circumstance of everything, Barry Bonds being in the front, it felt big time. Did it not? Like, that felt like the biggest presser we've seen in quite some time, maybe since Buster Posey, right? Like being announced as the president of baseball operations.
Yeah, that was big. I'm with Jason on YouTube, by the way. He goes, "The oh baby can't be on the spot. It's a feeling.
It's a
feeling.
Okay,
it's just tough to put on the spot, but
fair enough.
It's fair. Remember a couple years ago when Buster Posey got announced as one of the minority owners?
Yeah,
and they did the whole presser through Zoom, and I went crazy. I went nuts. I said, "This is Buster Posey, 3-time World Series champ, MVP, all the accolades." And you do a Zoom presser that looked grainy, the audio was technical. What is this? The Warriors and the Niners, they're rolling out the red carpet. They'll throw a presser for anything, for crying out loud. Hey, we just signed a guy for a two-way. Hey, let's run a press conference. I'm with that. Yeah. You got to make everything feel big. This was well done by the Giants. I told Matt Chisholm, their PR director, when I was at the game Tuesday, and obviously I was co-hosting with Laura Britt when we were running the presser, and I said, that looked great. That was big time. Having Barry there, who's around the yard all the time now. Barry's always in the yard. He was in the cage Tuesday night watching these guys hit. He's here all the time. Larry Bear. You got Greg Johnson up there. You got Buster. He's holding up the jersey with Devers. You got Dave Fleming as the MC.
That felt big time.
That felt big time. You got Sam Lutman and Rizzo out there asking questions.
Sam crushed it. I was very impressed with Sam. We gassed him up probably too much, by the way. He's feeling himself.
Well, no, I saw the live feed, right? So we get the live feed, and I'm looking, and the presser started at 2:30, so I'm looking at 2 o'clock as all the media is assembling in there, and I see Sam just walking around, and he's looking around, and every time somebody walked by, Sam would like put out his hand, and you see the long hair.
You can't miss it. You can't miss that hair. It's beautiful.
You can't miss it. And then Flynn drops Sam, go ahead. And I'm like, oh, yeah, he's feeling himself. He's feeling himself. So, yes, that did feel big time. That was presidential because it was a big-time move, and it matched the moment. Now, I don't remember much of what was said during the presser, but to your point, Spinoni, no, the biggest thing, I'm here to play any position. I don't know what the Red Sox are talking. I'm here to play anywhere, first base, third base, DH, whatever Buster and Bob Melvin wants me to do, I'm going to do it.
See, it was what that was said and what wasn't said in regards to his time in Boston.
Exactly.
And he didn't want to talk about it. And that spoke volumes about the relationship between him, that franchise, Craig Breslow, their president of baseball operations over there, the owner, John Henry, Alex Cora. There was a lot of toxicity that I think is now coming to the forefront that we've seen from, obviously the fans are going to feel how they feel, but former players that are involved in the organization, current media members that are involved with the organization. Hell, Will Fleming, Dave's brother we had on yesterday, Bonte, who knows Rafi very well from his time with the AAA affiliate, the Pawtucket Sox, over there, because Will, we all learned this week, is bilingual and 100% fluent in Spanish. He had to be Devers' translator when he had his first ever game as a AAA player there with Boston. So they go way back, and even Will was talking about the time and the expectations when it came to Devers, and it ran its course, and he likened it to a toxic marriage. And that's just what he called it. When something just breaks down, when the communication is just so toxic, it comes to the point where both parties just need to be separated.
No doubt. I heard a lot of people comparing it to Jimmy Butler, right? The Jimmy Butler move.
Did you buy that at all?
Well, here's the thing. Jimmy Butler and whatever happened in Miami, he just refused to play. He basically refused to play. Devers continued to play. And he got off to an atrocious start this season. And next thing you know, he's got 15 jacks and 58 RBIs, right? And all of a sudden, he's one of the best hitters in the American League once again. So he still continued to play every single day. And rumor has it that he was willing to play first base. So I think what would be funny is this weekend if the Giants say, hey, Devers, go ahead, grab a glove. We're playing first base tonight. How great would that be? Oh, man, Boston would be ticked off. So whatever happens, and here's the other deal, too. Jimmy was obviously wanting a contract extension. Devers had his money. He's locked up through 2032, 33, whatever it is. And so right place, right time, and credit to the Giants for not leaking anything. This is something out of John Lynch's Shanahan's page. Yeah. Remember, the Niners had so many leaks for so many years, and the Niners started making moves to where you didn't hear any inklings about it. Here's the deal with Buster Posey calling, hey, what's up with Devers? And they made the move happen after a month of going back and forth with the Boston Red Sox.
Well, your teammate over at NBC Sports Bay Area, Alex Pavlovich, who obviously covers the team very good, one of our 95% of the game Giants insiders here, he joined Willard Dibs earlier in the week, and he actually likened this trade to the Luka trade, and not the way you think. Not like because Luka and what he means in terms of NBA stardom and superstardom is not what Devers is right now. Not to say that Devers isn't like legit in his own right. He is, but there's levels to this. Luka, his age, all of that, what they got in compensation, the whole thing was just, it was nuts. But the fact that it was that nuts and there was zero leaks about it. That is the similarity between this deal and the Devers deal. And that speaks, as you've mentioned, to Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, the entire front office, the ownership, everyone keeping their lips sealed in regards to this. And it speaks to Buster's ability to relate to the other president of baseball ops around the league. And you know what? It's fair to say and speculate his relationship with Craig Breslow, whether that was going up against him as a player or whatever, there's clearly a relationship there that both of them felt very comfortable talking to each other and going over through these steps and finally coming to a solution and sending Harrison, Hicks, Tibbs, Bayo on their way to Boston and bringing in Devers.
No, it's credibility, right?
Yep.
When Buster calls. And think about the deals he's closed now, Spadoni. He's closed the Matt Chapman deal. Basically told Farhan, I got this. We're not blowing this. I'm extending him right now. They get the deal done before the season's over. You get Willie Adames here, and I know Willie Adames, and we could get into him. He hit into a big 6-4-3 double play yesterday. And he's scuffling right now. I think he's old for his last 16 at-bats with runners in scoring position. He hasn't had a hit.
No.
I mean, he is scuffling. But he sealed the deal. He got Adames to come here, which is why I'm going to be patient with Willie Adames because he actually chose the Giants when a lot of free agents haven't chosen the Giants.
Well, you also could be more patient now that you're out of Devers, too. That patience was
helped.
Waning a little bit.
Well, it was waning, yes.
Yeah.
If they would have got swept by the Guardians, then it would have been a lot of heat on Adames, no doubt. But then he makes this deal for Devers, and he asked the group, he's like, you think we could get Devers? I'm going to just ask about it. And they went back and forth in the fact that he didn't give up his top prospects in Carson Wisenhunt, Bryce Eldridge. They got Marco Luciano still in AAA Sacramento. Now, maybe there's no value there, but you look at the deal. And I listened to some of Boston Sports Radio on Monday. I mean, you got rid of Jordan Hicks, who didn't have a spot on this roster. He had lost his spot in the rotation, scuffling as a reliever. Kyle Harrison, we don't know what he's going to be, and I'm pulling for Kyle Harrison, but right now he has one pitch, and that's an elite fastball. But people can hit fastballs. Teams are getting up, and then now you're going to the American League East, where you got the Orioles, you got the Yankees, you got the Blue Jays, you got dudes with bats, Tampa Bay Rays.
Offense. That is what the AL East is.
Lineups stacked. And so the Giants and a single-A prospect, I never heard the guys in in the minors. Who cares?
He's a first-rounder last year, exactly. But he's a first-rounder last year,
right?
Unless you're Jacob Wilson with the A's this year, right? It's not really, you're not doing anything for me in the foreseeable future.
It's a first-rounder that was picked by Farhan Zaidi.
There you go.
So, the Giants, I think, made out here. Now, you got to watch Devers because I did see him in the clubhouse, and I got shades of Pablo. I think he's a professional. He's going to keep his weight down.
Yeah.
The guy's a bona fide hitter. You look at the metrics since 2021. He's a top 10 hitter by all the numbers. So you shore up now your lineup, and I'm still looking to make some moves here in the future, but now your lineup of Chapman and Adames and Devers, and you got Elliot Ramos, who's turning into a stud in left field. You got something cooking here with the Giants. And then when Bryce Eldridge does come up, think about those guys locked up until 2030. Adames, Chapman, Devers, Eldridge, and he got Ramos in the outfield.
Right.
Now you're cooking with something, Spadoni.
And Jung Hoo Lee, obviously, who's been scuffling as of late. He was leading off, and he's locked up for the next few years as well. But that's another guy who started off hot, but the league's adjusting, man. It's all about adjustments in this league. As you were talking about Kyle Harrison, and the league adjusting back to him very quickly after he kind of had that hot start in that rookie towards the end of that season a couple years ago. Remember that start he had at Oracle Park? And it's kind of crazy, right? Because you look back, and that's untouchable, right? For the Juan Sotos or Otanis or whoever you were thinking about flirting with and trading and giving up, right? Harrison was a quote-unquote untouchable. And now maybe is Bryce Eldridge that guy right now? Because the Boston Red Sox did ask, I'm sure they did, and Bryce, I think a report said, they asked about it, and they said unequivocally, no, we're not giving away Eldridge, we're not giving away Wisenhunt, but here's something we can do. And I do wonder, kind of like going back to that Luka deal, had Luka been, put out on the market, what could you have gotten for him from other teams, right? Could the packages have been better, if you would have put him out there? But you never know with those situations. Clearly, and it just goes back to relationships, man. Breslow and Posey, there was something there. And the fact that Posey has done this within the first 6, 7, 8 months, however long he's been president of baseball operations. And Farhan could never swing a deal like this in all those years. And listen, Chris Bryant, that was a rental. Like that was, I'm not putting that to the level of what Devers is, because he is locked in now for, what, $200+ million you're going to be paying the guy for the rest of this. If he does stay here in San Francisco. This is such a big move, man. And it's
massive.
It just feels like a turning of the tide when it comes to legitimacy of this team.
No, there is legitimacy, and there's a buzz. And it was that Padres day game when Robbie Ray was pitching, and they ended up splitting that series the day after come rallying from the 5-0 deficit. And I went to that day game just kind of observing everything, and there was a different energy with fans walking into the yard. You know me, I've been on these airways saying I would spend a dime on this team, and I didn't. And a lot of people didn't, because of the way the team was being ran. You didn't know who was going to be in the lineup. You had this opener deal. Even you talk to some of the former baseball players, they're like, this ain't Giants baseball.
There's no connection.
There's nothing at all. And Farhan has some skills. I'm not going to discredit everything that he does, but the connection to the community, the connection to the team, even within the organization, you hear employees saying, man, Farhan just will walk by people without saying anything. Yeah. And I'm not trying to throw dirt on his name or anything like that, but it is what it is. Buster comes in, it's a breath of fresh air, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, this team can compete. Then you deal for Devers, which, by the way, I think it's a bigger deal, especially out there in Boston. They just swept the Yankees. Yep. They just swept the Yankees at Fenway Park, and he hits an apple taco over the Green Monster on that Sunday to sweep the Yankees. Yep. And they won 2 extra inning games. Was it 2 extra inning games? Maybe 1. I can't recall, but Boston's feeling good. They're saying, oh, we're rolling now. We just swept the evil empire, and you trade Devers. And what I was wondering, and I don't have any clarity on this, they were on their way to Seattle, the Boston Red Sox. They swept the Yankees, probably packed up. These teams, when they have a getaway day, they pack up quickly to get to the airport. Was he already en route to Seattle to take on the Mariners? Was he at Logan Airport out there in Boston, Massachusetts? They said, hold on, you can't get on the plane yet. Can't board the plane. Chill out, dude. You're going to get rerouted to San Francisco. Like, how did that go down? I still don't know the answers to that. Right. But it's just because when the deal went down, it was 20 minutes before first pitch on Sunday Night Baseball.
Pretty crazy. And again, the Red Sox sweeping their division rival, hated rival Yankees. Some say the biggest rivalry in sports in America. And they're coming away from that weekend disappointed. Fans are disappointed.
Crazy.
And then juxtapose that with Giants fans who lose 2 out of 3 to their hated rival. How are they feeling on Monday?
Nobody gave a damn. Nobody gave a damn on Sunday Night Baseball. Nobody gave a damn. So, it is what it is. But you brought up Jung-Hoo Lee, because now the trade, the vibes, and everything like that is starting to dissipate. You got to start winning some baseball games. Yeah. Not only do you have to start winning some baseball games, some guys got to start performing. Willie Adames had to start performing. But Jung-Hoo Lee batted 7th yesterday for the first time this season. And he got dropped because you see what he's doing in his last 36 games?
It's not good.
This first 36, Jung-Hoo Lee batted .312. On-base percentage of .364, slugging over .500. His last 36 games, Padoni, he's batting .210. .284 on-base percentage, .341 slugging. Scored 16 runs in those last 36 after scoring 27 in his first 36. So he's not getting on base. He's not stealing bases, and he's not being productive right now. And that is something where he's another Farhan guy. He's a good player, and I think he'll snap out of it at some point. But what I want to see, if he's going to be at the top of the lineup, can he cause chaos on a base pass? Can he get on base consistently? Because one thing you got to look at is contract. It bumps up from 14, 15 million or whatever it is right now to 23, 24 million in the next 2 years. Right. So would that be a guy where you're saying, you know what? Our second base position isn't strong. Maybe we want to upgrade right field. Maybe we could dangle Jung-Hoo Lee to go get that. I'm just saying it's something to monitor here, because Buster Posey's proven he's not afraid to deal in anybody, and he's not afraid to make any moves.
Look at, it's great that you got Devers, but you're watching the offense. It's still like one player in baseball, as we've learned with Mike Trout in Anaheim. It's not going to make the end-all be-all difference like it is in basketball with one player, Luka Doncic, right? Nope. It's just not the same. There's just too many players. And listen, other people need to step up. Tyler Fitzgerald struggling mightily. The guy looked like Barry Bonds when he first burst onto the scene last summer. And the league, again, talking about adjusting, the league adjusts very quickly. Yep. And they're going to just find your weaknesses. They're going to pinpoint it. He is lost at the plate right now. It is not a good time for him. And then you got a guy like Christian Koss right there. Is he going to be a guy that's like, I don't know who he is, right? And then you go to the catching position, Patrick Bailey. God, just Talking about being lost to the plate. Another guy, batting 190.
Bunt yesterday. Good sacrifice bunt
Right,
yesterday.
exactly. Thanks.
Moving runners over to second and third. It was huge.
You got to do something, right? Do
Set
something.
up Wilmer Flores with the RBI 2-run double.
And again, you're relying, as you bring him at a point, on Wilmer Flores being like the clutch player of the year. I don't even think they have that in baseball like they do in basketball.
Right.
Shout out Steph Curry. He's been the clutch player of the year for the Giants. I heard this team be without Wilmer Flores of all people, right?
53 RBIs here, but there's some names I'm looking at. Now, Tampa Bay's probably not going to move anybody because they're winning games, and they're red hot right now. They're 41-34. They take on the Tigers this weekend down at Tampa. They got some players. Aranda. Brandon Lowe's got 14, 15 jacks. He's hitting the ball well. But also a guy, I texted Jasky about this. Guy in Miami right now is batting nearly 400 over his last 16 games. Doesn't hit for power. He's a second baseman named Xavier Edwards. Stole over 30 bases last year. Batting 294 on the season. Again, he got off the IL this year after having a back injury, came back against the Giants on that Sunday, went 5 for 5. 5 for 5 in that game, and next thing you know, he's batting over nearly 400 over his last 16. I say that name because that's somebody you could maybe get for the cheap, because you never know what they're doing in Miami. They're not trying to win baseball games.
No.
They're trying to save $1.
Right. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And coming up on the other side, we do have a guest that's going to be joining us at 9 o'clock. Butch Stearns, director at Boston 25, the Boston Fox affiliate over there, 9 a.m. to talk some Rafi Devers, talk Giants, talk Sox. He also was a former host at WEEI out in Boston, our sister station, our Odyssey sister station, obviously the home of the Boston Red Sox. We'll talk more about it. We'll talk more revenge games that Bonte do. What are some of the Bonte Hill's favorite revenge games in all sports?
Wow.
Right? Yeah, let's do that on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Valvoline. Planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast? Make sure your first stop is at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Ooh, a little 40 water impression right there. Was 40 there at the game yesterday? Valkyries? No?
I
See
wasn't
some
there.
Caitlyn Clark?
I wasn't there yesterday.
Oh, come on.
I was not. I was kind of regretting it in the third quarter because I felt the Valkyries were going to come back and win. Look, that team, Natalie Nakase, Valhalla is lit. And let me say, Natalie Nakase is coaching her you-know-what off. She's got this team buttoned up, and you notice it right away. I went to the first game that they had against the LA Sparks, and they lost. But she's got them on point. She's had injuries or bringing team players in and out. She can coach, man. You can tell she learned a lot from Becky Hammond with the Las Vegas Aces. She's learned a lot from Ty Lue and the LA Clippers. Natalie Nakase, man, the Valkyries are going to be contenders sooner rather than later.
Well, the season ended today. Again, 12 games into the season. They would be a playoff team. They are one of the top 8 teams right now when it comes to record in WNBA. And I know people say, there's 13 teams. It doesn't matter. Expansion team making the playoffs, be great.
And they've already got the best home court advantage in the WNBA.
Not even close. It's already got Caitlyn Clark shook. She was 0 for 7 from beyond the arc yesterday.
Shook. They had a great game plan. Tip Hayes can defend, man. Tip Hayes is really cool. Went to UConn. Has a nice little pedigree. She's a good player. She's had some injuries early on in the season with the concussion. That's why she was wearing a mask, but they were defending their asses off yesterday against Caitlyn Clark, man, making her go left because I don't think she likes to shoot when she goes left. She likes to shoot when she goes right. So anyway.
A little scouting report from Bonte.
A little scouting report from the Valks, man.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, shout out to Valkyries. You're home for Golden State Valkyries and Warriors basketball. It's right here, all 95% of the game. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones doing a hell of a job all season long. They get to win yesterday, 88-77. We got a massive series starting tonight in the Bay between the Red Sox and Giants. Why is it massive? Well, it's massive for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, these are 2 playoff teams or playoff contending teams in their respective leagues, in the National League and in the American League. The Red Sox are very hot heading into this. They've won 3 straight series. They're feeling good about themselves. They feel like they've gotten a weight lifted off of them in this Devers situation. And the Giants, well, let's be honest, they've lost 2 series in a row now against 2 contenders, one being the Dodgers in their own division, and the Guardians, they're constantly contending for playoff spots, right? And they almost got swept yesterday. Shout out Wilmer Flores for salvaging that series, and Logan Webb going 7 innings as he did yesterday. So this is a massive series just in that regards, but you add the Devers layer to it, right? And Jeff Passan, ESPN, their biggest MLB insider, he's basically the Schefter when it comes to baseball. He just dropped an article about this whole thing. And I'm just reading the bits and pieces, and Sam's going through it and skimming through it right now. But this is just the first thing, and we've just been hearing all about it. Devers, according to a person familiar with his thinking, felt, quote, lied to and betrayed by the Red Sox. This is via Jeff Passan in his article. So that's how Devers is feeling about this whole thing. Lied to and betrayed, Bonte. So yeah, he's feeling it over this weekend, and I'm betting he's definitely hitting a home in this series. Whether it's today, tomorrow, or Sunday, I am betting that Devers is hitting a home run.
Either going to hit a home run or Boston may try to hit him with a pitch. Who knows how his teammates react. I don't know. I don't know how his teammates feel about him. I know Papelbon has been making the rounds. Who did he join? He joined
Willard and Grandy. Grandy and you want to hear?
I heard some of the cuts. I heard some of the cuts, and obviously Papelbon's going to be a homer, and he's going to defend the Boston Red Sox.
He works for NESN.
And he's saying, hey, when Breslow went to the locker room saying, hey, this is what we had to do, and the teammates say, hey, we're all good. We're going to move on. What else are they going to say? Yeah. They're going to say, oh, man, why'd you trade Devers? They know the type of bat they lost.
Right.
They know. Alex Cora knows. The Red Sox, that's why their fans and radio hosts and columnists, they all reacted a certain way because they know how good Devers is. So anything that Papelbon was saying I thought was just lip service, and he was carrying water for the organization, that's just me. That's just me. But to get this player and to have the Red Sox come to town that next week, but to your point about the Giants, they got to just get rolling.
Right.
They almost lost 5 straight yesterday.
Right.
All right? They're 2-10 against American League Central teams. They now no longer have to play the American League Central anymore. The Twins swept them. The Tigers swept them. The Guardians almost swept them. They lost 2 or 3 to the Kansas City Royals. I mean, they're going to play the White Sox later on this month.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I'd rather be the White Sox. We'll see. I'd rather be the White Sox. I'd rather be the White Sox. They're going to play the White Sox soon, so hopefully they can sweep them and, kind of dress up that record against the AL Central. But, Yeah, there's going to be some bad blood. There's going to be some bitterness, and Devers is going to feel like that because he grew up within the Boston organization, and to hear guys like David Ortiz and Jonathan Papelbon rip him, it was refreshing to hear Pedro Martinez say what he said this week, saying, no, that's on the Red Sox organization, and I'm disappointed in David Ortiz for coming out publicly speaking on Rafael Devers. We're supposed to protect our guys, and they didn't do that.
I thought he said that very well. I thought Manny Ramirez, when he was at the Combine with his son, by the way, Manny Ramirez Jr. is at the NFL, or at the MLB Draft Combine.
But Manny talked about Devers?
Yeah, he said, Manny being Manny. I think we have the sound, if you can find it.
Manny Ramirez is speaking again? I love
Manny being Manny,
Damn.
right? And this was Johnny Damon, if you missed this interview. Great interview Shaskin had with Johnny Damon a couple days ago. A's legend, Kansas City Royal, obviously Yankee and Red Sox, part of that 04 team that won it all. Johnny Damon on the issues between the player and ownership and all of it.
You know, during the 2004 year, we would always try to talk to Nomar and see if he was okay because we knew he was hurt about possibly being traded. It eventually happened, but it takes a toll, not just on the player, but on the team. And then when it finally happened, you know, we traded Nomar, but we ended up getting like 3 guys in return that really helped us out. Dave Roberts, Orlando Cabrera, Doug Mankiewicz. So it's like, you lose one great player, you bring in 3 really good players, and your team all of a sudden gels a lot better. And that's what happened in 2004. And I know the Red Sox, they've been down this road plenty of times, and that clubhouse is probably a lot more calm today. Probably a lot of questions that the media obviously is going to throw at these players, but, you know, they're out of the Devers situation, and it's time for them to move on.
I thought Johnny was the most level-headed when it came to all the analysis. Like, hey, listen, you know, when it comes to Devers, like, I probably would have handled things differently, but I can't speak for Rafi Devers. He's going to handle it how he handles it. I know how I would have handled it, and let's just leave it at that. And I thought that was the most level-headed stuff from Johnny Damon, of all people. He was the one that came on our airwaves and had, you know, great insight on it.
And you know what? They cleared the deck for their new prospect, Roman Anthony.
Yeah.
Who's one of the top prospects in baseball. I think he hit a home run the other day.
Yeah.
Smacked one up in Seattle. And this guy is supposed to be the real deal. So they feel like they already have their heir apparent to Rafael Devers. They brought in Bregman, obviously, in the offseason. So this is going to be a very interesting series because the Red Sox do have talent. They've underachieved this year. And it hasn't been because of Devers, because of their pitching. Lucas Giolito is going to pitch on Sunday. It's been awful for the most part of the season. Walker Buehler, remember him? Former Dodger, World Series champ. He's been awful for the Red Sox this year. So
you're actually getting their better starters early on here, Hunter Dobbins and Bayo. Yeah.
So we'll see about that. But the Red Sox are in a tough division, and you know maybe it's just we freed up the money with Rafael Devers. We don't have to marry to that contract. We could use that money elsewhere to bring in other players because the prospects that they have, like Kyle Harrison, went straight to Pawtucket, to Pawtucket. So he's got to figure out another pitch. And they're going to be waiting a long time on those prospects, but they're still reeling from the Mookie Betts deal.
Right.
When that happened, 7, 8 years ago?
Right. I think that's when this all came to head, right? It's one thing if I'm Rafi Devers and this is happening, but I have Mookie Betts. I have a leader right there. I have a Xander Bogaerts. I have a Chris Sale. Guys that all won World Series, that last Boston World Series, they were all a part of it. They're all gone now. Yep. And you have all that money in millions and hundreds of millions invested in one player, and he's not doing the fan fests, and he doesn't want to do post-game interviews, and if he hits a walk-off, you don't want to do that, and that kind of stuff gets exacerbated. Then he comes to, you know, spring training not in the greatest of shape, and he doesn't want to take grounders at first, but that's just all the stuff coming out of it. So I understand both sides of it. Like, they wanted him to be the face. He's getting paid to be the face, and he didn't want to do that. And I don't think he has to be the face with the San Francisco Giants here. I do think you have leadership already installed. And quite frankly, the face might even be the president of baseball ops and Buster Posey, quite frankly.
You know,
and you have Chapman, you have Adames, and I think it's going to be like a lot better here in that regards. But again, he has to produce.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I've had a little time on my hands now that I'm not here every day.
What are you doing?
Just reading a lot. Right? Just kind of just mental health and just chilling and kind of looking from afar and what's being said and what's going on. There's way too much chatter about the face of this and the face of that and the face of this. Look, from what I hear, this guy's a quiet guy. He's been a quiet guy since he's come up through the Red Sox organization. Not everybody's going to be David Ortiz. Like Manny Ramirez, they wanted him to be the face, But who turned out being the face of that organization because of their outgoing personality? It was David Ortiz.
Right.
But Manny Ramirez was the better player.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted. Manny Ramirez, I'm taking Manny Ramirez over Big Papi any day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Right.
But he's a quiet guy. He's shy. He's quirky. He does things in his own way. Not everybody's going to be the face. Like Buster Posey was quiet. When you think about those World Series teams, you think about the core four of the bullpen, crazy-ass Sergio Romo, Javi Lopez, Affel. You think about the staff with Lincecum. You think about B. Weezy, Brian Wilson. Buster Posey was quiet, but we knew he was the Rock. But he wasn't a guy who's out there like that. Now, he did his commercials or whatnot, but he's not going to chatter this and that. He's not going to say a lot. So this whole face of the franchise thing that they try to force upon people, just because you give a guy a contract and give him a long-term deal with a lot of money, you just can't make him change his entire personality. And so Rafael Devers, obviously he uses a translator. He's a quiet dude. He just wants to play baseball and hit baseball. So the fact that he's taking grounders out here at first base, knowing that Chapman's here, you know what? I just, the whole face of this and the face of that, it gets on my damn nerves. We're doing this in the NBA. Who's the new face of the league? Well, you know what? The finals have been great. These teams have been playing well. They're playing hard. And we're watching budding superstars in Jalen Williams and SGA and Tyrese Halliburton, and we're getting to Game 7. But the whole face of this and the face of that, good Lord, it just drives me crazy. Why do we do this in sports so much?
Well, you said budding superstars, not mentioned TJ McConnell. I mean, are you kidding me?
He's playing well, too.
Guy's a baller. Pascal Siakam, balling, Bonte.
He is balling.
That was honestly, that was an embarrassing showing up of Oklahoma City yesterday. Like, what you thought? Did they really think they're going to waltz in there and just like blow them out?
No, it was Game 7 now.
Zaza? Game 7, baby? Nothing easy?
Nothing easy.
Let's go.
Game 7, baby. Game 7.
You referenced that, Devers needing a fresh start, not being a face of the organization. Will Fleming, brother of Dave, and obviously a Red Sox radio announcer for WEEI, spoke about that yesterday on our very airwaves with Shasky and I.
That stuff is real, the stuff that's coming out about, his intransigence and his unwillingness to do some of those things. The only thing I can liken it to is like a broken marriage in a way, where you just hope that it just was poisoned and it was never going to get better in that way. Just the communication and the feelings were hurt on both sides. So I just think if he comes here when he's here now, I think that it has a chance to be a great new start for him. And I don't think he's ever going to be like the face of the franchise of any franchise. He's never going to do a ton of media. He's never going to talk a lot, and that's fine. And by the way, the Red Sox acknowledged that too when they gave him $300+ million. They never asked him to do a lot of that stuff. They said, we just want you to hit. And hit he does.
So he hits. So it's a big problem then. If all they want him to do is hit, then why is all this stuff coming out afterwards saying, we want to make a public appearances? I'm sure he does some community work. I'm sure he does some charity work. I'm sure he goes out and about and signs some autographs or whatnot. But it's about the production on the field, right? It's about winning baseball games. It's about helping your team get better, right? At the end of the day, all this blah, 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 blah stuff. It's about winning, and it's about producing. And you know what? Rafael Devers, when I look at the back of his baseball card, 5 seasons of at least 27 home runs, 3 seasons of at least 30 home runs, had a 200-hit season, World Series champ, 3-time All-Star, 2-time Silver Slugger Award winner. I see baller. I see a guy with the bat in his hands. He's as dangerous as they come in the league. So when you think about the Juan Sotos, you think about the Vlad Juniors, you think about some of these great hitters, he's in categories with Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani. So at the end of the day, isn't it about what he does on the baseball field? Forget all the other stuff. He signed $310 million, and you know what? He was proven to be worth that contract.
By the way, in about 13 minutes, Butch Stearns, director at Boston 25, the Boston Fox affiliate, joining us at the top of the hour. Butch Stearns, former host over at WEEI in Boston, which is the
Sorry, he's actually the sports director. I forgot to put sports.
It just says director.
I know, that's on me.
Oh, so he's their Lucas Alexander.
He's their Lucas, correct.
Oh, great.
So
he's the sports director.
So we're basically talking to a Lucas.
Oh, great.
But with a Boston accent.
Well, that means he's going to be, that actually sounds, I don't know about that.
I don't know how much Lucas offers. Is Lucas even alive around here? Well, I haven't heard
He shows up occasionally. You know, he can throw 80 miles an hour. You know that. You just ask him. Director of sports at Boston 25, the Boston Fox affiliate, Butch Stearns, in about 13 minutes. In the meantime, we have Tony in Oakland. Wants to talk to you, Bonte. She's missed you badly and desperately.
I missed her.
Tony, good morning.
Whoa. When you introduce her as the 2024 Roaster of the Year.
Well,
forget
I
it.
forgot that, and I forgot the Twilight Zone bed that we have to play as well, because we are entering the zone, the Twilight Zone that is Tony in Oakland. Is that better, Bonte?
There we go.
There you go, Tony. Good morning.
Bonte, good morning. Where have you been? I couldn't get on with you last Friday. I was thinking he's on the rise. He's no longer talking to the plebes.
No, I'm always talking to the peeps, Tony. I've been doing some Giants games on the tube. Been out there at Oracle Park. I'm always got time for the peeps, Tony. And I was thinking about you when Carlos Alcaraz was rallying from two. Hold on, Tony. I was thinking about you when Carlos Alcaraz rallied from 2 sets down against Sinner at the French Open final. How sick was that, Tony?
Yeah, that was great. But you know what? She's got to, even though she's gone to God, she's got to raise her frequency some. She got, in the second round, beaten that girl from
I'm talking about Carlos Alcaraz, Tony. You talking about Coco?
I think she has a Spanish coach. He's got to give her more frequency somehow.
Coco Gauff just won the French Open. What are we doing here? Because she lost in the grass court in Berlin?
I know. I said that was great, but then I just saw her yesterday.
Oh, she did. It's all right.
But wait, Bonte, I wanted to tell you about Buddy, because I was talking to Ben Braun, right?
Oh, wait, Ben Braun, the former Cal Berkeley coach?
What?
Ben Braun, the former Cal Berkeley coach?
Yes. So anyway, but you said we know what to expect from Buddy. But you know what? There was that game when he got hot, and I said to Ben, you saw he got hot. And he goes, why didn't they keep giving him the ball? I go, did Kerr miss the lucky moment on that? And he said, maybe Kerr told them, but they didn't want to give him the ball because maybe they don't like him so much. So anyway, but that was the lucky moment in battle because Buddy can get hot. He's always talking to God, right?
Yeah.
And the dude got hot, and they missed the lucky moment in battle. I couldn't believe it. But on that, I know you've always wanted to know about Da Vinci, right? The Da Vinci Code?
Oh, the Da Vinci Code is something sick. I'm starting to get into the Da Vinci Code. It's a code that's hard to break, Tony.
No, it isn't. No. I got the whole secret. And we don't care about the children. It's the ones who make something of themselves. So anyway, Leonardo was sort of acting up. Then at the age, like a lot of people do at 27, he sort of had a slight meltdown. And I think he became like a contemplative monk in any way. But you got to look at his paintings before and after.
Right,
I have this book that I got
Tony, what
of.
about Rafael Devers? You got anything on Devers or the NBA Finals?
No, but listen to this about Da Vinci. This is the whole secret. You got to look at the painting.
All right.
It's called.
Look at the painting, Tony.
Thanks, Tony. That was great.
Tony,
that was really good stuff. I mean,
I miss you, Tony.
Of all the interviews we had all week, Jonathan Papelbon, Johnny Damon, I think Tony Oakland took the cake right there. The Da Vinci Code, yeah. The mystery thriller novel, the fiction novel, but we're going to say it's reality. Thank you.
The fact that she was talking to Ben Braun, former Cal coach who led up to a Sweet 16. How did she get in contact with Ben Braun? Theodore on YouTube said that. What? Hey, Theodore
Because
on
Ben Braun
YouTube-
is of it, and when you're of it, then Tony's going to find you.
Yeah, no, Theodore saying, I feel like I'm witnessing a dare ad. D-A-R-E.
Hey, dare to resist peer pressure, people. All right. I was part of the Dare program as a kid. I went to it. Remember they showed all those like cartoon videos of those like guys dressed up. They were dressed up in these like bunny rabbit suits. Like, kids, you guys want to smoke some weed? It's like, oh yeah, no, we don't want to do that. So there you go. I love those old PSAs. They don't have good PSAs like that anymore, Bonte.
You into the Da Vinci Code?
No, I'm not into the Da Vinci Code. I like Da Vinci, Leonardo da Vinci. He's a great Italian, but no, I'm not.
Well, 707 said.
You saw the Mona Lisa when he went to the Louvre, right?
It's so overrated.
It is very overrated. It's a tiny little picture.
You went to the Louvre?
Yes.
When'd you go to the Louvre?
When I graduated high school, I went on a Euro trip.
So why you never bring someone? We were trying to get Shasky out there to Europe. You never backed me on this.
I had a European extravaganza when I graduated high school with some of my buddies. Yeah, I went to London, England. I went to Paris, France. I went to Assisi, Italy. I went to Florence, and I went to Rome.
Damn.
Yeah, it was great. It was fun.
Look at that good life.
It was great.
Did you do the picture with the Louvre where you put your finger on the top?
No, we did that with the Leaning Tower of Pisa though. And you gotta push it.
Yeah.
And you had pizza in Pisa. It was great.
That.
It was fun.
Man, I'm learning more and more about Joe Spadoni.
It's not much to know. It's just
the Mona Lisa is overrated.
It's very overrated.
There's a lot of better paintings in the Louvre than the Mona Lisa.
I forgot about most of them. We had a lot of wine there because you could drink when you're 18 over there, so that was fun. So there you go. That was Tony in Oakland.
That was Tony in Oakland talking about the Da Vinci. 707. What is the text line called nowadays?
It's the non-text line for now, but stay tuned Monday. We might have a new one. That's teased, by the way.
So I see Zucci Man all over here. We love Zucci. 707. If you like Da Vinci, watch History Code X. Goes down a rabbit hole. You'll love it. Da Vinci wrote mirrored and backwards. Interesting. The more you know.
Okay.
The more you know.
Let's just all relax on Leonardo da Vinci, of all people, who's a great, obviously, an artist, poet, whatever he was, scientist. It's great. Can the Giants just win a damn game? That's all I'm concerned about right now. Buddy Hield was standing, Coco Gauff, whatever. Can the Giants just win tonight? And how important of a series is this for one Rafi Devers, Bonte? There is something about revenge games, and we like to gas it up as fans, as a media. And can it just be better than what we saw Jimmy Butler in Miami? I mean, good Lord. Talk about revenge games there.
Why you want to take me down that trip, man?
It was awful.
Why you want to
It
take
was
me down that
horrible.
road?
No Steph. They were playing dominoes and drinking their coffee over the weekend.
They had 5 days in Miami.
That was the problem.
Draymond slapped and he goes, boom! Remember Draymond with the boom? The Cuban music in the background was unbelievable.
Yeah, they had too much fun, clearly, over in Miami, because they were coming off a loss to Atlanta, heading into that, too. No Steph, and there was a lot of problems.
There was a lot of problems with that road trip. Yeah, Bam Adebayo had his day. Revenge game. Yeah, you know what? It's important for Devers, but it's important for this lineup. This lineup is slumping again. What do you think about that Cleveland series? They scored 2 runs yesterday. They scored 2 runs Monday night. I think they scored 4 runs in the first 2 games. They scored 6 runs in the 3 games.
Yeah, it was
and
not
if you
good.
think about what happened at Dodger Stadium in the last 2 days, blowing that game on Sunday with Ryan Walker giving up the home run. And then, of course, Saturday night, which was just, the game was over the 2nd inning. You wasn't even in it. Kike Hernandez was pitching in the 9th inning. This offense needs to get going. This pitching, the bullpen didn't give up a run in that Cleveland series, Padoni. Logan Webb is pitching his ass off. He's got a 1.61 ERA in the month of June. I know Verlander has his struggles. He gave up 4 runs, but you know what? He's 42 years old. Kind of expect him to be up and down like that. This offense has to get going. Jung-Hoo Lee has to get going. Willie Adames has to get going. You got to figure out something at second base. They've got to get going here.
Well, they got to get going because so much pressure is on these guys now. Listen, we can expect Logan Webb to be that dude because he's just shown year in and year out. He's always in the top of the National League. Hell, in all of baseball when it comes to innings pitched. You know what you're going to get from him. It's everyone else when they're it starts to feel when you're a starting pitcher. Hell, kind of like how Williams is feeling yesterday for Cleveland, right? I give up 0 runs and automatically I leave the game and we're down now. Really? That sort of stuff starts to wear on you going forward because of all that pressure. It's man, I can't give up 1 or 2 runs or we could lose the game because of our offense. So you're saying with Robbie Ray, hell, these last couple starts weren't his best. Whether it was, want to blame the altitude in Colorado. I know in the totality of the season, Robbie Ray's been pretty freaking good. But if the offense isn't going to produce, that wear and tear and that mental grind is a real thing for those starting pitchers. And all of a sudden, what was once your strength of the season, your starting pitching, you might look up and say, they're starting to reel a little bit. And you could blame the offense for that. And that is what you do not want. So I'm looking for the Giants offense too, to sort of pick them up, this starting pitching, which has been balling, and that bullpen, as you've mentioned, for most of the season. Now that Hicks is gone, Harrison's gone, you got less bodies in there. But that could also be an area of need for the Giants heading into the trade deadline, which is July 31st or the last week of July. So I'm looking at maybe a 4th or a 5th pitcher maybe you can look at. You can never have too many bullpen arms as far as I'm concerned.
No, well, bullpen arms, no doubt. They got 2 lefties now with Lucchesi and Eric Miller. The bullpen's solid. Again, they didn't give up a run in the Cleveland series, and I think Duvall's been good, been really good. Randy Rodriguez has been really good. Ryan Walker's been up and down. You got to figure
I don't know
him
about
out.
him. Yeah.
Tyler Rogers, excuse me. He solidified the 8th inning. He's been lights out. I remember having an argument with Lubbock 4 years ago about Rogers, and I was dead wrong about that. That guy can pitch. He's been great out of the bullpen. The starting pitching, it is something that maybe the Giants will have to look at because Carson Wisenhunt, where's he going to be at? Is he an arm you can rely on in August and September? Will he be ready to roll? Where's he at? Does he have more than 1 pitch? Does he have 2 pitches? Does he have 3 pitches? Landon Roop has never thrown this many innings in the bigs. Where's he going to be at when it comes to August, September, coming off that rough start against the Dodgers? Hayden Birdsong, all right? This is pennant race baseball, baby. There's a lot more pressure, and I like Hayden Birdsong a lot. I think he has a moxie to get it done.
Pitching tonight.
But you're relying on a youngster here.
Yeah.
And then Verlander, who's 42, and you mentioned Robbie Ray, who's had a couple steps back after winning the Pitcher of the Month award in the month of May. Logan Webb is going to be deal. Robbie Ray, I think, is going to be fine. But you may need their starting pitching. But on top of that, you have to figure out second base. You have to get some of these guys rolling here until Matt Chapman. You had the injury report that Chapman's not going to be back for another couple of weeks. What was he batting in those last 11? 385, 395? He was on fire.
He was looking good.
So he was looking great. Right now you got Yaz rolling right now. But, again, I read you the numbers with Jung-Hoo Lee. I read you the numbers with Willie Adames. And now you're trying to get Devers comfortable in this lineup. They've got to get going. This is on the offense to pick up the pitching staff in this bullpen. Because the Giants have been at so many 1- and 2-run games, the most in baseball. Can we just get a blowout? Can you get a game in which you're winning 7-0, when you're winning 7-2 or 6-1?
Right.
Come on, let's go. It's time for the bats to get rolling here.
And then all of a sudden you look at, the guy that's been probably your all-star this season when it comes to the position players is Elliot Ramos. In his last 15 games, batting .222. Hasn't been great. Has not been great. Last 7 games, batting .125. The bat needs to get going there too, because if that guy's going to struggle, again, as we've mentioned, we're relying on Wilmer Flores. The guy's almost he's like in his mid-30s. He's the grizzled vet on here, and Wilmer's going to be like, again, listen, if he can just worry about the bat, because I don't want him in the field. I don't think, and Bob Melvin's talking about it, he doesn't want him at first base. Ideally, we can get Devers some work there.
Yeah.
We can plug him in there.
Dom Smith has been good at first base.
Yeah.
I like Dom Smith a lot.
Sure.
You could pick it.
Again, another guy that we don't know much of. So, like, if Dom Smith turned back into a pumpkin, like, would we be
part-time
shocked?
player.
Exactly.
You go ask people in Washington, D.C. about Dom Smith. They're not a big fan of him because of the.
Don't ask anything about D.C. right now. They lost like 11 straight. Lost the Nationals.
But Jung-Hoo Lee's got to get going here, and this is a guy where I want him to bat leadoff, and you could have Adames or Ramos bat second. But Jung-Hoo Lee's not getting on base. I just read you the numbers. This guy's not getting on base to steal a base. He's not getting on base. They're throwing the fastballs away. He's not hitting that pitch away. He's getting overpowered at the plate right now. So, again, I don't know if it's on the hitting coach, if it's on the players, but offensively, they've got to get better because right now they're hitting that slump again that we saw for most of May. Remember they had that run where they couldn't score more than 4 runs in, 16 straight games or whatever it was?
It was awful.
It was awful.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and the red-hot Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Ponte Hill in studio for Joe Shasky, courtesy of River Islands. We're going to be joined by Butch Stearns here in the next few minutes, sports director at Boston 25, the Boston Fox affiliate. Talk all things Red Sox Giants as they start a 3-game series tonight. The Rafael Devers fallout, all of it. There was just a huge article released from Jeff Passan of ESPN chronicling all that went down this past week and leading up to the week that Rafael Devers ended up traded from the Boston Red Sox, a World Series champion with them. Felt like he was on his way to being a Boston Red Sox Hall of Famer, if you will. And he was the last remnant, really, of that World Series championship. Betts was gone. Bogarts was gone. Chris Sale, as I mentioned, gone. All those players gone, and he was kind of that last guy. And he's still, again, only 28 years old. He's not super old. So for the Giants to get a guy like that at his caliber, Bonte, in his prime, like that's what I keep coming back to. And listen, I said something yesterday. You can agree with it. You can disagree with it. I'll throw it to you. But I said, no matter what happens to the rest of this season, I do think I will look back at this season because of this trade in a positive light. I do think that this season was a success because of how you were able, if you were Buster Posey, to change the perception of this franchise going forward.
Let me throw this at you. What if they don't make the playoffs?
I still think it's a success. I do because of the perception of this team and franchise has shifted nationally, Bonte. If I'm an opposing or if I'm a free agent now, I'm looking at this team and I'm looking at Buster Posey as, you know what? This is a team that's going to go for it. This is a team, I liken it almost to what the San Diego Padres did with A.J. Preller. Not to that extent, because obviously they got like every single person that they could think of, every single big name, right? Back when he got them, who was it? The Hosmers of the world, Craig Kimbrells of the world. Yep. Who else? Turner. Upton. Yeah, yep. Justin Upton, right?
Yep.
They were going big name hunting because for the longest time, the Padres are synonymous with what? Just irrelevant.
Yep. Just
the jerseys weren't it and generic. Oh, Petco's a fun ballpark. Yeah, to take over for the opposing fan base. I'd love to go there to San Diego. Now what is it? Now it's a party out there. Now you got the names. You got the Tatistas who got thrown out yesterday, got hurt. That was actually really fun to watch, the chippiness between the Dodgers and the Padres.
It's nasty. Well, Tatis could be out for a while.
That sucks.
It's some dirty stuff.
No,
the Dodgers need to be above that. But you know what? It's an interesting rivalry. They'll play again in August, but it's just, we don't need that in the game.
No, but
it's fun. It's fun.
The nastiness.
Enough's enough.
Yeah, sure. I don't want people I don't want the stars of the game getting hurt. No one wants that, right? Like tonight, for example, as we're going to be talking to Butch Stearns here in a second from Boston, sports director at Boston 25. Like if they're to throw whoever it is, who's my guy starting for Hunter Dobbins, first at bat, throws at Devers' butt or his back. It's fine, right? Like just there it is.
Well, then you start it off, and then retaliation happens, and all of a sudden you got a beam brawl, and somebody could get hurt.
Okay.
What we don't need is, Tatis got hit on the hand yesterday. He's going to have a MRI today.
Yeah.
What if he's out for a month?
Right.
Shohei could have got seriously hurt yesterday.
Yeah.
Do we need Shohei Ohtani out of the game right now? In the game of baseball? As much as I can't stand the damn Dodgers, Shohei's must watch.
Yes.
He's box office. You can't afford to have this guy off the
Kind
field.
of like if Caitlyn Clark got hurt against WNBA when she was getting in a scuffle the other day, right? Yeah, and Sophie
Steph
Cunningham
got
had
hurt,
her back.
Steph or LeBron or KD and these guys get hurt, all of a sudden it's like, oh, damn, what's going on here? But you said something about this season being a success, no matter what, because of this trade. I would disagree with that because of the way they started this year. They started off hot. They got the fan base re-energized. And right now, when they, making that deal, they're in the lead for the wild card. And when they made that deal, they're a game back of the LA Dodgers. So if they don't make the postseason in an expanded playoff field, yeah, sure, you got Devers, you got Willie Adames, but to me, it would be a massive disappointment if they don't make the postseason right now because they have the goods to make a run in the postseason. So Giants fans expect October baseball around here. If they don't get baseball in October, Spinoni, there's going to be a lot of pissed off Giants fans.
Well, it starts tonight with a huge, huge series against the Boston Red Sox. Obviously, a revenge series of sorts for one Rafael Devers, who just a week ago was a member of the Boston Red Sox, as we are joined now by sports director at Boston 25, their Boston Fox affiliate, Butch Stearns, former host at WEEI as well. Butch, good morning. It's Joe Spadoni alongside Bonte Hill here, the Morning Roast, and we're just talking about this series and what it means. And let me just ask, first and foremost, point blank, like, who is this series bigger for? Is it the Boston Red Sox organization tonight, or is it one Rafael Devers?
Red Sox fans, that's what this series is for. That's what it's all about. By the way, you're not getting feedback from my radio while I'm driving, are you?
No, you sound good, Butch.
Okay. I mean, look, let me give you the Red Sox perspective before I give you what I think, and you can tell me if it's right, is the Giants' perspective. If I had to sum this up on a whole deal, the Giants sent the message to their fans that said, we're winning now. Okay? We're taking on his whole salary. We're getting one of the best hitters in baseball for multiple years, and we're telling you we're winning now. What John Henry said to the Red Sox fans once again was, we care about the future more than the present. We don't give a shit about this team. It's Mookie Betts all over again. It's John Lester all over again. And let me just give you a brief explanation. Okay, John Henry's been one of the best owners in Boston, right behind Robert Kraft. He's been here 23 years. He won 4 World Series. He broke the curse at a time when he cared deeply about baseball, and that's why he did it. But that was 16 years of that till 2018. In the last 7 years, he is the guy who was the scene in Moneyball at the end trying to hire Billy Beane. He wants to be the Tampa Rays or the Kansas City Royals. Cut the crap. You're the Boston Red Sox. You can throw $20 million away and not worry about it. You can dump David Price to the Dodgers and pay his salary for 5 more years because you want to dump so much freaking salary. And he did it again. He did it again. John Lester helped break the curse. Mookie Betts is a sure-found Hall of Famer, and Rafi Devers probably also is, right? You drafted, developed, and made those guys into superstars in your franchise, in your fan base. And what did you do? You unceremoniously dumped every single one of them. You don't dump guys like that. You wrap your arms around them, you kiss them and hug them, and you build statues for them. It's crap. It's crap.
Butch Stearns here on the Morning Roast, man. He is fired up. I'm fired up by just listening to you. So you brought up John Henry. We'll get to Devers in just a second, but John Henry, obviously he has his hands in Liverpool FC that just won the Premier League. They just signed a big-time player in Florian Wirtz to a $156 million contract right before the trade. Is there any conspiracy that maybe he said, you know what, I'm investing more in the Liverpool where I know I'm winning championships, and I'm going to run the Boston Red Sox like a mama and pop shot or like the Tampa Bay Rays, or I'm going to nickel and dime everybody. Do you think John Henry is even going to be affiliated with the Red Sox in 5 years, Butch?
That's a good question because from a business perspective, you're very perceptive on that, Bont. I think it's well beyond the contract they just signed with Liverpool. By the way, get somebody on from England and talk about John Henry. Oh, my God, will they go crazy. But it's really simpler than that to me. John Henry is a brilliant businessman. He started as a futures trader. Just think about that. He was always into speculative stuff that, can get better. Thus, prospects over big money guys. Although you're a big money team, and he has spent big money many, many, many times, and they've been bold a lot of times. Like they keep trying to remind you that they're bold still. They're not. They don't act like a big market team. So the biggest problem with Red Sox fans with John Henry is two things. One, he's not accountable anymore. Say what you want about Robert Kraft, and he's had many foibles. But Robert Kraft is right there to get in front of the microphone and answer questions when he dumped Bill Belichick. Went all kinds of stuff. John Henry is like freaking Howard Hughes. The last time he spoke and took questions from the media, never mind spoke to the public, was at a fan fest to start the season, and he got booed off stage 5 years ago. So it's just, we can't, I'll take personally. Okay, I've been covering sports for 40 years. I worked in Minneapolis. I worked in Chicago briefly. I worked in Detroit for a couple of years, and then I came back to Boston. And so I'm a Red Sox fan, and I still 5 years later can't get over them trading Mookie Betts. And I'll tell you why. I had Dan Shaughnessy, the Hall of Fame writer, on the other night when the trade came down. By the way, on Father's Day. Okay, thanks, John. And they had just earlier that day swept the Yankees, beat them 5 in a row, won 8 games to get back in the wild card race. I heard you when I was coming on talking about the Giants. Those are the Red Sox. Yep. Absolutely. And all of a sudden, on Father's Day, they trade Rafi Devers. He hit a home run that day.
I know he went opposite field, Butch. He went opposite field over the Green Monster.
Oh, he does that a lot. When he's on, he's hitting. That's what he does. He goes opposite field first. But John Henry that night, it's like, okay, John, thanks for kicking us in the groin. You couldn't let us enjoy just a little bit of success when this team's been underachieving all year long. So, I could go on and on about Henry. He is reviled by Red Sox fans right now. There is no question about it. And it's just shameful. It's shameful because he was a real baseball fan. He bought this team. He understood the curse. He helped them break it by all the moves he made. He was bold, so it just sucks.
Hey,
it really does.
Talking with Butch Stearns here, sports director of Boston 25. Hey, Butch, you just said you're a huge Red Sox fan. So how's Butch Stearns, the fan, going to feel when Rafi Devers debuts at first base tonight? Huh?
I could care less, but that's an FU and a big finger to the Red Sox from him. When he stood at that press conference, right, and he said, I'm an employee, they're the bosses, I'll play wherever they want. That was a big FU to the Red Sox. And by the way, so 5 years later, I run into so many people, whether they're friends or people I meet, and they ask me, how and why do you trade a guy like Mookie Betts? So I asked Shaughnessy this the other night. I said, Dan, what's your simple answer to that? And he said, what's yours? I go, well, I just say John Henry didn't want to pay him the money. He goes, yep, he was going to be a free agent, and that's pretty simple. I said, well, what's the short answer for the Devers trade? He goes, it's not as short, but this is it. He goes, they pissed him off before spring training. Not by acquiring Alex Bregman, but because never even talking to him. A little over a year before that, they sat at a podium with him, and they gave him $313 million, the richest contract in Red Sox history. And then they spit in his face. Right or wrong, that's how he felt. And I mean this as a compliment. Rafi took that Latino machismo that both David Ortiz and Pedro Martinez had, and he let it get to him. And he went, screw you guys, from there. So Dan's short answer was, they pissed him off first, and he spent the rest of the season pissing them off, and he shot his way out of town. And I go, yep, that's the short explanation. So I don't care what you read. I got a text from Matt Hagian before, and he told me that the talk was now that most of the media and most of the Red Sox fans are glad Rafi's gone. That's a bunch of bull crap. That's propaganda being put out by the Red Sox. Rafi Devers was beloved in Boston. Now, the fans are pissed at how he acted, what he did. And I think it's all well documented now. But at first, because of the way the Red Sox handled it, he says, I'm not DHing. And he respects Alex Cora. He says, no, I'm not DHing. That's my position, and you gave it to Alex Bregman. Finally, he came to his senses. His agent probably talked to him, and he said, I'll DH. Then Tristan Casas went down. They talked about playing first. Then Bregman went down. Then Bregman, are you guys still there?
Yeah, we're losing you a little bit, Butch. We're losing you a little bit, Butch.
Hang on. Shut the radio. I put you on my phone. You still there?
Yeah, there you go. Much
Butch.
better.
Okay, I had a Bluetooth issue. Then when Bregman went down, he can't go back to third base. Give me a break. He can't go back and play third base for the good of the team. He couldn't do that. They could have brought Roman Anthony or Marcelo Meyer up. They're two tough prospects, two of the top prospects in baseball a little earlier, and put them at DH so they, had a better learning curve. I mean, so when people say, here's what always pisses me off too. If I asked you guys, if I read an article that some wild card at your station gave to a newspaper or a publication and told me everything that's going on in your clubhouse, right?
Yep.
They don't know. They're only getting one person who's probably got a gripe. Tell them that's one.
All right, let's clean up this line here.
Here's my one thing about that, which leads.
All right, yeah, we're gonna clean up your line real quick, Butch, because you're cutting in and out there.
Yeah, I got a couple more.
Yeah, for sure.
There's some things I want to find out here because Papelbon said some things earlier, and he seems like he's tapped in. He's obviously pissed off, and he's speaking for Red Sox fans, some of the columnists out there, some of the writers out there. The Red Sox botched this move. They give up a top 10 hitter, and when you think about the return that they got, that's the other thing. Like, I love Kyle Harrison, and he's a local guy, and I'm pulling for him from De La Salle High School. We saw Kyle Harrison. He struggles throwing the off-speed stuff. We saw Jordan Hicks. What is he? Is he a wash pitcher? He's not a starter. Is he a great reliever? What is Jordan Hicks? And then two prospects that we have no idea what they're going to look like here. We got Butch back. Butch, I'm going to ask you real quick, because Papelbon was on the station earlier this week. Jonathan Papelbon. We have the sound. I'm going to play the sound for you, Butch, and I want to ask you about how the players feel about Devers. Check out the sound from Jonathan Papelbon.
I do. He wasn't willing to conform to what the Red Sox needed. And when you're the highest paid player and your company or your team needs something, I think it's up to that person that they have to do what's best for the team. Am I in that clubhouse? No, I'm not. Do I hear little riffs and stuff about what's going on? Yeah, here and there. But I do know for 110% fact that John Henry was not happy with Rafael Devers. And John Henry solely made this decision.
So that's Jonathan Papelbon. I'm going to ask you, Butch, how do the players, his teammates, his former teammates in that Red Sox clubhouse, how do they feel about Devers? And can we expect the Red Sox to maybe hit Devers when he's in that batter's box?
This leads us right into this, why this is such a must-watch tonight and all weekend. Jonathan Papelbon, what he said is 110% right. But he never in there did he say that every player in the Red Sox clubhouse hates him, which is sort of what's being portrayed now. I mean, let's say you're Alex Bregman. Let's say you're whatever, right? Trevor Story, whatever. You know how good a hitter Ralphie was. You think you're a better team without him in the lineup? But they all know what went on much more than we did. So here's my point about the series and tonight. If Ralphie Devers, someone asked me this morning, I was like, wow, that's a great question. They said, do you think Ralphie's going to get drilled tonight? And I said, that's a great question. If he does in his first at-bat and his first pitch, then that pitcher, like Pedro would always do, right or wrong, is metering out justice and saying, you could take that as a message that the majority of the guys wanted that to happen. You know what I'm saying? I think that just adds some intrigue into it. I thought it was a great question. If Ralphie gets drilled, oh, my God. It's going to be a shame the Giants and Red Sox only play once a year. Guys, here's one other thing that just come to my mind. Obviously, Dodgers and Giants are like Red Sox and Yankees, right?
Yeah.
It's an epic rivalry. So mark my words, even if he strikes out 9 times in the first Dodgers-Giants series, he will own the Dodgers. He owned the New York Yankees. Rafi gets up for the rivalries. And here's another thing about him you got to understand. If you were watching the press conference close, right, they had the translator, and Rafi several times right away, answered the question before the translator even had to translate the question. And I'll tell you why that is. He understands and speaks perfect English. He just chooses not to do it. Okay? I was at spring training 4 or 5 years ago, and he pops out of the dugout with out of the clubhouse with Chris Sale. You know, spring training, you get much more access. And he's speaking perfect English. I go, Rafi, what's with the English? I said, you speak it? You understand it? He goes, poquito. I said, poquito my ass. I mean, give me a break. So, you know, he just chooses, and that's his choice. I'm not criticizing him. Pedro never did that. They told Pedro to learn English, and Pedro learned English. And then some people, when he spoke, would say, oh, things get lost in translation. I go, nothing gets lost in translation when Pedro speaks. So you guys are gonna love Rafi Devers. And here's the other characteristic that I think will make him a Hall of Famer. We've all seen young guys come up, and they do a little bit of a roller coaster. They show you their talent, and then they go down. The Red Sox just sent Christian Campbell down because they brought him up, rushed him to the majors, and now he's been hitting below the Mendoza line for like 2 months. So, but Rafi got a little better, then he got really good, and he's never stopped. He's never stopped. Of course he has his downs. I mean, baseball, you know, you fail 7 out of 10 times, you're a Hall of Famer. So, but he is one of the best hitters, mainly because you can't pitch to him. Ask Garrett Cole of the Yankees. Garrett Cole, the last home run Rafi hit off him, he threw him a low, dipping, fast slider at his feet, and Rafi golfed it out of Yankee Stadium. As soon as Rafi hit it, Cole threw his hands up in the air, his glove came up, he said, I'm done. That's what he does. There's no bad pitch to him. He can hit anything out of the park. He can hit it to right field, left field. He's a phenomenal hitter, God-given talent.
Butch Stearns, you got a God-given talent for speaking. We really appreciate you joining us this morning. Sports director at Boston 25 TV, their Boston's Fox affiliate. And Butch, we'll be watching with you tonight, man. All eyes on Giants, Red Sox, and we appreciate the time.
All right, thanks, guys.
There he goes. That was great. That guy is awesome. That was Boston's personified sports fan, media guy. That was great. Good
Why
stuff.
did it take so long to get this guy on the air?
Right?
Butch Stearns.
Well, we just save the best for last, Bonte.
I
Come
guess
on.
so.
We save him for you,
You
right?
save him for me, man.
I mean,
I
the
love
king
that
of Boston
guy.
sports media, Butch Stearns, the king of Bay Area media.
Hey,
Kings on Kings.
That's
Little
right.
King, you know, I'm not going to say I'm a king. That's what you guys.
You literally jumped on the mic when I
Oh.
gave you the ball and said the king is back. So
The Bonte mobile is parked outside.
Just the best with you guys. No.
As he's playing with the baseball in his
Listen,
hand right now.
listen,
the crowd's right behind you, by the way.
Hey, man, the side is behind. Wait, what side? Oh, yeah, the key crowd?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
there you
There's
go.
Grandy winning a knockout tournament. No, he was on point. So there's a lot of lying going on. I will say this about the whole Rafi Devers speaking English.
Oh.
Not the flex, but I did the pregame hit with Pavs Tuesday night on the field.
There's a drop.
I'm walking towards, dugout to walk back to the press box, and there's Mayor Daniel Laurie.
Who joined us earlier in the week.
I know. Mayor, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Mayor? And then Rafi comes up to go beat the Bear. And I heard nothing but English. the quick conversation I said, wait a minute. Can he speak English or what? What's going on here? I wasn't going to touch it. Not going to do it.
Poquito.
Little something.
Well, I think the not so secret around baseball is that a lot of these Latin players, they do kind of, when they're not, when their teammates are around, their English is a little bit better, let's just say, and when it's the media and fans, not as much. It is very common and totally understandable.
It's fine. They don't want to get things lost in translation or whatnot, but he seems like a happy dude. Barry Bonds is watching him hit in the cage. Willie Adames is already hugging him. Elliot Ramos loves him. So look, man. Whatever happened in Boston, they really blew this one.
Well,
they blew it.
My biggest takeaway from Butch right there was towards the end where he said, "Don't worry, this guy's going to crush the Dodgers."
Yeah,
he crushed the Yankees, right?
Well, it's question at the presser.
Yep.
Yeah. And he goes, "No, I want to destroy everybody."
Everyone. Yeah.
Everyone.
That's his mindset.
And so when I watched him strike out that first at bat, I said, "This dude's trying to hit it to Alameda."
Right.
I can dig that. I'm with it.
I want to destroy
the swagger's back with the Giants, folks. It's back. I've been waiting for the damn swag as I get my Shasky on here. Business is booming now at 3rd and King. There's a buzz down there. The upper deck was filled up. 36,000 on a Tuesday night. And the fact that he said he's going to love playing the Dodgers. When do they play the Dodgers again?
Last weekend before the All-Star break.
Ooh, it's gonna be a big one.
Dodgers come here.
By the way, speaking of big ones, as we shift from Butch Stearns, Bonte, you know this. We do this thing every Friday, or every single day, not even every Friday, every day. It's a this or that question. So whether it's pineapple on pizza, whether it's, Brady or Jordan, whatever the question is.
What was the question yesterday?
What was the question yesterday, Sam?
You guys got into it, man.
Question
I was in the
yesterday,
car. You guys were heated.
Well, the question yesterday was, would you rather get a front row seat to the Giants game or a courtside ticket to the Valkyries game?
We weren't upset about that. We were talking about ring culture.
And then that got into ring culture, and then apparently we're too young to understand how good Michael Jordan was or something like that. But today's question...
I had the audacity to compare the careers of LeBron and MJ, and Joe Shasky got offended.
Yeah, because we're too young to understand. And then also we were too young to realize that Stephen A. Smith was all shtick. Almost call him Stephen A. shtick.
Well, at one point he was a respectable like basketball guy, is what we were talking about, and that totally has jumped the shark now, and he's just this. He's running for president or something. I don't even know what Stephen A. is at this point. And that's what we were talking about.
I know what he is. He's a guy who's cashing a lot of big checks these days.
Absolutely. I would love to have that paycheck as well. So we got this or that coming up here, and we're going to go to Sam in just a second. 888-957-9570 is the number. Butch Stearns. That's the name I'm going to remember for Boston now. It's not the Jared Carabises or the Dave Portnoys. It's the Butch Stearns of the world, Bonte.
He dropped an S-bomb. I felt like I was right back at home. Well, when I was working on the roast, somebody cursed every single day on this show.
I know. I was having the joke earlier, because of the amount of F-bombs we had to bleep from all the Boston fans. I was like, I think Boston's like babies. Their first word is an F-bomb. That's what they learn in the womb there.
It's definitely Philadelphia's first word. All those idiots in Philadelphia, those clowns.
Worst fan base. Is it Philly or is it Boston?
Oh, it's Philly.
Not even close?
Not even close. Not even close.
New York?
Philly ain't never won anything. They're barely won anything.
They just won the Super Bowl.
Boston's won a lot of
the Super Bowl.
Well, they've got two Super Bowls. But how many does the Patriots have?
Well, yeah.
All right. How many championships do the Celtics have? How many championships
do
the Red Sox have?
That's what makes them insufferable.
The Phillies they've lost more games, I believe, than anybody in Major League Baseball history. They're losers. Losers. The Sixers, they ain't won crap since 1983, for crying out loud. Philadelphia, they stink. They're losers. Boston's so much of a better sports town, it's not even funny. They know their sports. Philly's just a bunch of dumb idiots who think they know sports. So I'll take Boston sports fans all day over Philadelphia sports.
Well, of course you're going to say that as the Warriors beat the Celtics a couple of years ago in the finals, and you just took their best player. Boston's actually not too bad. As we one-up them twice.
You got to, Spinoni, this is where you got to get the history lesson, because you guys are young bucks. Watch the Celtic City doc on HBO Max. 9 episodes. It's pretty good.
I like it.
The history. Yeah, you like it. You love it. You love it.
I do. I'm a sports junkie.
You ain't getting that in Philadelphia.
No, well, what's their history, right? Sadness.
Beating up Santa Claus.
All right. So Sam was on the phone there, so that's why we were vamping on the fan bases between those two. What is it, this or that question today?
No, this or that is fan base related. It's basically, we're seeing Boston fans in town this weekend, and we feel a certain way about Boston fans. You also feel a certain way about Philadelphia fans.
We were just talking about that. So
yeah, so this sets up perfectly to today's this or that. Which fan base can you stand the least? Boston or Philly?
888-957-9570. Remember, this is a segment about the people, Bonte. You know this. We want the people to be involved in this. It's one thing for you or I, just regular Joes here talking about the although he is the king. So when the king speaks, we listen.
No, I miss the people. I'm one of those kings that let the people talk. Let the people decide what we need to do.
Okay.
I'm a people pleaser.
Are you?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to hear from the people.
888-957-9570. This or that. Which fan base can you stand the least? Boston or Philly? And that's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Valvoline. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
that morning drive. Way better.
Shout out Will and Reno. Remember that one?
I do remember that one.
That was an all-timer.
I do remember. Did he drop the curse word?
He did right there. We had to bleep it out.
He was gone. Has he ever called back?
No. But he listens.
He's one and done?
Well, he's listening on the Odyssey app if he's in Reno, right? The free Odyssey app. And you know where you can find the Odyssey app? Well, on the App Store. You can also find Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman, Steven Risotto, and once upon a time, Joe Shasky bring you the eBay.
Wait a minute.
Wait. The eBay?
Once upon a time, Joe Shasky. Is he done with the Garlic Fries and Baseball? Did he retire from the podcast?
Oh,
he's on leave.
He's on
sabbatical?
He's on a sabbatical. A leave of absence. Yeah.
Guy's got a lot going on. A lot of coaching, a lot of community events.
I noticed
he's cleaning up a lot of parks. He's got dinners and lunches with the mayor.
Yeah, he talked to the
he is
mayor.
the busiest guy in the world. We all know that. But Sam Lubman, ever since Shasky stepped away, has been booking guests left and right.
Spreading his wings, one might say.
I mean, gosh. The podcast has never sounded better.
He's had Steiny on there. He's had Guru on there. He's
next.
He's had not me. He hasn't had me
what's up
on
with
yet.
that?
I mean,
what's up with that?
Spadoni's on the list. We're going to get to him. I think working with Dibs at some point next week. That'll be the next one.
Just call him Dibs.
I was in need of a... Yeah.
There you go.
Catch the latest episode of said podcast where Risotto had some great insight on why the drama Rafael Devers experienced in Boston will most likely stay in Boston. Subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. In the meantime, is it time to hit the open for this or that? Maybe? No? Carter?
While you look for that.
Yeah, God.
This and that.
All right. It's this or that Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of River Islands, as he is each and every Friday. This or that. Which sports fan base could you stand the least? Is it Philadelphia or is it Boston? 888-957-9570. You can call, you can text, you can hit us up on YouTube, you can send a carrier pigeon. I don't think it'll make it through the glass, but you can try. Bonte, I think you said it last segment, but say it again for the people.
Yeah, it's
Which
Philadelphia.
fan base?
It's Philadelphia.
Philly?
Now, by the way, shout out to Dublin Marge out there. Not a YouTube
I've met
chat.
Dublin
I see
Marge.
them.
Very nice woman.
Yeah, very nice. I love Dublin Marge. She's very knowledgeable. Miss Dublin Marge. Look, it's Philadelphia. Now, the Cowboy fans, you can say, well, why not the Cowboy fans? Well, Bobby Boucher and them boys down in Dallas, RJ and Sean, spells his name S-H-A-N. I think they'll be out here for Radio Row for Super Bowl 60.
Oh, they'll all be here.
They'll all be here because, they like to brag about being at Radio Row. We own real estate in the Cowboys' heads. I mean, just straight up, their fans are so delusional. They're done. I don't even have fun talking about them no more. LA fans is rising up. Dodger fans and Laker fans and all the, I can't stand them. But that experience in Philadelphia, and they're punks. They're like front runners. They'll flip you off, and then you look at them like, hey, man, it's just a game. It's just a game. Like they're salty because they're not New York City. They're the armpit of New York City, basically. Philadelphia against the world. And look, they got their Super Bowl. They got a great football team. They do right now. They really do. Best offensive line, great running back, receivers, all that stuff. They think their stuff don't stink. And they think they're owed something all the time. And they've got this chip on their shoulder, this edginess, where they think they could just talk the way they talk. I can't stand them. I cannot stand them. They're miserable as hell. Now, Jason Dumas is probably the best thing going out there in Philadelphia. My guy, Philly Zoo, even though he gets on my nerves sometimes. I love the guy. He's from Philly. But other than that, they're sports fans. Their fandom, they stink.
No, it's Steiny.
It's not even
a big
close.
Philly guy.
Yeah, well, it explains a lot. It explains a lot. That's why Steiny doesn't come at me like that, because he knows Philly fans are a joke, which is why he moved out here.
My favorite
You ever hear Steiny say, I want to move back to Philadelphia?
No,
he wants nothing to do with that.
No, he's peak Philadelphia sports fan in that when it's convenient to root for them, then he will. When it's not convenient to root for them, then he won't.
That's what we call front runners, which is what the city of Philadelphia is all about. Front runners.
I do like Jalen Hurts, though. He's a great ambassador for that city.
I do like Jalen.
Right, yeah, you do. I do like Jalen Hurts.
I like a lot of their players. I like Saquon. I like AJ Brown.
You don't like Sirianni, though, do you? Can't stand Nick Sirianni.
He's not bad. I don't hate him.
Right.
I don't hate him. Like, I like Joel Embiid. I like Tyrese Maxey. I like Kate Scott. I like Bryce Harper.
You
I
like the
Turner.
cheesesteaks?
I love cheesesteaks.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to go get one. They got a new cheesesteak spot in Pacifica. Right by my house.
Really?
It's like the one on Divisadero, the same family.
God, I love
Oh, my
cheesesteak.
gosh. So, you know what? I may get a cheesesteak today.
888-957-9570. Which fan base do you hate more, Philly or Boston? And mine's is Boston. They've won so damn. Bonte, for my lifetime, I know we're on the different ends of the millennial gap here. So I'm on the younger one. You're on the little bit older. But I've experienced.
Don't age me. I'm the same age as you.
I said a little bit.
I just got a little gray hair. That's all.
Too young to understand.
You're the same age as my brother Sam. You guys are the same age. So you're my different brother, if you will. Right? Like, they've won my entire life, dude. My entire life. And think about this. I was in East Bay Sports Fandom. They're synonymous with some of the biggest heartbreak in my lifetime.
I hear you.
The game.
Yeah.
The game. The Tuck rule.
Yeah.
It's one of the biggest crimes in sports history. And it is synonymous with the start of one of the greatest dynasties, if not the greatest dynasty in the history of sports.
There's no doubt.
The New England Patriots. And Tom Brady, and the fact that he's now an owner of the team is it's still trying to comprehend. They're in Vegas. There's a lot of it. Hell, I can make the argument, Bonte, had the Raiders won that game, maybe they go on to win the Super Bowl. Maybe they're still in Oakland. Maybe, just maybe, they're still in Oakland. And now they're in Vegas.
They would have beat Pittsburgh the next week at Heinz Field.
Yes.
That Raiders team was really good.
I don't know if they beat the greatest show on turf, but they're in the conversation. That defense was stacked.
I'll never forget that on a Saturday night. First of all, Lincoln Kennedy will tell you, all of a sudden we got a Saturday night divisional round game. That was the first time ever.
Yep.
And you're going to make us play 8 o'clock on the East Coast knowing the snow's coming in because they wanted to stick it to Al Davis one last time.
Yep.
And when they reviewed that play, because I thought Charles Woodson was one of my favorite college football players. And I was like, damn, why are they reviewing this play? It's a clear fumble. And they started to review the play, and they did a quick shot of Al Davis in that press box. And I said, oh, my God. Now, I could be wrong about that shot. When they did show the shot of Al Davis, they showed one, and I just thought, oh, my God.
Yep.
They're going to screw the Raiders.
Yep.
And they screwed the Raiders. Unbelievable.
And they did. And then you think of the A's and the Red Sox and the whole Moneyball thing, and then trying to take Billy Beane, as our guy Butch Stearns just talked about.
The A's used to own the Red Sox. When I was growing up, they owned the Red Sox.
Well, Dave Stewart owned
Roger Clemens.
There you go, right there. As we're talking about famous Red Sox / Yankees, that rivalry, Roger Clemens, right? Actually, Shaskin asked the question yesterday. Is there any player that played for both Boston and New York that is beloved by both franchises? I think Roger might be like the only one, right?
Maybe, yeah. Because the way it ended with the Red Sox, it was more on the organization than Roger Clemens.
Exactly. They said Babe Ruth, obviously. I mean, Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
But I think Babe Ruth is synonymous with just all the stuff that went wrong afterwards for Boston, right? The curse of the Bambino and all of it. And Johnny Damon, obviously, we had on. He won World Series in both places. So, but they felt some type of way about Johnny Damon leaving, and Johnny Damon was telling us about it. So that's the question, 888-957-9570. This or that, who just you hate more?
Line them
the
up.
fan bases. Seriously, Philly or Boston? Like, these are, then New York's New York. You know what you're getting there. It's just the Yankees, then the Knicks,
They're
whatever.
obnoxious.
They're obnoxious. LA fans, fair weather, you can say there. They got great weather there, so they're not at the game some of the times, right? Although LA has been showing out for the Dodger Stadium. Like, they go to those games. They do give out, bobbleheads.
Oh, you know what?
They give out
Otis Bird III made a good point. Wade Boggs.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
beloved by both
That's a
the
good one. Wade
Yankees
Boggs.
and the Red Sox. He
There
won
you
a World
go.
Series with the Yankees. Rode around on that horse at Yankee Stadium.
The horse, right? Who's the guy that ran around on the horse? The guy, Johnny Cueto, famous horse rider.
Yep,
I was actually looking up fun facts of Rafi Devers. He rides horses.
He likes horses.
He does.
He likes horses. I thought about you, by the way, when the the Belmont Stakes.
Oh, the Belmont Stakes.
'Cause I make Chaz watch the races with me now.
It's
She
so
loves her
fun.
horses. So, Dakota Carter, you love it too.
No,
the
well,
Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont.
We were all at producer Ken, New York Kenny. We were at his birthday party
that's
at his
right.
place, and they had that in the backyard. By the way, lovely home. Shout out Katie, the lovely Katie Luttrell.
I owe my lunch.
The dean, all of them. But Carter, talk about kiss of death with horse racing. This guy, there was a full mile to go in this thing, or furlong. I don't even know what they call it. And he's like, "Oh, it's over. It's a wrap. It's number 3. It's whatever. It's this." This gets absolutely smoked after that.
They were on the final stretch.
Yeah,
the final stretch.
Kiss of death Carter over here is what they should call him. Just,
I love horse racing,
it's
man.
great. It's
the
fun.
announcers, but I will say this. I know we're getting into this. Line them up. 888-957-9570.
We got some, yeah.
But the one thing is, I will say the race being on Fox Sports as
Different.
opposed to NBC.
Yeah.
I like Kurt Menefee. I thought he struggled a little bit.
Yeah.
It just didn't hit the same, Spadoni.
No. Well, if Joe Buck was still there, it might have still hit. But
Right.
I don't think, and I love our guy, Kevin Burkhardt. I think he's really good. Obviously, Fox, their top guy. now with Tom Brady. I think he's very good. They miss Joe Buck still. I'm just going to say it. They still miss Joe Buck. He is how I view Jim Nance. He is how I view Mike Tirico. It's just different with those guys. And I think it's kind of what ESPN and Jasky brought up to me this morning. It's kind of what the NBA is missing on ESPN right now.
Oh, my gosh. Don't even get me started.
I know. It's bad.
Don't even get me started. I don't even want to rip anybody. I don't even.
All I say is God bless our guy Bob Myers for having to deal with that. George is in San Francisco. He has a this or that. George, which fan base do you hate more, Boston or Philly?
Boston. Are you kidding me? That's the most racist fan base in the history of history. I mean, they said things to do. Have you guys read Bill Russell's book?
Yeah.
I heard him talk about it. Yeah.
I've heard him talk about it, and I just watched the Celtics TV doc. There's no – I can't disagree with you about that. It was nasty because they had the first all five starting first starting five that was all black players, first black player, and they stopped going to the games. So when you add that component to it, it's a tough choice. My experience in Philly, they were a little cringeworthy as well in Philadelphia. So I think they got a little bit of that Bostonian, but I can't be mad at that, George.
Yeah, my dad was Air Force, and I grew up. I spent time in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. I was stunned. I was just stunned. I went to a couple of games and heard some stuff, and I was a little kid. It's like, even then, I was like, what is this? Yeah. So it's Boston every time, all time.
There you go, George. I don't hate it. I hate them too, George. I hate all of them.
There's no wrong answer.
I hate the Bruins. I hate the Red Sox. I hate the Patriots. I cannot stand the Celtics. Good God. And by the way, the Celtics selling their team for $6.5 million, or $6.5 billion, I should say, only for the Lakers to sell theirs for $10 billion.
Her Magic.
There you go. Yeah, Magic, and then Bill Simmons trying to clap back at him.
Dude, it's too much, man. I know. It's so much going on up there.
There's a lot happening right now.
Stephen A. ripping on the city of Memphis, like, dude, what?
And now he's going to go visit
in between rounds of solitaire.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, dude. Well, you know what's funny? Not to put his business on blast, but I remember walking into the media center at Oracle Arena during a playoff game. Could have been a finals or conference final game. Stephen A. Smith was there.
Right.
I walk into the media section, or not the media section, the media room down at Old Oracle Arena across the hall from the BMW Club. And Stephen A. Smith was watching Billions on his laptop while the game was in the third quarter.
Billions?
Billions. From the show Billions on Showtime.
With Damian Lewis, who's from Band of Brothers. Great guy. I love his act. He's a great actor. Underrated.
Great actor. But he was watching Billions. So, you know.
You never heard of Billions, Sam?
I've never heard of
really
that
show.
Good. Showtime, really good show.
Paul Giamatti, right?
Paul Giamatti, really good.
So there you go. The more you know, Sammy. Add it to your queue, if you will. 888-957. Sam, who do you hate more? Boston or Philly?
Carter and I were kicking this around. I think it's Boston. For me, there was a time when I do think, in my life at least, Boston fans, there was a likability to them when they were those lovable losers.
2004, that was the last time.
Exactly. You saw the movie Fever Pitch. Jimmy Fallon put that whole fan base in a good light. You're like, oh, okay, I could get behind these people. And then they just slowly became like a more annoying version of the Yankee fan base. It's like as Obi once said, you became the very thing you swore to destroy. And I just lost complete, respect for that fan base. They used to be relatable. Now it's just like you're just a bunch of, loud-sounding idiots with dumb accents.
I do love me some Butch Stearns, though. Guy was great.
Stearns,
if you missed any of that interview.
His passion.
Yeah.
I got to say, because I've been to both cities, Boston and Philly, and I was in Boston the day they traded Johnny Lester to the Oakland A's for Yoenis Cespedes. And I remember Giants fans were going crazy because they weren't making deals. And I remember people saying, what are we going to do? When do you sell the Cale Gardner or whatnot? Giants fans were losing them. But I was in Boston, and I could feel the energy and passion that day when the trade went down. I was on the subway, and people were like, oh, you traded Lester? Who's this Cespedes guy? Yeah. Now, Cespedes ended up playing,
he played well.
I thought that was the kiss of death for the A's.
Well, they flipped him and got Rick Porcello, who contributed to their World Series championship. So, yeah.
So they were going crazy. It was the weekend. They were playing the Yankees. It was Jeter's last season. And I could feel the passion from Boston sports fans. So I'd give them that. And they were a lot more respectful. They were a lot more. I had my Giants gear on. They were a lot more respectful. Even during the NBA Finals. I know Butch maybe got a little heat, and I was in the suit, so they probably didn't know I was a Warrior fan or whatnot. But I sensed that they were more respectful. Philly was just middle fingers and F you, and you're this, you're that. I'm like, yo, dude, like, come on.
Right.
Get creative with your trash talk.
Yeah, seriously. No, and again, like, just the Lincoln Financial Field, all of that. Like, they're outside of the Eagles, like the Sixers have been irrelevant. They're literally synonymous with trust the process. Just tank city is how I think about the Philadelphia 76ers. And then you got the baseball team. Okay, the Phillies, solid, good. Yeah. They had their little cute little moment. Oh, let's all cheer for Trey Turner. See, we're not bad fans. No, you guys were booing and like crushing Alec Boehm. So much so he was on the field, I think last year, the year before, saying like, I can't stand this fan base. Or like, I hate this team. Like, I hate this team. You had him saying that on the field, right? And mouthing, they had to read the lips. So Philly or Boston? Yeah, Billy, as I say it. That's a good combination of the words. We got Fast Five here coming up in a couple minutes, Bonte. You want to put a bow on that?
Yeah. Look, I got some quick thoughts on the NBA because a lot of people were asking me. I put out a video yesterday about Giannis because the offseason is about to start in the NBA. It's time to buckle up, folks. The draft is next week. We got a Game 7 on Sunday. Free agency is going to start after June 30th, and people are asking about Giannis.
Giannis is
whether or not I like
He's
Giannis.
staying, by the way.
Yeah, I don't. Look, I said it in my video. I think it's highly unlikely and not realistic for Giannis to end up with the Golden State Warriors. But to say that they're not going to make a call, to say that Joe Lacob doesn't love stars, to say that this guy is a 30-12 DPOY and a guy who could just dunk on your head and change the game, and you imagine him and Steph playing together, what would you do? Would you want to take Giannis? And there's a lot of comments saying, hell yeah, we will want Giannis, but what would it cost? Because it costs to be the boss, right?
Yep.
Well, you'd probably have to flip Jimmy. You may have to flip a combination of Draymond and Kuminga. You may not have the depth to do it. So I think that's why I'm watching the finals. And I'm watching it through a Warriors prism. OKC's not going anywhere. Houston's going to get better. San Antonio's going to get better. Dallas is going to get better. Minnesota's going to get better. Who knows what the hell the Lakers are going to do or the Clippers? What can the Warriors do this all season to get back into that upper echelon in the Western Conference to compete for a championship? And you look at OKC, what do you need? Well, you need size, you need shooting, you need playmakers, you need athleticism. And I think the Warriors were one of the least athletic teams in the league last year due to their age, due to their size problem. So I think it's fascinating, but I don't know where Giannis goes. I don't even know if he leaves Milwaukee.
It's interesting you brought up the Lakers right there because they just got a whole new influx of money with that new owner, Mark Walter, the Guggenheim partnership, all that. He owns the Dodgers. And what you say, like you think of the Lakers, you think of money. Well, not the Buss family didn't have that influx of cash. Yeah. They just didn't have it. Now they were paying LeBron all that money. They're paying Luka all this money. But with Mark, it's a different level. Like Steve Ballmer brings a different level of money. Joe Lacob and co. They bring a different level of all this stuff. And Mark Walter is now one of those guys. It's going to be very fascinating to see what happens around the NBA and if the Warriors are a part of it. In the meantime, Carter, Fast Five. I know you really want to talk about what's going on in the tennis world, though, Bonte, Coco Gauff, Carlos Alcaraz. You like talking about the other things happening around sports. We got FIFA Club World Cup going on right now. We got Lionel Messi just doing what he does. MLS, on the rise, baby, taking out the top European teams. Let's go.
I love that French Open final with Alcaraz at center was an all-time classic. All-time classic. I loved every second of it. The FIFA Club World Cup, I'm not into it as much because they're playing it. They had a Chelsea game at 12 o'clock in Atlanta.
Yeah,
there was nobody there.
It's very odd.
It's very odd in the summer. So but
I'm just gassing up the MLS because they're taking on all the top European teams.
No doubt.
Around the world.
No doubt. By the way, John Fisher looking to sell the Earthquakes. Interesting because he needs the cash to go to Vegas. Yep. Anyway, my final thought: Game 7, NBA Finals. I just want to know. And maybe we could have got into this earlier, but are people not watching because of Oklahoma City and Indiana? Are people not watching because they need stars? Because I get it, I'm not a casual, but casuals may need that LeBron, that Steph, that Giannis, that KD factor. Because this has been a hell of a series. It's been a really well-played series by both teams, and we're going to get a Game 7. And hopefully everybody tapped into it.
You know why people aren't watching it? Because I think ESPN, NBA, they have failed mightily to gas this series up at all.
Yeah.
It does not feel big time. If it's the Super Bowl and it's Jacksonville versus Carolina, you better believe they'll be gassing the hell out of it no matter what.
They didn't even have the logos on the court in the first game.
Right.
Like, it felt like they almost forgot that the finals were starting.
And they haven't done that in a while, but they at least digitized it. And
I hate it, though. I need the logo on the court. I grew up with that NBA Finals logo on the court. Yep. I need it. I need the pageantry. I need, like in baseball, you get the bunting.
I need
in
the
playoffs.
anthem. I need the announcing, the starting lineups, all of it, right? Like, and it just does not feel big time from the pregame, the postgame, the in the middle. You mentioned Stephen A. Just none of it feels like NBA Finals.
Yeah, no, the coverage.
And I can even hear it with Mike Breen on the call. He's like, it's just not.
Let's be real. Doris Burke, Richard Jefferson
it's
should not be an A-team as broadcasters. We miss Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy on that broadcast. By the way, does Indiana have a shot to win this Game 7?
Yes.
You taking Indiana?
One game, Bonte.
One game.
One game. Anything could happen, as we've learned.
I'm going to go OKC. I'll go OKC. That's my final thought.
They laid.
OKC
They better win because they laid an egg yesterday.
Yeah.
And Halliburton's still compromised. And if TJ McConnell's going to keep looking like this, I mean, Finals MVP. No, it's Siakam right now. Carter, what you got?
Mine's simple today. It's time for. I'm pissed at the UFC. Honestly, John Jones. They have just babied this heavyweight division in the UFC. John Jones is basically saying he doesn't want to fight anymore, and the guy's sitting with the belt. Come on, Dana White, make this man vacate the belt. I'm a John Jones fan as much as the next, but it's ridiculous, man.
UFC's lost a little bit of its sizzle over the last couple of years
because the heavyweight division's been nothing.
Well, just everything. You just haven't had big time fight like. The big Sugar Shane was his name. He's overrated.
Who's gravitating you to the UFC right now?
Yeah.
The McGregors are gone, right? The Anderson Silvas aren't there. It would be John Jones, but he's not fighting anyone.
Ngannou left.
Hell, you had like back in the day, you had like freaking Brock Lesnar was the name that you were going after. He's like, oh, this guy, he's translating to the Frank Mears of the world, right? Crow Cop, remember that name?
Well,
there you
boxing,
go.
boxing's having a good little run.
I hear two people are headed in September to Las Vegas.
Well, yeah,
You guys can go see Jake or Logan Paul.
Anna's in the car listening. There's no Vegas trip without her. If Carter, I'm hating to get a permission.
It was Carter and Sierra. That's the two people he was talking about.
We're double dating down. We're double dating.
Awesome.
Whatever it's going to take. Whatever it's going to take.
Whatever it takes.
Love it, man. Get in here. Love it.
Sammy.
No, my thought is, Bonte, talking about the NBA Finals, I've been kind of underwhelmed by it, but I think that's because it feels like the league and ESPN, again, they're just not putting out enough to actually promote this series, and which is a shame because I do think you're going to get one of the next faces of the league coming out of this series. That said, I kind of want to see the Pacers in Game 7 because I want to see Tyrese Halliburton go from being voted the most overrated player in the players' poll. Yes, I know not a lot of players voted, blah, 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 but to go from voted overrated to NBA champion, I would love to see that happen for him, so...
We'll see. I am still betting, probably if I had to put my money on it, the Thunder. Yeah. But again, it'd be a great story for Indiana. Their first championship since the Colts in 06?
I guess Chicago Bears 06 or 07, something like that.
Yep, Lovie Smith and Co.
Not a lot of championships in Indianapolis.
No, they're not. Well, they're hoping Caitlyn Clark can do that, but took the L yesterday, didn't they? Ball Hall.
Not against the Valkyries.
Ball Hall. Hey, shout out to the Valks, man. It is a vibe down there. If you could get to a Valkyries game, it is a great time. My daughter had a great time at the first game. She's been asking to go. She was watching last night, watching Zena Kada and Vern Glenn on the pre- and post-game show. Ball Holla is lit right now, man. Natalie DeCase, early favorite for Coach of the Year. She's doing a hell of a job.
That was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and E-Dog. Evan Giddings next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
All righty. Happy Friday, everybody. Payday Friday. Guru's check hit last night. No Guru today.
On
Evan
the Valkyries?
Giddings.
He hit something on the Valkyries last night.
Valkyries. Oof. Good ball game last night.
Dude, that was an incredible ball game last night. I'm dead serious. Like, no hyperbole. That was a great game and an awesome event. Anybody who went last night will tell you the same.
It came through the TV. No doubt about it. They won by 11. Caitlyn Clark was not very good last night. 3 for 14. They D'd up on her. They got a little physical with her. And it was a hell of a game. The Valkyries, they play hard, man. They play hard. That's what I took out of that game last night.
Last night, before the game, we were talking about Caitlyn Clark coming to Golden State. I think a lot of people might have been interested in that game because of the allure of Caitlyn Clark. She is a superstar. She might be the most popular player in the WNBA, one of the most popular athletes on planet Earth, honestly. But by the end of the game, Steiny, it wasn't about Caitlyn Clark. It was about the Golden State Valkyries. And that's what hit me watching the game last night. It was everything from the moment you got to the building to the end when the confetti comes down after they won. They were down 13, made a great fourth quarter push. They locked up Caitlyn, all the rest. Total team effort. It was one of the best basketball games that I've seen just from an entertainment and overall experience standpoint in a long time. Like, I haven't been to a Warriors regular season game. Let's say, they're in game. This was the 6th home game, right?
Yes, they're 4-2 at home.
So an equivalent to a November or like a November basketball game at Chase Center. There wasn't as much juice for a November Warriors game as there was for a Valkyries game last night. I'm dead serious. That game was awesome, and it's because of how many people were into it from start to finish, in addition to obviously the star power on the other team.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I kind of want to get into today, and I'm feeling a little disconnect, and I want to know if what I'm feeling is accurate. And it's this. There was a disconnect I felt between what was happening inside the arena and what was happening outside the arena. And here's what I'm getting at. So Evan and I, after the show, went out because he was going to the game. So went out to the cafeteria. And I'm only telling this story if you guys can be mature and not act as though we were up to anything nefarious, because we weren't. Anyway,
thanks, Pasta.
4 women walk in, and they were going to the bridal shop next door. And they sat down because they were waiting, and we chatted. And I asked them if they were sports fans, the women. And they said, oh, yeah, love the Giants, love the Warriors. Yeah, big sports fans. And I said, well, then you got to be excited about who's in town tonight. And they said, who? And I said, well, maybe the biggest draw in the Bay this year. And they're saying, who? And I'm like, Caitlyn Clark. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, really? So they're here. Okay. All right. Didn't think much of it. Then I go home, 6 o'clock. I got my daughter home from college. She's a freshman. Got Susan there. And I say, hey, guys, let's watch the Valkyries game. Indiana Fever in town. Caitlyn Clark. They weren't interested. I'm like, I couldn't sell them. Evan. It was weird.
Well, why do you think that is?
I don't know, because they're they're kind of sporty. You know what I mean? They keep up on things, and I was surprised that when I told them Caitlyn Clark was in town, they wouldn't have been like, oh, let's definitely watch that. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know. I don't have a point. There's just, I didn't feel it in the city. And then I'm watching this game on TV, and it was just zoo-like, and I just felt there was a contrast there.
Well, I can't speak for anybody who watched it on television, but a lot of people at home said it looked like it was crazy. It was crazy at the arena. And how I read sort of our interactions yesterday combined with going to the game, I feel like last night is kind of a jumping off point. Like, they have obviously had home games before. They've all been sellouts. A lot of people have had fun going to Valkyries games. But with Caitlyn Clark in town, some people knew about it, some people didn't. But I feel like the more that the Valkyries play, and they're a pretty good team. Look, they're 500. I think they've surpassed expectations. The brand of basketball they play, to me, is, at least from watching it in real time, and I've watched a couple games on television before, like, they play hard. I think that this is the jumping off point for a lot of people to get interest. Like, everyone who was at the game last night felt how crazy of an atmosphere it was. And from what I could tell, people who watched on television had sort of a similar takeaway. Well, then you go tell a friend, hey, dude, Valkyries, that's a lot of fun. I saw fathers and daughters. I saw families. I saw couples. I saw everyone wearing Valkyries purple, black, all their different gear, which is pretty cool, I must say. Like, to me, that's kind of where it starts. To expect everyone to know that Caitlyn Clark is in town, it's still like the Valkyries are still kind of in their infancy.
Yeah, no, they are.
But to me, that's the kind of game last night where it's like, oh, hey, did you hear the Valkyries beat Caitlyn Clark last night? Like, it adds to their legitimacy, and now, hopefully, whether it's by, word of mouth or by experience of being in the arena, now the word gets out there like that this is a legitimate product, and people are having a lot of fun going to these games.
Yeah, it certainly looked like that. I'll be heading to a game later next month. I just wonder. Well, here's what I think. What you mean by this, and that is, they've played 12 games, and they're a cute story because they're an expansion team and they're selling out every night. And it's amazing that the Bay Area is this into basketball as a whole, but also the WNBA. But at some point, we're going to start looking at the Valkyries like a team. Like, they're a good team. Can they make the playoffs? They need to get another three-point shooter, or defensively, they're not overly athletic. Like, all that stuff is going to happen faster if they are as competitive as they look.
Dude, I was walking down to the press conference area because I wanted to hear what the Fever had to say, Valkyries had to say. A lot of the conversation was about environment. Like, Aaliyah Boston was very glowing about Chase Center and its fans and all the rest. But on the way down, I heard a security guard talking to just like a regular fan, and it looked like someone who's kind of an older gentleman. I think he was there with his daughter, who he was waiting for, and the security guard and him were chopping up. And I overhear the security guard say, it felt like Oracle again. Like, now that may be a bit overstated, but the fact that I have to imagine he either had been to games at Oracle or maybe he worked at Oracle, but for him to say that the environment last night felt like Oracle, like that kind of hit me. Because in a way, again, like, they're in game 6 of their home slate. If this was a November game for the Warriors, like, I've been to the last, 2 seasons of home games. Whoop. I haven't got that kind of feeling at Chase Center. Now, late in the season, regular season, where there's been a playoff push, especially this year, playoffs, it's a different environment for the Warriors in Chase Center. But, like, for an early regular season game to have that much juice, I was impressed. Like, I was not expecting that whatsoever.
Yeah, it was a hell of a game. Watched start to finish. It had intensity from the start, and Caitlyn Clark to me was the best player on the court, and I get it. She didn't have a great game, but she sees stuff that other players don't see, and she makes the right decisions all the time. She could have had 18 assists last night. She just couldn't put the ball in the basket. But 888-957-9570. I want to get a little bit more into the environment last night at the Valkyries game, and we can obviously talk about the San Francisco Giants with the Boston Red Sox in town. We'll be joined by Marcy Weiser from Live 105 at about 10:35. We have her on Fridays. And that segment, ladies and gentlemen, was sponsored by Honda of Vallejo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And happy Friday to everybody out there. We'll get you till 2. That much we'll do.
2:12.
After that, you're on your own. But here's the other thing about that game last night. We're talking about the Valkyries. They beat the Indiana Fever. What Caitlyn Clark is quote-unquote going through.
What's she going through?
You know, people playing her physical. I've seen a lot of internet stuff where, you know, I think there's some animosity there among some of the players. I think that she's got an air of golden girl to her that some players are jealous of. But that happens in every sport. What I think is, like, she's going through exactly what Steph Curry went through when he was a younger player. I think, like, she can't shortcut becoming great. And if and when she becomes great, all this stuff's going to go away. But players like her and Curry and the next breed or whatever, the next iteration, they've got to be tested. Like, you got to test them. And I don't really like what I see is the physicality of last night's game. I just think it's natural. But I threw this to you. I mean, do you want the women's game or the WNBA to resemble the NBA or the way men play?
Well, before I answer that, I actually think that she has to deal with something that Curry didn't, which was like an immeasurable hype exiting college. Now, the spotlight on the men's game is and probably will be bigger throughout Caitlyn's career than the WNBA. But Steph didn't come into the league and people were trying to rough him up outside of the fact that he's just a small player and, you know, he doesn't have physical gifts. And so he's a shooter. It's like, but people go after her. People target her. Curry didn't have to deal with that from my memory until he really started to emerge.
I would agree with that. I was talking mostly about, let's say, his 4th year on in the NBA when he started to emerge, but there seemed to be a backlash against his greatness or, you know, his ability. You know, whether it's Harden winning the Players MVP award that one year, or whether it was, you know, players just not warming up to Curry until he had to prove to him that he was great.
I think there was just a reluctance to acknowledge his transformation of the game.
Right.
Like, I don't know if Caitlyn Clark is changing the WNBA game, but she certainly stands out. I mean, I know she didn't make a 3 last night, but the kinds of shots she was taking, nobody else on the floor had any interest in taking. Like, they were guarding her at the midline. It was kind of like watching Curry. Like, the moment she gets the ball and crosses half court, there's someone that's defending her.
Right.
But do I want the women's game to look like the men's game? I mean, I actually thought that one of the parts about last night that made it interesting was the fact that, like, people were diving on the floor. There were physical rebounds. Like, there were aspects, I guess, of physicality that you would relate more to the men's game. But, I mean, if you watch the WNBA, it's a pretty physical sport. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't have a problem with it. Do you?
No, not at all. Not at all. And the other part about Caitlyn Clark is she's a guard, and guards tend to be tested more than big guys because big guys come with innate size, if you know what I mean. Like, when I think of, let's say, a player like Curry, I feel like he had to kind of break through. I don't think LeBron ever did, because when he came into the league, he was already 6'8", and he was great from the get-go. But like a guy like Iverson, a guy like Isaiah Thomas, certainly Curry, you can only play them physically if you're trying to defend them. And eventually, like, I just think she'll come out on the other side of it and, you know, be one of the best players in the league, which I think she already is. But she, like, She's a hell of a player, man.
Well, she was bothered by it on the court, but
I'm sorry. She needs to get stronger. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, but I mean, so did Steph.
Exactly.
There's a lot of players that you could point to young in their career and say, they got to be able to handle that sort of pressure. I mean, I know they're in Game 7 on Sunday, but a lot of people probably said that about Tyrese Halliburton. And one of the reasons they might have thought that the Pacers couldn't go anywhere this year is because Halliburton, who's their best player or one of, is like he's too small. But that's also just a natural part of her progression. I think the 707 hits the nail on the head. Seeing Caitlyn Clark get targeted just makes me think that the other players are really that salty. She came into the league, was automatically crowned the most famous superstar, but that's honestly a testament to her skill. I think it's a little bit of both. I think she grabbed people's attention in such a visceral way in college, bringing it into the WNBA. A lot of people, like myself included, are pretty new to watching WNBA basketball on a night-to-night basis. Like, I haven't watched this much WNBA basketball, and I haven't had a chance because the Valkyries haven't played in San Francisco before. But, like, yeah, I will admit, like, Caitlyn Clark is someone that has made me watch that league more. And so I feel like I'm learning, along with many people, what this league is like. And that's what I find interesting about it, and that's why I thought that last night was such a great environment, because there are some people a lot of people are season ticket holders, have been to all the games, have bought in since day one, but there is clearly also a lot of people that were just there because they'd heard it was something cool. They heard it was something new. And it feels like a lot of the folks that were in that category, like they want to come back. And that's what I was encouraged by watching, sort of the people watching aspect of last night.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you were out there at Chase Center last night and you thought that environment was pretty special, give us a call and tell us about it. I learned a little tidbit from Risotto today. They did the wave. They did the wave.
Oh,
boy. Is that good or bad? Good or bad?
I will say, just real quick, I'm not a big wave guy myself, but I've never been that caught up in watching the process of a wave starting. They tried to start it in one section probably about 4 or 5 times, and when they finally got it started, it went for a good amount of time. Podjemski was in it. Like, it was legit. I'm not even a wave fan, but it got my attention.
Well, I think it was founded in the East Bay, so I don't mind Bay Area people doing the wave. It was, after a while, it was like, all right, we're either going to have to give up, or you guys got to figure this out.
I think it's 2 times around a stadium should be the limit. 2 or 3.
Well, they conjured it up during a timeout. I think it was after Burton hit the 3 to kind of like ice it, and then there was a stoppage. So there was like 3 minutes, and people weren't doing anything. You know, it's a cool aesthetic. I will say though, like,
it is.
People. And not just the wave part, but like people were into that game from the tip. Like when players were checking into the game, there was uproars. When there were it honestly, Steiny, it kind of felt to me like watching a high level soccer match.
All right,
and maybe not a Premier League match or a European football match, but you know how like when you're watching a soccer match and you're in the stadium, every time there's a close chance at a goal, the crowd goes, oh.
Yeah.
Like, there was a lot of those for, like, I think the Valkyries missed 13 in a row in the middle of the first quarter, but there was still that energy in the air of, like, the want to and kind of the hanging on every single play that at least I haven't felt for a lot of Warriors home games that I've been to.
Well, the question I would have, and it would have to go to someone out there who's seen multiple Valkyries games, and that would be how different, if at all, was last night's environment compared with the other 5 previous games. Because we heard the environment was great for the first 5 games, and I'm just curious if something was even more off the hook, if you will, just for last night's game, because it was Caitlyn Clark. They do have a mascot, though. And it's not a Valkyrie. It's Pods. It is front and center Pods.
I can't tell whether I love it or hate it yet. Like, watching it in real time, dude, the second half, I don't think he sat down. I mean, I thought it was pretty funny when he was kind of trolling Clark when she did her little step back and traveled, and he was rolling down the court doing the traveling thing. But I don't know, like there were times where I was just thinking, dude, like you're almost on the court. Like you got a foot on the hardwood. You got to step back. You're not on the team bench. You're a spectator.
He reminded me of this guy back in the day. We used to go to Minnesota when Warriors played the Timberwolves, and there was a guy who sat in the first row on the other side, and he always had a program or he had a folded up program like coaches do sometimes, and he would always kneel and squat. We called him Coach Fan.
Okay.
Because he was just in on every play. And I mean,
he was sitting right next to Lacob and Dunleavy, and I don't know, maybe that was part of it too.
And he did the night.
Yes, he did.
Pods can dunk.
Yeah, he can dunk. Anyway, it was a great night last night at Chase. We had a bunch of people go from the station. How many people went, you think, from our station?
I don't know, Pasta, probably like six or seven. Yeah, no, there was a lot of people. Few of them have been to games before. That was my first home game. Like I've watched probably 3 on television, but that was the first home game I've been to.
I've seen.
What did it feel like watching?
Well, okay, that's a great question. The first half of the game, I'm pretty much just watching Caitlyn Clark, and from what I saw, and listen, I get it. She didn't have a good game, but you can tell, like just the way she passes, she sees stuff before everybody else does. She's going to be incredible. Once the second half started and, she didn't really have it going on, then I started, okay, are the Valkyries going to win this game? Like it switched from let's watch Caitlyn Clark play against the Valkyries to, all right, Valkyries 5-6. Let's see if you can beat Caitlyn Clark and the Indiana Fever. And they kind of shut them down in the fourth quarter. And like, that's what I came away with. Like, they don't look like an expansion team. They don't look like a team that's going to go 6-34, obviously, because they're 6-6 now. And what I kind of thought was the whole season is just going to be about their first season. But if they keep winning, then we're going to start talking, like I said, more and more about the players, the coach, and, their strengths and weaknesses as a team.
Well, yeah, I think that's kind of the transformation I felt myself going through, which was, all right, we're here to watch Clark. And then you kind of notice stuff as you're just watching the game, like, God, like Letitia Hama here is really tenacious. Like she had 4 blocks last night. And I'm like, Billings didn't have a great first half. And I'm looking at the box score and watching the game, and I realize that I'm thinking about it like, not like it's a first time event. Like I'm actually trying to dissect this basketball game. And that's right. That's why most people watch sports anyways. And I didn't think it would happen that quickly when my intention that night, for the most part, was I want to see if Caitlyn Clark puts on a show. And you notice, like, the Valkyries just kind of took her out of the game.
Yeah.
They made it really tough on her. And from being down 13 in the second half to having a great fourth quarter, like, I think they forced 16 turnovers. And you're just, at the end of the game, like, all right, this team can play. They play really hard on defense. They play up and down. And I was left like, if I was an average fan, like I wanted to go tell my brother, I wanted to go tell my mom, my dad, like, we should go to a Valkyries game. And I feel like that's the intention of any new expansion team or new sports group, is to get someone and hook them the first time they're there. Right. And I got to admit, I'm hooked.
The other thing that comes through on TV is the importance of having 18,000 people. A lot of times there'll be a WNBA game and, the arena won't be all the way full. But it was obvious last night that the crowd was into it. So Risotto just told me the over-under for the Valkyries win total this year was 7.5.
Yeah, it skyrocketed.
So the WNBA teams play 44 games. So they were expected to go 7-37 or 8-36, something like that. And they're 6-6. Pretty
I think their live wins total right now is set at 15.5. And I kind of
16.5.
16.5. I kind of feel like they're going to get there.
I mean, the one thing with expansion teams, this is in general, they can go on long losing streaks without you really noticing. But
that was a small wrinkle about last night's game, too, is they don't have their full team.
Right.
Because 3 of their players are playing in Europe right now. So they've, there's all these things we're learning about the league and the squads, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, I want to learn more.
Yeah. Their next game is this weekend against the Connecticut Sun. The Connecticut Sun.
And then they got Bay Area Zone Sabrina Ionescu coming in next week.
I mean, I know people aren't going to believe me, but I forgot kind of that there was an NBA game on last night.
I did too.
I kind of forgot. You got to turn your mic on.
What's up, Marcy?
Oh, boy. There you go.
Did you do the River Islands guest line thing?
I can do it.
Yeah.
Marcy Weiser, brought to us by the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time you discovered the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Marcy Weiser of Live 105. She joins us every Friday around this time. And yeah, we're talking about the Valkyries.
Thank you. I was missing a muff.
Okay.
So we got to let me fix the
We're all
muff.
muffed up.
This is the R-rated segment, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like I'm
makes
getting
me a little
airdropped
uncomfortable.
in. Oh, no,
You'll be okay.
I'm prepared.
So, yeah, the Valkyries. Evan was at the game last night. Marcy,
How was that? I hear the energy was pretty cool.
It was a lot of fun. Like, I know some people are saying that I'm on the payroll, but genuinely, I had a lot of fun at last night's game, and everybody that we went with from the station, a couple friends that I knew that were going there too. Like, I actually had a buddy of mine whose girlfriend was going with her friends, and he was kind of mad after watching the game that he didn't get to go.
Yeah.
Because
I believe
it was so live.
Yeah. I mean, Valkyries are awesome, and then you got Caitlyn in town, so that was a huge draw.
Yeah. Well, so, were you aware that the game was going on last night, and was it all about Caitlyn before the game?
I mean, there was a lot of talk about Caitlyn being in town, and it's cool that she is such a huge Steph Curry fan on top of that. So there's that soft spot, even though she's on the other team.
Oh, that's what I wanted to ask Evan. Could you tell there were Caitlyn Clark fans there?
Yeah, there were a lot of 22 jerseys, like a lot of Fever jerseys.
And when she finally did score, was there like a cheer?
Well, there was a moment in the second quarter. Like she didn't play very well last night, and Valkyries were a big part of it. But there was a moment in the second quarter where she took some defender one-on-one, and you could feel the crowd kind of getting ready to cheer. That was one of those moments that I felt like, okay, this is kind of what it's like watching Curry in another arena where he starts to do his thing and the opposing crowd is on his side. But that was the only time it happened because she didn't play very well.
Right.
What we need to do is get Caitlyn on the Valkyries. That's
maybe
in the works.
Maybe Joe Lacob is known as a gambling man, so if not Caitlyn Clark, he'll probably go after one of the better players in the WNBA. You would think at the end of the season. Hey, you got that's enough sports. You got plans tonight. My sources say you have plans tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect traffic-wise because I'm sure it's going to be crazy. But Metallica at Levi Stadium, it's going to be a great show.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've never been to a concert there. Have you been?
I have not to Levi, no.
Okay, so they can fit 60,000 people, right?
Yes.
Now, have you been to a concert of that magnitude before?
Metallica.
So same one, okay.
Metallica, Guns N' Roses, they put on, they do the big stadium.
They sell them out. Okay,
yeah.
so
Metallica, not only tonight, they're doing Sunday night too.
Oh my God!
So they're like Taylor Swift
in the rock world, yeah.
Wow.
So I wonder how James would feel about that.
I don't know who James is.
James Hetfield of Metallica. How do you not know who James is?
Dude,
Tiny.
Marcy can run down bands like you can run down the Pittsburgh Pirates lineup. She knows every singer, every.
Well, I don't usually call them by their first name though. I usually go by last names.
Yeah. So
what is a Metallica concert like for those that haven't been?
It's very rock and roll is what it's like. It's very metal, man. Lots of loud music, but they're great. They bring a great energy. I take
it you've seen him before
a few times.
Okay. Do you know them? They're from the Bay Area, I believe.
I've been to their headquarters here, and here we go. And I've talked to the guys a few times. So yeah, they're cool dudes.
The only
backstage,
they have a cat named Frank.
Oh.
I was able to go into the bathroom at the headquarters and fix the toilet paper because the toilet paper was on wrong. It was
only one ply?
No, it was two, but it went behind
That
instead
thin
of
kind?
over.
Oh.
So you're pulling it from underneath.
Right.
Right.
You can't do that. That's
Right. I was
wrong.
talking
But I fixed
about
it. I fixed it.
Well done.
Thanks.
You turned it around.
I turned it around.
The cat travels with the band?
No, he just hangs out at the headquarters.
Okay. It's like, that's pretty cool.
Backstage pass? They still call it that?
Yeah, I don't know if they call it that.
Do you have good seats?
I'm not sure they are. I'm going to have to. They
All right.
They sent them my way, and do you want me to look?
As an aside, have either of you
Not really.
seen the show Billions?
No.
Okay, well, that's the only familiarity I have with Metallica. There's a main character in Billions named Bobby Axelrod, who's like a major Metallica fan. And so in this one episode, he flies up to meet James, I now know, backstage. And so is that what you're doing? Like, that's how I'm imagining Marcy tonight, is she's Bobby Axelrod, like hanging out with the band or talking to him about such and such. And then they go out and there's a couple clips of like the actual show. And it does look like they get down.
Well, the one thing I found is the bands go to meet Marcy. Like, Marcy doesn't go to meet the bands.
Oh,
the
please.
bands go to meet
Well, she's
her.
driving an hour and a half.
I mean,
was that? Yeah. See,
Like
usually there's a little traffic on a Friday.
They know when Marcy's in the building.
I think what I'm going to have to do is leave extra early, hang out, get dinner, just to avoid the crazy traffic.
Hey, yeah, you don't want to go back up there. All right, no Guru today.
Where is Guru?
He's on a family reunion in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. What are you doing this weekend? Even though I know.
I
just
Why'd
figured
you have to preface it like
well, because we have ties to this event that Marcy's going to
Theater of the Mind, Steiny.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh well. Okay. Doing Metallica tonight. Doing the Alameda
County Fair
tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah.
in Pleasanton. That's
yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
You have any? You know what you're going to do?
The pig races. You gotta check out the pig races, right?
Drone show?
Drone show. Yeah, that's cool.
Hot air balloon?
Hot air balloon. The rides. They have a lot of rides this year.
I would never get in a hot air balloon.
Unnecessarily large turkey legs.
It's too scary.
A hot air balloon?
Yeah.
You never been in one?
No.
You wouldn't want to get in one?
No, that's too scary. Just hanging up there,
Do you like roller coasters?
I can do roller coasters, but I don't want to be in a hot air balloon. It's too quiet. You hear a noise, you get really scared. Have you been on a hot air balloon, Mark?
I haven't, but I've wanted to.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I could send a screeching hawk up there to make some noise for you.
Exactly. So,
like, you know, like drop zones, or the rides where they send you up and then they drop you.
yeah, you're not going to be surprised. I'm not a big amusement park guy.
YOLO. YOLO, Steiny.
No.
All right, that'll do it for this segment. Marcy, thank you so much for joining us. Marcy Weiser,
get out of the
Live
studio.
105. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Segment also sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Bye.
quickly she's traveling, but hey, this game is over, and the Valkyries win 88-77. What a win for the GSB tonight against Indiana.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Dan on the call.
KD on the call.
Yes. By the way, who was the name? It's hard for me to pronounce her name. The one who had 4 blocks.
Amahir.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Letitia Amahir.
I believe. She did something very impressive last night, and I'm not talking about the 4 blocks.
Carter's favorite player.
She actually walked twice on one drive.
What?
She walked twice on one drive and got called for neither. She went left. She was out near the top of the circle. She walked, then put it on the floor, then walked again and scored.
Well, you can't spell WNBA, Steiny, without MBA. And they do a whole lot of walking in that league. I don't know if you're aware.
They do. They do. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I kind of forgot the finals were on last night. I swear to God. The NBA Finals, Game 6, and at 7 o'clock, that game's half over, and I'm watching, I'll say it, I'm watching Vern Glenn on the pregame show. The Valkyries pregame show, not even knowing the Thunder are playing the Pacers.
It might sound crazy to a lot of people, but like we're being serious. Yesterday, for those who listen, and I didn't realize it until I saw you at the cafeteria, but we didn't talk about Game 6 of the NBA Finals at all.
Nope.
And it really just because it wasn't honestly top of mind. There was nothing about Game 6 last night that was really compelling to me. No, Game 7 on Sunday is a different story. I think Game 7, best 2 words in sports. But, you know, I walk into Chase Center and we get down to the media section, and they have the games on the televisions in the Jim Barnett media room. And I realized, I'm like, oh, yeah, Pacers up by 17. Huh. All right, well, Caitlyn Clark's playing in about 20 minutes. I think I'm going to go out and watch some pregame. Yeah. I'd rather watch warm-ups.
I would suspect that Monday we'll be talking a little bit about the NBA Finals, considering you're right. It's a Game 7 Sunday, but we'll also be talking about the Red Sox and Giants, I'm sure.
Oh, it's a big series.
I'm just I just have not been into the finals, and I actually am not sure why. It has nothing to do with the market size of each team or that I don't have any interest in either team. So I don't know what it is. Risotto, how come I'm not watching a lot of the NBA Finals?
I think the 619 is kind of onto something, because I noticed this too during this week. The Finals feel so far apart from each game, I just forget when it's supposed to be on. Like I knew that Game 6 was on, but yesterday it didn't hit me that it was like Thursday, appointment viewing, 5 o'clock, gotta watch Game 6. Because now I gotta wait 2 more days until the next. In fact, the only reason I know it's Game 7 is because it's gonna be on a Sunday. You know, if it was a Monday, I might lose track of it sometime between now and this weekend.
You know what? This is kind of interesting, and I wonder if it is part of it. The Patrick McCaw fan club on YouTube. It's ESPN's fault. Terrible coverage. There might be some truth to that. Now, I'm not watching because it's ESPN, but I'm probably not going to watch any of the pre or post game shows. I'm just not. And those are typically the shows that if you're into it, you'll watch, and then they get you excited about the game. But I don't want to hear those guys before a game.
Well, I think it's also about the coverage between games. Like, I'm going to be honest. Every single time I look up at ESPN and they're talking about Pacers or Thunder, it's always, this guy's got to do more.
Right.
Or, this guy is building a legacy. Or, this guy let his team down. And it feels like it's just a spitballing of repetitive takes trying to basically make an extreme example out of one player or one team. And it's either we're crowning the OKC Thunder as this historic all-time team, or the Pacers are the underdogs that no one thought could get here, and Halliburton's actually a superstar who's the least overrated player in the league, or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the best player in Thunder. Like, there's so many extreme takes that I feel like are being tossed out between games. I understand that's their job, and to some extent we do the same thing. But Steiny, it just, every time I look up, like, the headlines are all the same headlines. And so it's really hard for me to keep track of what they're actually talking about.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you. Like, I don't need to hear Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has to step up after every loss. I don't have to listen to guys talk about how Halliburton's got to step up after every loss and how that was an unprofessional performance. And that, it's like, don't you get it? It's game 6. If you have a game to play with, you cannot convince yourself that it's a game 7. You just can't. It's a game 7 for the team that's down. Like, I'm always confounded by the people who today I'll be like, boy, what? Like my main man Joe Hawk, Steiny, did the Thunder miss an opportunity last night?
I think I actually asked you that one.
And I was like, no, not really, because it doesn't sound like they were really in the game. But I guess the hardest thing to do for those guys on the Oklahoma City Thunder is try to convince themselves that there really isn't a game 7 and that game 6 is the game 7. And if you can't do that, you're probably not going to win the game because it is a game 7 for the other team.
Well, and they admitted as much. Like, I think Jalen Williams, who was a minus 40, he was talking about how he really didn't think about it and approached it the same way. But SGA said, yeah, it was in the back of our minds. Like, that to me, that's nerves, that's pressure. And for a team that hasn't done it before, that's, I don't know if it's a blown opportunity, but again, these are all things that I find interesting, but I don't hear talked about in the middle or during the games. Or a quote like SGA saying, yeah, you know, the closeout opportunity was one that was in the back of our minds. Then I'll wake up today and I'll see a headline, SGA admits moment was too big. Or like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it feels like every single moment of honesty from an athlete in those kinds of situations, and it's not just ESPN, it's like it just gets extrapolated to this, I don't know, into this narrative that isn't even recognizable based on the quote that I just listened to.
Yeah, and I as for Oklahoma City, I get it that, you know, they'd like to win this series, but the idea that if they lose this series, that, I don't know, that I almost feel like when a team loses a finals, they get written off for good. And I'll say, well, you know, the Oklahoma City Thunder are young. They got a great core. They're going to be good for a while. Well, you can't assume that, and you're right. But like, I look at what Oklahoma City's done, and to me, they're exactly where they need to be. They're in a Game 7 of the NBA Finals a year after they lost in the second round, so they've almost gone twice as far. It's like, this is usually what happens in the NBA. You get beat a couple times, and then you overcome.
Yeah, but I also think that there is, like, nothing's promised. I know everyone just thinks that the Thunder are going to be back, but there's also reasons, Steiny, why there hasn't been a back-to-back champion in this decade. Like, things happen really fast. And so, while I don't think that last night was necessarily a blown opportunity, if the Thunder don't win Game 7 at home, I kind of will look at it like a missed opportunity for them. Because this was their year. I mean, seriously, like, they are and have been the best team in basketball the entire season from start to finish.
Right.
And all that matters really is that they're the best team for one more game. Like, you never know what a loss like that could do to a team that young.
No, you're right. I was thinking more, I didn't realize when you said missed an opportunity that you were meaning missed an opportunity to win the NBA Finals. I thought you meant the specific game last night. Did they miss an opportunity? And because
maybe
the way I was thinking about it is if Oklahoma City loses Game 7, like, that's the one they're going to talk about.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves for a long time.
Right.
Even if honestly, even if they go ahead and win a championship, everyone will always be talking about, well, they should have had one more. They lost to the Pacers.
Right.
But again, it wasn't top of mind last night.
No,
it just wasn't.
That's the part that is I totally forgot. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I saw a quick little thing on Giannis.
What about him?
They had 5 trade proposals for Giannis, and one of them had him coming to the Warriors. You want to know for who?
Sure, hit me.
Draymond Green, Pods, Kuminga, Trace Jackson Davis, and 2 firsts.
I'm tired.
Yeah, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Would you really?
Yeah, I would. Would you? And if not, why? Now, I don't think that deal is going to happen.
Right.
But if we're playing that game, you're telling me, Matt Steinmetz, right now, you would not do that deal.
I haven't said anything yet, Evan. I haven't said I would or I wouldn't.
No, but your apprehension and silence is speaking volume.
Well, that's because I want to make a list of the other players who will be on this team after. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I would do that deal. You tell me bring Giannis and pair him with Curry and Jimmy? Oh, baby.
Okay, then who's left?
Well, not Pods and Kuminga.
Santos.
He's on a team contract. Actually, he might be a vet minimum option.
I guess I would. That would be, you know what that would be? That would be like the Devers trade. I guess we got to do it. We'd have to do it.
That would
Giannis.
be like, I'm trying to think about, because with all due respect, Devers is not the same player as Giannis Antetokounmpo. I don't know if there is a player right now that I would compare that deal to, but you're right. It's one you'd have to do. And I think the Warriors are trying to figure out, do you think the Butler deal was something they had to do? I kind of think it was.
My answer would be yes. And it's because I heard a piece of sound from Steve Kerr recently on a podcast with Tom Tolbert. And they asked Steve about the Durant thing. And Steve said, I thought the way this was phrased was interesting. Steve said, it was well documented that we went after Kevin Durant, but we didn't get Kevin Durant. And that's when Mike called me and said, we're going to trade for Jimmy Butler. I'm going to vouch for him. I played with him 3 years in Chicago. Like, believe it or not, when Kerr said that, it made it sound like they had Butler on the back burner if they needed him. And it got down to that, and that's when Mike Dunleavy said, we're going to go get Butler. Like, they knew they had an opportunity to get Butler, and they waited a little bit and waited. If anything else materialized, it didn't. They went and got Butler.
Well, and that's why it's not exactly the same, but I the moment the Giants traded for Rafi Devers, I texted you guys, they got their Jimmy Butler. And it's less about the person than it is the situation of the franchises. The Warriors had to make that deal, no matter what it cost them. And it didn't cost them much, but the Giants also didn't have to give up a whole lot to get Devers. The one thing they both had to commit, more so the Giants than the Warriors, was money. Was money and time to basically pick a direction and choose a path. And the Warriors' commitment towards that path is much shorter than the Giants. But they were both in situations where I just can't imagine, whether it's Dunleavy or Posey or whoever's getting these deals done, is looking around and saying, we can't do it. Like, who in those front offices said we can't do it? Whether you think that there's consequences or ramifications to each, which there are, they were both in positions where it's like, dude, we got to pull the trigger on this. I think they're so similar with the positions and the kinds of players that they are.
Steven has his sound, so let's take a listen to it from Steve Kerr.
I think it's well documented. We were trying to get Kevin Durant. Yep. That didn't happen. Mike calls me and he goes, "Hey, I think we're just going to trade for Jimmy Butler. I'm going to vouch for him. We played with him for 3 years in Chicago. Guy's a gamer, hell of a player. I think this is going to work." And I said, "Great, let's do it."
There it is. We're just going to trade for Jimmy Butler. Like, they had it. They knew they could get Butler. This is my interpretation. Just the way he said that. Mike called me and said, "We're just going to trade for Butler." That means that, again, they were dealing with Miami and they knew they had a deal so they could look at everything else. And at the end of the day, it also seems to me like, and doesn't matter. He was kind of their last option.
He was definitely their second option.
After Durant?
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, I think it was like their safety move. It was like their safety school when you apply to a college. Why would Steve say, Mike would say, "Steve, we're just going to trade for Jimmy Butler"? It sounds like almost like resignation, if you know what I mean. I know I'm parsing here, but I was just thinking about it.
Well, I think they were in a position where they had to do it. Like, there was no other alternative.
And that's my original point is that's why I said yes. I do think now looking back, they thought they needed to do it.
Well, it's because the alternative is you spiraling. And I don't know if the Giants would have done the same, but I think one of the reasons why Posey, from at least the timeline of it, decided that this was going to be something that he wanted to get done was because he was afraid that they were probably going to be a team that eventually hit a wall. And the Warriors had already hit that wall. Like, they had to get a deal done because they were, like, that team was going nowhere. And even though Curry played a lot better after, like, he clearly found a different level because of Butler. The point is, I think that Posey was in the same place that Dunleavy was, which is, our team is good, but it's flawed. And it's going to lead us nowhere. Like, if this player's available, we have to acquire his services because it helps us right now get better. It'll help us in the near future. And there might not be another opportunity to get a player of this stature. Like, everyone has thrown around Giannis, and we love all the hypotheticals. I never thought last year, this year, moving forward, I don't think Giannis is ever going to be a Warrior. You can't keep waiting, and I think the Warriors finally ran out of patience. You can't keep waiting for that guy to just fall into your hands. Sometimes you have to make a move, and the Warriors' clock is obviously has a lot less time on it than the Giants. But I think that Posey he probably had the same sort of alarm clock in his head. Like, dude, if we don't get this done, I don't know when another Devers is going to be available, so we have to do it.
No, I do think there are a lot of similarities, absolutely, with the deal. The one thing about, I think the commonality between both trades is that, I'm sorry, and maybe this is my regional bias, but I feel like both trades were too good to be true. And that's why the Warriors did it, and that's why the Giants did it. If and we'll play some more of this sound, but if Buster Posey convinced Breslow, forget about Eldridge, and Breslow didn't want to play a 5-week game with Buster Posey and said, fine, he's not a must. Posey looks at those 4 guys that he got rid of, and like, I see, you have to do that deal. And the same with Butler. I mean, I remember when we were talking about Butler. Steiny, do you want Butler? Not really. How come? I don't want to give up 3 draft picks for Jimmy Butler. Well, it turns out you didn't have to give up 3. In fact, you only gave up 1, and it was protected. And you also got off Wiggins' contract. So, yeah, like the Butler deal, both franchises thought they were going to have to give up more for each player, I believe. And when they saw what they had to give up, I think both the Giants and the Warriors were like, well, that's not that much. We got to do this.
I don't know if they thought they'd have to give up more, but I think that they also, look, they both took advantage of situations that had soured and that were, like, that weren't able to be repaired. Boston clearly was at a point where they were done with Devers, or Devers was done with them. I thought that Jeff Passan wrote a really interesting story this morning about some of the, I don't know if you want to call it a smear campaign against Devers, or some of the things that were written about him that were unfair, and how most of the onus is on the Boston Red Sox for that for that breakup. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat are, look, they just didn't want to pay him. Like, they did not want to pay Jimmy Butler. That's what it comes down to. And at the end of the day, I think the Red Sox also got to a point where they didn't want to pay Rafi Devers. They didn't want to pay the rest of that contract. And so both the Warriors and the Giants found themselves in a position where all they had to answer was one question: do we want to pay these guys? And they both determined the answer was yes. The Warriors wanted to pay Jimmy Butler and give him that $60 million deal, or $60 a year. And then the Giants were, dude, we'll foot the bill. That's fine. You can have our fifth starter, reliever, and a prospect from last year we may or may never see. But we'll eat the money. Like, we'll eat the money.
Yeah. What Posey did, I think, was saw a player that was going to be the best hitter on the roster and didn't have to give up an everyday player, and it was a very easy decision. Like, I don't think, of course, I wonder about what's going to happen in 8 years, but I don't think there's one Giants fan that disliked the trade for Rafael Devers. It was that much of a no-brainer. And even if Devers plays 3 years and the next 4 and the latter 4 or 5 are bad, let's say, everybody's going to look back and say, yeah, but we knew that was a risk and we decided it was still worth it. Like, the Giants know that in 2032 or whenever it is, guess what? They're going to have 2 guys on the roster, Adames and Devers, who aren't living up to their contracts. Like, they've taken that into consideration. Like, they're probably under no illusion that Devers at 37 is going to hit 30 homers. But that was part of what was factored in to Posey's thinking, and he clearly is okay with what happens when these guys start to decline a little bit.
Well, it's just
like, you got to prepare for that.
No, well, you can't. Like, Devers could take a dive next year. You never know. But that's the other part. Like, there's no perfect move out there. The idea that the Giants or the Warriors or the Niners or any sports team for that matter, I think we've been a little bit misled by the idea that the 2016 free agent acquisition of Kevin Durant is out there. Like, that move is one that every team can make every time that they need something. That's a 1 in a million type of ad. Like, Kevin Durant is not walking through that. 2016 Kevin Durant is not walking through any door. The Warriors did not have to give up anything but a contract to get him. So you got to give up something. And you have to be willing to run with the risk of individuals like a Devers, and the risk is he might not age well. Jimmy Butler, well, he's already looking like he might be aging a little bit poorly. But those are risks that the Warriors and the Giants were willing to take. There is one big difference, though, that I want to tell you about on the other side.
Yeah, because there's something I want to add to this, too, because I think it's kind of interesting. If you guys want to join in, you know the number, 888-957-9570. Hey, are you planning a road trip? Tahoe, Napa, maybe down the coast? Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, done in about 15 minutes. Your ride's going to be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons, and what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Here's what the energy sounded like. Take a listen.
Foul line, driving right alley, blocked by Burton. Great help defense. Hayes, baseball pass ahead to Bibby with Colson to beat. She lays it in. Timeout, Viva! Backing down, back for Burton. Open 25, footers, good. 69-65, Gordon, 3. Rain dance. Bounced by 7, their new largest lead of the game with 4:50 to go. Pass fake, fires it straight on 3, just a little strong. Secures her own miss, goes right down the lane, and one mobility! Hey, step through to Thornton.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
My woman from Tokyo? No, I was made for loving you, baby.
It's Kiss.
Yeah, I was made for loving you, right?
Yeah. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Oh, where was this when Marcy was here? You didn't know any music she was talking about.
She was talking about heavy metal. Who sings this again?
This is Kiss.
This is the Steven Tyler band, the guy with the long
That's
tongue.
That's Aerosmith.
Oh boy.
Let me start out here.
I'm gonna take a play off.
Gene Simmons, Carter says.
Oh God.
Paul Ace Frehley, don't. Okay, that's enough. No, I'm just kidding. Let me ask you this about the Giant, and unless you need to get into your point about you were saying that the trades were similar, but there was one difference.
Oh, wrong name, same guy. What about the Devers and the Butler deal? Yes, I do think there's one big difference, and that is this. Jimmy Butler's teammates apparently had a big problem with him in Miami.
Right.
Spoelstra and he clearly had some stuff going on. He threw him out of a practice. When Jimmy Butler went back to Miami, I didn't recall a whole lot of hugs between him and Hero, and Bam, they didn't really want to talk about it. I don't get the feeling at all that the Boston Red Sox dislike Rafi Devers. Like the players. Like Alex Cora tonight is going to be at Oracle Park.
Right.
They're not going to throw at him. They like him.
Why would they?
His beef was with Craig Breslow and the front office, not with the rest of his team. I do get the feeling that there is still some resentment between the Miami Heat team and Jimmy Butler.
Okay, and I kind of agree with you, but I would say this, and I'm kind of with you. My question on my notepad is, why would the Red Sox throw at Devers? I don't know. And then I thought to myself, will you meet me halfway here, Evan? That if Devers does get plunked tonight, that does tell me his teammates didn't like him, at least at the end.
Well, if he gets by a curveball, it's just accidental.
Sure.
Like, I don't expect to see Dodgers-Padres Part 5 tonight at Oracle Park.
I don't either.
Like Devers is not going to get hit by a 100-mile-an-hour fastball clearly on purpose, and then the Giants aren't going to respond by hitting, I don't know, Roman Anthony in the elbow on purpose. Like, that's not going down tonight. I don't think. If it does, I would be shocked, because while I don't think that Devers probably was the greatest teammate in the world, you know, he clearly didn't have an interest in being a big mentor, or I don't know, but he went about his business. Cora, by all accounts, still likes him, loves him, in fact. And the rest of his teammates, even some of the small things about him not liking some of the young guys, you know, maybe try to usurp him in his position, like some of that stuff is either up in the air, we don't know, he said, she said. It really just felt like Devers was done with Craig Breslow, and Craig Breslow was done with him.
Yeah, and the owner. I think the owner was in on it too. But there's the idea that he's going to get hit. To me, I don't see it. First of all, there's no bad blood between the Red Sox and the Giants.
Not yet.
But
no, there's no big rivalry.
But right, and they're like, just because this trade was made doesn't put bad blood into it. What I do believe, though, is if he gets hit in the ear with a fastball, then that tells me at least somebody on that team did think he was a jerk, or somebody's more likely. But I don't think that's going to happen.
The only time that players get thrown at, in my experience, is if they're instructed to. Like, not a lot of pitchers will take it upon themselves. Outside of maybe, who is the guy? There's actually one. There's one example. Hunter Strickland, I think, went Lone Ranger against Bryce Harper. I do think that. You know why? because Posey didn't try to intervene. Like, I think that there's some examples of players taking it upon themselves, but like Hunter Dobbins is starting tonight for the Boston Red Sox.
Yep.
I just don't think that Hunter Dobbins has beef with Rafi Devers.
No.
So if he throws at him, it's probably because Cora told him to, which I don't see happening.
No, I don't either. Here's where I want to go with this one. Rafael Devers has 8.5 years remaining on his deal, right?
Yep.
8.5. Is that good?
It could be.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Giddings.
You know what? I don't like this. Because whenever I do this to you, you bow out, and then you throw it back at me. Is it a good thing? You know what? All right, for where the Giants were, yes, it's a good thing.
Adames is under contract for 7 more years.
Sure is.
Is that good?
It's not looking like it. But
and Chappie's under contract for 6 more years. Is that good?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I like the idea of having a core together for a long time. But there's absolutely, and this is why, like, there's absolutely room for this to go bad. There is. Because if those 3 players don't age well, you have a ton of your money wrapped up in 3 guys that aren't helping you. Like, the Red Sox won yesterday, the Giants won yesterday 2-1. Who was the hero?
Wilmer Flores.
Why did he have to pinch hit?
Because they've got a ton of big bats in that lineup.
It's because they have stocked all their bats at one position. They got 3 first basemen. Now, if Chapman comes back, maybe he can help, maybe he doesn't. But they got 3 first basemen, all that can supposedly hit. Devers, Flores, and Smith. And only 2 of those guys can play. So on given nights, Wilmer Flores is going to have to pinch hit. And while he came through, I generally am of the belief that I would like to have my best bats in the lineup. And because of the Devers acquisition, they just can't do that.
Not yet. Not until he can show he can play the field, at least. Here's where I'm at on it. You know how I feel about the Warriors' aged core.
Yep.
I can't stand where the Warriors are right now with their 3 best players all as old as they are. Nevertheless, clearly it's setting up that in about 6-8 years, the Giants may have a situation like this. But there's one difference.
You're thinking so far ahead.
No, but that's, and you kind of touched on my point.
Okay.
I actually think I would have answered those were all good. Adames under contract for 7 more years. Is that good? That is good. And I think the reason it's good for the Giants is because of where they are and why they made the trades. First of all, they're not, these guys are all in their primes, essentially.
Yes.
Late 20s. What's Chapman? Early 30s, maybe?
I think he's 30 years old.
Right. So these guys, you're right, like these guys are going to be able to develop, chemistry.
32.
They're going to grow together.
32.
And they're going to be here for a while. And here's the other thing about the Devers trade and the Adames trade and then the Chapman signing. And I've told this story before. Back in the day, the Warriors had Troy Murphy and Mike Dunleavy under contract. Chris Mullins signed them both to like 5-year deals. And there were a lot of people that were thinking, oh man, these guys got overpaid and they got 5-year deals. And Mullen said the reason he did that was because at the time, the organization kind of had no credibility. It had no reputation around the league. And Mullen told me, look, we needed some stability. We needed to get some guys under contract so that, younger players that they could grow. And if it didn't work out, we'd address that in time. They ended up keeping those guys for a couple years, and then they made a blockbuster trade, which changed their season. Like, there's no reason Posey couldn't do something like that in a year or two if, things start to go a little sideways.
You mean get off him?
Yeah.
Sure, but to me, the only reason you would get off of those guys is because your team's not very good. Like, you're trying to offload money, and that's not where they're at right now. Do I think that they're a World Series contender? No, but I definitely think they're in the mix to make the playoffs, and that's a place they haven't really been. You know, I guess my concern is that they're all gonna tail off at the same time. Like, that'd be my biggest concern about having these 3 contracts that, for the most part, align. Is that when one goes bad, the other is probably going to follow pretty quickly. Like, Devers and his he's going to hit, but like his average is going to come down a bit. It's not going to hit for as much power. He might not walk as much. Chapman's glove takes a little bit of a step back. He's not hitting that great right now. Is he a career 240, 230 hitter for the remainder of his time in San Francisco? Adames can't swing his way out of a white paper bag right now. And if he's going to be this same, I don't think he'll be better, but like, he's never going to be the guy he was last year, I think. So you've acquired 3 players that are good pieces, but I don't really get the feeling that any of them are the piece. Like, Devers is awesome. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he's ever had a top 10 MVP finish.
He hasn't.
And
he was 11th one year.
He's not going to have a top 10 MVP finish, probably because he doesn't play the field anymore. Or when he does, he's not going to be a great first baseman. So you still are looking for the guy that, like, kind of brings them all together. And that's what I think people overlook with this trade. There's no doubt that Devers is going to help, and he's a really good hitter. But they still don't have the sort of superstar that makes a team, that gets a team over the top, that puts them on the level of those tier 1 teams that we talked about yesterday. Like, and that player might be out there this offseason. That player could be Eldridge. Might still be in the minors. But they still don't have that guy yet that makes everybody else so much better.
I completely agree. And sometimes when a trade like this happens, there's a tendency to say, oh, Posey got his guy. No, Posey got a guy. Because I think the way Posey looked at it is, let's say before Farhan's last year, you know, they to me, when they signed Snell and Chapman, it was, I don't know. I don't know if the word's desperation, but they were outliers in a way. But when Chapman got here, I think Buster Posey looked at this team and basically said, we kind of stink. Like, we don't have any, like, the first thing we need is some lineup credibility in a way. And so I think he looked at Chapman and said, he's a pro. We're going to keep him here. Then Adames, he's a pro. He's a really good player. They get him in here. Devers, he's a really good player. They get him in here. And none of that precludes him from doing anything else. I think it almost is as simple as, I got to build up our roster with more competent major league players who have been around at least a little bit.
Well, and that's why I think that the Devers deal is, as great as it makes people feel now, the Devers deal was not about the present. It was about the future. I don't think that Posey is looking at this team and saying, maybe he does. We can win it this year. But if I get Devers, he gives us a chance to win it for like 4 more years. And you got Wisenhunt coming up through the system, is supposed to be pretty good. Eldridge is going to arrive probably at some point later this year, and he's going to be a good hitter for us in the future. You still got Ray for 1 more year. Webb's under contract. Our bullpen's young, and they're under team control. Like, do you want to be involved in the race, and can they make the playoffs this year? Yes. And then you got a shot. But I think the Devers deal is about, like, he opens their window for contention for 3 to 4 more years. And that's when you can start to say, all right, we're a slugger away. Can Eldridge be that? No. If not, well, maybe we got to go get one, or we got to trade for one. Do we need a third starter because Verlander can't be that guy? Yes. Well, maybe we need to add another arm because someone gets hurt or someone's less effective next season. Like, Devers brings so much more clarity into what the roster construction looks like for the Giants to me for the next 3 to 4 seasons. And so that's why the deal was a no-brainer, because he does help you now, and you're still going to be a lot of 3-2 games, 2-1 games like they were yesterday. But he opens up their window next year and the year after that. That's, to me, what it's more about.
Yeah, and I also think that it's about Devers, Adames, and Chapman being better players now than the Giants had, let's say, on their team 3 years ago,
or even last year,
or 2 or 3 years from now, Devers, Chapman, and mine drew a blank. Devers, Chapman, and Adames. They will have better teammates in 2 or 3 years than the ones who are here now. So that's another reason why I think they keep the window open. This is not the last move. I think if you're Buster Posey, and you thought this was a potential wild card team, and you wanted it to be something better than that, and you got Devers, and now you think you're a surefire playoff team. Okay, let's see if you make the playoffs first, and let's see how far you go, and then we'll have a sense of how close we are, and it'll be based in reality. You know what I mean? They just have to get better over the next few years. It's not necessarily about winning it this year, but that they have staying power and they're going to be a factor in the division for the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, I think it's also building a clubhouse of familiar faces. I know that none of the 3 guys we're talking about, Devers, Adames, and Chapman, are homegrown. But that doesn't mean that they still can't create kind of like a standard or a culture. I think Posey understands that aspect of things.
I agree.
It's not often that you're going to have someone like him, Posey, who is a homegrown superstar and a potential Hall of Famer, come through and be the standard bearer for your club. In a lot of ways, it's often a team going out to get a free agent or trade for a guy. Take the rest of the teams in their division. How many homegrown Dodgers are there?
Feels like a fair amount.
There's a couple. Will Smith is homegrown.
Okay.
Kershaw is obviously homegrown. Those guys are pieces, but they're not their best players. I think Mookie Betts is a big clubhouse guy. He's not a Dodger. Freddie Freeman is a big clubhouse guy. He's not a Dodger. Even Shohei Ohtani, to some extent. What he did last night in L.A., not reacting to getting thrown at, that's a big... He's not a Dodger. You look at even the Padres. Manny Machado, not a Dodger. He's been there for not a Padre. Hasn't been there for a long time. You can still build a good culture or a positive clubhouse through guys that aren't just homegrown stars. And I think Eldridge has the potential to be one and maybe kind of carry the standards, so to speak. But I think Posey he's trying to sort of circumvent that process. We don't have to just wait to see if one of our guys can come through the system. We can set that clubhouse and create a culture now. So when those dudes are ready from our system to help, well, then we already got a couple of guys that are great examples.
Yes, and I think the most important part is the guys who are great, quote unquote, examples. They are probably the 3 of the top 5 players on the team. So your most professional players are your best players. I'm just thinking of the Warriors, and over the years when they were terrible, do you know how many guys they brought in here and they said, well, he's a true professional. He's gonna help our young guys. They went out and signed Derek Fisher and brought him in because he'd won a title with the Lakers and was known as a pro's pro. So I think what Posey's done is he's done that, get professional guys, leaders in the clubhouse, but they're really good players. They're good players, and they're good enough to be a core on a really good team. And so I agree completely. I don't know if or when Wisenhunt's coming up. I don't know if or when Eldridge is coming up. But when they do, they're going to walk into a clubhouse where the leaders are Adames, their Webb, their Chapman. Devers will probably sit quietly, but he's the best player on the team. But you're right. The culture is now defined by 3 Giants who have only been Giants for a year and a half at most. The one who's been here a year and a half.
Well, and the more that I think about it, too, it's like, who have the Giants... If I asked you a year ago what the Giants' core was, just like their lineup, their position players. I'm looking at their roster right now. Chapman, for sure, that was his first season, and ended up becoming Ramos, but he wasn't somebody that was there at the beginning of the year. Wilmer Flores, like all these tenured guys are nice, but in 2022, when they're 4 games below 500, it's the tail end of Crawford, Jock Peterson, and Tyro Estrada. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that you could look at for the last couple of teams before this season and say, like, those 3 dudes are our guys, and they're going to be our guys for the next 5 seasons.
Right. And I think part of Posey's job is to start trying to pepper the roster with more guys who are everyday players, but more so than that, like really good everyday players. 888-957-9570 is the number. Boston Red Sox in town for 3. Should be a great time at Oracle Park. Giants need to put together a few wins. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area. Easy parking, live performances, tasty food. Why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. It's a payday Friday. It's a weekend.
Sound excited.
I am excited.
Yay!
I just had a little talk with the boss.
About what?
He can't take a joke.
You let him get in your head too much.
Hey, go ahead, ask your provocative question.
Wait, what?
Ask your provocative question.
I think you're rubbing off on me. I forgot.
About the cores.
Oh, yes, very provocative. Okay. So we're just talking about core 3 players, right? The Giants have identified theirs, Adames, Chapman, Devers, and obviously the Warriors have their core of Curry, Butler, and Green. If I asked you over the next 5 seasons, which core you'd rather have, who would it be?
The Giants. The Giants core.
Now, why is that?
Because I view the Warriors core as far more short-term in all likelihood. Like when you say next 5 years, I'll give you Curry plays 3 or 4. I don't know. We might be talking about Draymond and Butler not even being around, right?
Sure.
Now, I could factor in, okay, next 5 years, how do I judge the Warriors 3-man core in 5 years? You know what? Curry's still playing, not at the highest level, but and Draymond's no longer under contract, and neither's Butler. Okay, so what'd you do with that money? You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily view when those 2 guys come off the books in 2 years that it has to be a bad thing. Maybe there's opportunity from that. Having said all that, I like the idea of these guys have to be able to play for 3 or 4 years on the Giants. You know what I mean? I mean, the problem would be is after 4 years, they're where the Warriors core is now. That would be a problem, if you know what I mean.
But I think the Warriors are still in a position to win. Like, in 5 seasons, Chapman will have 1 year left, Adames will have 2, and Devers will have 3. I don't think those players are going to be at the position the Warriors are now, where, like, the Warriors, I think, could make the playoffs. In fact, I do think they'll make the playoffs next year. I don't know if in 5 years, Chapman at age 37, Adames at age 34, 35, and Devers 33, 34 are going to have the Giants in perennial playoff contention.
Huh. So why not? Like, if let's just say the Giants this year are the second wild card, and
this year, yeah. Second or third, yeah.
Okay,
they make the wild card.
All right. You don't think they'll be better next year?
No, I think they will. But what I'm saying is, like, Curry, the reason you don't want the next 5 years is because you don't think the Warriors will be, like, they'll be on the team in 5 years.
Right.
But they're still in a position to win now. Like, the Giants, I don't think that in 5 years will be in the place the Warriors are.
However, I think the Giants are way more set up to win in the next 2 years with this core than the Warriors are with their core in the next 2 years.
I actually kind of think they're in the same place. Like, to me, they're both clearly in the second tier in their, well, in the West for the Warriors, and then in the Giants in their own division. Because the thing is, like, the Dodgers ain't going anywhere. So you're always playing for the wild card. And that's a tough place to be.
No, it's true, but I would say that to me it's kind of easy. Unless you get, well, if it's who do you want in the next 2 years? I would actually take the Giants core of Adames.
The next 2 years.
Yes.
Okay, let's shrink it then.
Yes, I will. I would. that speaks to. I just don't think the Warriors core can get it done. The season's too long, so I'm not. I think the Warriors will probably make the playoffs next year, but I just can't. After watching the playoffs this year, it's hard for me to envision them winning 4 rounds. But we can revisit that. The Giants, on the other hand, I give a better chance to because their 3 best players are at least in their primes at this point. And one of them's already won a ring. And the other 2, I think we'll all acknowledge are pretty darn good pros. Now, are they champions or not? I don't know. But I don't mind this Giants core right now, but the reason I don't mind it is because there's nothing, it's not against the law to add to it. You know what I mean?
No,
I think it's
same for the Warriors.
I guess what I'm saying, Evan, is after watching the Giants the last 3 or 4 years, and now looking at them and saying, all right, they got Chapman, Adames, Webb, Devers. It's like, that's a lot better than they had 2 or 3 years ago. A lot better.
Yeah, but 2 or 3 years ago, they were a sub-500 team.
Well, they basically, I look at them as being a 500 team the last 3 years, essentially.
Okay.
I think they won between 79 and 83, whatever. They were a 500 team.
Yeah.
But with the 3 players they now have, I think they're better than those teams. I think this team is a team that can win more than 85 games. So that would put them at 10 games over. If those teams were 500 2 and 3 years ago, I think this team's an 85 to 90 win team, which makes them better.
That's fair, and I do think that the question's better posed to the next 2 seasons. Like if we're looking at the cores, and I'm curious what people think too. Like the 650 is already chiming in and saying, always take Steph over everything.
Right.
And I hear that. But legitimately, the next 2 years, it'd be hard for me to not take the Warriors. And it's
interesting.
I know that they have a ceiling. I know that they have their limits. But so far, I've seen that core together, those 3 players, win a lot of games.
It's true.
And I'm excited to see what they can do with an entire season. If you're telling me I don't have to worry about the years after their contracts are up, yeah, give me Curry, Draymond, and Jimmy over Adames, Chapman, and Devers. Even though the Giants players, you're right, like they're more in their prime. I just think the Warriors core can.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. 888-957-9570 is the number. Risotto, if I were to ask you about the cores of the Giants and the Warriors, Curry, Draymond Green, Butler versus Adames, Devers, and I'm saying these names too fast, Adames, Devers, and Chapman. And couldn't we just break it down into which team do you think, isn't it coming down to which team you think is going to have more success the next 2 years?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Risotto. That was a terrible question. It's why I'm no longer in journalism, because it was too long. But what's your answer?
Journalist with words.
I thought it was a good question. My inclination is to go with the group that's younger. But at the same time, in baseball, it takes more than just 3 guys to win a championship. So that's kind of what's pushing me towards picking Draymond, Curry, and Butler. So I think that's what I'm going to go with. I think they have a higher ceiling in terms of championship aspirations. Not aspirations, but more so championship possibilities, we'll say,
right,
than the Giants right now. Because the Giants also have the Dodgers to deal with. And I think that's not an easy dragon to slay.
That's
per
true.
se. But I would say basketball, there's 5 guys on the court. There's more impact that's made from those guys than the 3 guys the Giants have.
That's interesting. I did think of that, but that's actually why I leaned Giants. Because when I look at the makeup of the Warriors now, those 3 guys we're talking about make a lot of the money. So when I look at the next 2 years for the Warriors, I think they're going to have to, the team's not going to change that much. What I do allow for with the Giants is it's possible the Giants could acquire a player in the next 2 years that's better than all three of those guys, and they could swing it. I don't see a way that the Warriors can keep 2 or 3 of those guys and then get a player better who's going to re-elevate them into the stratosphere of, let's say, a Final Four team. But I do think it's interesting. And, the other thing that makes it interesting to me is so would you rather have the 3 Giants for the next 2 years, knowing that they're still going to have 5 more years together, essentially, 4 or 5, or do you want the Warriors core where essentially you only getting it for 2 more years because Draymond's going to retire and Butler's going to leave, you know what I mean? So, but when I think, I know I'm all over the place. When I think about it like that, then it doesn't scare me in terms of the Warriors core, because in 2 years, we all know we got to do something. Everything's going to change in 2 years. We're going to have to turn these old players who are retiring into really good young players. There's going to be growing pains, but at least everybody's going to know why.
Well, I think they're in similar places in that they're clearly a step behind their peers. Like the Warriors are not going to pass, no matter if OKC wins the championship on Sunday, if they lose, no one's going to come into next season and say the Warriors are going to be better than the Thunder, or they're going to knock them off. They might, but I don't think anybody would predict that. The Giants, next year, the year after, I would be hard-pressed to believe there's a future where someone is predicting that they're going to knock off the Dodgers. Just how it is. Dodgers roster is really good. But Steiny, I'm thinking about who has the best player in their sport, given their stature. And I still think it's Curry in relation to the NBA as opposed to
Devers in baseball.
Devers in Major League Baseball. And you might say Webb is probably the closest. Maybe he's top 3 pitcher in the NL, maybe top 5 in the league. So he's the guy that you choose. I'm sorry, I think that Curry is the deciding factor for me in the conversation about these cores. Like, just give me the best player. It might be short-sighted, but that's kind of how I read it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I'm also taking into account, and what we're talking about here, if you've just joined us, is we're talking about the 3-man core of both the Giants and the Warriors. So you got Curry, Butler, and Green, and you got Adames, Devers, and Chapman. The 3 Giants players are all closer to their prime than the 3 Warrior players. So if we give you the next 2 years, what core would you bet on? The Giants core or the Warriors core? And Evans taking the Warriors, Risotto's taking the Warriors. I'm taking the Giants, and the reason I'm taking the Giants is the age of these guys, but also the sport itself. The sport itself. Okay, so you use the Dodgers.
Yep.
Okay. I'll use Oklahoma City. All right. Well, when I look at the Warriors, and if their core is that 3-man core, they add a piece or two. It's like, you ain't beating Oklahoma City. You're not beating them. But
we also didn't think the Pacers could beat them.
True.
Which they might.
But with the Dodgers, I could see the Giants beating them in a series. And I could see the Giants winning it all. I wouldn't bet on it, but that's the other thing. When you get into the playoffs in the NBA, that's like you're halfway there. In baseball, I just think you have a better shot if you make the postseason and you're a wild card team.
I mean, maybe mathematically you're right, but I think the gap between the Warriors and the Thunder, and I do agree.
What's a bigger gap? Between the Warriors and Thunder or the Giants and Dodgers?
I think it's the Warriors and the Thunder is a smaller gap.
Do you really?
I do.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with
Dude, the
you.
Dodgers got like 7 guys in the IL right now.
Okay. It sounds to me, though, that you're talking mostly about winning the division. I'm actually talking about, can you get there and then what? You know what I mean? Like, I agree with you. I don't think the Giants are going to win the division this year or next, or the year after that if things continue. But, if the Dodgers are winning 100 games and the Giants all of a sudden are a 93-win team in a couple of years, you don't think you could beat the Dodgers if you finish runner-up in the NL West in the playoffs?
No, that's true. I mean, that's what the Padres did a couple of years ago. They beat the Dodgers, I think, 3-1 as the wild card. Like, it's not out of the question. I don't think that if Chapman, Adames, and Devers are your 3 best players, that's like a core that I love.
Right.
Again, it's not just against the Dodgers too. I'm stacking it up against the other teams that they'd have to go through in the NL. I think it is sort of similar to the Warriors. Like, are the Warriors' best 3 better than OKC's? Probably not. Are they better than Denver's? Maybe. Probably not. Are they better than the Clippers? Maybe. Are they better than Minnesota's? We didn't get a chance to see. A lot of people believe so. Are they better than the Lakers? I think so. Are they better than the Rockets? They prove so. Like, I think that each team is going to need fortune to get it done.
Sure.
And I think you're right that in general, the best basketball team wins. The best baseball team doesn't always win. But that, to me, is what you're betting on more than the players themselves.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like, you're betting on the math of baseball as opposed to what you actually believe about those 3 players.
Okay. Because, yes, if you were saying, Steiny, generic playoff team A in baseball, generic playoff team B in the NBA, the baseball team's got the better shot at it. If they're a playoff team hanging around the middle of the playoffs. I think we'll all agree with that. It's funny, and another factor in this thing when we're talking about the cores is when you talk about the Warriors core, 3 guys, I don't give them when I think about this exercise, when I think of the Warriors core, I'm building in, that's it. That's the core. Those 3 guys. The Giants core, I'm allowing for the possibility that they can add to it.
Yeah, see, I think they need someone better in their 3.
And they might. And that person might will become part of their core. But it's almost like because those 3 guys are the core now and they're younger, if they get a better player than all 3, well, now I'm right.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you about what happens if they get a better player than their current 3.
No, but I allow for that under our hypothetical scenario. I allow for that.
I'm just asking you a question.
Because it's baseball rather than the NBA.
Well, yeah, there's a salary cap in basketball.
Watch your tone, but go ahead.
There's no salary cap in baseball.
Right.
So, yes, they could go out and get, like the best player on the market. The Warriors can't do that. But I'm asking about right now. Like, Willie Adames is still hitting. I don't know if you noticed.
What do you mean?
208.
I think he's down to 202, but your point's well taken.
I mean, you still got to, like, I don't know if you've watched. Hey, the Giants won yesterday, Steiny. They scored 2 runs.
I know.
They scored 2 runs.
I actually get what you're saying.
They still can't really hit.
You're saying that right now. See, I don't think the Warriors are closer to an NBA championship than the Giants are to a World Series.
I think they're about the same,
but I do. But I do think that the Warriors core, the Warriors core is probably not getting better. The Giants core probably will get better because Adames is going to get better. Devers wasn't even here. And, Chapman's going to be who he's going to be.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, well, you would hope that Devers is getting better. I'll tell you one thing he's doing, Steiny, this year. He's walking. He's walking a lot. In fact, he's walking more than he ever has.
Well, as Guru stated, he had 55 walks for the Red Sox this year.
And now he has, I think, 2 walks for the Giants.
2 walks in 3 games?
Maybe it's 3.
Is a lot?
Is it 3, Pasta?
What's the clap for? 2 or 3?
Let me check. I'm clapping because it was made such a big deal that Rafael Devers is walking in his first few games.
Hey, look, there's nothing wrong with walking. However, I'm not paying him. Well, I'm not paying him anything. If I'm the Giants, I'm not paying you $250 million the rest of the way to walk. I'm paying you to hit. And I'm not really paying you to do a whole lot of fielding, although we can get to that down the line.
It's twice. He's walked twice.
There you go.
So he's walked 2 times in 3 games.
He's got an OBP of
which would translate to approximately 100 walks, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's on track for well over. Maybe not well over, but just over.
Not well over.
That's good.
Yeah, no, that's good, but it's not Barry Bonds.
Well,
and he was paid a lot of money to walk.
His career high in walks last year. This is actually kind of interesting. Last year was the most walks he's ever had, and it was 67. So he's gonna
he's almost there now.
He's gonna crush that one. Yeah.
So would you say he's a brand new man, or that he's probably not gonna walk as much as he has been for the rest of the season because he's never done it before?
I think he's more likely to walk here, but it doesn't make sense, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Because he was in a better lineup in Boston, right?
Let me ask you this, Steiny.
That's a tough one.
Well, actually, I would expect him to walk more here because there's no reason to pitch to him. But do you like guys that walk? Like, name me your top 5 hitters who walk. You like watching guys that walk?
No.
Yeah, neither do I. I'm paying Rafi to hit. Now, if there's not a pitch in the zone, well, then take your base, go to first. But these 0 for 3s with a walk on this kind of team, that's not enough. Like, he has more pressure on him here than he does in Boston. And that's why there's going to be some expectations for him to hit, and specifically hit for power, because that's the biggest area that the Giants need help in.
Well, Evan, you're very young, and there are things I like to tell you about that I've learned over the course of time.
Enlighten me.
There's an old saying in baseball: "Walks as good as a hit." Walks as good as a hit. Mm-hmm.
Not with a guy in scoring position.
Well, if you have a runner at second and you walk, you're guaranteed to have first and second. If you have a guy at second and he singles, you may just have a guy at first because the guy got with an out because he got thrown out at home.
So you've watched these first 3 games, right?
Sure.
You know what they are with runners in scoring position?
They're struggling right now, but what's your point?
That I need a guy to knock in some runs. I don't just need him to get on base. Look, Devers he's going to be fine. I'm just saying. Yeah. Did you acquire the guy to walk or did you acquire the guy to hit?
Listen, he can do both. Right?
I think it is both, right? Walk is literally a part of your offensive approach. It is part of your offensive game.
Thanks, Billy Bean. Really appreciate that.
I'm looking at this is going to sound weird. This is going to sound really nerdy. I'm looking at the all-time walks leaders in baseball history.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Ricky Henderson's number 1.
We can do that on the other side. But I love that. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm giving you one core for the next 2 years. Curry, Butler, Green, or Adames, Devers, Chapman. Which one are you taking for the next 2 years and why? Who's going to have more success? 888-957-9570. This segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford In case you missed it, the Golden State Valkyries defeated Caitlyn Clark and the Indiana Fever in a huge win at Chase Center last night. Here's what the energy sounded like on 95.7 The Game.
Foul line, driving.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Smashing Pumpkins?
Zombie.
The Cranberries.
Just Metallica?
It's the Cranberries.
Oh.
R.I.P. the great Dolores Reardon. She was the lead singer of the Cranberries. It's a good song. It's a good band. It's a good band.
Sometimes I think you just want to
talk about music.
Yeah, just in your bag about old rock songs and bands, and
I got a lot to share.
How days have since passed.
Let's get back to business.
Okay.
I'm hoping Risotto's got the all-time walks leader up there. Walks. So what do you got? Top 10? All right, Ricky.
I got as many as you want.
Bond's one.
Ricky and Bond.
Yeah, Ricky's 2.
That's 1 and 2.
Now, here's when it gets tough.
I really don't think it is.
Really?
It's probably Babe Ruth.
We need that stronger,
That's a
please.
very low volume ding for me, Pasta.
Well, okay, then I'll turn off the music because it's on the same.
You do know you can put them on different.
I'm going to take.
Here's your ding for Babe Ruth because he is number 3.
All right, my guess is, and I should be better at this. There's no doubt. So I don't know if he had a great eye, but he was a great player, so I'm going to assume he had a great eye. How about Willie Mays? Willie Mays.
Willie Mays is not on the top 20.
Oh, boy.
He's number 22.
Oh, boy.
Okay. All right.
Well, I do think you're on the right track, though. It's probably home run hitters. So give me Jim Thome.
Jim Thome is number 7 on the list.
Okay.
I'm going to take Cecil Fielder.
Oh, boy. Come on.
I don't think he had a long enough career to be on this list.
You're better than that. All right, this guy, I actually remember, I don't know where he is on the list, but I bet he's top 10 because he hates how walks inflate a batter's stats, and that is Joe Morgan.
Joe Morgan is number 5 on the list. So you guys have you guys have 4 of the top 5. You're missing number 4.
I'm going to go with maybe the greatest leadoff hitter of all time outside Henderson, Pete Rose.
Pete Rose is not there, but he's number I gave you the bell because he is number 14, but he's not top 5.
That's not a bell, that's a buzzer.
Thank you, Risotto. That should have been a buzzer.
No chance. I don't know, Pasta. Who's number 4?
Mickey Mantle.
Mickey Mantle's top 10. He's number 8.
There you go. That's a
okay. I'm going to say Al Kaline.
Al Kaline is not anywhere, even in the top 30.
Aaron?
Oh, that's a
Aaron
good
is
one.
in the top 30. He is number 27.
That's not a ding.
No.
So what do you want dings for?
Only
top
just
10?
we're trying to get top 10
top
here.
10,
Just
okay.
top 10. Think about that, though. Pete Rose and Joe Morgan were in the same lineup, hitting 1-2 oftentimes.
Joe Morgan hated analytics.
He did.
They actually made him better.
I'm going to guess.
Or look better.
How about Harmon Killebrew? Thank you.
Harmon, I accidentally.
Pasta.
I did that premature.
Cheese Louise.
He's 15.
Ow.
He's number 15. I'm too quick with the ding.
Frank Thomas.
Who played forever?
Frank Thomas is a legitimate ding. He's number 10.
Okay.
So we need number 9, 7, 6, and that number 4 that you guys just can't get.
Oh God, who played forever? These fossils. Musial?
Stan the Man is number 13. Not there.
Chipper Jones.
I'd say Ted Williams, but he didn't have a...
Nicely
Ted
done.
Williams.
That's number 4.
Ted Williams?
And what's incredible about that is I knew what you were going to say, too. You were going to say that he missed time because of the military.
He did.
But he still racked up the 4th most walks of all time.
Makes sense.
All right, who's number 9? I give up.
Number 9 is Mel Ott, New York Giants.
Okay.
Left-handed hitting, was the National League home run leader for a long time.
You remember him.
Let me guess a guy, and I'll give credit to Frank B. on the YouTube chat. I think this one's right. George Brett. Oh.
I think we already went through the top 10.
Come on, Frank B.
Yeah, I don't see him anywhere on here. Good guess, though.
Well, it wasn't. You see? It wasn't a good guess. Frank B.
Pasta, you've been very gracious during this entire exercise, so I appreciate you.
I'm trying to
who
be
else?
nice. All right, so number 7.
Mark McGuire.
Nope.
All right, I'm done.
Number 7 was Jim Thome, big left-handed hitter, Cleveland.
Yeah, I guessed him.
Did you?
Yeah, we got that right.
Oh, we got that
Evan
one.
got that right.
And then the one that you guys didn't get was number 6. It is Carl Yastrzemski.
Oh. Yes.
Interesting. All right. Had a little fun with that.
Now, most of those guys, Steiny, most of them, are prolific home run hitters or on-base machines who do something when they're on base. So, Devers is not a home run hitter. He's a line drive hitter, has the ability to hit 30 home runs, and he's not a speed demon. So I would prefer, it's a shtick. It's okay to walk. I'm doing a bit. It's bad.
Evan filling in for Guru, taking on his persona of bad takes. How can you say walks are a bad thing? I don't know.
They're not a bad thing. All I'm saying is
Stop painting them out to be a bad thing then.
Steiny, why did they go get Devers? Is it because they couldn't walk or because they couldn't hit?
And I'm with a 408 too. This is the craziest instant gratification culture. Hey, Evan, he played 3 games with the Giants.
Well, he's actually played a lot more games before.
Evan.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, it's fine. Come down my road. You know, Steiny.
Yeah.
When you go to your first Giants game where Devers is in the lineup.
Yes. I'll boo him.
No, that's going to be the Red Sox fans tonight. Actually, no, I don't.
Oh, that'll be interesting to see.
Actually, I spoke too soon. I don't think that he gets booed. The Giants don't go to Fenway this year, but do you think that he would get booed if he went to Fenway?
I don't, because it feels like Boston fans blame the front office more than Devers. Although, I heard a couple people, they have some sound. I'm not going to play it on the board, but like Barstool stuff. And Devers, there were people that didn't like Devers. You know what I mean? I'm hearing that, it wasn't necessarily a fan favorite.
Devers?
Yes.
I think he was.
All right.
2 scoops.
Well, let me tell you who.
That's because he likes ice cream.
Okay, let me tell you who speaks for Boston. You know who Dave Portnoy is?
Are you serious? I know who he is, but you saying he speaks for Boston is going to piss anybody who lives out here that's from Boston off.
Too bad. He does.
That's what you do.
He's Mr. Boston.
I'd play him.
All right. Now listen to what he says. He's part of Boston.
I'm watching the U.S. Open, and the Red Sox trade Rafi Devers. They pull him off the plane, stick him in a car, send him on his way, and that's the end. Now listen, Rafael Devers is the dickhead, all right? He's a dickhead.
All right.
There's no doubt about that. Like the way he handled Bregman coming to third and pissing and moaning, and then when Bregman gets hurt, he won't play third, and then he won't play first. So he's a dickhead. But this season has sucked for the Red Sox until the last week. In 2 weeks, they start playing good baseball. They sweep the Yankees. They won 5 out of 6 against the Yankees. They won, 7 out of 8 or something like that. We're finally looking up above 500. It's like, maybe this team actually will be pretty good. We got all these young kids coming up. And Devers is hitting for the most part. And you fucking trade him for a bag of baseballs and fucking a couple no-name pitchers and more. And it's a financial deal. And that's all it is. They didn't have to pay the contract. They got out of it. It's fucking John Henry doing John Henry stuff.
Yeah, so there you have it. One guy says Devers was kind of a goof.
Who bleeped that out? Usually when there's a bleep, it's like a high-pitched kind of ding. Like, those bleeps almost made it sound like I could hear the entire words. Did he call Rafi Devers when I think he called him?
Yes, he did. And not a designated hitter. Another DH.
That's a 4. Come on, man. Like,
well, I guess there is some backlash. Like, we've heard it. He could have handled it better.
I agree with that.
But I'm with you. I don't think he gets booed in Boston.
Yeah, I mean, there's times where I wish Steiny could handle a read better, but I'm not going to go call you a DH, a designated hitter, after the show. You know, I'm like, yes, Steiny could have been better today and could have handled that a little bit better, but you know, you're not a designated hitter.
Can I let fans in on a little secret? See this all the time. The fact that the Boston Red Sox swept the Yankees on the same day Devers got it means nothing. Like the sweep of the Yankees means nothing. A series or two means nothing. Like this idea that we got it together in Boston, and just when we got it together, they pulled the plug on this thing. You won 2 series. That's all you did. You got above 500 for the first time this year. That's all you did. Like, nobody, like, the Giants, they don't care that Devers is 1 for 12 so far. It's 1 series. They're not going to make a decision based on 1 series.
You think he's going?
They made a decision based on what had happened all year long with Devers.
You got to admit that's pretty poor timing.
I disagree. The timing's the timing. They may have gotten him out of here. They may have said, let's get this guy out of here as fast as we can, and that just happened to be how long it took.
Steiny, they just moved into a wild card spot for the first time since they were 2-1.
And I'll tell you right now, nobody in the clubhouse knew that. They don't look at the standings like us.
No, but they know they're playing good baseball, and you just traded our best hitter. They also just sent the guy down, the guy who's supposedly pissed at Campbell.
Yeah.
Who said he was going to play first.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just sent him to Worcester.
Is that good?
That means he got option. He's in AAA. So the guy who was trying to, I don't know, be a good teammate and move to the other position is not good enough to stay with the team. What we're going to see tonight from the Red Sox is a team that is missing a middle-of-the-bat kind of player, or middle-of-the-order bat.
Yeah, Devers.
Yeah, they're good. Watch him walk a lot this series.
Don't let him sweep.
Who?
The Red Sox.
You think they're going to sweep the Giants?
No, I said don't let him sweep.
They don't even have Crochet going in this series.
I know.
Now, this is something that actually is, I find really funny about you. You always want to know who's pitching against the Giants.
I do.
Because it seems like they missed the ace.
They always miss the ace.
Well, they faced Yamamoto. They beat him.
He stinks. He's 6-6.
Easy on Yoshi.
Please.
He almost had an immaculate inning last night.
Let's go through a little. Skeens, they missed him. Scooble, they missed him.
They still got swept.
Crochet, they miss him. They miss him. Who's the Guardians' best pitcher? It wasn't a guy in the last 3.
Bybee.
Thank you.
Yeah. It is kind of funny they haven't caught the ones, but, you know, Steiny, that's baseball. That's just baseball.
Every break in the book for this Giants team, Risotto.
Well, not the 2 nights before the Flores double.
And then
they couldn't buy one.
Who's the guy who you said, well, they'll face him because they play him 6 in 9 days?
Skeens. They play the Pirates 6 times in 9 days.
I guarantee he's pitching the series in the middle.
He'll get like sick or something.
He's going to throw against the Mets and not the Giants. He's going to miss them 6 times. No, they'll face Skeensy or Skinny. Oh, speaking of Skinny, you think, now I mean this as in he's hitting one into the cove. Just, I don't want to get lost in translation. You think Devers is going skinny dipping this weekend?
Nope.
Why not?
I don't.
Think he's going to hit a home run? I do.
He's not hitting it in McCovey Cove. He's not going to hit a lot of balls in the McCovey Cove. I'll tell you right now.
Well, but he could hit one this weekend. I think it'd be appropriate, actually.
The problem with Devers and splash hits are he's more of an alleys guy. He's more of an alleys guy than a down the right field line guy. Bonds was down the right field line. That's where you can make it into the Cove. But as it juts out toward right center, it gets harder and harder and harder. Remember the ball Ohtani hit earlier in the year? That was to right center, but it wasn't a splash hit.
Yeah, because he hit it Mach 4.
Correct, and it was to the deepest part of the park.
It was a little lower.
It was.
I mean, I think Devers is going to have a splash hit.
To this series.
Yeah. You know what? Let's put a pop on it. I think Devers goes skinny dipping this weekend.
I will put a pop on it.
All right.
415, wrong, Steiny. Gotta love texts that start that way. Wrong, Steiny. Devers getting some booze at Fenway. Not a team player. And Evan.
No. Easy.
Oh, boy.
You want to read that?
No, I'm not going to read that.
I don't either. I don't like that. I don't think I like the second half of that text. It's taking a shot at Goo.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the spray chart, and I will say that 4 of the 15 home runs that Devers has hit this year looks like they would go into the Cove.
They wouldn't. I'll bet you. You want to make? I'll tell you what. I'll make you a bet right now, Risotto.
I didn't even have a take. I'm just saying what I see.
Now there is something that I don't know if Park Factor really has this like. Is the marine layer involved in StatCast?
No.
I agree with you on that. I do agree.
Can they factor that in? Like, I know that they say, all right, this is the amount of feet it goes, and there's a trajectory here, but like, dude, I'm telling you, if Devers hits one of those balls he hit at Yankee Stadium, even if it's to right, like, I'm sorry, that ball's not getting out at 8:08 p.m. in San Francisco.
It clearly doesn't take into account wind either. So it doesn't take into account wind.
Well, the wind's always swirling. You never know where it's going to take the ball.
I think it only takes into account distance, which I agree is a little bit skewed.
Yeah, listen, if you've played golf, all right, you're playing in the morning, it's a little misty, as opposed to you're playing in the sunshine, the ball doesn't travel as far. So you're absolutely the ball doesn't travel as far in San Francisco. And it's like, you know, somebody, the Giant hit a home run the other week in Colorado. Oh, it was, of course, Adames. That's the only team he hits home runs against. And everybody, that'd go out of any ballpark. No. Because the air's thin in Colorado. That's why it went 422 feet.
Dude, he hit a ball, I swear, that looked exactly like his, I think it was the second home run he hit, or maybe it was the one that barely cleared the wall in center field in Colorado, which is still like a 430-foot home run. I swear he hit one during the Cleveland series that looked exactly and sounded the same exactly off the bat, and it just died like 20 feet in front of the warning track.
Yeah, I told you about the one I saw on the second game against the Guardians.
Adames?
Yeah, he hit what I thought was like a line double into the gap between center and right. And it just got caught, and I was like, geez, that was like more of a flare. Like, he just doesn't seem to have a lot of pop.
It's hard to have pop in that stadium.
I guess.
It is hard to hit the ball out at Oracle Park. Not the hardest ballpark to hit in, but I think the second or third this year. And most years.
Do you think he's going to hit one into the Cove?
Seattle would be the hardest. Yes, I do.
What would you put Devers over-under on splash hits the rest of the year? Because
2.5?
I was thinking the same thing, 2.5.
Okay. And I was going to say, when you said, well, it looks like 4 would have gone into the Cove, I was going to say 4. I'll bet he doesn't hit 4 into the Cove. But some of those home runs may not have just been at Fenway, right?
No. The one that went the furthest to right field was in Toronto.
Hitters Park. The thing is, Boston is actually, not to left field, but to right field, it's kind of similar to Oracle Park. Mm-hmm. So he's hit a few that have gone out straight away right field. I think those would probably be in the Cove. I would take the over on that. You know why?
Why?
Because he's going to realize that all fields approach ain't working at Oracle. You got to get a little pull happy. That's actually what I think that Willie Adames has been missing. He's been trying to hit the ball to all fields, Steiny. You just got to take the Javi Baez approach one of these days and just start trying to yank literally everything. If you want to hit a home run. Also, someone's saying that weather has no effect on how far your golf ball travels.
Shut up. Why would you read something so dumb?
Well, because I think it could also be an indicator.
Weather has no effect on how far your golf ball travels, Steiny?
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Thank you, Steve. Although I'm a little down on you, too.
You've been losing weight, though. You're not going to have as much oomph behind your ball.
I hit a new low this morning again. New low. Quick 6, looking good.
Hey.
Weekends are tough, though. Weekends are a little tougher. But you know what I like about it?
I can't stand this quick 6 thing. That might be what's bugging me at 2 o'clock.
You know what I like the most about where I'm at right now? I decide. I decide what I'm going to eat. I decide when I'm going to eat. I decide if I'm going to eat. I have it all at my disposal. We got a 60th birthday party back east in a week. And your boy's on the straight and narrow.
Now, why wouldn't you always decide if and when you eat?
You know what, Evan? How many times have you heard this? Negotiations end when there's a deadline. Okay? Hey, why couldn't you? Why did it take so long to sign Brock Purdy? Why did it take so long for Brandon Ayuk? Because there was a deadline. Plain and simple. And there's a deadline for me, and it's next Friday. Mm-hmm.
That sounds like procrastination more than a choice.
It doesn't matter because...
You know what it comes down to?
Yeah.
Willpower.
That's right.
It's all about...
That's right.
That can apply to 365 days, not 14.
Didn't I tell you that yesterday?
Yeah, but...
That's all
we think similarly.
Yesterday, got home, turned the Valkyries on. It's like, man, I'm hungry. And I had one little thing, and I just, that's why I like to go to bed early when I'm losing weight. Tell you what, you get into that bed at 7:45, you go 12 hours without eating.
No, I think you've been sleeping too much.
All right, from the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out. Oh, boy. You're right, Risotto. We're missing that stapler. Valvoline Instant Oil Change, ladies and gentlemen. They get you out in 15 minutes. No appointments needed. For locations and coupons, you know what? I'm just going to give this one up and go do it on the other side. Listen, go to BayAreaOilChange.com. That's all you got to do. For discounts, or don't make an appointment. It's still only going to take you 15 minutes. The other part of this was brought to you by Fremont Bank. You know their motto, here for you, here for good. Oh, boy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Goo. That's it. He's here for Goo.
You need a Snickers bar.
No. Haven't had chocolate in a while.
I mean, satisfy your hunger. You want to do that read again?
No, I don't. Because, listen, they got the gist of it.
Right.
Hey, can I praise somebody?
Are you sure you're allowed to do that?
Risotto, how old are you?
I'm 23.
23 years old.
Taylor Swift.
So, I'm talking to Risotto, 23 years old. And I'm like, what are you up to today? And maybe come out after? He goes, I'm coaching Little League at, did you say 6, 7, and 8 tonight?
No, Junior Giants. Shout out Junior Giants.
So
6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds.
Okay. Now, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. That's very impressive.
Well,
thank you.
At 23, I wasn't interested in helping anybody, let alone 60.
I'm going to need to ask him some follow-ups.
Seriously, on a Friday, how long are you going to be on the diamond tonight?
It's from 6 p.m. to 7:30.
How much you making?
Cramp your style?
It's volunteer, Evan.
How much you making?
Oh my
It's
God.
volunteer. The Giants do give away some free stuff from time to time.
And there it is.
That's not why we do it, though.
Why do you do it?
Because it's fun.
Is it?
Coaching baseball.
Is it fun, or are you just
the way you're saying
it's
it doesn't
fun?
sound fun.
It's fun. It's a blast.
As Guru would say, they're like, are you sipping? Or you probably have all your faculties.
Oh, yeah.
He's not pre-gaming practice. You don't do that. No, in all honesty, that is pretty cool. And I do wish that we had more coaches in general that aren't just parents. You kind of need some people at every single practice or associated with the Little League team. I can't speak for, I don't know, Pop Warner, maybe too. You need people that are not affiliated with the kids. Having Pop coach all your teams, some are great, but you need some people there like Pasta that have no vested interest, even though I can't understand why he would.
I would agree with that. And for the life of me, I've never understood this, because when I was playing Little League, it was absolutely unheard of. Quite frankly, it was unspeakable. To go to practice and have a parent watch practice? The hell is that?
A lot of the parents do watch practice.
That's right.
It's uncomfortable sometimes.
It's a joke. They shouldn't be allowed, believe it or not. My parents, and I never had a teammate whose parents watched the practice. Not in grade school, junior high, high school, college. When did this start?
I think it's a new thing because, my parents just dropped me off and left.
Exactly. And you
Not
almost,
only that,
you almost had to.
Little League or most after-school sports, it's daycare. It's daycare for the kids. Not every kid, specifically in Pasta's age range that he's talking about, 6, 7, 8, 9, not all those kids are going to continue to play. Many of them are not going to play in high school. It's to introduce social skills. That's what Little League is all about. Everyone thinks it's about molding the next Bryce Harper. And maybe you got a couple ballers in your league, people who make the all-star team, someone like myself or yourself, Stein, who goes on to play Division III. However, most kids are not going to play past Little League. It's about having fun and developing social skills with your friends. So parents, I know that everyone wants to see their progress and their investment. Quit looking at your kid like that. That's all I'd say.
Yeah, and what progress is going to be made when they look around their shoulder and they see their parent there? At some point as a parent, I'm not a parent. At some point as a parent, you got to be able to back off a little bit and let your kid experience life.
Thank you.
Well, no, I mean, I do believe there are some parents that enjoy just sitting there and watching practice. And if you can, that's fine. More power to you.
But if they're there, they're more inclined to either get involved or have an opinion or...
No, I would like to believe that there are some parents out there that can separate themselves from the team. They just legitimately enjoy watching their child participate in the sport. But that's a small fraction.
But
from my experience.
You know what? Here's the way I feel about it. And listen, this is why society's changed. 415, wrong again, Steiny. A coach who bans parents from watching practice would be fired before the practice is over. That's
really?
A joke. Now, this one's a little different. Sports are expensive now. Parents want to see how their investment is paying off. Okay, go to one. And if you like it, you like what the coach is doing, hit the pike.
Investment is crazy.
Wait, no. Actually, this is where, Pasta, we do need to sit this one out. I got to ask you, Steiny. Have you ever looked at one of your 3 daughters as an investment?
No.
Okay, well, then I think it's fair.
Okay.
No, I'm just like, I think there might be some parents who look at their child participating in sports as an investment.
It is so unfair to the coach. It's unbelievable. I wouldn't coach under those circumstances. I just wouldn't.
So if I see parents at the practice tonight, what should I say to them, Steiny, that are sitting there watching?
Well, it doesn't sound like you can really do anything because...
But if I could do something...
It's the way it is now.
If I could do something, what should I say?
I would say, hey, guys, how you doing? So, it's thanks for dropping your kid off. Here's what I would say. Practice is over at 7:30. That's when you want to come pick them up. So come back at 7:30 to pick them up. Find something to do for 90 minutes.
Oh, Coach, we're not leaving.
Now, this is interesting.
Then I find out whose kid is theirs, and I humiliate him. That's what I would do. I would humiliate him.
Games are fair. Like, my parents watch me play games, and I liked them being at my games up until a certain point. Then that was more about me than them. But practice, do you not, drop them off and come back and pick them up later, or go somewhere? Just let them be them. I don't know. When I was coaching in Little League, this was a while ago, but there was a few parents that would hang around, and I guess I was always curious, and I wondered why. And if there's any out there that do and have a legitimate reason, I would love to hear it, because I never really got it. Again, my parents would drop me off at practice, let me practice with my team, come back and get me.
Yeah.
And then they would show up and drop me off on game days and watch the games the way that it has always been.
And that's the way it should be. And, that's the way life works.
That's what life's about.
No, anyway. I just don't get it. Like the idea that my dad would have dropped me off at C.E. Cole Middle School in the middle of November at 6 o'clock at night and then followed me into the gym to say, hey, I'm looking forward to what Mr. Wolf's going to say to the team. What are you doing? Go do some paperwork.
What is going on here?
They want to make sure coaches are not mean. Yeah. Well, you know what? That is what life's about. Sometimes you're going to run into coaches that are just better than others. But no one is... All right, Pasta is not volunteering his time to be mean to children. He's volunteering his time to help them get better at the game of baseball.
You've never been at one of these practices. You don't know that. No, I'm just kidding.
Posey, you couldn't be mean if you tried.
No, you're right.
So I'm out. Well, let me take care of some business, and then I'm going to tell you a little story about something that just happened when I get it together. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. They're 6-6, by the way. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city.
All right, well, what do you got?
So it's Valkyries related, but it's not Valkyries. But if you watch the Valkyries game, you know what I'm talking about, or you were at the game. So I walk out of the studio, and I see the boss, Mr. Idea Man,
Nahagian.
Matt Nahagian. And he says to me, Steiny, fair or foul? And that's an old phrase that one of our coworkers used to use, and fair or foul means, is it okay or not? You know how you guys understand. So Nahagian goes, fair or foul? Brandon Pajemski, and I said foul.
No, why would you say that?
Because I know.
He didn't even finish the question.
Because I knew what he was going to say, and I was right. And the question was this: fair or foul? Pods at the Valkyries game. Now, if you didn't watch the game, Pods is up all the time.
Steiny.
He's up all the time, but more specifically is this part that Nahagian brought up. He kind of called that walk on Caitlyn Clark.
He sure did.
Yeah. Should a pro player really be doing that to another pro player? I mean, think about the times when you'll have people watching a game or like they never, you wouldn't see, like you go to Oklahoma City Sunday night for Game 7, and give me Kyrie Irving's there.
Okay.
He's just there because he loves the game.
Yeah.
And it's like Kyrie Irving standing up and taunting Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Fair or foul, Brandon Pajemski at the Valkyries game.
It's fair for him to be at Valkyries games. What I think is foul is how much he tries to involve himself in the Valkyries games. It's kind of like he's on the team. Like the way that he is on the sidelines or courtside, it feels like that's the same way that he acts when he's on the Warriors bench. And look, I get it. He's probably, in fact, I know he's friendly with players on the team because I saw him in the tunnel after the game. He was chatting it up with Kate Martin and another couple players and their friends and family. But like, I do think that there needs to be a boundary. And clearly we haven't found one yet between Pods and the Valkyries. But I do have to say, it is refreshing to see another professional athlete for their hometown team that's so clearly invested in their female counterparts.
Okay, somebody on the text line, 510, saying Reggie Miller was all over the court yesterday for the Pacers. Okay, well, the circumstances are a little different. Now, Reggie Miller played for the Pacers. Okay?
He also wasn't mocking or trolling a member of the Thunder.
Exactly.
Like, again, I don't have a problem with Pods cheering and promoting and being a fan. But if a fan did that to Caitlyn Clark, which Pods is, like, he's not on the team. He's a fan. If any normal courtside fan did that and almost essentially stepped onto the court, I do think there'd be a lot of people that would say, what is that guy doing?
I agree. But here's the way if I put myself in Caitlyn Clark's position, here's the way I would feel. All right, I see a guy do that, what Pods did with the walk, and he's in the front row. I don't know if Caitlyn Clark recognizes him right away. I don't know if she, that's Brandon Pajemski. He's a second-year player for the Golden State Warriors out of Santa Clara. Like, she may not know him. So I'm going to assume when she looks at Pods, she thinks he's just a fan, like a crazy fan. What I'm saying is, if and when she found out he was a Warrior player, I'd be pissed. I really would be if I were her. Like, finding out that he's actually a Golden State Warrior. In other words, I agree with you. It's just not a good look. It's not a good look.
Now, is it because since he's a player, he should know better kind of thing?
It's there should be a professional respect among professional athletes. Don't be heckling. You know what I mean?
Well, you can say stuff like, again, Reggie Miller's clapping on the sidelines and cheering for his team.
Probably encouraging. And
I don't know. Reggie Miller's one of the biggest trash talkers of all time.
But it's to me, it's apples and oranges. Reggie Miller has an affiliation with the Pacers. And he's actually played for them. Now, I get it. The Valkyries are the WNBA team. But sure, I expect Reggie Miller to root for the Pacers. I expect Pods to root for the Valkyries. I expect Reggie Miller maybe to trash talk a little bit. But did he come out on the court? And did he walk? Shea Gilgeous-Alexander? I don't know. I would like if I were a high school basketball player. All right, I play for Head Royce, and I'm going to go to the Bishop O'Dowd Skyline game. I'm not going to that game and ripping a player on one of those teams. That's just me.
I mean, I do think the optics are also strange when, like, the owner of the team is sitting right next to him. And Lacob is as big of a fan as anybody. Even at Warriors games, you will never see, as much as Joe Lacob stands and cheers and hoots and hollers, I don't think you'll ever see him troll or mock another player for another team.
No chance.
I just don't think he'd do it. So it is a little appalling seeing someone who's literally right next to him doing it. Also in front of his general manager. Like, I don't know. That kid's got some stones on him. That's all I know. And he's 22. Maybe you won't be doing that by the end of the season.
And I believe it or not,
I thought it was a little much.
I do think, like, the fact that he sometimes, if he's going to be at every game, like, yeah, then it's like we're going to the game and you check out Pods. Like, there are wild fans in every arena that are season ticket holders. So I don't necessarily mind that he's a super fan. It's just engaging with the play. Yeah.
Well, he can't be doing that every game, right? Like, for the rest of the season. Seriously, every single game you go to, Pods is going to be up in arms and clapping in people's ears. Like, it... Really? Like, for all, they have 22 home dates?
Yeah.
All 22?
I mean, I think he's been to all 6.
Shout out the NFL tape. Like, for all 22.
Real quick, let's go to Pat in Foster City.
Okay.
Hey, Pat, what do you have to say? Tribute to the great Michael Urban. Good for ball or bad for ball? Pods is at the Valkyries. What's up, Pat?
Hey, I thought the interview that Pods did after the game was really pretty odd. The way he talked was like he was part of this team. Like, we got to do this and we need to do that. And I didn't know anything about his antics during the game. I just saw the post interview, and I thought that was kind of strange. But what you're saying now makes sense, that's kind of how he feels like he is. But, the other thing to kind of keep in mind is that, Lacob is his boss, and he's also, he's an employee of Lacob, and so is all the Valkyries.
Yeah.
So the Valkyries and Pods have the same boss, so
That's
they are
true.
kind of on the same team. in that regard. So it's a little different. But I don't know if Pods is just trying to get in the good graces of Lakeup because his contract's coming up, and maybe he wants to, show support for his boss's other ventures, if you would. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it does seem odd if he was that involved in the game on the sideline. I wasn't aware of that, but that does seem to cross the line. But it is a little different,
Yeah, appreciate it. I didn't hear the interview with Pods after the game. Did you? I'm surprised he did an interview.
Well, I was there. The only one that I forget who was interviewed after the game, but they do an on-court interview for like the winning side.
Sure.
And, forget who the player was, but it was. I think. Well, actually, it was who was guarding Caitlyn Clark. I apologize for not knowing this off the top of my head.
Was it Thornton?
No, it was another guard, but
Late.
No, the point stands that he was asked about it afterwards. Although, like he's very friendly with the team, obviously. Again, I saw him in the tunnel. He was chatting it up with everybody. Everyone loves Pods. I just feel like there's a line, and it not even being a habitual line stepper. Like last night, he just crossed it. I mean, I don't know. Like if I'm a fan of Pajemski as a Warrior, like my favorite athlete, if I saw my favorite athlete trolling another athlete, I think I would I would look at him differently. I just would. Like this guy's a little immature.
I mean, the one thing I will say is it feels like Pods. You know what I mean? Like I don't.
Yeah, that's who he is.
He is.
Oh, Hayes. Thank you, 925 Hayes.
What's Hayes?
That was
the
person
player
who
who was guarding Caitlyn Clark.
She was great.
Yeah, we can. I see a couple calls. Maybe we can finish it up on the other side. But anyway, not my topic. That was the boss. Good for ball, bad for. Well, that was Michael Urban. R.I.P. We got one more segment, and then we got the crossover. So that's what's coming up. And I got to read. I'm going to try to do it better this time. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. Hey, in case you missed it, the Golden State Valkyries. They defeated Caitlyn Clark and the Indiana Fever. Huge win at Chase Center last night. You want to hear what the energy sounded like? Take a listen.
Foul line, driving right alley, blocked by Burton. Great help defense. Hayes, baseball pass ahead to Bill.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game. Oh, shoot. I was going to text Guru to have him call in. Give us a family reunion update. We can do that Monday.
Yeah, Monday. I'd like to hear what he's got going down in Texas. A few days off, kicking his feet up.
Got to believe he's got a lot of sweat going.
Dude, I saw the report. It looks like it's like 90 and humid. Goo doesn't like, he doesn't mind the heat, but he's told me he didn't like the humidity.
Yeah. That's common.
Well, you don't like any sort of, I'm not even going to say extreme, but like one time we were talking to the cafeteria and you said something about, you could live up north. And I was like, well, could you live in the cold? And you're like, no, tundra, no. I'm like, well, could you live in the desert? And you said, no. Where you can live 76 degrees, partly cloudy, which is probably why you're in Oakland.
I love the sun, and I thought I was possibly built for the Arctic, but having studied it, I wouldn't last in the Arctic. You need a lot of self-reliance, and I tend to need other people's help. But nevertheless, what was I going to? Oh, Negan hates when I do that. Okay, Buster Posey was on with the MLB Network. Either yesterday, he was on this week after the trade. Who cares if it was yesterday or Tuesday?
Well, you don't have to say what date it is.
I know,
you can just
but
say Posey was on with MLB Network.
There it is. He was on. Devin just said it. Let's get to the real issue with Devers right now. Devers is a giant. We know that. But how's it all going to shake out? When is he going to play first, if at all? And Buster Posey was asked that.
I was talking to Bob about that, and I'll let him make that decision. I'm thinking we're probably going to need to get some more reps at first just to make sure he's comfortable, before we do it. But I'll defer to Bo Mel on that one.
When's the earliest Devers can play first base, to your way of thinking?
My guess would be the All-Star break. Because, well, look, he's going to take ground balls every single day. But we heard it last year from Blake Snell, and it might sound stupid, and I get it. Spring training's really important. You need a couple of months to get yourself into game shape, to get yourself prepared. And also, I just think for a guy who's never played that position before, while first base may seem like an easy spot to just throw a guy into, it's going to take some time. And so the All-Star break is about a month away. Spring training oftentimes is, a couple months, so it might be even more than that. The one thing you can't have Devers do is stick him at first base and have him be bad. And I don't think he's a great fielder, but he has to feel confident there, Steiny. Otherwise, well, then you kind of just kill it. Like you just nip it in the bud and say you ain't playing there this year.
I get you. And the other thing they got to figure out is, so they're just Wilmer Flores. He's pinch hit twice in this series. Where does he fit in?
He doesn't. Against righties.
Right.
Against left-handed starters, Wilmer Flores is going to play first base. And against right-handed pitching, I think for the most part, unless Dom Smith really falls off a cliff, he is going to pinch hit. And isn't it crazy? Like, I realize that Wilmer Flores, he's not Sal Bando, but he's your leader in RBIs. And he's pinch hitting. There's something amiss there. There's something off with that. And I know it's just what you have to do right now, and I think Melvin's doing the best he can. But, he's not at a stage in his career where he can play second base anymore. He's still not a great first baseman, but there's really just nowhere you can put him.
Well, excuse me. My question is, so how many RBIs does Devers have? About 50? Let's just say he has 50. I think he might have fewer than that, but let's say he has 50 and Flores has 50. So you acquired Devers.
He has 58.
Okay.
59 Devers does, and Wilmer Flores has
53.
Yep.
So how much did you really gain if, I get it, Devers is a better player, but if Devers is just replacing, for the most part, Flores, then can you really expect a lot more production out of the lineup? It would seem to me that you'd want to keep Flores in there somehow, and obviously that's the issue, and bring in and have Devers there to be another run producer. But it almost feels like, well, they got Devers, and he's better than Flores, but now we don't have Flores. And, oh, by the way, the guy whoever ends up playing first base, which is probably Devers, is going to be terrible, or he's going to be a bad first baseman.
Well, Devers walks. No, I'm just kidding. But this is where it kind of comes down to what you believe. Like, the RBI is not a statistic that a hitter can really control, right? You can get a hit, but guys have to be on base for you to get an RBI. The one thing the Giants have really struggled with this year are getting guys in. And I know that it's kind of it's not a foolproof statistic, but I do think on a team like the Giants, RBIs kind of are important because they really struggle with runners in scoring position. You need those clutch at-bats to get guys in. And Flores, for whatever reason, seems to be one of the few players that has seriously thrived in those spots. Like yesterday, comes off the bench, and I feel like he's going to get a hit. Whether he does or doesn't, I feel like Flores gives you a really good shot to get those runs in. And now he gets 1 to 2 at-bats a game over the course of a series because most teams don't have a lot of left-handed starters. He's probably going to pinch hit in 2 of them. So, Steiny, over the last 3 games, in which you lost 2 of them, he got 5 at-bats, 6 at-bats.
Yep.
You know, I ideally would like one of my better hitters to be getting 12 at-bats in a series and try to maximize my chances of scoring runs. So that's why, Devers is better. He's going to play. But there's something wrong with that picture. And there's nothing you can do about it, but that's why when everyone is assuming that the offense is going to be so much better, it's like it's not really that simple because you are removing a piece that's helped you this year.
And I know it's a small sample size, but they've scored 2 runs a game with Devers since he's arrived.
At least until Devers is going to be able to play first base. And maybe I'm on an island, but I just think that it's not so simple to ask him to just go play first. Or everybody who thought that I might be proved wrong. I highly doubt he plays first base in this series against the Red Sox, to quote unquote spite them. I think he would like to, and I think him saying at the podium during his press conference, "I'm willing to play everywhere," that's the middle finger. But he doesn't need to play first base to prove that.
No, and he doesn't have to prove it this weekend either. I agree with you. Buster Posey, again, this is from the MLB Network, and if you were listening this week, you know that one of the things I'm fascinated by, which makes me weird, is what kind of relationship Farhan had with the ownership group and what kind of relationship does Posey have with the ownership group, knowing that he's essentially one of them. But here's how Buster Posey described everything coming together.
The people around me, as you mentioned, Zach Manassian's been in the game for a long time. Jeremy Shelley's been in it forever. You mentioned Jeff Berry. Jeff Berry was instrumental. And for me, just bouncing questions off of him, he's negotiated so many different deals. Obviously, this is different than negotiating for a player or a free agent, but just his experience was extremely important for me. So there's a ton for me to learn, but there's a ton of people around me that have a lot of experience, and I've been all ears.
What a class act. Such a class act.
You love this guy. I think you like him more than any other front office member in the Bay Area.
Well, he's under the, I hope my daughter marries someone like that. That's why he fits there.
He's probably got a dark side.
No, he doesn't. But you know what? I'm glad you brought that up because I believe everybody does have a dark side.
Yeah, you're wearing a dark shirt, right?
But
now.
I don't think Posey does actually. Like, and we were talking about this yesterday, and it rubbed some people the wrong way, by the way, which means I'll bring it up again. So, I can envision, Curry, he's got a dark side. I don't know what it is, and neither do you. But you know what? He does. How do I know? I can just tell. Most people do, and he has one. Posey? I actually don't think he has one. I just don't. And that's another difference between Posey and Curry.
Well, I think that's a gut feeling you have.
Oh, that's all it is. Yeah.
Well, no, I know, but he's got to have something wrong with him.
No, he doesn't. He's the kind of guy who you're like, hey, Buster, come on, you got to have a vice. What's your vice? And he'll say, well, I work out too much. One of those guys.
It's really hard for me to have a drink. I just don't really. No, I'm probably sure he hit a deer when he was 6 years old or something.
And you asked me this the other day about Posey. What could you ever say bad about Posey? And I said, well, he's two-faced because of what he said about San Francisco. Of course, that was tongue-in-cheek, but there is another one.
Well, he went to Florida State. He probably wasn't a good student. What?
You mentioned it, and I had forgotten it. He let Hunter Strickland hang. He was like that one Hanson brother. No, he was like Paul Newman in Slapshot. He didn't fight. No, it wasn't Paul Newman. It was that other guy. Paul Newman fought. Who was the guy who didn't fight? And the Hanson brothers would be tearing guys apart, and there'd be one guy sitting on the bench. He just did not fight. And that was Buster Posey.
But but in a way, actually, that makes me like him more.
I know.
I've done that before.
Whoa.
Not coming to your teammate's aid. Now,
Guru and I have gotten into fights over this.
I know.
Okay.
I'm assuming Guru's the guy that's got everyone's back. But my teammate was just so stupid. He didn't have to do what he did. Hitting people in high school is just dumb. You don't hit people we're all children. No one's got money on the line. There's no respect. We don't like your school. You don't like ours. Just beat him and move along. Nobody needs to get hit, so our pitcher goes and does something stupid and hits a guy. And I'm sorry, my first reaction is not to rush to the mound to intercept somebody who deserves to at least get one free shot at him before everyone else intervenes and breaks it up. So that's why, when Strickland took it upon himself to throw at Bryce Harper, I'm oh, this guy's an idiot. Number one, he took you deep, you didn't like it, went back to the playoffs, hash, whatever. It was so stupid that Posey knew it. Because every catcher has the chance to intercept a batter. It's the first thing you do. You get hit, you pop out of the crouch, and you get in front of the guy, and you tell him to go to first base. Posey didn't do that. And you know what? I kind of get it.
What if Strickland told him not to do it?
Oh, there's a monkey wrench.
What if he said, I'm going to hit Bryce Harper, don't intervene because I want a piece of Bryce Harper?
Posey should want a piece of Harper.
And Posey was just all right, this guy's an idiot. I'm just fine, fight him.
Yes, because also, if you notice, who was the first baseman for that team, Pasta?
Michael Morse.
Yeah, he's the first person to get there. So Strickland clearly didn't tell everybody else he wanted a piece of him.
And Morse got hurt, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. You can tell by how quickly everyone else gets in. Yeah, I'll take it for the text line. I'm a bad teammate. I'll wear that. Was that day.
It is true. There's a correlation between how long a fight lasts and whether the one guy was a jerk or not. So when Sprewell and Carlissimo went at it.
Oh, God.
There were a lot of spectators. You ever see the movie? Oh boy, what's it called?
There's a lot of them.
Oh boy, it's
now
Dazed and Confused. You ever see Dazed and Confused?
No, but I've heard about it. So wait, are you telling me that when that kerfuffle ensued, that there were some people who just kind of brushed it off?
Yes.
Now, why would that be?
They didn't want to get between Sprewell and Carlissimo.
Was it fear of Sprewell or lack of respect for Carlissimo?
I think it was the latter. At the time. But remember, Dazed and Confused has a scene where there's this nerdy guy who gets picked on by this muscular, strong guy. And it went on through the whole movie. And finally, he's like, you know what? I'm going to punch him. I'm going to cold cock him. I'm just going to punch him. And they're like, you can't do that. He'll beat you up. And the guy's like, no. What happens is I'll punch him, and then everybody will run in. Everybody will just rush in to break it up. And, of course, he does it. And the first thing you hear was, fight, get away, let him fight. And the guy got beat.
And ironically, one of the actresses' names in that movie is Parker Posey.
That's pretty good. This is also a 4 from the 5-0. Buster Posey was on PJ Carlissimo's side.
No, he wasn't. I don't think he was.
I think Posey was a great teammate, but I also think, look, and again, he's just been an idiot. Not Posey, Strickland.
Yes. By the way, a little tidbit from Risotto.
Okay.
And it's just another reason, we're starting to peel away a little bit about Posey and his aura. Apparently he only had a 3.94 in high school.
Who, Posey?
Grade point average, 3.94. How can he not get a 4.0 in high school?
Where'd he go to high school?
Somewhere in Florida, which makes it even worse.
Well, maybe you went to
maybe it's not in Florida.
Maybe you went to a prep school.
No, he's a great student, too.
He strikes me as a
Posey.
As a well-read man.
Lee County High School, per the great Mark Grandy.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
okay, now where's Lee County?
Leesburg, Georgia.
Yeah, Bishop O'Dowd to the east.
Where's Leesburg, Georgia?
Georgia.
That really narrows it down, fellas. We got a crack staff back there.
We do. Is it near Atlanta? That's all. It's kind of all I.
You've only ever been to Atlanta and Georgia.
It's in Lee County.
Thanks.
Hey, Risotto, careful. I got a little.
Well, by the way,
disheveled. He just talked for a second. Yeah. I got to get ready.
Well, it allows me some time to get something off my chest, which is okay. So people didn't like. It wasn't even a take, but all right, I didn't defend my high school teammate in the one instance where I felt like he was being an idiot. So that's a bad teammate. Today, I've had some bad takes. This whole business is built on bad takes.
Well,
everywhere I look, every time anything blows up, from our station account, from national social media accounts, it's always because people are mad about a bad take. You know what? If I say, hey, Steiny, I think Rafael Devers is going to hit 27 home runs, the next 4 years. I think he's going to hit 274.
On average?
On average.
Okay.
He's going to hit 27.
Okay.
He's never going to crack 30.
All right.
He's going to hit 27 home runs.
Okay.
274 average. And he's going to drive in 92 runs a year.
Okay. That's not a hot take.
I know. No one cares that I just said that, even though it's a completely reasonable statement. You people don't want reasonable sports takes. Yeah, I'm talking to people out there. You don't want them. You want us to say something ridiculous so you can react to it. That's what the business is built on, Steiny.
Yes. I see where you're coming from, and that's why it's been, challenging for me during the course of my career to watch what's happened to the business and for it to go that way and for me to be just a stalwart in my ways and not to fall prey to that kind of journalism, if you will. And you guys are all welcome, quite frankly.
I see you, 650. Also, while we got a couple minutes here, you see the biggest rivalry in sports last night? Oh, in baseball, sorry.
Yes, I did, actually.
It got pretty testy.
Dodgers, Padres. How many guys got plunked?
What a rivalry looks like. I know that the Giants and Dodgers are big and they're historic, and nobody's throwing at anybody. Nobody's getting hit. No benches are clearing. The weekend series in LA was the most cordial 3-game series I've ever seen between quote-unquote rivals. 6 guys got hit the last 4 days. Managers wanted to fight each other. Dave Roberts is telling Schilt, come meet me out back, even though his back is going to get thrown out the moment he throws a punch. Tatis is on the ground. Shohei's trying to diffuse everything. Guys are getting plunked left and right. That's a rivalry.
What's your point?
I just wanted to get off my chest.
Well, finish strong and say, Giants fans, you ain't in the Dodgers league. Like, that's really how you wanted to leave it.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's the best rivalry in baseball right now. It's the Dodgers and the Padres.
Right, but
that's all I'm saying. People don't like it.
One of the keys to this business is don't just take it halfway. Now try to incite Giants fans.
Well, I don't have the date of the next Dodger game on the top of my head, but there's 10 more games together, and I guarantee you Bob Melvin won't throw at anybody. How about that?
We'll see. All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's Friday. That means crossover time, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. It also means coming up in 10 minutes, what's bugging you? And that's the time when I read you the liner. That's always
you've
fun.
Been crushing today.
He's hungry. He's hungry.
Yeah, what? Are you all right?
I'm great.
Are you?
Yeah,
Good.
why?
Okay.
How come?
Oh, I don't know. Just listen to the show today.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Hit me.
No, like,
Which part?
I viewed today's show. You know when the Giants, like, you win a game 5-4, but there were, like, some base running mistakes. It was just wacky. It's kind of like all over the place a little bit. And you're like, well, it wasn't the cleanest game, but it worked out. You felt to me like a pitcher today who was effectively wild. Let's put it that way.
Jonathan Sanchez.
Yeah, you were
That's a great expression.
You were
Yeah.
no-hitter. Wild.
Yeah, he's effectively wild.
Yeah. You walked 8, but nobody hit you.
You know, I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
And you guys know this. Dibs, especially you. You've been in the business a while.
Sure.
You know, you come out with a plan.
There's your first mistake.
And you realize that, you know, hey, this is a good topic. And then it's kind of not.
Yeah.
And you realize it just kind of fades away.
That happens all the time. That
You
happens
gotta
all the
pivot,
time.
or you got to punt or pivot.
And that's what we did about 3 times during the show.
And that's the kind of day it is today where, you know, we'll talk a lot about the Valks last night and what was, I guess, the latest signature victory for a brand new franchise. You beat Caitlyn Clark and a good team, and you look up and, well, the Valkyries are a good team, so maybe we need to change our expectations, Mark, as we talk about expectations and hope a lot.
I don't know if you have that word around.
No,
around
but
the Valkyries
Like 6
at
and
this
6.
point. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I don't even know. You know what I mean?
Well, if
I
you
don't
look
know
at
what to do with
Vegas,
this
the
yet.
win total was 8.5.
Yeah,
and they're 6 and 6.
No,
so.
no. Well, I mean, just in terms of the fact that it's their first season, you sort of just assume you're going to lose most of your games.
Right, and they
they're
haven't.
not.
So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
kind of cool.
Yeah, for
and,
sure.
You know, the other thing is the Rafi Devers facing his former team. So I was thinking a lot about instances in the past where we've had these revenge games or whatever. And one of them I found Mark Willard was actually at, although he wasn't actually there. It was the Madison Bumgarner return game, cardboard cutouts.
Oh,
his first game.
I was like, I don't even know what you mean.
Because I said that earlier in the thread. I'm like,
I know, and I read it. And
Willard
I'm like,
was there, quote unquote.
Well, you air quoted my last name.
Right.
You're like, Willard was there, not Willard was there.
Could have gone either way.
So I
with
was
it.
like, I don't know. What do you mean?
Because in essence, you were there, but it wasn't really you
Yeah.
because it was cardboard cutouts.
Picture of
and
me was there.
You know, they went Longoria and Ruff go back to back, absolute tanks off him into an empty seats, literally
clank
empty seats.
That
Yeah,
was
so
a weird sound, by the
Yeah.
way, for those who ever got to experience that. Because I did go to like 2 games as a media member. Like you're allowed to get a credential and not have people within 3 seats on either side of you or whatever. And that was the weirdest sporting event I've ever attended in my life.
It's got to be so weird. You give up a home run, and 3 seconds later, you hear clank
dong
right in the background. It's like, oh, just give me another ball.
And the second one, which I think was rough, landed on the net out there in dead center, but they each had to be 440. I mean, they were tanks. Yeah, in Madison's return. So I just was thinking about some of those, and I don't know if that's something to, not really a topic, but, and the one that, you know, the Clay one obviously is the most recent.
Here's one I remember from way, way back in the day, and it involves a friend of ours.
Oh.
Ooh.
When Chris Webber was traded to the Washington whatevers at the time, when they came back to the Bay, Webber just got absolutely annihilated because most people sided with Don Nelson in that rift, which is an interesting thing. And it's before the game, like an hour and a half, and people are starting to file in, and I see this guy walking down the steps with a big sign he's hanging over his head, and I'm looking, and I see the sign, and it says, "Happy to have Googs." Remember Tom Gugliotta?
Oh, yeah.
Happy to have Googs, team players only. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, that's Aaron. That's Schleifer.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm like, hey, Aaron, what's going on? He's like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, I don't like Weber. And I was like, okay. So it's like having a buddy that you find out paints his face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
He made a sign.
That he was a sign maker, correct.
By the way, it feels kind of like you're describing Brandon Pajemski. It's a little much.
Same hairstyle.
I love it, but dude, it's a little much. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about,
it was a lot much last night.
My God, like I don't know. Again, I'll my entry point sitting on the couch with two of my kids and my daughter, who's very, very excited that the WNBA is here. She's just every time he jumps up, she's like, "He's cute. I love it. I love this. I love the energy. This is fun." And I'm like, okay, that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it, I don't know if I've ever seen a professional athlete act this way at another sporting event. Like, it's a little much.
The part that Nahigian brought up that I lost, but then I was like, no, you're right, is get out of Caitlyn Clark's face. You know what I mean? With the walk.
Well,
like that. That's the part that would have bothered me if I were Caitlyn Clark. And then you find out, wait, that dude plays for the Warriors and he was giving me that kind of grief?
We asked him yesterday before the game, and he said he was going to trash talk her. And I was like, is it PG? And he goes, it depends. Depends on the moment. I mean, he did not mince words. There was no hesitation. He's like, I am here, I am sitting in row one, and I'm going after her.
You do. Don't you feel like that's a little weird?
It's a little weird, yes.
That's all I'm saying.
That's the word.
That's all I'm saying.
I was trying to put some context to it and the word to it, and I was trying to also think about another instance when this happened. And it's one thing if you're an NBA player and you're trash talking a buddy and it's the same sport, but this is the WNBA and you're in the NBA, and not that you can't trash talk female athletes. I'm not saying that, but it would seem to me that you would place yourself above that sort of fray.
Especially as someone who's currently involved in it. Like someone brought up Reggie Miller, who's been courtside for all these Pacers games. That's fair, but Reggie's retired. Reggie doesn't play in the NBA. And also, he's not in the ear of a particular person while they're getting called for a travel. And to my knowledge and what I've seen, he's not on the court. Like, there were multiple times last night where Pods had a foot on the hardwood in front of his owner and general manager. And I'm just thinking, this is just the weirdest thing I've ever seen before.
There's the other part of the dynamic that weirded me out. I'm watching it, and it's like, oh, this is funny, and it's kind of engaging. And then you're like, okay, does it need to be every possession?
Yeah.
And then they change the angle, and I'm like, oh, my God, he's sitting next to his boss.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was equal parts like, this is fun, and then I'm like, are you a little embarrassed? Like, I'm high-stepping after Caitlyn Clark, like literally on Joe Lacob's toes. It's just a lot.
It's a little much.
I don't know what to do with it.
Everyone loved it, but
I'm not mad at it, but I don't know how to package it.
But that's why I think he's doing it. It's like clearly no one has said, "Hey, we should tone this back a little bit." But like I'm watching him do it, and in one sense, it's like, wow, I can't believe he just did that. And then the other part of me is thinking, I cannot believe he just did. Like, why would you do that to another professional athlete? No, but you're a fan. Like you're courtside. You're a fan. Whether you're a mega fan, Spike Lee, all the rest, like. You can't do that. I don't know. That's just what came across my mind.
Apparently you can.
Well, apparently you can.
Yeah.
And the other part of it is, dude, she's Caitlyn Clark. She is,
and you're Pods.
The WNBA, and you're Pods.
Yeah. Well,
come on.
I mean,
the one thing about Pods that we have discovered ever since he's been here, he has a lot of self-confidence.
Sure
so
does.
I don't think that he looks at it like, you know what? I'm Pods. I'm probably the 174th best player in my league, and she's not the best, but she's the most renowned and the most popular. So maybe I'll stay in my lane and pick on a different fever.
And his head coach was there. I forgot about Kerr. Kerr was sitting right there looking like...
Yeah.
I will say this.
my point guard.
Having, and I guarantee you all four of you guys, or we'll all agree on this, is having watched Pods for 2 years here, that's who he is. Like, there was nothing out of character last night.
He's a little different.
He is different.
He's a little different. I don't know where the on-court energy comes from as opposed to then, like, when you're talking to him. Because he's very laid back, kind of a character to talk to. Did you hear him after the game? Did you watch the TV interview after the game?
I missed that interview.
So they asked him why he picked the jersey that he was wearing. And was it Kate Martin's?
Yep.
Okay. He's wearing Kate Martin's jersey. He's like, oh, are you like, is that kind of your favorite player? And he goes, well, I have a jersey for all of the players.
He has
and
all
I
the
was
jerseys.
like, once again, I'm like, that's a little much. Like, it's just.
So let's just say.
Like, do you have a Valkyries closet at home that's just their stuff?
Here's the way I look at it.
Wow.
And we'll use the word weird. Like, let's just.
Different's
weird.
more of a neutral.
Never seen anything like it.
So
Right?
I remember when Lacob bought the Warriors, nobody knew anything about him. And I just kept hearing, this guy loves basketball. This guy loves basketball. And I'm like, oh, really? Yeah. He loves basketball. He loves it. And then, of course, you're like, don't tell me who loves basketball and who doesn't. You know what I mean? Well, I'll be the judge. And then all of a sudden, it's like you realize he goes to Stanford women's games. He goes to Stanford men's games. He goes to every freaking game.
Tons of Giants games.
That he can go to.
Yep.
And then you realize, well, he loves the game. Okay. Like Pods, he's weird. He's officially weird.
Well,
a little bit weird.
Yeah, he's all in. And I love that. I love it. Like he's 22. He's a single guy who lives here in the city. So he goes. And he said this to us yesterday. He's like, I love sports. I just want to go to sporting events. That's fine. That's awesome. Chasing people up and down the court.
Especially a pro. Like,
remember when McVay went and celebrated with players in the end zone?
Yeah.
It gave me that kind of energy.
All right.
Like, there's nothing wrong. And, I don't ever want to be fun police. I hate fun police.
Yeah.
So, do you, but also, okay. Well, it's just, it's a lot.
It's hard to do, but if you're an NBA player and you're going to that game, most NBA players are going to want to be a little bit inconspicuous, I would think.
You'd think.
They don't want everybody coming up to them.
Juan Toscano-Anderson was at the game last night.
Yeah. I was looking for more of a middle-of-the-road guy, like a Baron Davis.
Who was
at the game.
Who was sitting between
he might be different.
Pods and Lacob?
I think that's one of his friends. He was also took him to the Edmonton Oilers Florida Panthers Stanley Cup game that he went to recently.
And was Dunleavy down there too?
Yeah,
at some point, he was.
Dunleavy was absolutely courtside.
All right.
At one point.
Okay.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let me tell you something about gopher mounds. The real damage is done below the surface. Of course, you can see the mound, but what's going on under there, that's the problem. Gophers and moles can tear up your property quickly, and they can do it quietly. You don't even know it. But Atco Pest Control offers effective removal and proven prevention to stop the digging before it gets worse. Mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment and get 10% off any gopher or mole treatment this month. Go to atcopestcontrol.com. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. There you have it. I'll start because it plays off of last night, which is what's bugging me is the inability to toggle. And you've got the game on Amazon Prime. That's fine. You want to put it on Prime. I've got Amazon Prime, so I can watch it. It's part of my subscription. But if we get to halftime or if there's a timeout and I want to, switch over to something else, you got to exit the app. You got to get back to your Xfinity. You got to find your channel, and then you want to go back to your game. You got to go back to the app. You got to throw it on back on Prime. You got to go down and select the game. It's not as easy as it should be. When you just watch TV, you can just switch channels. Last channel. You got to toggle. I don't like it.
Are you talking about the Valks game?
Yeah.
It's on KPIX.
It's on Prime, I thought.
KPIX.
Oh, I saw it on Prime, there you go. Well, it still plays on things that are on.
I mean, because
like
it's
Thursday Night Football, for example. Is
we were jamming back and forth to the NBA Finals, which obviously did not deserve a whole lot of attention.
Right.
Which is kind of surprising, by the way. The Thunder just mailed that sucker in.
I'm ashamed. I kind of forgot.
Well,
it was on.
I did too.
So Granny and I are down at Chase, and it's one of these things, right, where by the time I get to the car and because I actually couldn't stay for the game. Grandy stayed for the game. By the time I get to the car, and you're working your way through all the stuff, and you get back, like by the time I got anywhere where I could check in on that basketball game, it was over. It was over.
Yeah.
This was, I know we've watched a lot of leads go away, but when it's like you're up by 30 in the third quarter and you could see the Thunder body language, I was just like, that was the least memorable playoff game I've seen yet.
I watched, here's how I can prove I forgot. Dibs. I'm watching Vern Glenn on the pregame show.
All right. You're watching Vern.
KPIX
Nice.
Plus.
Yeah.
I'm like,
They got the little
I'm watching-
CGI background.
watching Vern Glenn, and
the
I don't
green
even
screen.
know Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's playing.
Can I go next? Because you guys just brought it up. Joe watched a post-game of the Valkyries game last night.
Yeah.
Okay, who was it that they interviewed? What's her name? One of the players.
Oh, Hayes?
Sure. So, did you see the way this looks? What'd you call it? Like the CGI thing?
Yeah, green
I
screen.
swear to God, it looked like when R2-D2 was putting a projection of Princess Leia up. It was very unsettling because I walked in the middle of it, and so there was no sort of build-up. And for those of you who didn't watch this, you don't know what I'm talking about. They make it look like the player and the broadcasters are all in the studio, but the player is still over at Chase Center. So it's like a projection of the player, and I just found it to be very unsettling.
It's like two Zoom screens with green screen backgrounds that you put up, but then they kind of merge them together. I've never seen anything like it. It's a little weird.
Thank you. This is kind of my reaction to everything that we keep watching in the Valks game last night. I'm like, this is wonderful, but there's a lot of weird stuff going on.
Well, and it didn't take away from how great of an atmosphere I thought it was.
Not at all.
It was just something that popped up. What's bugging me is kind of having to do with the finals. People that publicize what they lose on gambling are bugging me.
Oh.
Drake last night lost $800,000 betting on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Jay-Z has lost $1 million betting on the series of the NBA. I don't care how much money you lost. I don't really understand why you have to post your losing ticket on your Instagram or publicize it on your social media pages outside to say, I got a lot of money and you don't. And I just lost $800,000 and it means nothing to me. That's what, I don't get that. I woke up and I saw it this morning on Yahoo. It just bugged me. Why do you feel the need to tell everyone how much you lost last night?
So you can't stand Guru either.
Well, that was
he does it all.
He doesn't tell us when he wins. He tells us he tells us when he wins, not when he loses.
And do you like that better? Because it was funny that you just said that, because do you want to know who bet on the Valkyries to win last night?
Guru.
Oh, did you get the text too?
Everyone got the
we
text.
all got the text? Y'all get the text?
No, I didn't get the text.
You didn't get the text?
I did, but
I got
didn't
the
read
text.
it.
I don't mind that one, really.
Yeah, you like when someone wins.
Well, but it's more about like if Guru sends me a ticket of like, hey, I lost $6,000 betting on the Valkyries last night. I'm like, okay, why?
Donate that money. If you don't care about
it's not a waste of money.
Donate it.
What about this one? And it's not my What's Bugging You official.
Oh.
So yesterday, Dibs and Willard, Evan, myself, and Carter were out, and they're going to the game. And, Carter likes to place a bet here and there. And he says, I got 22 or 21 and a half or 22 and a half for Caitlyn Clark tonight. What do you say we pound the over? I'm going to pound the over. And I'm sitting there with Evan, and I'm like, sure, why not?
This is your fault, by the way.
I'm like, how about if I just give you $40? You can do it if I win. You give me whatever I win. And Evan jumps on it too. And of course, the nice thing was there's no drama, because she, I think, ended up with like 7 points.
11.
Yeah, she
did not hit a three.
No, she
did not hit a three.
She didn't make.
I was kind of disappointed by that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and so I come in today and I see Carter, and I'm like, oh boy, we got bit last night, huh? And Evan goes, what are you talking about? I'm like, the Caitlyn Clark bet, Carter, me. Yeah. Evan goes, dude, Carter cleaned up last night.
What?
I'm like, what are you talking about? And apparently, I don't know how he does it, but he does this live line crap. And I was just really pissed off that he got to come in having cleaned up last night when the bet I made with him, he lost.
Yeah.
He doubled and tripled down on the Valkyries last night in the middle of the game.
They were getting, I think, 11.5 pregame.
He bet 11.5, 8.5, and money line.
Money line. That's where the money was.
Yeah, that's right. But
money line.
No,
because he lost 11.5.
But he bet money line when they were
getting
up.
11.5.
When who was up?
When the Valkyries were up like 7-4, he bet money line. So the odds like weren't even that good. It was kind of infuriating. But I will say, have either of you two guys ever, like, if you're going to put a bet down on something, have you ever given that person cash? Like nowadays.
I didn't know that.
Like
cash
if you're
still
going to
existed.
do, like, hey, will you make a bet for me?
Like, hey, Dibs, can you put some down on the ponies for me? Here's $40 in cash.
Usually that's the way it goes. We have a friend, Derek Petrak, who was in Nevada, and he said, hey, any bets you want to make for I think it was the PGA Championship? And I said, yeah, 2 golfers and 25 a pop. And so they both lost. When I saw them, I gave them $50 cash.
Oh, well, when you lose, but like
up front, you're saying?
Yeah, like up front. So Steiny gave Carter $40 in cash yesterday to put the bet down.
I can't remember the last time in my life I left the house with $40. Like,
it just never crossed my mind.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't.
Love cash.
No, cash for me is like, this week I'd have a bunch of cash because Jude was at basketball camp, and when you drop him off, you got to go give them $10 for their lunch. If they want to do like, I'm not packing a lunch here, buy yourself some pizza, here's $10. Outside of that, there's no cash in this world.
I hate
What are we doing?
I hate owing people money.
So zell them.
Yeah, Venmo.
Yeah.
Cash
I
App.
had it in my pocket.
What's it doing in there? You could lose it.
Mark, there are people who aren't as forthright as you who use cash for certain things and credit cards for others.
I got you. No,
Okay.
I get it.
Okay.
I used to do it too. I tell you, when there was a moment, and this was only a couple of years ago, that I officially stopped doing cash. Holidays down in Southern California, me, the brother-in-law, a bunch of the kids, we're all going to go to an Anaheim Ducks game over the holidays, right? It's Thanksgiving, Christmas, can't remember what. And we're leaving, and my mom, bless her, just bless her, comes chasing out the driveway. Mark, you're going to need cash for parking. She's chasing us down the street. I'm like, Mom, we're good. No, you're going to need cash. And so, boom, she's like, here you go. Here's probably same thing. Here's $40. Here's your 220s. Be ready. I don't know what it's going to cost when you get there. I'm like, Mom, just so you'll go back in the house here. Give me the $40 and off we're going to go. What do you think happened when I got to the arena?
A couple beers.
Rolled the window down, try to give him the $40, and the parking guy goes, we don't take cash. Please. What are you trying to do to us?
Where's your card?
Yeah.
Please, we're not doing cash out here. They don't even take it anymore. No. So what the hell am I doing carrying it around?
A couple reasons, but
Yeah.
we can get into it.
Places, yeah. There are places that accept cash.
Here's
places and spaces.
About 15 minutes.
Yep.
all right. What's bugging me?
Oh, that's right. That wasn't even your thing.
Halftime shows.
Oh boy.
NBA
Like studio halftime shows.
studio halftime shows. Let me tell you what they shouldn't be. This is not analysis. When a dude's looking at a box score, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he's 2 for 11. He's going to need to make some more shots. Jalen Williams, I mean, he's got 4 turnovers. He's got to treat the ball better. Chet Holmgren, he's got 2 rebounds in 16 minutes. He's got to hit the ball. No S. It's right there in the box score. That's not analysis. That's observation of a piece of paper. That's all it is. I can't stand when they do that. Stephen A. He's 2 for 11. He better come to play in the second. How about something like, Indiana's ball movement is probably better now than it's been at any point of the season. They're doing this, that. Hey, I'll tell you what. I don't think Oklahoma City is ready for that defensive pressure, and I'm sure they haven't seen a 2-3 zone all season. That's what I want. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is 2 for 11. He's going to need to make some shots, Mark.
Well, he will.
Well, here's the other one. It looks like the Pacers want it more. Just hit me over the head like a baby seal with a Louisville Slugger. I mean, I just don't want to watch
That's
or
graphic.
listen.
Last night, that might have actually been an accurate statement that Indiana wanted it more, and OKC looked.
You're actually right on that.
Mark's kind of
Yeah,
right.
they
Like
did.
you started to look at that in the third quarter. It's like, all right, we're going back home, and we'll try to see if we can lock in for that
Yeah,
one.
I'm like, if you don't want to play, then I don't want to watch. That's kind of how I felt last night. That take that you just had, Steiny, was the I Carry Cash version of Sports Talk Radio, I feel. Like, I think that I get why you want what you want, but I don't think that people in their 20s and 30s want that anymore. What you want is,
I get what you're saying.
you want something thoughtful.
Yeah, we need blood.
Yeah. That's not clickbaity enough.
I know.
No, nobody's going to cut
Mark,
that and then put it on social media later.
I'm just sick and tired of
I hear
fighting
you.
the good fight
I know.
all by myself.
Not by yourself.
It's a burden.
You have company.
You and
Don't
Pod.
feel alone, Steiny. You're not alone.
All right.
You're
Hey,
not alone.
you guys have a great weekend.
Okay.
And
what are you doing this weekend?
golf Sunday.
What about Saturday?
Golf Sunday.
Yep.
And golf Sunday. You know, I haven't been golfing on Saturdays, Dibs.
No.
What are you doing tomorrow?
My Saturdays have been wide open. What are you thinking, buddy?
So you should golf.
I should. Maybe I will. I don't know. I'd have to get a foursome.
You want to come join me and Christy in San Jose? We're going to go see a stand-up comic.
Who?
His name is Pete Holmes.
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay. That's fine.
All right. Have fun at the concert. I mean, at the
Yeah. All right. You
improv.
too. Have fun with
All
your
right.
open day.
Yes, sir.
All right. Bye.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. It's freaking Friday, people.
Payday Friday.
Let's go. Although, because of the Juneteenth holiday yesterday, I don't know about you, I had the first payday Wednesday of my life.
It's funny because I got a payday Thursday,
you
and I'm
did.
normally on a Friday.
See? My bank told me on Monday, they're like, you're not going to get it on Thursday. Might have to wait till Friday. I was like, okay. And then it showed up on Wednesday. I was like, yo, slow down.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to have to wait 15 days for this to happen again.
I went right to Fremont Bank and withdrew all of it in cash. So I'm rolling with in cash from my paycheck.
Did you lay a bunch of bets? Did you go around all your friends and hand out cash?
No, I just feel more comfortable when I have all my money liquid in cash.
Put this on horse number 5 for me, Sonny.
That was a little weird. Like, for example, if I'm at the track and, you know, my brother or somebody's going to go make a bet at the window, I might give them cash because you're going to actually bet that money right now in cash. Or, for example, we go to Vegas and we all do like, hey, we're in on a parlay on an exacta or whatever. Here's $6 and here's my piece. But when you're making a bet for somebody or somebody's making a bet for you and they're doing it electronically, there's no need to give them cash beforehand. That is a little weird.
I think in general, and I don't want to look, I get it. Okay. Not some people have certain resources and others, you know, whatever. But I think that at a certain point, if you are with people, whatever you're doing, whether it's gambling, whether it's I'll give you another example, like my son's golf team, like all the families got together for a dinner a few weeks ago. And again, I wouldn't do this because it's not terribly comfortable for me, but one of the parents stood up and he's just like, I got this. And then we'll email you later what you owe and you can send it along. It's actually a wonderful thing because it's finally gotten rid of that whole like pass the check thing, which has never worked in the history of the world. It's never worked. Oh, the bill's $313. We'll pass it around. Well, it's going to get back to home with about, I don't know, $212 there.
Yeah.
It never, ever works. And so it's much better to just be like, I'll pay for this, and then we're going to like divide it by 7, and you can Venmo me or Zelle me later.
Just chop the pot, as opposed to,
Cash.
you
What
know,
are we doing?
I'm going to look at the thing in a semi-dark restaurant and squint and borrow somebody's readers so I can see exactly what I ordered and how much I have to pay. Anytime you have a group of 6 or more, you just chop the pot. You know, if the bill's $7.50 and you got 10 people, $75 a piece. The tip was already included because that's what they do, and so this is what we do, and we're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, 888-957-9570. Very much a Friday feel around here. The Red Sox are in town. Rafi Devers against his old club. The Valkyries pull off, if you want to call it a shocker, I don't know if it's a shocker, but it's definitely a big upset. Caitlyn Clark still hasn't hit a three-pointer in Steph's house, so she'll have to try again later or next year or whatever, whenever she comes back. All kinds of stuff to get to. We'll have some fun. We'd love to hear from you. And I don't enjoy, actually, this first question I'm going to ask. But I really do, I'd like to explore it because it really did end up dominating my TV last night. Like, Brandon Pajemski was a whack-a-mole at the Valkyries game. Is this weird? Or did it, I have no issue with it because, in general, whatever gives people enjoyment, whatever you want to do, if you are not infringing on others, do it. Do it. Be you, do you, have fun, whatever puts a smile on your face. I just have to tell you, though, it was an observation. Like, I saw Brandon Pajemski more than I saw most of the Valkyrie players in this game. And the only part I didn't like was he does the same thing as a fan that he does as a player, which is he puts his palms up every single time the officials make a call. I'm like, oh, my God, he's doing this now in the first row also. But did you all watch the Valkyrie game? And how did it hit you that Brandon Pajemski is literally out of his seat more than he's in it?
He's doing too much. And you can do whatever you want. And if you want to be an exuberant fan, great. If you want to trash talk Caitlyn Clark, you're allowed to. And you can behave how you want to behave. But the more I've thought about it as we've had this discussion and, hearing Steiny and Evan, it makes me get to this point, which is, what are we talking about? We're talking about a Golden State Warrior player as a fan instead of the Golden State Valkyrie players who pulled off a very impressive win.
That's an interesting way to look at it.
That's the way I'm kind of arriving at this point, because we could talk a lot about the performance of the players. They played great. They shut down Caitlyn Clark. They're 6-6.
Yeah.
A lot of positive things around the team, and yet the headline kind of is Pod's going wild.
So are you basically saying he is at least flirting with the idea of upstaging the Valkyrie?
Correct. He's doing too much. If that is
interesting,
if that is a takeaway, and I know it's a little bit challenging because we're all getting to know the Valkyries and we're all figuring out who are their best players and how do they play and all the rest of it. So they're not going to pop off the screen anyway because they're a brand new team. And be honest, last night was as much about Caitlyn Clark being there than it was about the Valkyries and their plucky little start.
Of course it was.
Right.
Grandy and I were in the building. This was not their first home game. I know you guys did one game in the building because it was opening night.
Right.
We went in the building. Why did we go to the building? We went to the building because Caitlyn Clark is here.
Exactly. So,
and a good, what would you say, Grandy? Of all the people who were decorating themselves in some way, shape, or form coming into that game, what, 15, 20% of them maybe were draped in Caitlyn Clark fever gear?
Specifically people in jerseys or just in gear?
Gear.
Yeah.
Maybe a jersey.
In gear might have been 10% total or Caitlyn stuff.
Yeah,
but that's still a ton for a single player on the opposing team.
Yeah. It's a ton. Yeah, absolutely. Lucas says North. He was there too.
Yeah. I was thinking 30%.
That feels a little hot
That's
to me. But
way
whatever.
high.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
You get the idea.
The idea is that
she was
the truth always lies in the middle.
And she was very represented.
Exactly.
I don't know what the number was, but a lot of people cruising around, and there was a lot of Caitlyn Clark merch.
How many people in Brandon Pajemski jerseys? I don't know. You guys don't have to give me an exact number.
Can't say I saw any.
Yeah,
exactly. So, again, this is not a knock at Pods. I love the fact that he's this into it. He has every player's jersey. He's going to go to every game and sit courtside, and I'm not going to ever tell a fan how to fan. It just makes me cringe a little bit when this becomes one of the headlines of the fact that Pods was omnipresent at all times. For me, it takes away a little bit of the glory of what the Valks did.
Yeah, text line chill 408. Willard, this is not the first Valkyrie game Pods was at. It was just the first game you watched. Shame on you. I've watched probably all but two.
Yeah.
I am realized that he's actually been at all but one game that he couldn't go to. I know he's a Valkyrie super fan. Why don't you listen to the conversation we're actually having? I don't care that he was there. I think that's wonderful, and he's not the only Warrior who was there. A bunch of Warriors have gone to these games. A bunch. And Steve Kerr was there last night. And Dunleavy is there last night. And Jonathan Kuminga has gone to games. I love, and I think that they love, I think the Valkyries love the support that they're getting from their, from their brotherhood, from the Warriors. This is all family. This is the same ownership group, the same building. These two teams are attached. The support is wonderful. We're not talking about presence at a game. We're talking about numbers of times that he's seen on TV. And there is, to a degree, you're right. Like, he's an NBA player. Even though he's a guard, he's tall. He's well over 6 feet. He's at center court with his feet on the ground. He is standing up on almost every possession. And on some, as we saw, he's literally running down the court after Caitlyn Clark, like trolling her. And again, here's what I can give you from inside my house. My daughter loved it. Loved it.
Yeah.
She is so excited. I'm taking her to her first game next week. She is excited about the Valks. My son is excited about the Valks.
Oh, yeah.
We watched the whole game, and it's not the first game that we've watched. 408. Like, we've watched a bunch of these.
Right.
But my daughter's reaction to Pods was she thought it was adorable. She thought it was very engaging. And I tended to agree with her. Like, I found it amusing, but it just kept coming. And as the game got close in the end, he was kind of up more than he was down. And at a certain point, again, at no point was I offended by it. At no point would I notice something as a problem. But what popped into my head is, have I ever seen anything like this before? And I thought about it all morning. And I've not come up with anything yet. If you come up with a professional athlete that goes to, whether it's another game within their sport or just even another game outside of their sport, and seemingly at least flirts with the idea of purposefully becoming a spectacle at the game.
Well, this is more than flirtation.
Yeah, most celebrities that I know, when they do that, they try low pro as possible. They grab a hat, they pull it over their eyes.
Sure.
They might have sunglasses. They'd like to stay in row 8 and just enjoy the game. But I can't think of another time where I watched an athlete go to another sporting event and as you put it on our thread, become Spike Lee.
Exactly. I mean, he is Spike Lee of the Valkyries, and I put that out on Twitter, and I got a ton of response, and I think that that's kind of what it is. And just, thank you, watching the video again of him galloping down the sideline and doing the travel motion, going 4 and 5 seats down. If he was John Smith, who happened to be a Valkyrie season ticket holder, and he did that, security would be over there immediately saying, sir, you can stand up and cheer.
You think?
No other fan would be allowed to go 4 and 5 seats down courtside and carry on in that fashion. So I think he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Watching it, I think that he's doing too much because he's taking the spotlight away from the players.
888-957-9570. I don't want to just make this about Pods. Hey, that was also Grandy, you went. I'd love to hear you kind of share what the arena was like on the inside. Lucas, did you stay for it as well?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you guys should share a little bit about what this environment was like, because it was a big deal, and that was a hell of a performance, and the Valkyries are a lot better, quicker than we thought they would be. This is not their first upset victory, so that's a big part of this as well. We're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. If you're traveling in 2025, start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, live performances, tasty food. Why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com. We'll take your calls right now, 888-957-9570 on any Valkyrie reaction. We'll get you ready for Devers in the Sox as well. It's Willard and Dibs.
Burton with it. Gets a pick from Hayes, who gets a screen from Ami here. Puts it on the floor. Hayes, step through to Thornton for three. It's good! 81-70, Valkyries lead by 11.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I swear I could listen to Kevin Dana do play-by-play of somebody cooking dinner. I don't care what the hell is happening. I could listen to that laugh all day long. That's funny you said that. I was going to cook that tonight, and then I ran out of time.
Yeah.
So we'll do it on Monday.
You got to get the loaf set and then just get home and pop it in the oven, or have one of the kids do it.
Well, no, that's the easy part. The problem is the effort it takes to put it together, and I think I'm the only one in the family who likes it.
Yeah,
like,
there you go.
That's the problem. I'm like, who am I doing this for? Like, I'm going to do this when you all snots are out of town or over at friends' houses or something. But anyway, yeah, Kevin Dana last night on the Valkyrie broadcast right here on 95.7 The Game. Fantastic experience, and what a nice win. And we talked about this, Dibs, with you off yesterday a little bit at the arena last night. Like, I'm not going to try to fake the funk on anyone. It's been 12 games, and you sort of referenced this a minute ago. I'm still very much in the process of getting to know this group, seeing what it's all about, letting the curiosity kind of take me where I want to go. And I had made the point to Grandy, I'm like, for me, this is not yet like, ooh, they're 5-6, got to get back to 500 tonight. Like, I haven't found that yet. Yes, I when I turn the games on, I pull for them. But that sort of dieheartedness, watching the standings and being a Valkyrie fan, that is still very much in development. But I think that what I learned last night is, my goodness, there are a lot of basketball fans in this area that are further along than me. I mean, like, it was interesting to watch what the fans looked like coming in. It was interesting to see what Thrive City looked like. It was interesting to listen to Granny and Lucas talk about what it felt like to be in the arena last night. This is not just golly gee willikers, hey, look at this event. This is new. Let's go down and check it out kind of a vibe.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a lot more intense than that.
It is, and I think that it's two pieces. One, the excitement of a new team, but the bigger piece for me is that this area, the Bay Area, Northern California, has always been big time in women's basketball, girls high school basketball, obviously Stanford and Cal when they've been great. And so I think that the sport itself has been well supported here in the Bay Area, and there's been such an anticipation of having a team actually show up. And even if you live here and you didn't have the Valkyries last year, you probably, if you're a women's basketball fan, you were following the league and following teams. So it's not like you're starting from ground zero.
Yeah, I most definitely. I remember that. Like, the high school for which my dad worked had a wonderful women's basketball program. When I was a kid, we would follow them through all of their state championship runs and all of that. Like, no doubt about it. But yeah, Grandy, what were you saying about what last night felt like, kind of when compared to a Warrior game?
Well, I don't know what the right comparison is, because as Dibs just pointed out, this is all new, and like a lot of people in the building probably never had an opportunity to ever be at a Valkyries game before. Yep. So it's hard to like draw a comparison to say like a November Warrior game, because there's been countless November Warrior games. But like, this felt more like a playoff level Warriors atmosphere than a regular season Warriors atmosphere. I don't think I can remember that building being as loud and as into every single made and missed shot, every single whistle, everything, even during the breaks, like the entertainment going on in the building. Everyone was so locked in. Like, if I were to go around and look at everybody in every section, like, number of people looking at their phones, like, got to be zero. And like, you do that at a Warrior game, I feel like oftentimes you have a lot of people that are distracted.
That's fascinating.
And not actively watching the game. It was not the case at all last night.
That's interesting. What are you going to say, Lucas?
I think a perfect way to encapsulate what he's talking about, what Grandy is talking about, sorry, pronoun issue. In the fourth quarter, I don't remember the last time I saw a wave go around the arena, but this was a different one where it started just where we're sitting in the media was in one corner of the arena. It started about 2 sections over from us, and it right as the commercial break hit, not much is going on the court, so there's just some music playing. Everybody's looking for something to do, and it starts, goes a couple times, doesn't get much traction, and then all of a sudden it starts to grow. And it felt like every single person in the arena was invested in this wave. Normally, I'm not a big wave guy, but it looked pretty cool in the arena, indoors, when every person is waiting for their turn to stand up and put their hands up. I don't think I saw a single person not take part in this wave.
I don't know that I've ever been a part of an indoor wave.
Indoor wave.
Indoor wave. I don't think I've ever been in an arena that's done that before. I mean, that's usually... I don't know. Like, obviously, if you're a Giants fan, you've got a thing. Like, if you're a real Giants fan, sorry to some of you who decided earlier this year to be whack jobs. But anyway,
I think it's one thing if there's a game going on that you should be watching. It's another if it's a commercial break. What else do you have to do?
I agree. No, I don't like. And by the way, you're also talking. This is a different audience. It's a different audience. Okay, I noticed it right away when we're doing the show there yesterday. And I don't want to paint with a broad brush or tell you who you need to be to like a Valkyries game or a Niner game or a Giants game. Whoever you are, all are welcome. But, like, you could notice what was going on as opposed to a Warriors game for me as we're there at 2 o'clock and I'm watching all of the sponsors set up. And I go, oh, like, they're aiming for a completely different audience than they do when the Warriors are playing.
Were you guys next to the Sephora booth?
We were
again?
next to the Sephora booth.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, Sephora, like your number one target is teenage girls.
Right.
Absolute number one target audience is teenage girls. It's a completely...
And just women in general, because
Yes.
my not teenage wife, Sephora.
For sure.
So,
but like teenage girls, there's like a glow around Sephora.
Yes.
And then
a line out the booth for the free samples by the time they get in.
You park at a mall and there's a Sephora there, it's almost like they become... robotic. You remember the Naked Gun? Must kill the queen.
Sure.
It's like, they immediately, doesn't matter what you were going to the mall to do, must go to Sephora. They're in. And so, like, again, wonderful. If that was the vibe inside Chase Center. I was just thinking to myself, I don't know that I've ever seen that break out at an NBA arena before.
Probably not.
The wave.
Yeah, and I think that, Lucas makes a good point of, like, breaking the action, and I don't know if the WNBA timeouts are as long as the NBA ones, but those could be 3.5 minutes. They run the countdown clock where the shot clock is, and it's like, man, I got a chance to maybe hit the head if possible. And so if you're sitting there for 3.5 minutes, you might as well, engage with your fellow Valkyrie supporters and break out the wave.
Those are some big statements you guys just made.
And one last note on the wave.
That's a big statement.
It was pretty cool to see because it didn't feel like many people left to get food or go to the bathroom.
Right.
And everybody in the building, from the floor seats all the way to the top of the rafters. So everybody it was a pretty big wave going around.
Dude,
pretty cool.
And you said, like, the loudest you've ever heard Chase Center?
Not like louder than a Warriors playoff game, but like definitely the loudest I've heard. Like maybe other than Clay's return, like it was the most into it I felt a regular season basketball game in that arena.
I thought it was comparable to a playoff game in terms of volume. I did notice in what you're talking about in terms of demographic of fans.
Sure.
I don't know how appropriate this is to
I
say,
love
but
this take.
the interesting thing I noticed at the very first pop, when something good happens for the Valkyries, a made basket or a block or whatever, the first pop of sound was just a little higher pitch.
Higher pitch.
It was a little higher pitch. It caught me off guard and just something to notice, but I found it fascinating.
Yes, there's no two ways about it. Like, this is the awesomeness of this is the example that this is for young female athletes. So this isn't I hope no one is like receiving what you're saying as like, oh, like you're painting with a broad brush.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it.
No, it's a great thing. It's a wonderful thing. And that's why Sephora is there, for example.
If you have like 65% of the fans who are female, and I'm just spitballing here, and the fans that are there are going to cheer, and girls and women have higher octaves in their voice, then the cheering is going to be of a higher octave nature.
It makes sense. Yes.
So there's nothing sexist about it.
No,
it's observational, and I love the take.
Yeah, and then to just think about, I had this question for you guys. Was it more like that sound? And is this the first Valkyries game that you've gone to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mine
Because
too.
what I wonder if that sound is still more based on the newness of Valkyrie basketball, or is it based on the fact that Caitlyn Clark was here?
Well, I was talking to Steven Risotto, Pasta, who, if you were listening to Steiny and you heard him chime in. He's been out of a number of games helping out with social media, and he said that actually there's been some previous games that felt like louder than the game last night.
Dude, I got to, I got to think, provided that he can see over pods, Joe Lacob's got to be thrilled with what he's looking at. Just thrilled. This has been beyond a home run. And you want to know what we started daydreaming about yesterday, Dibs?
Yep.
Is when you think about, and this is where your Valkyries fans can feel really good, when you look at what's being created there, and I never know how sustainable it is when something's new and they're selling out. I'm not saying they're going to sell out every game forever, but when it's being received the way that it is, and you have the Warriors, the biggest valued franchise in basketball, behind you, and that arena and this amount of fan support, and Joe Lacob is the guy in charge, I got to think with a new collective bargaining agreement coming, that when WNBA free agency starts rolling over the next handful of years, you have everything you need to literally be the place that players are going to want to go. And so we started daydreaming about the idea of whether or not she'll ever actually play for this team.
Caitlyn Clark, yeah.
Or others, obviously, the other stars. But right now, she's the big one. And you start wondering if this is not just going to be like a successful franchise, if someday maybe this will be the franchise.
Well, and you would expect with Joe Lacob and company running it that they're going to do everything they can to win, and that would include trying to get the best free agent win possible to come to the team. And I won't pretend to know all the rules about, salary cap and player movement and all the rest of it.
We looked at some of it yesterday.
Yeah, and there
is a harder cap.
Sure, and you can get to a spot where you do become a premier franchise, and I think you're already on that track because the owner with the Golden State Warriors, that they spend and they win, and you've got a beautiful arena, and so why wouldn't they apply the same business model to the Valks?
I learned this last night. Do you know what each team's salary cap is in the WNBA?
Not a clue.
Not a clue. What would you guess?
I would guess it's probably about $3 million.
Okay, cut it in half.
Wow, yeah. I intentionally went a little high because I thought maybe one of your players might be like around seven figures, but $1.5 million.
Yeah, $1.5 million. No, top paid player in the game is at $250,000. And $1.5 million is each team's salary cap, which made me start thinking if you gathered up the whole league, because there's only 13 teams, the whole league and each team's salary cap and max it. So every player's salary in the whole league, take all of them, and then multiply it by 3, and you're almost to Steph Curry's contract.
Yep. And
isn't that wild?
It is wild.
Holy crap!
I don't know when their CBA is up.
Soon, but this year, next year, it's coming.
The biggest problem right now with the WNBA is that players are choosing to play in Europe as opposed to playing here. Like the Valkyries' top draft pick is playing Eurobasket, probably because she can make more money than she can here. And a lot of these players end up playing elsewhere once the season's over in the summer. So that becomes a little bit of a problem where you're not the preeminent league in the world.
By the way, the current CBA expires at the end of this year. Should be a new one heading into next year.
Which is great because more money at this point is deserved. For years, this league lost money and the NBA kept it afloat. It's no longer the case anymore. So I don't really know too much about the financial structure and to what level that salary cap should go and where player salaries should go. But I know just based on television contracts, it's making a hell of a lot more money than it used to. And therefore, it's time to resplit the pie. And those players deserve a hell of a lot more money. And that salary cap needs to go up.
Yep.
No question.
And it's just a matter of how much the cap will go up. And then you start to figure out the star players and how much they're going to be suddenly commanding. And, the more we get to know the WNBA, the more we get to know the women's NCAA. And there are still more stars coming through the pipeline and stars who are still in high school who are yet to be born, who are going to come through, and they're also going to be great.
That's what this is doing. That's what these role models, as they are, that's what this is going to do. There have been so many comps of Caitlyn Clark to Tiger Woods. And Christine Brennan said something interesting to us yesterday because she came on the show and she's like, the comp to Tiger Woods works to a point. But where it actually runs out of gas is that there were superstar predecessors to Tiger Woods. There was Jack Nicklaus. There was Tom Watson. There was Arnold Palmer. There were people that were mega stars prior to Tiger Woods. I know that there will be some in women's basketball from, Candace Parker to Cheryl Swoops and whatever who will maybe not
Lisa Leslie, Cheryl Miller.
Yes, there's great players, but there aren't, in terms of individual stardom, Caitlyn is in a new class all by herself. But to go back to the Tiger Woods comp, you look at what Tiger then created once he had been around for 15 or 20 years, a new crop where everybody's hitting the ball 300 yards and everybody is dressing the way that he did. And all of a sudden, everybody is in better shape because he brought that together. He became such an icon and a role model, and that is clearly now what is going to happen in women's basketball. And so I would absolutely foresee 10 years from now, you're going to have a ton more great players, and the league will continue to grow because of her.
Right, and it's already happened. It started to happen at the collegiate level with, the NIL, and you've got Juju who does State Farm commercials, and, Caitlyn's doing commercials, and so the template now has been laid out to where you can follow the blueprint, and maybe that's partly why Juju Watkins doesn't need to leave USC just yet, even though she can't.
Well, and she got hurt, yeah. And she got hurt.
Well, the draft rules, that's another thing that I think they'll look at in the new CBA. They got to change that. Non-American-born players have a 2-year advantage to come to the league because they want to, nurture the college game here. It's going to be something that I bet they change.
Yeah, I would think. I don't know if they've quite got, those things come from leverage. And that's why a new collective bargaining agreement is so in order, partially just because it's up. But there's a whole new leverage case for women's basketball players now. I don't know if it's reached that level where you're going to get that whole argument about college basketball and can players do one and done or skip entirely or whatever. But no, this has all been an unbelievable game changer. It's been an unbelievable game changer. And Caitlyn is not the only name. You know what I mean? I almost liken it look right now at men's college basketball. And the draft is coming up really, really soon. And I know as you sit here in a sports radio building that in here, sure, there's probably, and you love college hoops.
Love it.
Right? There's probably 15 to 20 prospects that you could sit here and know something about.
Right.
I'd argue there are a lot of basketball fans in America who know one.
Yeah.
They know one. They know Cooper Flagg, and after that, it's going to be a bunch of sort of maybe I've heard that name, or maybe I haven't.
But when they get drafted, it's oh yeah, I remember watching them in the Elite Eight.
Sure, exactly.
I know that guy.
But think about women's basketball has already at least arrived at that. The WNBA draft now has at least seemingly each year 3 or 4 at least players who are TikTok stars now. They're well known. Paige Beckers this year, Caitlyn Clark, Cameron Brink, Angel Reese. The celebrity factor in the WNBA is also just larger than it's ever been before. Not even close.
Yep. It's partly or mainly because of the social media part of it, but also you have more good players and you have more good teams now, and you start to watch it in the tournament. You start to watch it more closely than ever before. And, Paige Beckers, you watch her whole run this year, culminating a great career at UConn. And partly because they do stay longer in college, you get to know them a little bit more as well.
Yeah. And you don't have to look that far to find the next big names that are coming to Chase Center. Next week on Wednesday, the New York Liberty are in town, the defending champions.
Sabrina.
Led by Sabrina, Bay Area kid, and also they got a bunch of other good stars. Brianna Stewart, one of the greatest players in the whole world.
That's the best team, isn't it?
Defending champs, expected to repeat.
Aren't they? And they're like 10-2, something like that.
Yeah.
Granny, I'm really proud of you. The restraint you just showed. It's unique.
What
and it was impressive.
What?
Sabrina, Bay Area kid. There's a big part of her bio that I'm leaving out as well.
She went to Oregon.
I know. Yeah,
I'm proud of you. That was impressive restraint. You're growing up, Mark. Miramani High School, for those of you scoring at home.
Go Mats.
Yep. Look at you. It's on fire.
UNESCO. That's going to be the other thing that the Bay Area is going to have to learn next week, especially since she's a local. UNESCO.
Yeah.
Not Ionescu. I still hear that a lot. Ionescu.
I'm still working on the
Ionescu.
Memphis Grizzlies head coach. His
I don't
last
even know
name.
what the hell his
it's
name
like
is.
Jonas, or it's like an ILO.
Jonas Cespedes.
Don't look
What's
at
his
me.
name?
I got no clue.
Jonas Cespedes.
No, I love
There's a name.
He's an NBA coach, so I don't need to know his name. Because
in 2 years, he'll be gone.
Yeah, exactly. Or just before the playoffs next year. That's usually when people fire their coaches now. So, whatever.
Exactly.
NBA coaches. But there are a few that matter. Steve's one of them.
Tomas Yasalo.
Yasalo, thank you.
First Finnish-born coach in NBA history. How about that?
Yep, there you have it.
If you'd asked me 3 minutes ago, what's his name?
Tomas
Yasalo.
Yasalo?
Sure.
If you had said, who is Tomas Yasalo 3 minutes ago, I would have been like, I have no idea.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
America's
That's a great one.
America's top chef. Who is it? I have no idea.
Yeah.
No clue. Anyway, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And guess what, campers? If you're planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, down the coast, up the coast, make your first stop, Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons. Okay, we haven't mentioned to you yet, another My Chemical Romance pair of tickets, the final one, is coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll tell you a little bit more about that coming up next. And then also coming up next, Rafi Devers just met with the Boston media. The Boston media is all here now. Some of them have been here all week, but now they're all here because the Sox are here as well for a weekend series. Rafi against his old club. And you're going to want to hear particularly one thing that he said to the assembled Boston media just a half hour ago. We'll tell that to you coming up next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
33 seconds left. Leading by 8. It's Burton behind the back. 3 to shoot. Stepping back. 18-footer. Bowen Knights! Good night, Indiana! 87-77. This place is so loud that when they called timeout, they didn't even stop the clock. They couldn't hear the whistle.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's just awesome. It's just awesome.
That's awesome.
I never thought a WNBA game would sound like that in audio form. I'm just being real with you.
I'm with you.
Get mad at me if you want. I never thought a WNBA game would sound like that, and I think it's awesome.
Well, even if you had the premise that they were going to sell out every game, and we kind of thought that going in when we saw the pre-sale season ticket numbers where they had 20,000 people who at least were interested, and so you knew that they were going to have huge crowds, but by and large, the expectation was that they weren't going to be that good. Vegas put the over-under at 8.5 wins for the year. They already have 6, so the fact that they're competing, they're not just getting blown out, which even if you're a diehard fan of a brand new team, it's tough to get really excited and cheer when you're down by 25 and 30. So they're getting full houses and they're delivering with victories. So yeah, you put those things together with an awesome logo and an unbelievable building, all of a sudden you've got something.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And then, of course, bunch more big events down in that area, that neck of the woods coming up starting tonight, because the Sox are in town, and Rafi Devers gets to face his old club right away. Now, this is kind of like the passive version of these, the homecoming thing, because obviously this game is not in Boston. I do think there will be, as usual, when the Red Sox or the Yankees or the Dodgers or whatever come to town, that team will be well represented in the building by many of their fans, and so it'll be interesting to hear what it sounds like when Devers comes to the plate. But the bigger thing for me today, 2 things. A, the Boston media is in town. You need to hear some of the interaction that just took place. And number 2, I would invite all of you to go read, and it's a lengthy read. Put aside a good 15, 20 minutes, but go read the inside scoop, the feature story that Jeff Passan just wrote on ESPN with regard to how the trade of Rafi Devers all came together. And I know it won't be the first time you've heard this week, but to me this was more kind of like the final straw. This was the final stamp. My God, the Red Sox bleeped this up so bad.
Oh, yeah.
It is unbelievable. I want each and every one of you Giants fans, if there is a tiny little piece of you that's worried about the idea that Rafi Devers is a bad teammate, grab it out of that back pocket, crumple it, find a trash can, shoot it, make it, leave it in the trash. That's the end of that. You have got to go learn the backstory of what took place here. And let me just say this. If I were a fan of a team that conducted itself the way the Red Sox have conducted themselves, quite frankly, for the last 5 years, I would question my fandom. I might be a free agent. It is for a major brand like that to act this petty is absolutely unbelievable, especially in the wake of having sent star after star after star already out of town. So as a Giants fan, I'm super thankful that this time it's the Giants who will take advantage of this rather than the Dodgers. This time it's the Giants who get to take advantage of this joke more than the Dodgers. But I'm not offended. This is not my team, but it's stunning. It's unbelievable that a team would treat its star asset this way. Absolutely wild. The manager of the team told him, do not bring your glove to spring training. You will not need a glove. You don't need a glove. And he was not happy about that. But they tried to tell him, no, you will not need a glove, and we're going to massage that whole thing. And then the second that the season started and he finally acquiesced to what he didn't want to do, then they told him to go get a glove.
Yeah, get a glove.
Because somebody got hurt. Can you imagine? Just think of the headline. The best player's gone because you didn't ask for him to change his position at the right time. That's got to be the stupidest reason I've ever heard of for you to get rid of your best player by any franchise.
Well, and you did it in the worst possible way, and then you had to go kind of crawling back to him, and he could have just said, all right, we'll let bygones be bygones, and I'll play first base. But when you handle it the way they did, where don't even worry about bringing a glove, not only that, but you don't really give him a heads up that he's going to lose the position that he's had the entire time he's been with the club. He won a World Series at third. He's still he's a third baseman. He's not a great defender, but
not a great
wonderful hitter. And he's been there in the organization for 12 years, since he was 16 years old, out of the Dominican. He's only been a Sox his whole career. And then you do it like this. You don't let him know that you're bringing in his replacement. And then you tell him, don't worry about fielding. You're not going to need to field. Just show up with your bat and some cleats and a couple of batting gloves. You can bring batting gloves, but not the gloves that you use to catch the baseball. And then you go back to him and try to get him to play first. I could see where he'd be so fed up that he would want out.
Let me pass this along, okay? So the Boston media just met with Rafi, and all of the questions you'd think. Why did you suddenly come to San Francisco and tell them that you would play anywhere they want you to play? Why wouldn't you do that in Boston? He was asked, hey, if the Red Sox had just come to you at the start of spring training and said, would you please play first base? What would you have said? He said, I would have agreed. But it didn't happen that way.
Yeah.
So I'm a Giants now.
Exactly.
And then, remember when Jimmy Butler got here and Buddy Hield even did one of their great performances together at the press conferences. Buddy kind of made fun of this. Remember when he started doing the air quotes thing, but he didn't know what it was
fingers.
called? Yeah.
He called it two fingers.
2 fingers. The air quotes was around Jimmy Butler's joy.
The audacity.
Right. He goes, remember, Jimmy needed to get his joy back, and he was doing the 2 fingers. And he's like poking and prodding at Jimmy, like, oh, Jimmy lost his joy because they wouldn't give him $100 million.
Perhaps.
Yeah, but Jimmy said that upon arrival with the Warriors. He's like this, right? He was happy, and then he played great. Very similar vibe to Rafi Devers today. He repeatedly said that he did not want to talk about the past, but when asked when was the last time he was this happy, quote, it's been a long time. I feel happy. I'm relaxed now. Now, if Rafi Devers, his OPS was over 900 when he was unhappy, what's he going to do now that he's relaxed and happy? That makes me pretty excited to see what will happen next.
Yeah. I don't know how long it's been since he was happy. He said a long time. I don't know if that goes back to 2018 when they won the World Series, or if it just goes back to maybe last year when he got to play third base. And so this year he didn't get to play third and he wouldn't play first. And so he's just DHing. And maybe it's not that he dislikes DHing, I'm sure, but just the cloud that was over his year with Boston this year, where you're not playing third anymore. And you didn't want him to play first in spring training, so he didn't bring a glove. And then the guy gets hurt, ruptured patella tendon, which is really bad. So now we need you to play first. It's like, you're jacking me around. That can't make you happy. And now, first thing he says here is, yeah, I'll play anywhere. Just tell me when, and tell me how, and I'll go out there and do it.
You know what no one knows about this? Do you want to know why the Red Sox eventually wanted him to be DH? Because here's I'll try to summarize this quickly. Yes, Devers knew they were having a conversation with Bregman, but they told Devers, doesn't look like it's going anywhere. So we promise you, if it's going to go somewhere, we will call you and we will talk to you. We will let you know. We promise you. Then Rafi found out on social media that Bregman was a Red Sox. And Devers had a conversation with the Sox about, okay, if you're going to do that, like, I do want to play some third base. That kind of keeps me active, I feel like, and engaged. It'll help my at-bats. I don't need to play every day, but maybe a couple days a week. And they're like, okay, we hear you on that one. All right, thanks, Rafi. Off they go.
We'll get back to you.
Then there's a young kid that pops up and they decide, oh, he might be ready for the bigs this year. Let's put him at first base. Boy, all of you Farhan haters, do you want to know why Rafi Devers ended up at DH for the Red Sox? Permutations and calculations. That's what led the Sox. This is what blew me away. They ran a bunch of simulations.
Yeah, the models. They love the models.
Models.
Yep.
Spit out, oh, your best way to do this year is going to be for Rafi to be the DH. So then they went to him after all the things they had said to him and promised. And they went, hey, Rafi, see this? We got an Excel doc here. And, yeah, it says you'll be our DH. Once again, human interest goes to die, and now your best player is gone. It's unbelievable. When are they going to learn?
It's all about humans. You're human beings playing an actual game. All the spreadsheeting and the modeling in the world cannot replace what you probably should have, which is the human touch.
We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. All the info on how to win our last pair of tickets to My Chemical Romance, July 19th at Oracle Park. We'll do that coming up next. Plus, you got to hear the new, I don't know, if it's not a baseball rumor, but an idea was thrown out by a very big voice in Major League Baseball. And I think it's a complete game changer. You got to hear this. We'll do that coming up next. 888-957-9570, the number. We'd love to hear from you always. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question. That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, there's some Giant stuff to get to, including the lineup is out for tonight, which is always a fun exercise. But Alex Pavlovich just tweeted something that, I don't know, it's worth a he just tweeted, Brett Wisely is here, taking early batting practice. Usually that's reserved for people who are on the team.
Interesting.
Right.
And he's not currently on the active roster?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
But he's here, and he's warming up. So Alex wrote, looks like a move is coming with the infield. And Christian Koss is in the lineup tonight playing second base. I would guess that it feels to me like they're prepping us for Tyler Fitzgerald being sent down to the minors.
That makes the most sense unless Casey Schmidt had some sort of a setback with an injury.
Also in the lineup.
Okay, then
playing third base
go ahead and
tonight.
take him off the list. Then you start to process of elimination this thing, and that's where it lands, right?
I don't know what else it could be.
It would have to be Fitzgerald, and you're not going to take out Dom Smith at first because
no.
You got that left-handed bat, and so you're going to bring up a middle infield utility guy, and so you would take out another one of those types, and you figure that's who it would be.
Although Wilmer Flores is playing first base tonight against a right-handed pitcher.
Okay.
So Wilmer is in tonight. The only other notable switch in the lineup is that they are dropping Willie Adames out of the two-hole where he was hitting in front of Rafi Devers. The idea was to get him some better pitches. He's still struggling. Elliot Ramos has just been flat out the more productive player. Elliot Ramos will bat second in front of Rafi Devers tonight. So Yaz, Ramos, Devers, then Flores, Lee, and Adames batting sixth. Schmidt 7, Bailey 8, Christian Koss batting ninth and playing second base. Hayden Birdsong gonna toe the rubber this evening for the Gigante.
Schmidt, Bailey, Koss is your bottom three.
It's your bottom three.
Yeah, time to go up and get a snack.
Yeah,
that's not.
Yeah.
Well, and hopefully Adames can find some comfort in the 6 hole and start to really get this thing going. He turned it around a little bit coming out of his off day in Colorado, and then he hit a couple of bombs and then went to LA and still was pretty good. And since then, the entire offense has been
not a great
completely
homestand.
muted. 6 runs in 3 games. I think you were saying that on our thread.
Yeah, 2 runs in each of the games.
So you get Devers and you go out there in your offense. Everyone's licking their chops and we're cracking our knuckles ready for this whole offensive juggernaut to emerge. And it's been much of the same.
Well, it's not really surprising for multiple reasons, to be honest with you. I mean, if you had told everybody like Devers going into the lineup was largely going to mean Flores is coming out, well, what's the run production difference there? I mean, Devers is a way better hitter than Flores. That's not my point. But my point is Wilmer Flores has been your number 1 run producer.
Yeah.
So if you take him out of the lineup, the difference between Devers and Flores is essentially all you gained with that lineup. And Chapman is still out, and you're still playing at the greatest pitcher's park in the history of ever.
Sure.
So, yeah, like...
It was just one game, though, without Wilmer, right?
It was 2.
Okay.
I mean, he won the game yesterday as a pinch hitter.
Gotcha.
He only started one of the games. And Dom Smith has been pretty good, so when Flores is in, you take him out. Obviously, what you're waiting for is when Chapman comes back, and everybody can be in the lineup together.
Yeah.
And Devers maybe plays first base, and Flores can be your DH, and you can actually have a top 6 in the order that are doing some things, maybe even top 7.
If you throw Yaz in there,
yeah. If you include Yaz, who's hitting the ball really well right now.
Yeah, and the key for me is when you read off the lineup, and I always think about 7, 8, and 9, and, Casey Schmidt with a couple of grand slams. One was a grand slam-ish against the Dodgers off a position player. It counts, but, Koss and Bailey, these are guys who aren't really major league hitters at this juncture. They're guys who you look to bunt. You look to bunt these guys, and so 3 of your 9 right now are not real threats. And so, you want to get your 7th hitter to still be somebody who you can think about might be able to drive the ball and produce a run.
Yep. Well, and you now have kind of a bolstered pinch hitting group late in the innings. And if those guys come up in those key situations later in the game, then you pinch hit for them. And that's probably what Wisely is doing here right now because I'm guessing, feel like he can give him a better at bat off of the bench than Tyler Fitzgerald can, because Tyler is really, really struggling. And that, by the way, that stinks. The fact that second base, as we sit here approaching the halfway point in the season, has essentially, to me, that what is sort of solidified here is that position has not been solidified. And that was the hope. The hope was that Tyler Fitzgerald could do it, and he didn't do it. And so now some sort of a combination maybe of Christian Koss and Brett Wisely as a platoon might be what's in order for the rest of this season, or is there a deadline acquisition on the infield? I don't think they want to give up more pitching, but we'll see. We'll see kind of where this goes from here. But they gave Tyler all the runway possible for him to grab second base, and for a while he was doing all right, and now it's been an extended period where that's just been another black hole in the lineup.
No doubt. And you can't continue to have these black holes, and you're okay with Patrick Bailey being that because he's an unbelievably good defensive catcher, but you can't have your bottom three be most likely out, automatic out, and slumping really badly, because that turns out to be almost 2 to 3 full innings where you're going to have nothing brewing when you get 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, that's tough. So anyway, we don't have anything official yet. We'll give it to you as quickly as possible, but right now, that's the best guess, is that with Brett Wisely warming up, it might mean something bad for Tyler Fitzgerald. All right, we got something to play for you here in a second, but let's go to the phones first. Jonathan in San Jose. Hi, Jonathan. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, thanks for having me on. I had a quick question regarding Devers. I've been seeing stuff that says his contract is underwater. As a Giants fan, why should I care about contracts being overpaid when there's no salary cap? I can understand that criticism towards NFL and NBA contracts, but just don't understand that concept for baseball.
Yeah, Jonathan, I think you're largely right. First of all, the whole idea of the contract being underwater in and of itself is an opinion, maybe. I don't even know how you could sort of quantify that at this point. I would actually sit here and tell you that at age 28 and where we sit contractually with baseball salaries, Rafi Devers is underpaid right now. He has been underpaid for the last few years.
Well, for what he's done for Boston.
No doubt.
Now, if he does in San Francisco what he did for Boston over the course of these years, then yeah, you could argue he's underpaid, because I was looking at his contract details earlier, and it's just a flat rate. Yep. Like, it doesn't go up, and like NBA contracts always seem to escalate, the majority of them, and this one's just a fixed price, and so you're going to pay him this much. And the last couple of years when he's 35 and 36, those might be underwater moments, but right now at 28 with a 900 OPS, which is elite, top 12 in baseball, I would argue, like you're saying, he's probably underpaid.
No doubt. And then as far as a fan, why should you care? You're kind of right, you shouldn't. Except for the only thing that you worry about is if the Giants 8 years from now or 7 years from now essentially are dealing with Devers, Adames, and Chapman all sort of feeling like, whew, they're getting old, they're not producing, and we are basically like, what would it be in the final year of Chapman's got the shortest of the three, but in the final year of that deal, what are the three making combined? I don't know. It's somewhere around $80 million. And so if the Giants at that point are like, yeah, sorry, we just don't have any more money to go be good. We can't go get players. I don't foresee that, because again, 6, 7, 8 years from now, these numbers that we're talking about right now aren't actually that big anymore. Number two, who knows what the hell is happening between now and then with these guys. Maybe they're still producing. But number three, I don't think that the Giants would be acting the way that they are if they didn't feel like they were about to be a consistent big spender. And I have more on that in just a second. Yeah, Grandy, what's
really
up?
quick, you guys were speculating on a potential roster move. We were right to assume Brett Wisely has been recalled from AAA Sacramento. The corresponding move, though, is Justin Verlander has been placed on paternity leave.
Okay.
Paternity leave for Justin Verlander.
Paternity leave.
Yeah. All right. Congrats to
Kate's having a baby?
I would assume so.
Did we know that?
I did not know that.
I didn't know that Kate Upton was pregnant?
not following her her trimesters very closely, so congrats to the Verlanders.
Great. So
it's awesome.
He'll be, in theory, I would think he's going to be back for his next start, would be my guess.
Which would be in 3 days?
He threw on Tuesday, so Wednesday, Thursday. Well, no.
He threw on Tuesday?
Sorry, no. He threw on
Wednesday, yeah.
So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, he would throw on Monday against the Marlins.
Yeah, I would guess that's a skip. I mean,
you think?
Yeah, because if you're on paternity leave, doesn't mean the baby's here yet. And
maybe it does. I have no idea.
Yeah,
they might also be inducing. Like, who knows what they're doing?
Exactly.
Weekend.
I would imagine that if the baby is being born as we speak on this Friday, and he starts again, you were saying Monday?
Monday would be the schedule.
Yeah.
But you're also right. They've got a number of different things they could do. There's no off day, but they could let Jelly start that game.
Yep.
Or something like that. So, anyway, okay. Tyler Fitzgerald stays. He's not in the lineup.
There you go.
But he stays. And now you got an extra pinch hitter tonight because Justin Verlander is on paternity leave. All right, so there you go. There's your roster move.
According to AI, it says players can be placed on this list for a minimum of 1 day and a maximum of 3 days.
Okay, so yeah, he can't even do this beyond the weekend.
Yeah, this according to AI, our good friend AI on the internet.
I love him.
Yeah, so if that is the case, then he's placed Friday and Saturday and Sunday, then he probably would make his start on Monday.
Well, he has to be back on the roster.
Yep.
Right?
Or off this list anyway.
Off the list, yeah. Okay, so there it is. Justin Verlander back off with the team. Try this one on for size. I bet that most of you, and to a degree me included, you're going to hear this and it's like, it's no big deal. I'm not sitting here telling you this means this is a rumor. I'm more interested into what this idea represents for Giants baseball. Our good old friend, the author of Arson Judge, John Heyman.
Oh, yeah.
Odyssey Baseball Insider, by the way. Listen to this conversation on MLB Network. They're talking about star outfielder Kyle Tucker, plays for the Cubs. We knew he was available from the Astros. We all have it on pretty good authority. Giants tried. They tried to put a trade package together to get Kyle Tucker. But Kyle's going to be a free agent. Is he going to go back to the Cubs? Not necessarily, because the basis of this conversation was, I don't think the Cubs are going to have much success signing him to an extension during the year. So in other words, Kyle's going to get to free agency. Listen to what happens. This is on MLB Central, MLB Network.
Look at him. He's not a pitcher. There's no risk. He was a number 5 overall pick. He's made a lot of money. He is one of the most, if not the most consistent hitter in baseball. So it's going to be very difficult. But the Cubs are, it's a big market team. They're doing very well. They need to give it a try. That said, once the guy's a free agent, he's only been there a year. There are going to be other teams in there. Never count the San Francisco Giants at this point. They look like an aggressive team, as we've seen. And the Red Sox. Now, the Red Sox have a lot of outfielders, but we've heard of Durant potentially on the market. They would be a possibility as well.
Okay. So John Heyman says Kyle Tucker could hit free agency, and I give you 2 teams that I think will probably come after him pretty hard. Giants and the Red Sox. I get the Red Sox. Red Sox are looking for a middle order hitter. I wonder why.
Yeah.
I can tell you that if I were a middle of the order hitter, I wouldn't even take their phone call right now based on the way they treat stars. But whatever.
Depends on whether or not they are going to replace him in right field or not.
Yeah.
Are they going to let him actually play the position that he likes to play?
I don't know. Or just whatever. Who knows? If the price is right, they'll go anywhere. I get that. It's still Boston. The fact that John first brings up the San Francisco Giants, who already have now big dollar amounts out to Devers and Adames and Chapman, and to a degree, you got to think about these pitchers now, to a degree, Logan Webb, etc. For me, what defines this era of Dodger baseball is every time they get the big fish, and you're like, okay, they've got their big fish, but there's a new big fish available, they get him too. And then the next one comes, and they get him too. And it's been going on and on and on. It went from Mookie Betts to Freddie Freeman to Shohei Ohtani, and then even on the mound when they were grabbing Tyler Glasnow And then they would go get Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And then the Giants wanted Roki Sasaki, and the Dodgers got Roki Sasaki. And then they went and got Blake Snell. The idea of what the Dodgers are doing is they are like, we are just going to financially drown the competition. There's only a handful of teams out there that can even flirt with playing the game of trying to stay with them. And whether you believe me or not, the Giants are one of them. And so what I wonder now that Devers is here, I know a lot of Giants fans sat back and went, okay, the Giants are aggressive. We got our guys now. Dibs, is this just going to keep going? Is this just
it's allowed to?
It sure is.
All you have to do to answer that question is watch a Giants game and watch what happens when there's a fly ball going foul down the first base line, and you look out over the last corner of the upper deck and you see it's got to be a 15-story behemoth of a building, and then you look at that entire splotch of land and you go, man, there's a lot of buildings on here all of a sudden. Cha-ching! The construction there, it's not completed, but that thing is going to be an absolute factory of money. And you look at their contracts right now, and I did a deep dive, and we can get into the deep dive a little later on all the stuff.
Deep dive, yeah.
They 5 players that they have under contract total $700 million that they still have to pay these players.
Stretched out over a number of years.
Correct.
Yeah.
8 years for Devers, and his number's the biggest of all the numbers, but with Webb, Lee, Chapman, Adames, and Devers, that all adds up to them owing $700 million. So what's another $200 million over the course of 6 or 7 years if you're looking to get Tucker? So can it continue? Yes. Will it continue? Based on what they've done recently, my answer now is yes.
Yeah. The big reason there, it's not just the Giants' willingness. It's now, does Kyle Tucker, when the Giants call, there's 2 things they have that they didn't have before. Number 1, they have Buster Posey. Number 2, you've got a lineup that another player will look at and go, add me to that, and we're going to be winning.
Yeah.
We're going to win some baseball games.
Exactly. And you have a team now that is showing you that they're willing to go out there and spend. Chapman gets an extension, Adames gets a big deal, and you go out and you get Devers. And if you think that you're going to be underwater on his contract, right now the Giants are drunk with spending. They're out there just, we'll take 2 of these and 1 of these and 3 of these, and this is awesome, and we'll figure it out down the road if we happen to need to cut salary. But they're in the other mode now, Mark. So, yeah, go out and get Tucker. Beat the Dodgers to it and have him be your number 6 or 7 hitter.
I think most of our brains go to the Dodgers when you hear something fun like this. It's nothing more than that. This is just a fun idea. But it came out of the mouth of someone who covers this stuff real damn closely. And we're only in June, so free agency is still half a year away before this is going to become something, and all kinds of info will take place between now and then, such as, well, how'd you do? How's it going? Did you dip your toe in the water? Did you make the playoffs? Did you make a run when you made the playoffs? All of that has to sort of be sorted out. But our minds go to, this is how you need to compete with the Dodgers. And my mind went 2 places. That's true in terms of baseball. But stop thinking about baseball for a minute. And who are the Giants competing with? And why would stuff like this start to make sense? Mission Rock Project.
Yep.
Entertainment, Bay Area. The Giants would do something like this because they're competing with the Warriors and the 49ers. That's kind of why what I started to think about with this trade. Rafi Devers, what did you say to Greg Johnson, Buster? What'd you say to him when you walked in there and you went, yeah, $254 million, Greg. Let's go.
I'm going to need you to eat it.
I'm going to need you to spend all this.
You're going to have to eat the whole thing, Greg.
Did Buster say, because I think, he'll get 270, and I think, wins above it, we'll probably win 88 games instead of 85. Was that the conversation? Or did he put a report on Greg's desk and go, hey, dude, I don't know if you're looking around. Jimmy Butler's here. Steph's here.
Yep.
Draymond's here. McCaffrey's here. Niners have a quarterback now. They've got Bosa. They're doing this, that, and the other. They've got stars. Greg, we got to open up the books and get all the stars for baseball reasons and for all the non-baseball reasons.
Yeah. And I think that was probably the pitch for Willie Adames in the first place. Like, we need more offense. We need somebody who we can anchor ourselves to sell to the fan base that we're not just going to be, we're not just going to platoon all these guys and call guys up and call guys down. We need people that our fans can sink their teeth into. And so you extend Chapman. You already had Jung-Hoo Lee. And then you go out and you get Adames. And it's like, yeah, this is just another piece. Really, really good player. Long-term deal. Yeah, don't look at the price tag. You know, it's like when you go to buy a new car and the salesman's trying to get you away from the sticker so you don't have sticker shock. And meanwhile, he's showing you, the seat moves in 4 different directions and the stereo and this and the engine and that. And, you know, he's selling you everything that you're going to fall in love with about the car. And then Buster says at the very end of it, oh, yeah, this one's going to be a lot of money, Greg.
Franchise values, Major League Baseball. This is a story this week in basketball because the Lakers were suddenly valued at $10 billion with a portion sale of their team. That's way higher than what Forbes had them at just a few months ago, because Forbes had the Warriors at $9 billion as the number 1 team in the NBA and the number 2 team in sports. And then the Lakers were $10 billion. So that's basketball, I get it, but also franchise values are franchise values. And one thing I've learned is, at least in the last 10 years, whatever Forbes says a team is, it's more. Do you want to take a shot right now on Forbes' current baseball list? Where do the Giants rank?
In valuation?
How many teams do you think are valued ahead of the Giants in Major League Baseball?
Thank you, Grandy. I can't think unless I have
get the music,
game show music. MLB franchises worth more than the Giants. Well, I would figure the Yankees and the Dodgers would be 2 right off the bat. So
ding and ding.
Yeah.
Give them a couple of dings.
I don't even know if I was expected to name
Dodgers,
them all, but
how many like
Bing 1, 2.
Name all the teams you think are valued higher than the Giants.
Well, I'm going through right now the list, and the American League, I would say the only one I'm tempted by would be Boston, but I'm not putting them there. And the Mets are an interesting one, as are the Cubs. I'm going to say just those 2. Giants
just Yankees and Dodgers?
Yep. Okay.
All right, here's what I'll say. The Giants are number 5.
Okay.
But coming up next.
Oh, it's a tease.
Well, let's dive into this a little further because it's relevant. I'll give you the other teams, the other 2, because it's Yankees, Dodgers. There are 2 others that are ahead of the Giants. But also relevant is, what is that valuation? And then I got something to say about that valuation and why it might matter with what we're talking about. Do you want the Giants to sort of flip the script? Do you want them to use the Dodger and Padre model and just start hucking money at everybody? Just do it. I know it's worked for the Dodgers. You could argue it's worked for the Padres, not in the standings necessarily, but it certainly worked in the stands for the Padres. So I think that this matters when we talk about where this is all going to go next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Also, one last chance for My Chemical Romance tickets, July 19th at Oracle Park. It's all brought to you by Live Nation. More on that coming up in just a sec, because at 4 o'clock, the window for that will open and we'll give the tickets away. So stay right where you are. We'll have all the details coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
Every time you play that one, it makes me excited for NFL season.
Getting closer. Getting really close.
Yeah, it's great. It's going to be a close game. Yeah, dude, it is getting close. That calendar's about to turn to July here, any minute.
No doubt.
Woo!
They should have me circled.
Oh. I mean, I'm following the calendar pretty closely right now.
We just going to see who get the last lash.
For a lot of different reasons.
What's the countdown for you?
27.
Okay. Until
yesterday was
and they got locked up.
Yesterday was 4 weeks.
If you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it.
And I did.
And you're gonna again in 27 days.
So is she.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Yeah. That finger's been dormant for a while.
Yeah.
Gonna have to get that thing start working it out a little bit.
Long enough for you to lose that ring tan. Because
yeah. No, there's no tan line
anymore.
No.
Yeah, I'm looking at mine, and a little bit of a tan line, but
bunch of stuff we want to get to. And Eno Saris, who is an awesome baseball writer and talker, and he's going to be on in an hour. A ton of fun. Looking forward to him. Giants are number 5 on the Forbes valuation list. The order goes like this. This is the current 2025 list and their valuations. Keep in mind, if you want, for example, the Warriors were valued at $9 billion. That was number 2 in all of sports, only behind the Cowboys. But then the Lakers walked in and got sold with a valuation of $10 billion, which means, based on estimates that were shared with us, Warriors probably worth like closer to 13 if you put them on the market today. And I do know that the Forbes values get blown past very quickly sometimes. I was telling Grandy this yesterday. I was working in L.A. when that whole Donald Sterling hullabaloo took place, and the Clippers got sold, and Forbes was like, watch out now. This is the Los Angeles market. They might go for $1 billion.
$1 billion.
Everyone was like, $1 billion? Are you crazy? It might go for $1 billion? And then what's my man? Who's the crazy cat?
Ballmer.
What's that?
Steve Ballmer.
Thank you. Steve Ballmer. He walked in and he bought him for $2 billion.
Yep.
Not $1, $2
$2 billion inside.
Inside one team.
Yeah.
So these Forbes valuations, I tend to think are too low because you get into a bidding war and everyone knows these are a license to print money. So anyway, the Yankees are number 1, $8.2 billion.
Okay.
I can promise you, put the Yankees for sale tomorrow. They're
Getting
going
15.
for sure. Los Angeles Dodgers, number 2, $6.8 billion.
Okay.
Another one where I'm like, dog, put the Dodgers for sale right now. Might go for $100 billion the way things are going.
I thought Cubs and Mets would be the only 2 I was considering ahead of the Giants.
Number 3 is the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, that's the other one.
You mentioned them. Yeah. You mentioned them, $4.8 billion.
Okay.
Cubs, number 4,
yep.
$4.6 billion. And for those of you who loved, the Giants, you guys love to think that they're one of the big-time teams. They're worth more than the Mets. Okay? They're worth more than the Mets and the Phillies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay? These are big boys. And
what's their valuation?
$4 billion.
Okay.
$4 billion. New York Mets, 3.2. Phillies, 3.1. Braves are next at 3. And that rounds out the top 8.
Right, and you put them up for sale right now, and they're valued at 4. You're probably getting 6 at least.
I agree with you.
And I don't know if you have tried to buy a house or if you buy a house in this Bay Area, but you listed it 1.35 and it goes for 1.7 because what the list is never going to be what the house goes for, and it's the same thing with these franchises.
Do you know what's wild was when you go through this whole list? Like, where do you think the A's sit?
The Athletics, well, you probably would think that they'll be toward the bottom 28th just based on the fact that they're a laughingstock and they're run by an absolute moron. And you've got Tampa and Miami who are below them, but then you think about other teams that would be down there, like Pittsburgh would be down there and so many other teams. So I'm going to think, based on the fact that they're going to Vegas, 2 fingers. For those of you who can't see me, I'm doing 2 fingers. Also known as air quotes.
Air quotes.
I'm going to put the A's at 16th, right in the middle.
Let's see. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Okay.
Yeah, not bad.
I was a little hot with that.
Yeah, no, but the way you said it is absolutely correct. And Tampa Bay and Miami are the bottom 2. The A's valuation was $1.8 billion.
Yeah.
And in 19th place, ahead of major markets like Detroit and Denver and Cleveland and things like that. So anyway, fun to look at the whole thing, but I'm with you. Whatever these teams are, if you did put them up for sale, they're going for more. In fact, I think that the Tampa Bay Rays, are going up for sale. And I saw that they're looking for $1.75 billion, and Forbes has them at $1.25 billion.
Okay. That's about right.
They'll get the $1.75 billion.
And maybe even more.
They might even get 2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because like you said, unlike buying a house in the Bay Area, there's only 30 of these in baseball. And I believe there are more than 30 houses in the Bay Area.
I've seen more than 30.
Yeah. And, when you want to get one of these things, I don't know how often a franchise goes down in value. They tend to only go up.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Right.
Then again, I've never seen a Warriors point guard dancing up and down mid-court, chasing female basketball players around either. But there's a first time for everything.
Yep.
So anyway, I digress.
Yep. Joe Lacob and Peter Guber paid $450 million for the Warriors.
Oh God, yeah. They did like,
yeah, and that was only quote unquote 15 years ago, and now it's worth 30 times that.
The only thing that I wonder about when it comes to this conversation, and Steiny and Evan were talking about it a little bit earlier in the week when the Laker thing went down. I actually don't know. I'd love to ask a money person this. I'd love to ask Joe Lacob this. To what level is franchise valuation dependent on the current players on your team? I don't know if the answer is at all. But I know a lot of people are like, well, the value is going to go down when Steph leaves. And I was thinking to myself, well, if that was true, then they would sell it. They would sell it.
Yeah.
Put that thing up for sale next year because it feels like the value will get cut in half because there are people who will look at the Warriors and go, now, why on earth would the Warriors be valued higher than the Lakers and the Knicks? Why? And there's a lot of answers for that. The Lakers don't own their arena. The Warriors do. And yes, to a degree, I guess, indirectly, whoever's on your team at that point sort of like helps what's your standing in the marketplace, which affects your revenues, and whatever your revenues are, that's what actually is the driving force behind your franchise valuation. So I don't really know. And I guess then to bring it back to the Giants, does this franchise valuation thing have anything to do with the way they're going to conduct themselves on the open market? Same answer for me. Indirectly, the answer is yes. You are the 5th highest valued team in baseball. You're the 5th highest valued team in baseball. And you have been basically branded for the last 6 or 7 years as, fair or not, small time, cheap, no players I want to buy a jersey for, all of these things. And I got to think that Buster Posey, who is part of the ownership group, I got to think a piece of what we're seeing is not just what they're saying, which is, well, it's opportunistic. We're here. We're kind of playing some good ball. I saw that the Red Sox hate Rafi, so I called him and we got him. I think it goes a lot deeper than that. And I think that there are clues, bricks being built on the wall, if you will, that the Giants are about to start playing the Dodgers and the Padres game a little bit. And I find that to be a very welcome development.
No, it's thrilling. And this is the number one frustration from the Farhan Zaidi era. And I know that they had Correa all but signed, sealed, and delivered. He was delivered. He was literally here. It was sealed. He'd agreed to come, but they didn't do the signed part. And so he was the one that got away. And it's probably a good thing that he got away. And you wouldn't have Adames. And, you know, the approach, I think, changed with when Farhan went out. I don't know if it was Buster who had the gravitas as a small part owner or just the gravitas of being a Giants legend. Whatever the shift was, maybe it's just the development like you're talking about when Lot A is no more. Lot A now is a building or 5 or 8. I don't even know how many of those buildings they slapped down in that once great parking lot. But
still a good parking lot.
Yeah, but I think the combination of events, the development, which is now just about completed, and you can make that a revenue stream. Buster comes in, and you realize that you've got to spend to compete. And like you said before, the star factor all around you. Down the street, you've got stars and titles. And further down in 49ers, you've got stars, no titles, but it's football, so you don't even really need stars because people will come anyway. But you're the Giants, and you're looking to get something going where people are going to want to come see you, and this is the way you go about doing it, and it costs money, and they're spending it, and this team is fun to watch. They're sexy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries. Shout out Valkyries. That performance last night was absolutely next level. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Plus, would you like to win a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance on July 19th at Oracle Park? We are giving you one last chance to do that in this 4 o'clock hour. Once we've given that away, then we will move full head of steam into selecting one of our 5 winners from this week to be upgraded to 2 suite tickets. This is all courtesy of Live Nation. Keep listening. Make sure you stay with us this hour because it'll happen this hour. When the time comes, we'll tell you everything you need to know, what to call, when to call, all of that For more info and to buy My Chemical Romance suite tickets, we ask you to log on to sfgiants.com/concert. So all of that is coming up here in the next, 30-ish, maybe a little bit more minutes. But
juicy.
Could be 3 minutes from now.
Yeah,
so
you got to stay tuned.
Somewhere in that window. So stay right where you are, and we'll be giving those tickets away here shortly. The larger conversation about all of this is that sort of strategic effort, and you just called them sexy. And I agree. I still think, though, you're in, what I'll call maybe like a certain point along the road of that foreplay to being really, really
Second base.
sexy. Yeah.
I mean, it's a baseball analogy. It works.
Yeah. You're on your way to third.
Yeah.
You're on your way to third.
Yeah.
I don't think it, but you ain't hit it out of the park yet.
No, but if you're on your way to third.
This individually was a sexy home run.
No doubt.
This move.
And as you round second and you look up to see the third base coach, he doesn't have the stop sign up. He's waving you over to third base. And
I thought you were going to say something else, and I was
No, I'm trying to keep it, genteel.
You got to be careful.
Try not to lose you.
You looked at the third base coach, and he was naked.
Right.
Anyway, go ahead.
The third base coach in this analogy is ostensibly Greg Johnson. And he's saying, come on down. Keep spending. Because I was looking at the salaries of all the players on all the teams here in the Bay Area.
Oh, is this deep dive?
It's a little bit of a deep dive.
No. Little bit of a deep dive is kind of an oxymoron.
Mark, this is a deep dive. And Lucas on our show thread hit me with a snorkel earlier in the week because it wasn't a deep dive.
Well, that's what I don't know if that's what he meant, though. I think when he did the snorkel emoji, it was like, ooh, it's a deep dive. And I'm kind of like, but a snorkel, by definition, is a shallow dive.
Yeah.
Is there a scuba emoji?
There should be.
Is there one? I don't know. I haven't studied all of my emojis.
I'm not an emoji user, so I wouldn't know.
Hang on. I'll try to text the thread and see if there's a scuba.
No, if you type in scuba, the only suggestion that comes up is the snorkel.
Is the snorkel.
Okay.
Yeah. That is not the same thing.
Major oversight.
Major oversight. Although I'm still forever grateful that when we talked about scuba once before and you correctly were able to lay out what scuba is an acronym for.
Right.
Most people don't know that scuba is it's an acronym.
Exactly.
And you nailed it.
Yeah.
I don't think that there are more than about 12 other people on the planet who can do that.
Yeah, self-contained underwater breathing apparatus.
That is correct.
Scuba.
Yeah. Onward.
Unlike this deep dive, when it comes to my knowledge, it's an inch deep and a mile wide. But on this one, it is a deep dive. And I was thinking about Rafi Devers and his contract. After this year, it's going to be 8 years and $254 million earned, the longest deal of any athlete in the Bay Area currently. And so I was wondering about average annual value for this deal. It comes out to 31.75 average annual, and I was thinking, where does that put him alongside the remaining contracts of the other Bay Area athletes?
Okay.
He's ranked number 5 on the list.
This is just in total money.
Right. And the football ones are funky because
they're not guaranteed.
Correct. But I pretended that these contracts would all come to bear.
Okay, so everybody is finishing their contracts and playing all the years.
So Steph is ranked number 1.
Not surprised.
$61 million a year over 2. Jimmy Butler's number 2. $55 million average over 2.
Okay.
Brock Purdy is 3.
Number 3.
And I included his upcoming season.
That's so crazy.
His average annual is 45.7 because this upcoming year is only 9. So number 4 overall is Nick Bosa.
Okay.
At 39 average annual. Then Devers. Then Brandon Ayuk at 6.
Holy crap.
And then, 7 is Adamas. 8 is Draymond. 9 is Chappie. 10 is Trent Williams. Then you go to Fred Warner, Logan Webb, Jung-Hoo Lee, and George Kittle. That's your top 14.
Okay, that's your top
the reason why I did the deep dive.
Why'd you stop at 14?
Because
that's a weird number to stop
Kittle's at $18 million a year. So then you're getting down to, that's kind of small potatoes already.
No, who's 15? I want to know.
I'll look it up.
Okay,
but
I'll look it up.
It's probably Robbie Ray. He's got 1 year at 25, but I was trying to look at bigger deals that have some length and some heft, because the reason why I did this is thinking about Devers and the idea of pressure and expectations, because on this list, like Curry, there's no pressure, there's no expectations. He's been there, he's done it.
That was a well-timed fade out.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I really like that.
Thank
I
you.
was just right when my mind was like, he should probably fade out right now. And then you did. That was really
It's
good.
money.
Go ahead. Yeah. Mail it.
Butler, 2 years, not really much pressure and expectations.
Well,
I mean,
yeah. Made man also.
Sure.
Yep. Okay.
Purdy, massive pressure, massive expectations. I think Bosa's the same. And number 4 on the list, like.
Well, I don't think anybody matches Purdy, but I hear you.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then you get to Devers. And I think about Devers with 8 years and 254 left. It's like, okay, you're the guy who's now making the big money. You're the big piece here. The pressure doesn't happen immediately, obviously, in an 8-year deal, but it just struck me that, when you're making the 5th most average annual in the market, you've got to be that dude. And I know they think he is the dude, but now you got to go out and be the dude.
Yeah. It's funny. I was just like, as you were talking about pressure, how would you answer this real quick? Who's got more pressure on him right now, Devers or Adames?
Devers.
Why?
Because he has the longer deal and he's making more money.
Huh. See, I don't feel that way, but I'm willing to acknowledge I might not feel that way for 2 reasons. A, Devers just got here.
Yep.
And B, we have therefore built up no sort of like angst or ill will. And Devers has been a more successful hitter in his career. Like his resume is better as an offensive player than Willie Adames. And he's got a ring. So I look at those players and I'm like, in a way, even though Adames was only money, Devers came here by way of actual players that you gave up. I look at it almost differently. I'm like, they're 2 different experiences in terms of how you brought them here. Adames is also being asked to be a leader of the clubhouse. Devers is asked to hit ball hard. That's it. Hit ball hard. In fact, I don't even think they've got designs on first base for him long term. It's DH, hit ball hard.
Yep.
That's what they're going to want him to do for 8 years. And so there's a piece of me that feels, and maybe this is just in this moment. In this moment, it feels like there's more pressure on Willie than Rafi.
Yeah, and I think that stems from what we've seen, and that's fair because you expected Willie Adames to be better than this. You expected the glove to be better, the bat to be better, and it hasn't been. So the longer this goes on, the more you start to think, geez, I mean, you got to revert to your baseball card here, kid. This is not what we signed up for. So I do think that there's implied pressure in that, but I look at how groundbreaking this was for this team to give out that deal. And they didn't give out the deal, but they took on the deal. 8 years.
That's the deal.
And 254 remaining. They're saying, we think you're the dude. Now go be the dude. And it's been 3 games, and I don't think he's homered yet, Mark. So,
no, he hasn't. Although I'm going to take this opportunity to refute something that our partner, Matt Steinmetz, said earlier today on the show. I was driving around, and only because my brain works the way it does, I'm like, he's being unfair today. He is being unfair because he was making points, and it was sort of like they were little mini like Steiny pot shots at the Giants.
That's what he does.
I know the game, and I'm like, I don't really care that you take pot shots at the Giants if they're based in reality. But at one point he goes, are you feeling that way about Rafi Devers because he's 1 for 12 since he got here? He not 1 for 12 since he got here. He had 2 hits in his first 5 at-bats. Where is this Rafi slumped through the Cleveland series thing? Not accurate. Not accurate. And then he starts talking about how the Giants kind of got lucky this year.
It was wrong.
They've missed all of the other team's best starters. And the first example out of his mouth, he goes, they missed Paul Skeens. And my mind immediately turned into the Matrix, and it went, nope. They haven't even played Pittsburgh yet this year.
Well, they haven't faced Skeens.
Yeah, you're right. They haven't faced Skeens. They have not played the Pittsburgh Pirates yet this year.
It is funny.
Well, it wasn't funny. And so, anyway,
didn't they face Yamamoto?
They did.
And wouldn't he be there?
He's their ace right now. Because their other aces are all hurt. But yeah.
Right, I mean, he's their ace right now.
Yes, he is.
But
yes, he is.
That's always a curious one for me because you face who you face. And there's no disgrace.
No,
you don't get to pick your.
We're 75
opponents.
games in. We're not. I don't think the baseball season at this point. If the Giants were 12-3, like I think they were, or something like that,
yep,
kind of like the
12-3.
Warriors were. They're 12-3. Everybody was 12-3 to start the year. At that point, you can be like, well, hey, you played the Reds a whole lot. That's fine. We're 75 games in. Giants are good. Deal with it. Deal with it, negative Nancy's. They're a good baseball team.
Sour Steiny's actually works too.
They're really better at this stage. They're winning games. Here's another one. You know what? We were thinking about this earlier today. I don't know if this does anything for everybody. The Giants, they can't hit. They're averaging 4.2 runs per game. Do you want to know what the average is across baseball? Just all baseball.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was wondering that myself.
It's 4.3. So are they good? No. Is that below average? Slightly.
Every 10 games, they're 1 run worse than the rest of the league.
Here you go. That's what it is.
Yep.
The ball's dead.
It's dead.
The ball is completely dead right now. All right. We're sponsored by Frontier Ford. Frontier Ford is bringing the heat this summer with employee pricing for everybody. You pay what Ford employees pay through July 7th. You got F-150s. You got Broncos, Explorers, Escapes, Mavericks, even Mustang Mach-E's. So get to Stevens Creek Boulevard in Santa Clara or 24/7, of course, at frontierford.com. Also, remember, we're giving you the chance to win My Chemical Romance tickets for July 19th at Oracle Park. Next segment, and Enosaurus is a half hour away on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibs. Eno Saros. We love Eno on baseball. Writer, talker, 888-957-9570. He'll join us in a half hour. Your chance to win My Chemical Romance tickets, July 19th at Oracle Park, coming up in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Stay tuned for that. I just saw this pop across my screen, and I got to throw this by you. Did you see the Dodger Padre thingamabob last night?
No, tell me about it.
You didn't even see it?
No, missed it.
Suspensions have just been handed down.
I was solo parenting, which is why I was off the show, and so didn't have a chance to yak in until she finally went down, and at that point, it was the Valkyries for me.
All right, so it's a 4-game series in L.A., and these two teams do not like each other, which, by the way, keeps making me like the Padres more. The Padres have become that team in baseball that if they're playing the Giants, I hate them, but if they're playing anyone else, kind of into them a little bit. Like, I don't want them to pass the Giants in the standings, but I kind of like the Padres because we can all gather together and hate the Dodgers together. So, anyway, they've been back and forth, and there's been a lot of plunkings, okay? Tatis has been hit going into last night 2 times in 3 games. And there have been a lot of back and forth, probably I think to the tune of about 5 or 6 plunkings on each side. And you get late in the game, and Tatis gets another one. And I mean, he's on the ground and down for a while. And he is getting x-rays or got them earlier today. Bottom line is this. Robert Suarez, Padres reliever, he then comes out in the next inning, and it's right at Ohtani's face. It is a fastball at Shohei Ohtani's face. I'll give Shohei this. Shohei literally gets hit, puts the bat down, kind of looks out at the pitcher's mound, and then turns to his dugout, holds the arm up. Stay.
Stop sign.
Stay. We're good here. I'm going to first base. That's it. Diffuse the whole thing. Shohei Ohtani handled it wonderfully. But when the benches did clear, and this is when Tatis got hit, it was the first time I've ever seen this. Like it was manager on manager. Dave Roberts got physical with Schilt.
With an F.
Like he went right up to him and poof, he just like chest, poof, just gave it to him. And then he's like mother bleeping him, and we're gonna handle this in the hallway, and I'm gonna beep your ass, and I'm gonna like all of this stuff. Like it was hot. Okay? So anyway, these are the suspensions. Suarez gets 3 games, but he's appealing, so he's going to be eligible right away for now. Schilt gets a 1-game suspension. Dave Roberts gets a 1-game suspension. They'll both serve those tonight. They're both fined as well. But here's why I brought it up. I wanted to get your reaction to a take that the aforementioned John Heyman, who apparently thinks that Kyle Tucker might be a Giant next year.
I just watched the video of the hit by pitch on Ohtani, and it's in the armpit. It's not quite face level, but it's a little higher than what you would like.
Yeah, it's high and tight. I mean, like you throw it at the face, sometimes you get a shoulder. Shohei is a very tall person.
Yeah.
But
and he gets
was
hit
high.
right in that soft spot between your back and your armpit. That one looked like it hurt.
John Heyman got on MLB Network today, and they were debating this whole situation, who's wrong, who's right. And Heyman is essentially saying, look, in general, I don't like people throwing at people. Schilt said the same thing, by the way, but he also said, look, but we're not going to take anything from anybody. And they were, essentially all series long, they were attacking Fernando Tatis. On purpose or not, they hit him 3 times. We're not going to take this anymore. So they throw at Shohei. Heyman comes on, and his take is, if you're going to get into a back and forth of throwing at each other, I don't like it, but I get it. You can do it, but not Shohei. Pick another star and throw at him, because Shohei is the Steph Curry or the Caitlyn Clark of Major League Baseball. He is the marketing arm of the sport. He is that guy. He's the person everybody comes to see, and you cannot risk hurting him. So you can throw at a Dodger. just not that Dodger. How's that grab you?
No, you don't get to do that. That, to me, is the epitome of weak sauce. Now, this to me becomes an interesting tit for tat as far as pecking order goes. So if you go out and you hit my number 8 or number 9 hitter, and it's intentional, and then I go out and I throw and try to hit Shohei Ohtani, now we've got a problem. That, to me, becomes... It's an escalation sensation is what it is, Mark.
Nice job.
That becomes, to me, something that you wouldn't do. But you're going to hit Tatis multiple times. And Tatis he's not on Ohtani's level, but he is the Padres' best player.
Star player.
Their best hitter. And so you're going to hit my guy, and he got hit 3 times, before they hit Ohtani.
Yep.
So if we're going to do that, and it can't just be accidental, then I'm sorry, we're going to have to get a pound of flesh. And if that means it's Ohtani, it means it's Ohtani. And that's just the way it goes. Stop hitting my guy.
Yeah.
You can only hit my guy so many times before I'm going to snap. And when I snap, I'm not going to, throw a brush back pitch to Teoscar Hernandez. That's not sending the message. You throw up and into Ohtani, message sent, message received. So, Heyman, you're wrong on this one. You're wrong.
I agree with you.
By Steiny.
I'm almost offended by the idea, to be honest with you. Like, this is kind of what you're talking about, I think, is the problem that people have with the Dodgers. Mostly when people have a problem with the Dodgers, it's jealousy or it's anger at their own team that they won't conduct themselves the way the Dodgers do. But what John Heyman is essentially doing here is creating a class system. And he's putting someone up on a pedestal at such a level that he's like, no, that's not the same as any other player in the game. And again, I'm only a fan of the game, so who cares about that? But do you know how offensive this would be to Fernando Tatis or Manny Machado to basically say, yeah, like hitting you're a star, but you're not that star. Can't hit that guy. In fact, I'd also be offended if my name was Freddie Freeman or Mookie Betts. What do you mean? You can throw it at me, but you can't throw it at my teammate, Shohei Ohtani? I'm totally with you. That's completely out of bounds. And by the way, what a total cowardly sort of a protective device that is for the Dodgers, that Dave Roberts, based on what he's saying, can go out there and have his pitchers start throwing at other people, and then the media is suggesting, but your best player doesn't have to face anything. That's a wild take to me. That's a wild take.
It's wild, and it's just completely erroneous. So is there a level where you reach a certain spot where now you can't be thrown at? And this is a sport where you don't want to see people throw at each other, but sometimes it's the inevitability of baseball. And I'm just going through game by game, and Pages got hit by Cease in the first game.
Yep.
Don't know if it was intentional or not, but Pages is not that level of superstar. So if the Dodgers are going to respond and you want to do that and you want to hit Cronenworth, okay, now we're even, and this happens and that happens. But when you start to hit a guy multiple times in a short series, and already there's no love lost between these two, we know that because it's the Dodgers and the Padres, and it's always been so. When you hit my guy multiple times, I'm sorry, but we're not just going to sit here and take it.
No,
Twisted Sister, we're not going to take it. No, we ain't going to take it.
Listen, I've watched sports leagues do this. I think there's some comps here, and I've supported it at times. I think it's different, but here's kind of what I'm getting at. If the NFL is going to make different rules for how you tackle a quarterback, I get it. That's your cash cow. I have gotten loose on these airways a number of times as to why the league doesn't protect Steph Curry a lot more, because that is your cash cow. But the way I view that is, look, I think because of his size, I think because of the way he's defended, Caitlyn Clark too, we talked about this yesterday, you're letting people get away with too much. In fact, you're officiating them differently than you officiate the rest of the league. I don't think that makes sense. But what you're talking about here is already outside of the purview of Major League Baseball. Like, this is not part of the game. You don't have to throw at people at all. But the Dodgers, in other words, already have plenty of advantages. They've already worked your system with deferred money. They've already got resources that almost every other baseball team don't have. And now you're going to send them out there onto the field with the ability to throw at stars on the other team, yet you're supposed to protect one particular star on their team. That kind of idea, we're already flirting with such a class system in baseball. Dodgers, Yankees, few other teams, Cubs, Red Sox, Giants, and it does feel like the rest of these teams are just here to fill out the schedule. Like there's a bunch of Washington Generals already on the baseball schedule. I wouldn't further that idea. Don't push it further by making certain Dodger players royalty that you're not allowed to actually play baseball with, or else you're really going to alienate a lot of fans on other teams.
Yeah, and it just comes down to you want to protect your stars and you also want to protect the integrity of the game. And I do think sometimes when you get into these 4-game sets where teams have a long time to just face off with each other, they see the same team. It's kind of like in an NBA series where, you get to like game 4 or game 5 in an NBA playoff series and you're kind of sick of seeing that other team. And so the blood can boil over a little bit. And this certainly felt like it was the case. And, I'm looking through the game logs and the Dodgers didn't hit any Padre player in the first 3 games, yet Ohtani got hit and Pages got hit twice. And so you get to game 4 and there might have been a sense of like, look, they're dotting us. And so it's time to dot back. And so you go after Tatis Jr. and then they get Ohtani again. And, the blood boils and that's just kind of what's going to happen. And so the next time they meet, you'd imagine that tempers might flare again.
We'll loop Eno Saris into that conversation. He's going to join us in about 15 minutes. We are very much looking forward to chatting with Eno Saris. Let's get back to the phones. 888-957-9570 is the number. Tony in Santa Clara here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Tony. What's going on?
Hey, thank you for taking my call. And this is a good topic about respect in the game and making sure people are taken care of. It goes all the way back when I'm in my 50s, so I understand this. But some of these people nowadays they get offended by it. But if you don't protect your people, you're going to be prey. All right, so I called because I was not a big fan of Yastrzemski all season. Just like, this guy. Now we got this Devers guy. Yastrzemski's a good player because now he's just a role player and now he's got a job and he can be really successful. I'm really happy with what these guys are doing. They need to go get another pitcher, back end, and maybe another bat. Wilmer can't play first base every day. They need to get the Devers guy playing first base. We need both those bats in the lineup. Thank you for taking my call. You guys have a great day.
Okay, Tony, thanks, man. I agree with some of those takes. They're not going to put Devers over at first base this weekend. They've already announced that.
Yep.
But he's on a crash course. They agree with you. They want him at first. They want Flo's bat in the lineup as well. I think they'll keep doing that as much as possible. But you're right. Flores cannot play first base every day. He will tonight. And so both the bats are in the lineup tonight. I also think what he's talking about with Yaz, there's a little bit of that Jimmy Butler dynamic, which is when you bring another star player in, it changes our view of the other players on the team because we've been asking so much of them. You don't have enough stars, so you have to ask your non-stars to play like stars, and then when they don't, you get mad at them. And they do. They sort of like fade to the background, and you love them more because this star player gets here. The one thing I didn't really agree with, I wonder what you think on this, Dibs, this idea that the Giants need to go make a bunch more moves at the deadline. I'm not against them making more moves, but I'd be real careful. This is not yet a deep farm system. I'd be real careful about plucking more and more and more and getting rid of that organizational pitching depth, all in an effort to win this year. The beauty of these 3 contracts, Adames, Chapman, and Devers, is that in theory you should now be able to compete for a long time. If you need to make a tweak or an acquisition here or there, okay. I don't need him to go get another starter, another second baseman, then an outfielder. No, don't do all of that. That's too much.
I wouldn't mind them getting a back of the rotation starter and or a second baseman. if you can find a solid second baseman, again, I'm with you, Mark. I'm not looking for a star. If you look around the team right now, when healthy, your outfield is set. Your outfield is good enough and deep enough. Your infield now, with Devers potentially becoming a first baseman, is good other than second. Your catcher's your catcher. And I just look at the rotation and I think about Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong and innings totals. Not that they're going to be hard capped at a number, but as they get further down the road and you realize that they're going to be pitching into unknown territory innings wise, I wouldn't hate having a veteran, a guy who can come in and be your fourth or fifth starter.
I agree.
Just in case you run out of innings for those youngsters.
I mean, what you're really thinking about, if you're thinking about the Giants in terms of the playoffs, the scary thing is always health. That's just omnipresent.
Yeah, every team.
But if Webb and Ray are healthy and ready to go, there's game one and there's game two. And what you need, I get that you want four, but what you need is just one of these other guys to just step forward here in the second half of the year and say, I'm your game three starter, period. You honestly, you can piecemeal together game four. You can do it. In fact, if you end up in a wild card round, you only play in 3 games.
Yep.
In order to get to the next round. And then things all start getting crazy. We're watching people use openers in the playoffs. The Dodgers have done it. So there's a number of ways to work this. You need either Hayden Birdsong or Justin Verlander or Landon Roop or Mr. Unknown, someone from outside the organization, someone from the minors, someone from the bullpen. Someone needs to be clear-cut when you get to September as I'm your game 3 starter. And then I think you can go from there. And there are a number of candidates for that right now.
There are, and I just wonder about going from where you are now to the end of the season and how you can, navigate that with, Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong, because they will, by August, be most likely pitching into an area that they've never pitched before, innings-wise, in a single season. I think Roop has done 100 and Birdsong about the same in the minors in combined different levels. So that's about the number where they get into an area that they haven't been before. And so for me, it's not only who's going to be your number 3 starter. I think you could look at Verlander and say, yeah, he could be the guy.
Maybe.
If he, can get into a groove. He had the injury and now he's got the paternity leave that may or may not cost him a start. Don't know yet. But if he can start to, lock in and be a guy, then you feel good about the playoffs, the short series. But I'm more concerned about between now and the end of the year, how you get through it with a couple of young guys.
Yeah, I get that. And that's a question that we've all been itching to ask Bomel, and we will next time we have him on. All right, there's been a social media post that's Devers related that we're going to need to talk about. We'll do that in a sec. But the first thing we're going to do is turn ourselves once again back into game show hosts. You ready? Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay. You want to win a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance, July 19th, Oracle Park. We've been doing it all week. This is your last chance, and that last chance is now, okay? And you might end up being the winner that also gets upgraded. One of the 5 winners will be randomly selected and upgraded to 2 sweet tickets. All of this is courtesy of Live Nation. All you have to do is call right now and be caller 5. The contest line is 415-523-4652. Caller 5 right now, 415-523-4652. 5th caller right now wins a pair of tickets to My Chemical Romance and the chance to be upgraded to sweet tickets. So good luck to each and every one of you. Congrats to our first 4 winners. And then a secondary good luck to all of you in terms of being upgraded to sweet tickets. For more info and to buy My Chemical Romance sweet tickets, log on to sfgiants.com/concerts. All right, before Eno Saris, who's with The Athletic and a great baseball writer and also just like he's kind of a man about town. He's a musician. He's very creative. He's fun to talk to with regard to baseball. And so with Devers and the Red Sox getting back together, and the Padres and Dodgers, throwing balls at each other, great guy to talk to, and he'll be on here in just about 7 or 8 minutes. Before that happens, what do you make of this? David Ortiz, who I'd argue of all of the Red Sox players who aren't like payroll people, Jonathan Papelbon's a payroll guy. Maybe David Ortiz, I'm sure he is pulling some sort of a, consultant's check from the Red Sox.
Appearance fee or whatever.
But he's been the only one who has really kind of defended the Red Sox through this whole thing and said some things about Rafi Devers that aren't the nicest. Pedro Martinez, Team Devers. Manny Ramirez, Team Devers. Carabas, Team Devers. David Ortiz, Team Sox. So he just sent this out on social media. I'll show it to you. There's him sitting in between like life-size versions of his number.
The 3 and the 4.
The 3 and the 4. And he's standing in between it. And he writes down below it. The thing is that to have some like this at Boston, you have to just not be a hitter. You have to be the full package, an all the way around player. Go Sox. Your reaction?
What? And all the way around player?
And there's another tag right next to it that says best organization in baseball.
Right. So that is definitely a payroll Team Sox kind of a thing. David Ortiz is a defensive player. I'm scratching my head to remember him flashing the leather. David Ortiz as a base runner. 5 tools for David Ortiz. I believe running is one of them. Not the most fleet of foot. I believe defense is another one. I don't recall him playing much defense.
No, he had 5 tools. One of them was picking up a bat.
Yep.
The other one was warming up with a bat. Then the third one was digging into a batter's box. And then the fourth one was hitting the ball very far. And then his 5th tool was running around the bases. Those were his 5 tools.
Jogging around the bases.
Correct.
Or yogging. And I'm just looking at his game log. 278 career games at first base. 2,029 as a DH. So, I mean, Dave, what are we doing here?
What are we doing?
What are we even talking about?
What are we doing?
Right. So you're a guy who...
And why? Why? Why are you doing this?
Because he's on the payroll.
But so what? Well, you don't have... Not everybody on the payroll is out here doing this.
Well, do you remember the movie A Few Good Men?
Very well.
Did Jack Nicholson go down there and issue the code red? No, he did not.
He did not.
And in this analogy, this would be John Henry picking up the phone and calling Kiefer Sutherland, or telling Kiefer to tell David Ortiz, who would be the corporal, Lance Corporal.
Yeah. Remember, Kiefer was just the other lawyer. He ended up being fine. It was that other guy. Or no, actually, Kevin Bacon was. You're right.
Yes,
Kevin Bacon was the lawyer.
Kiefer would be Breslow in this analogy. So John Henry calls Breslow, and Breslow calls David Ortiz. So who ordered the code red? Well, probably it's just the system.
Well, he didn't issue the code red, but he did order.
David Ortiz issued the code red.
Jack
this
Nicholson.
is
You're damn right I did.
Right.
But anyway,
so John Henry would be the Jack Nicholson here, who you're darn right I called David Ortiz.
I mean, I don't understand. The story's been told. If you want to accuse Rafi Devers of being stubborn and hard-headed, fine. That's it. That's as far as you can go. I've read everything I could read. I've listened to everyone I can listen to. And I cannot find one other thing you could accuse Rafi Devers of. You want to accuse him of being immature? Don't think so. Bad teammate? No way. Unproductive? Not even a little bit. Unwilling? No. You can't say that. What you could say was he was stubborn and hard-headed. Because the Red Sox did him bad, and he refused to forgive them.
Right. He was unwilling at the essence to...
Absolutely said that he was willing.
When they went back to him after the fact, at that point he was unwilling.
You'd already lied to me 4 times.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not...
You know what I mean?
not caping up for Big Papi and the Red Sox side, but, at that point where your team needs a first baseman and they ask you, he could have said yes, but he chose not to.
Yes, and he has said yes to a different team who approached him correctly. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Eno Saris, The Athletic, really good on baseball. We'll get to all of this stuff with him and can't wait. That is coming up next right here on Willard and Dibs. And this is Willard for New Vodka. That's NUE Vodka, which is award-winning and just from me to you, fantastic. It makes a really enough to celebrate that man right there, Dwayne Kuiper, turned 75 this week, and the Giants did a great job of celebrating him. And everybody take a moment. We do this all the time, but take another moment to appreciate the broadcasters that we have in this town and on this team. The best.
Pretty spectacular.
The best.
And, you think about when they eventually retire, what it means. Well, you got Flem and love Joe Rizzo, and he probably slots in, and it's been a great long run of Kruk and Kive, and John Miller, of course, still here. I'm disappointed that you had perhaps forgotten about me.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not at all, but there'll never be anyone like Kruk and Kive. So happy birthday, Kive. And here we go. Boston Red Sox are in town, and joining us on the River Islands guest line and out at the game is Eno Saris of The Athletic, one of our favorite baseball writers and talkers and just, people. He's a musician, all of the things. So, Eno, thanks for coming on the show. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm here at Oracle, and it's been fun watching all the standing ovations for Devers. It's a real excitement.
Well, is it fun watching the faces of all of the Boston reporters who have arrived today? Because I feel like they've got a little something under their skin,
Oh, my God. The press conference today was pretty annoying. It was question after question about what happened in Boston, and basically Devers saying over and over again, I'm not here to talk about the past. I tried to ask him something about, playing in this park, and he said, well, I've got real power. It's going to go out. If I touch it, it's going to go out of any park. So, I was trying to ask him something different than, what happened in Boston.
That was giving me flashbacks to the Mark McGuire famous line,
Yeah.
100%. I was sitting there going, oh, my God, I'm not here to talk about the past. It's Mark McGuire.
Yeah, I mean, and you can ask him however many ways you want, and I guess if you gave him truth serum, your assessment on what the answer actually would be if Rafi Devers actually told the truth about what happened.
I mean, I think that we can actually figure it out from what happened in San Francisco. So in San Francisco, what we've heard is that Buster and the team came to him and said, we have like one of the worst OPSs at first base in the big leagues. We have a real need there. And even our kid that's coming up, he needs to work on his glove, so like we have an open position for you here. And it's not, we need you to do it for 3 months. It's, you could probably play a lot of first base in San Francisco for the next few years, So why don't you at least, and we have an organizational philosophy that like people play in a lot of different positions. So, why don't you get used to first base if that's what you want to do? And that was a better way to talk to him. I think in Boston, it was a little bit more like, I remember I looked back at a Passan tweet where they said, Passan said they signed Alex Bregman and Alex Bregman is going to play second base, say sources.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, what? So you haven't talked to Devers about this yet? Like, oops. So they didn't do things in the right order, I think. They didn't treat him. I mean, you've got to treat him with a little bit of respect. He's your highest paid player. He's a stud. And you gotta sell him on things. You don't just tell him what to do, even though he's an employee. I get that part, but like you sell him on things.
Eno Saris, The Athletic. He's down at Oracle Park getting ready for the game tonight. I think you lay it out, and that's 90% of it for me right there. But can we also add in, like, isn't it fair to look at the Red Sox as an organization right now and sort of say, look, this is not the first time this has happened. Like, look how many stars you've either sent out of town or upset or whatever in just the last few years. And for me, that kind of says a lot in terms of, if you want, which side you're going to take in all of this.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's an ongoing conversation. But the Red Sox, like the Giants, are teams that should flex their financial muscle. They should be. They don't have to be the A's. The A's are like, oh yeah, you're good for us for a couple of years and then you're gone. They don't have to be the Rays where they're like constantly trading everybody away. They don't have to be those guys. They want to establish stars that are here for a long time, sell jerseys, put people in seats. And, I think the Red Sox and Giants are both teams that should have long-term guys under contract. And, yeah, it's been sad to see Xander Bogaerts go and see Devers go, now. And they just done it with Sale. They just done it over and over again.
And now the Giants are a team that is interested in these long-term deals, and it seems like it coincided with Buster Posey taking over for Farhan Zaidi. Do you think it's just that simple that the organization now has a philosophical shift, or are they just now able to get these deals done of recent?
I think there's, I think that Farhan was a little bit more risk averse. And so he, you saw it with the Carlos Correa deal. He had a deal in place, and then he looked at the risk of it. He looked at the medicals, and he said, nope, I'm out. And Buster, I think, if you want to be honest, I think the Willy Adames deal was slightly an overpay. There's risk there. The bat is not always super great, and but he's a great player. He's a great person for the clubhouse. I think it was a decent signing, but there was risk there, and Buster was willing to be like, hey, I don't care if we pay $20 million more than the next team, and there's the risk in that. I'm going to do it. So a little bit less risk aversion, I think.
Where does it go next? I saw, and this was just a side quip, but John Heyman earlier today was talking about the potential of Kyle Tucker free agency, and one of the first teams he brought up as an interested party was the San Francisco Giants. Do you think that a spending frenzy is going to follow this?
Maybe. You do have like $100+ million in 4 players a year. Now with that core. So I would assume it's a little bit more like, if Lucas Giolito or if there's a pitcher that wants a 1 year, do you remember back to like the Rodon deal? I think that they'll spend more to kind of, around their core. So I don't know that they will go and add another contract on top of that. If you look at it right now, they have about $20 or $30 million between them and the first luxury tax number. I haven't actually looked at next year to see how much more money they have to spend, but I don't know. I think they'll want to stay under that luxury tax number. At least they have tried to flirt with that in the past. But it's fun to think about. That would be a great addition.
Yeah, no doubt. And they still have another month and change till the deadline, so they might look to add a little bit more. Just looking at what they have right now, though, this team today stacking up against the Dodgers and Padres and the rest of the National League, are they a viable threat here to make noise in October?
Yes, they are. They have the best bullpen, I think, in baseball. So I've been saying it since March. And their rotation is healthier, and it stacks up with any of those rotations. I think I would probably, if you're just comparing the 3 teams, right now at least, best rotation, right now, best bullpen. The Dodgers have this asterisk of like, oh, we have all of our great arms that are injured that could come back at some point. So that'll make it tighter. But in terms of pitching, I think they've got the class of the division, and now they've brought hitting up to where it's competitive with those guys. I still think you got to give the Dodgers lineup over anybody, but now they're competitive.
Saris, the Athletic, with us here on Willard and Dibs. There was a tweet earlier this week. It got lost in all of our work because Rafi Devers got acquired, and we were talking about that the whole time. But there was a tweet about a week ago from Andrew McCutchen, and he said that it's been confirmed with him by someone in the world of producing baseballs that the ball is dead this year. What do you know about that? It's of particular interest to Giants fans, considering that they have a hard time scoring runs.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because about 2 days before that tweet, we went with we produced a story where we had found that drag is higher on the ball than ever before, and about 4 feet are missing on if you're talking about a 330-foot fly ball, about 4 feet are missing this year. Due to the drag being higher on the ball. And this is something that can happen due to manufacturing, or it can be due to the seams being higher. And for that story, we had a source that was at the Pirates meeting that McCutchen was at. And so when McCutchen tweeted that out, we were like, oh, yeah, it wasn't McCutchen. McCutchen wasn't our source, but that meeting was one where Pirates players were interacting with Rob Manfred and asking him, why is the ball different? And Manfred said, we know it's different, and we don't know why. So that was an interesting tweet for us. But, yeah, the ball is different this year. It's not flying as far.
Is it manufacturing variants, or is it maybe some shenanigans? I know MLB owns Rawlings. Do you get any sense that it's either one of those two factors that makes the ball so different year to year?
If you take them at their word for it, it's it's something that's different that they haven't pinpointed yet. And there is a fair amount of ball-to-ball variation and batch-to-batch variation. But it's very clear if you look at the drag that the ball has been the same for about 3 years, and they've done the humidors. They've looked at how they store the balls. They've changed a lot of things to make the ball be the same every year, and they did it pretty well for 3 years, and now we have the most drag that we've ever seen on a ball. So there's something that definitely changed, and I think if you want to be at all conspiratorial about it, like the thing that you could be is like, hey, they also changed the strike zone this year. They changed the way that umpires are being judged, and that changed the strike zone, so the strike zone's the smallest it's ever been. And then the ball now doesn't travel as far, and what will a smaller strike zone with a ball that doesn't travel as far do? It will create fewer strikeouts without a home run explosion, right? The pitchers have to come into a smaller zone more often, and the ball is a little bit deader, so it won't go out as much. And that's something they want. That is something they definitely want. They told everybody we want fewer strikeouts in the game. So I'm just connecting some dots here. I don't necessarily think that they wanted to do this on purpose, but it sort of lines up with what they want to do, so they're not that concerned about it.
Okay, I get the ball in play more. I don't get the ball not going out more. Like around sports, everything that we've seen in the last decade plus are leagues making rule changes to create more offense. Why would baseball do that?
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I've got that one wrong, but we did have in 2019 the ball with the least drag, and we broke all home run records, and there was a fair amount of belly aching about that being too many home runs. And that was a year when the league average ERA was like a 4.6 or something. It was a crazy year, and I don't think that there's really the stomach to go back to 2019. So I think there is a line to walk there. I agree with you generally, though. It's totally most sports want more offense.
Is part of the issue that it's too difficult to hit now? Mark and I have had this discussion where so many guys are throwing 100 or 100 plus, and you've got less time than ever to react and to swing. Is that something that Major League Baseball is addressing with this smaller strike zone as well?
I mean, I think that their stated goal is to have fewer strikeouts, and they're working on it. The bigger things that they're considering are changing the mound, moving the mound back. That is definitely on the table. They're not testing it yet, so it's not something that is close or anything. But they're thinking about it. There's a prominent researcher who thinks they should throw a heavier ball. Because the heavier ball will slow their arm down and they won't be able to throw it as hard. And he thinks that'll help injuries too, because they won't throw as hard. So, they're definitely in the information gathering stages. I do think that, basically the strike zone thing is a little bit of a precursor to automatic balls and strikes. And I think that next year we're going to have the challenge zone. And if you look at this year's strike zone, it looks exactly like the challenge strike zone in the minor leagues. So I think they were just preparing us for what the strike zone will look like when, I don't know if you know what the challenge system, the hitter gets to hit his helmet and challenge 3 times a game. It's really fun actually, because the challenge, when he hits his helmet, it's immediate. You have to do it immediately. And then it goes up on the screen and everybody gets to watch if it was a strike or not in real time. So it's actually kind of a fun thing that I think will actually improve baseball.
We're talking with Eno Saros, The Athletic. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Eno, I want to go back to Rafi Devers and just get your opinion on this. With all of the back and forth that has happened, of course, San Franciscans are going to take the side of Rafi Devers. That's our new guy, right? But is there any concern that as the relationship goes, the same type of thing could happen?
I mean, there was a lot of questions today about does he rather play DH and would he rather play first? And he was very diplomatic about, I'll just play wherever they need me, and I'm open to both, and I don't prefer one or the other. I think it's a pretty big wake-up call to be traded in your career. It makes you realize that nobody's untouchable. So that might actually make some changes to Devers' personality, just being like, oh my gosh, okay, all right, I can be traded at any moment. I need to think about that. And then lastly, I mean, I think the one risk is that there is a fair amount of money tied up here in what could be a DH that does kind of lock the roster up sometimes. But this team was so made for it because it's pretty good in the field, and they've really improved. Like center was a problem and short was a problem. They've really improved all those things, and what they just needed was a bat anywhere, a bat that fits anywhere, and that is Devers. He just wants to hit, and you can see him take those daddy hacks in games, and that's what he wants to do. So I think it'll work out.
The bat played in Boston for sure, and a lot of those opposite field slaps off of the monster. How does his bat play in this ballpark in particular, where he does have some good power to left field? Right field can be difficult as you get in the alleys. How does he and his approach really match up to Oracle Park?
Yeah, that's what my question was today, and he basically said, I have the kind of power where if I touch it, it'll go. And I kind of agree with him. I mean, he's one of the leaders in bat speed. He's got elite bat speed, 73-mile-an-hour bat speed. He's a leader in exit velocities. He really hits the ball hard, so he can get the ball out of any park. And interestingly enough, I was looking at how his balls in play and how they would fit over this. I think it might actually work out because if you think about it, Triple's Alley is the one thing he wants to avoid. Where Triple's Alley is actually the worst part of Fenway too. Fenway has this weird cutout in right center that it's actually the most difficult part of Fenway to hit the ball out. So there's some similarities between these two parks, even though they really don't seem that similar at all. And people have told us that right-handers trying to go out to left field, that it's actually okay. Like you can hit it out to left field. So maybe he will have some opposite field homers, or maybe it'll be more doubles to the opposite field and homers in slash. But I fully expect him to hit a bunch of splash homers and improve this lineup.
Love it. Love it. Hey, Eno, great to have you on, man. Great stuff. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. That's Eno Saris of The Athletic with perspective on a bunch of different fronts with what's going on with Devers, baseball, and beyond.
Love some of the general baseball stuff about, the precursor to automated balls and strikes. I think he's right. It's coming much sooner rather than later, maybe as soon as, next year with the challenge system, and the idea that maybe they're looking at moving the mound back and or throwing a heavier ball.
Heavier ball was interesting. I'd never heard that before.
Me either. I wonder what the weight increase would be, if it's an ounce or an ounce and a half, or what the weight change would be that would have these guys slow down. And the notion that maybe it would help save their arms is fascinating. I guess if it's heavier, then you can't exert as much spin on it, and you can't, throw it obviously as hard would be the thinking. So just fascinating stuff as Major League Baseball looks to continue to tweak the game to balance what you're talking about. Like, we all want more action, fewer strikeouts, but not necessarily every hard contact's going to be a home run. How do you find that middle ground?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, you don't want it to become Coors Field all over the place. Ball was juiced in 2021 for sure, I thought, and at times that got a little bit annoying. So yeah, somewhere in between. It's not easy to find, but it is hard right now, man. It is hard, and it is just constant pitchers duels. So it feels. 888-957-9570. Fun to talk to Eno. Right before Eno Saris came on, we were talking about the social media post from Big Papi, David Ortiz, who threw something out that very much felt like a shot at Rafi Devers, and now we go live to Mark Grandy, who has this Big Papi social media update.
Yeah, so Big Papi posted that on his Instagram, again, interpreted pretty straightforwardly as a shot at Rafi Devers. A member of the media posted that on Twitter, and that's how a lot of us saw it. Jonathan Papelbon quote tweeted said post and said, "Shots fired!" ! Does anyone think Devers gets drilled tonight? Somebody, just a random fan, responded to Pap's tweet and said, "Would you drill him?" And Jonathan Papelbon quote tweeted it and said, "Yup!" !
There you go. There you go.
Dude, Papelbon, I want to choose the right words here.
He's coming in hot.
It's not just that. I want to I don't know Jonathan Papelbon. We had him on the show on, was that Monday?
Yep.
All right. We had him on the show on Monday. And there was a certain reaction from our audience Very, very much so. It's very clear. And I don't know the guy. I haven't heard too much from him, but ever since that conversation, we're getting a lot of this where we're like, hey, what's up with Papelbon? Like, let's learn about that a little bit. Shasky and Spadoni had Johnny Damon on. They asked him about Papelbon. Then I'm listening to what he said about him. I hesitate. I don't want to say this about someone I don't know, but I am curious to see how sharp of a knife he is. How about that?
In terms of, like, what happens? If he says, yep, he would dot him, and he goes out, and if somebody goes out and dots Devers tonight, then maybe that's something, another level of this in terms of a code red. Like, is Papelbon going to get to the pitching staff and say, look, guys, you got to go out there and do this for the organization?
I guess my point is we got Paps on the payroll, you got Poppy on the payroll, but they're on the payroll in a way of like being directly in touch with the front office now at this point. I don't know if the current players on the team are mad at Rafi Devers. And I actually don't think that they are. Maybe they are. I bet there are a few, if not maybe even most, who are like, I'd have handled that differently. But from what I know about professional sports, players are usually pretty good at getting in line when they see someone who is incredibly accomplished. When there's a 3-time All-Star who has a championship ring, and the Red Sox are littered with young players, I have a hard time believing that those guys walk in, look at Rafi Devers, and they're like, look at this schmuck. Can you believe the way he's acting? For example, and I don't want to compare Rafi Devers to Steph Curry, but listen to the way people talk when they join the Warriors. You don't hear anybody be like, I don't like the way Steph acts. They're like, whatever the hell that guy says we should do, we're doing it because he's the best player on this team, period. And Rafi Devers was the best player on that team. I don't know that their current crop is feeling like it's time to walk out there tonight and disrespect their guy.
Yes, I do think the Jimmy Butler comp is more appropriate because Jimmy Butler, at the very least, he ruffled some feathers at a number of different places. And, to that point, when he faced Minnesota for the first time, I don't recall a flagrant foul being committed on Jimmy Butler by the kitty cat or Andrew Wiggins when he took on the T-Wolves after he became a Bulls first, and then he went on from there. So I do think that is something to keep an eye on when a player goes from one team to another team and it's not the most seamless way. Clay's a good example. Clay left here on great terms with his teammates and really with the organization. Did he want a bigger contract than they offered? Of course, but that's just business. By the time he came back, the entire organization put on Captain Clay hats, and it was a good, feel-good, heartwarming return for Klay Thompson. So this is not that. This is him leaving in a bad way. He wanted out. They wanted him gone.
Right.
This was not a touchy-feely departure is all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. But the lack of touchy-feely was between Rafi and the front office.
Agreed.
I don't know what his teammates thought. I don't know what side they're on. And knowing the way ball players think, I would think that the ball players are like, dude, that's our best player. I don't care if he's annoying you. That's our best player. This is probably a poor comp, but let's do it. For example, take a look at the 49ers. And I'll just ask it this way. Do you think that many of the 49er players agree with Nick Bosa's political stance?
I'm sure more than we would imagine.
But do you think that...
let's just say it's 50-50.
Okay. Do you think the 50% that doesn't gives a rip when it's time to chase the quarterback?
No, but this is not that. Like, you could be a Boston Red Sox player and think this guy quit on us because he wouldn't play first.
This guy had a 900 OPS. He didn't miss any games.
Right. I think he leads baseball in plate appearances.
Yeah. Like, he didn't quit on you.
He didn't quit on you. That was the wrong way to describe it. But he wouldn't play first when you needed somebody to play first.
Yeah, but I also think that players, like my experience is players see things through the lens of the players. And I would bet that those guys are sitting there thinking to themselves, if I were a star player and the organization played this the way they do, that would annoy me. Would I go to this end? Yeah, maybe not. Again, I think there are plenty who aren't saying I'd have handled it the same way, but I have a hard time believing that they think that he quit on him. But yeah, maybe
that was the wrong way to describe it.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
He didn't put the team first. That's what Lucas just said in my ear, and I think that's a better way to describe what he did or didn't do.
Yeah, I wonder if they feel that way. I really
we're going
do.
to find out.
This all comes down to respect and money. Like you brought up Butler. Do you think that the Miami Heat players thought that Jimmy Butler quit on him? Or do you think they thought to themselves, dude, that's Jimmy Butler, and he's in a contract year, and they won't work with him. So I get it. And oh, by the way, they're the ones that suspended him. He tried to be here. They sent him home.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know. I don't know.
They've never spoken on it, but again, basketball is a little bit different where you don't have the same ability to exact revenge, quote unquote. In baseball, like if you're Hunter Dobbins, I think he's throwing tonight for Boston. And if you're one of the people who's like, man, he didn't put us first, all they were asking you to do was to play first. And I'm really mad. I'm mad about the fact that we had to trade you because things didn't work out. I'm going to let him know with 96 in the ribs.
Man.
He has a better ability to do that than if you're a Miami Heat thinking, you know what, I'm mad at Jimmy Butler. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to flagrant to him?
Right. No, that's a fair point. I get that. I don't know how that would look in basketball or football or any of those things. But I also think that, man, the idea of throwing at players in baseball tends to come from other stuff. Like it tends to come from things that are happening in the game. Sometimes the really immature one is when it comes from, dude, you're hitting the ball really hard in this series, and we would like you to stop hitting the ball in this series, so we're going to throw one at you and try to make you uncomfortable.
Well, the old silly one was when you would dare to look up and admire a home run.
Exactly.
Thankfully, that's now out of the game because everybody's doing it, but like Mad Bum, go get that out of the bay or go get that out of the ocean and all that. Like that at least is gone from the game where if you pimp a home run, you used to get one in the ribs.
Right. But a lot of times it would usually come from something that's happening in the team-to-team dynamic within a baseball game. I have a hard time believing the Red Sox are going to go out there and dot Rafi Devers tonight because of what has been a season-long argument between him and the front office. Like, I know it feels maybe normal to people. I would argue we've never seen anything like that before. Have you ever seen someone get targeted because they got into a fight with the front office? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, I'd have to rack my brain, especially when it happens like this where, they just traded him.
Right.
I mean, he didn't even have a chance to ruin their season. And the other part of it, Boston's been amazing. Boston continues to go out and win baseball games, even though they traded their best hitter.
I know that obviously at the time of the trade, they were on a winning streak. They had just swept the Yankees. If you look at what has happened kind of since the trade, they played one series. They went on the road to Seattle. They won 2 of 3 in Seattle. So yeah, I mean they're playing good baseball. They've only lost 2 games basically in the last week and a half.
Yep.
So
just one quick side note: Red Sox as a pitching staff have hit the 8th most batters in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
And Hunter Dobbins, tonight's starter, has hit 2 batters this year.
All right.
So not a real hit him a lot, light him up kind of a staff. And as you look at that list of teams that hit the most batters, you wouldn't be surprised that it's pretty much the bad teams.
Do you know that, by the way, I have Devers props just for this series.
Oh, yeah. Jimmy Shapiro from betonline.ag.
And one of them is whether or not he's going to get hit by a pitch.
What are the odds?
The odds are, and this is for the whole series.
And
not
it's a
just
yes-no prop.
It's a yes-no prop. Will he get hit by a pitch in the series? The yes is plus 700. So what that means is if he gets hit, if you bet, it's a huge underdog. If he gets hit by a pitch, you bet $100, you win $700. The no is minus 2,000. You got to put $2K down just to win $100.
Yeah.
On the idea of him not getting hit by a pitch in these 3 games.
Well, just following the money as you have done with the Pacers, and good luck to you on Sunday. I'm excited for you.
I'm almost like, don't make me you're probably not going to win this. Don't pull me back in.
Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
I'll just throw you this real quick while we're in this space. The road team in Game 7 of the NBA Finals is 4-15. Only 4 times, and unfortunately the last time is too soon.
Warriors.
But other than that, it was 1969, 1974, 1978. So it doesn't happen a lot. It's allowed to, but that's kind of what you're facing.
Yeah, you're looking at a, what'd you say, 4-15?
4 out of 19
it's a
chances.
Neighborhood of a 20% shot. That feels right.
Yeah.
That feels right. And I'll take it at this point. Like a lot of people, dude, they were a huge underdog last night. Halliburton hurt, all of this. Like people thought, oh gosh, the series is over. They're going to lay down. And they came out and absolutely pounded the Thunder. That's got to get in everybody's head a little bit.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't you think?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Because the way that went, and also this is what the Pacers have done. Like this has kind of been their thing where, rescuing defeat from the jaws of victory.
Totally.
And, here you go, 48 minutes and a couple of young teams.
And as you know, I went and split the bet with my Sunday partner, Ephraim Salam, on Fox Sports Radio, and that game is going to start right as our show does. So I don't even know what the hell we're going to talk about during this show. The both of us are just going to be sitting there watching the game, rooting our arses off for the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a watch party on Sunday night, if you will.
Watch party, Willard.
There it
Just
is.
remember, no cheering in the press box.
I'm not in the press box. I'll actually be in my bedroom.
Underneath the
and
bunk
there
bed.
is cheering in my bedroom.
Yeah.
Big time.
As far as the odds of Devers getting plunked so far this year, 347 plate appearances. He's been hit 4 times. So that is that's about a little more than 1%.
Okay.
1.5% of his plate appearances have resulted in him getting plunked.
Well, look, here's the other part of I don't think the Red Sox are going to do that. If the Giants are going to send every single player to the welcome Rafi press conference, what do you think that roster will do if they throw one at Rafi Devers? We're going to have a rollout brawl immediately upon arrival tonight if they do that. I do not think they will. That's not how I know, mano a mano. That's not how they want to start the series. That's not what they want to do. Quite frankly, if you think that that's going to happen, you do it Sunday. You don't do it tonight.
Oh, of course.
You don't do it tonight while the Giants pitchers have all weekend to huck balls at you too. You do it on Sunday in the 7th inning. That's when you do it.
And that's what the Padres and Dodgers set devolved into.
Basically.
It was the last game. The Dodgers had already been hit 3 times.
So those two teams are going to see each other again.
They are.
Red Sox can fly out of town and see you later. That's going to be a wrap.
The Giants don't go to Boston?
Don't think so.
Okay, that's it.
Nope.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be a Sunday fun day kind of thing.
Sayonara.
0.4 hit by pitched batters per game this year.
Okay.
Slightly down from last year. So, you don't get a lot of hit by pitch anyway. The Giants' leader is Elliot Ramos. He's been hit the most.
He does
out of any Giant.
He hugs the plate. He gets up on top of the plate. So that's probably
It'll
just
happen.
a product of that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. Willard and Dibs talking it out. Baseball. I was thinking this too, and I know it's not reality, but when Eno Saris was talking about the idea of Rafi basically did the Mark McGwire press conference. I'm not here to talk about
that hit me.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't want. I knew he would do that. Jimmy Butler downplayed going to Miami. Rafi's going to downplay this. Remember how hard Klay Thompson tried to downplay coming to Chase Center? And it's dude, one of the only ones who didn't downplay it so far this year was when Luka went to Dallas. I mean, he sat on the bench and cried. He was sobbing sitting there. I think of a couple of years ago when Freddie Freeman played the Braves. He was sobbing. And here's what I want to say about that. I get why everybody downplays it, but I kind of wish they wouldn't. Because, I know you're lying. When you tell me this is just another game, I know you're lying. I would argue I don't know that much means more to players than games like this, and especially the kind that Rafi has tonight. When you have an organization that literally ticks you off to the point where you get yourself traded out of a major market and you've known no other team since you were 16 years old, that's some next level anger that you have. And he's bringing that to the plate tonight. This is a big freaking deal. There are all kinds of emotions inside Rafi as he goes to the plate tonight in the bottom of the first. So I just wish that could get expressed a little bit more. This idea of, oh, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. It's just another game. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. This means the world to these guys.
I think it would be a little bit more ramped up if he was going to Boston, because then you'd have all of the Boston fans in the building as well to agitate or to, be animated about the matchup. The fact that it's here, and just looking at the Red Sox roster, there aren't a ton of guys who have been there with him through it all, a long time Red Sox. So, yes, it's the uniform. Yes, it's the franchise, and there will be emotions, but it's a little different because, you're not going to be playing against many of the guys who you won the World Series with, right? Those guys are all Dodgers.
You're not, but I mean, is Rafi above? If he gets a hold of one this weekend, is he looking up into the suites? Is he looking up there for Breslow? What's up? What's up, Craig?
Yeah, assuming Breslow made the trip.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be pretty cowardly if the GM of the Sox didn't come to San Francisco after that trade. That would surprise me.
Yeah, I don't know how often GMs travel,
I feel like a lot. But yeah, I don't know.
I would love it, just real quick, if he goes out and he goes deep, and he's there in the press conference and all the assembled media, and somebody from Mass Live, Rafi, tell me about the home run. I'm not here to talk about the past. That would be pretty awesome.
That would be amazing. Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. Thanks for calling. What are you doing?
I'm sitting with my dog in the car waiting to get on.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been asked to deliver a letter from the Boston Red Sox fan club to Rafi Devers.
Uh-oh.
All right. I was supposed to deliver this personally, but I decided I'd do it on air. So here goes. Dear Rafi, we are so sorry for your leaving our team after 8+ illustrious years as our most cherished star. We want you to know how deeply appreciative we are of your service here, and that we totally understand your reasons for leaving. Really, this just comes down to a complete misunderstanding between you, the front office of the Sox, and your loving fans. But please, rest assured that there are no hard feelings at all on our part. None whatsoever. It's simply not in the nature of Boston fans to carry grudges. We want to wish you the very best with your new team, and hope that you will remember us as fondly as we will remember you. And we hope that you will enjoy the retrospective that we're preparing for you when you eventually come to play against our beloved Sox here at Fenway Park. We will welcome you with open arms, throwing flowers and cheering for you every time you get a hit. We fully trust that we will be able to create a memory which you will never forget. With love and sincerity, the Boston Red Sox fan club.
Well, Gene, that was beautiful, but that doesn't sound like anyone I've ever met in Boston in my entire life.
It shouldn't.
Okay. Where did you get that from, Gene?
Where'd I get what from?
The whole letter.
Don't you know Northeast sarcasm?
Well, I do. I wondered if you actually wrote that, though, or if someone else did.
No, I wrote it.
Okay, good job, Gene. That was that was good. But you're right. That was as sarcastic as it can get, because that is not how it is going to sound whenever Rafi Devers does go back to Boston. I guess in theory that would be next year, right?
Yep.
Yeah, unless they meet in the World Series or something like that.
Yeah, not likely.
Not likely.
I'd have to check the odds on that pairing coming to pass. Probably 250 to 1, but they're allowed to. Both are in it.
They're both got winning records.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And I wonder how much of a revenge game it is tonight if he gets in for Blake Sable. Blake Sable. It's the Saby Saves revenge game what it is.
Not a thing.
The blood could still be boiling.
Oh, it could. I'm sure. No, I mean, I would imagine that that Blake Sable, like guys like that, probably actually hold the Giants in very, very high regard because they're the ones that brought him up and made him a big leaguer and gave him a chance to show what he could do, which has led to him actually keeping a job in the bigs.
Right.
He's probably thrilled to be back.
But quietly angry that all that the Giants got for him in exchange was international bonus pool space.
Man, that's some cash considerations, brother.
International bonus pool space.
That's a big deal.
You thought so low of me that you didn't even get money. You just got space.
But space is money. It's kind of like time.
Totally.
It's like getting time in a trade.
Man.
Wouldn't you trade for some time? God, if I could trade for anything in life, it would be time. Don't you think?
No doubt. Like, for example, take everything you have in the bank, like all your money. Every last penny, 401k, savings, checking.
It's not enough.
All of it.
Yeah, it's not enough. But anyway, go ahead.
I mean, for like...
I'm thinking about all of it, and it's not high enough, but go ahead.
I mean, whatever it is, if there was like a dollar value amount that it was like, whatever, you know, let's say it's $100,000 per year. For every $100,000 you throw in, you get an extra year of life. Like, would you do it?
Well...
That might be a little...
Whenever someone asks
a little rich, like $100,000 a year, that might be too expensive.
Funny though, when you talk about an extra year of life, obviously there's no way to calculate that without it being at the end. So in theory,
well, it's automatically at the end.
Right, that's what I mean. It's automatically at the end.
So let's say you're preordained to have a heart attack at 51.
Right, but I mean, like, if you were to give me extra years of life, but you could make those years feel like 20s, 30s, and 40s or whatever, I'd say yes. But I was just having this conversation with the lovely Christy's dad. He's 82 years old. We were on a long drive together the other day, and he was talking about, like, a conversation. He had a friend of his who's in his 90s, and he enjoys talking to people, has for a while now, talking to people older than him so he can know what to expect. And that basically when you get to your 80s and when do you get to your 90s, it hurts. All the time.
Ow.
Every day.
Ow. That really hit me.
It just hurts. My mom is 80. It hurts.
Ow.
Ow. Talked with the
He's
other
in
day.
his 80s.
She's so thrilled because she went out the other day. They had an outing, and she's like, well, I made it through the whole day, and it wasn't painful, and I was so excited, and then I woke up the next day in pain again. Yep, so no, I don't want extra years if it's gonna if it's just gonna be more pain.
Yeah. Well,
but anyway,
I mean, just depends on how it goes for you. And I'm not implying that all of this is preordained and there is a time when you're going to go out. But if you were to, be down to the nitty gritty, you'd take the year. Like right now, you'd take the year if you were.
Well, you kind of have to.
Yeah, but like you're saying, if
for
you're
$100,000 though,
if you're Ellen or if you are, the lovely Christy's dad, it's like hell with it. Another year. Take your proposition and get out of here.
Exactly. All right. You ready? It's Friday.
Okay.
5:32.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What do you think's about to happen?
I think we're about to fill some time before we get to fart around at 5:45.
Not filling time, dude. That's not what this radio show is. You don't think we're just sitting here farting around? We got stuff to do, like real stuff.
If we're going to do real stuff, there's only one thing that I want to do at 5:33 on a Friday.
I got real stuff for you. What is it?
Hey!
You better be careful.
Let's go to Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hi, Kurt.
Hey! There they are! Hey! Willard and Dibs, the best sports boys in the Bay Area, 95.7, fellas, the best.
I love that you call us boys, Kurt.
You guys boys, guess what? You know what? Let's take our hats off to Buster Posey. Yay, Buster!
Hey, Buster!
Hats off to him because he's signing some big-time players.
Yep.
And he's making a championship team. And now, the Boston, what a bunch of dummies. How do you get rid of Devers? Devers is a 24-karat gold player. That's what he is. and he's got a bat that's going to make some tremendous hitting for our team. We got the top. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, we're listening, Kurt. We're wondering if you're there.
I thought I lost you.
No, do you need a reboot? Like, we can wind you back up again if you need.
You had me at top. They have the top.
No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. We got the top pitching in the league. That's for sure. We got the top pitching in the league.
Uh-huh.
We got defense. Not only that, we got Rodriguez, the closer. What a player Rodriguez is. I think he's the best closer in the league, without a doubt. He's got to be. He's got to be the best closer. And another thing, you know what Devers going to do? Devers going to blast that ball at Kobe Cove. That's what he's going to do against Boston. And we've not had a 30-run homer hit it since Barry Bonds. And Devers is going to break that record.
I mean,
he's going to break that record.
I hope so. Hey, by the way, Kurt, does it count if he just hits 15 more homers as a Giant? That's 30 home runs, but it's only 15 as a Giant.
Of course it counts.
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know where you stood on that one, Kurt.
I could tell you one thing. Devers, you got to be a bunch of idiots, Boston, to get rid of this player. Are you kidding me? And we were standing up for this guy. And tonight, against Boston, he's got to hit a home run against them. He's going to hit a home run. Just look at that guy's form. He's nothing but power, man. He's a power hitter, man.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
That's what we got, a power hitter.
Yeah.
I love it.
I mean, there's going to be Red Sox fans there tonight, Kurt, and they might actually boo Rafi Devers. What would you say to a fan who comes in and tries to boo Devers at Oracle Park?
There you go,
Kurt. It is. Get him out of here.
I'm glad he caught that one.
Yeah, I mean,
Kurt's like Adamas. He doesn't catch all of them.
It's like,
but he got that one.
You know, it's
a nice setup.
You give Kurt the 3-0 green light, and it's a fastball down the middle.
Oh, you let him swing.
You got to let him swing. You know, you got to let him take a cut on 3-0. And yeah, I figured that was a that was a little.
That was an easy. That was an easy. Yes, that was a steal. We're going the other way. There's no tacklers on the field.
That was Casey Schmidt against a position player with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
Here's a cookie.
Yeah.
Hit a grand slam.
I mean, right? Like, what do you have to say to Boston after this week? That was. I'm glad he got that one.
Yeah.
Good.
I was gonna let you go one more with Kurt because we have so much fun with him, but I'm starting to learn that there's a shelf life to a Kurt call, and we can all get into some deep water sometimes. And that's why Grandy hit the you better be careful up front because you never know.
It's like,
slippery slope.
Well, it's like planning. We were just talking about our parents. It's kind of like planning a trip to their house. We're not going to stay all week.
Right.
2 nights.
Two's good.
Go on.
That's right.
Yeah. No, that was good.
Yeah, it was great.
He's right. I think he'll hit a home run in this series.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think he'll hit. What's the? I should look at.
There's props for that too, right?
There's props. Yeah. Oh,
I would guess the yes would be if the yes/no prop. No is probably favored minus 200. Yes is probably plus 165. I would guess the no would be slightly more favored.
What'd you say for the no? Minus
200. Might be a little higher than that.
Dude, you should do this for a living. Sometimes I think you're a better odds maker than a radio host. You're really good at this.
That and guessing people's age. That's another one of my secret.
I don't know if I knew that. You're good at that?
Well, just on that caller. We had the kid caller.
Oh, right. And you're just doing it by voice.
Right.
You're like the Liam Neeson of that. Like you could you're like, I am specially trained. Like that was incredible. You even knew like what month he was born.
Yeah, and I missed the day, and you guys buzzed me. And you got all over
you were
me.
wrong.
I should have stopped.
You were all kinds of wrong.
Should have quit while I was ahead. It's about 2 weeks off.
No, so the odds of Rafi hitting a home run in this series, no, is exactly minus 200. Slightly off on the yes. You said plus 165. Jimmy's got it at plus 150.
Okay.
150. So buzz him, Grandy.
Yeah.
That was a buzz.
Should have just.
Yeah, that was.
Boy.
Wrong.
Boy, were you wrong. Any other Rafi props?
Rafi Devers, over under total hits in the series. What would you set that at?
I would put that one at
3 games.
Yeah, probably. 4.5 seems spicy, so I'll say 3.5.
Okay, so you should bet the under. That's why I asked it to you that way, because whatever you come up with should tell you what you think.
Yeah.
So 4.5 is the number.
Okay.
Over under is set at 4.5.
And over is probably
it doesn't denote what's the favorite or the underdog. It's
Gotcha.
just that's the over under. 4.5 hits for the series.
Yeah, 5 hits to go over out
That's
of
a lot.
3. Yeah, that is a lot. That's why I thought 3.5 would be the line.
You're asking essentially for almost for sure 2 multi-hit games, or unless you have a 3-hit game in there somewhere. But how many at bats are you looking at, especially here at Oracle Park, where everybody still only gets 2.7 at bats per
fair.
game? He had 11 at bats and 2 walks in the Cleveland series, so 13 plate appearances, and he had 3 hits. To ask for 5 hits in 13 or 14 plate appearances, that's hitting the ball really, really well.
Right.
But yes, I do have more props. Total strikeouts in the series, over or under?
Total strikeouts, 4.5 would be the total strikeouts.
4 is the number.
Okay. Yeah.
So you should bet the over. This one was weird. What will happen first in the Red Sox series? Devers has 3 or more strikeouts in a game, or Devers has 3 or more hits in a game? Because my first thought was, I'd like to bet on neither.
Of course.
I think neither will likely happen, but it doesn't give you that as an option.
3 or more hits to me would be more likely.
Yeah, see, it has 3 or more hits. I guess it does say plus 100 on 3 or more hits, minus 140 on 3 or more strikeouts. And again, the question is which will happen first.
Right. Well, neither will happen, I don't believe.
Yeah.
But the thing about 3 or more hits is he walks a lot.
He does.
So
yeah, he's actually at a career high pace on that this year. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. What kind of odds do you give me for will the benches clear in this series?
Will the benches clear?
Will the benches clear?
I would say 250 to 1 against. So that'd be minus 25,000.
It actually said for the answer being yes, all you get is 10 to 1.
Yeah, that's not
a crappy
terrible
line.
value.
It's a terrible line.
And what's the no? There's no no?
There's no no.
Okay.
Yeah. No, this is a very violent
10
set
to
of
1?
numbers here. 10 to 1. Terrible number.
What? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. No value in that.
Not at all. Not at all. But anyway, the benches will clear here coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to tell you about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel as we all head into the weekend. Payday for many, certainly for us here. And I already went on my Fremont Bank app to check the balance, and boom.
let's take our hats off to Buster Posey. We got the top. Hello, are you there?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's some great editing because you took out about 3 seconds of just of pure dead air because he goes from top, and then there's nothing. Hello? And a classic Kurt.
Hello, are you there?
I mean, someday you should do a mashup of Lionel Richie's Hello with Kurt singing the chorus.
Hello, are you there?
Yeah, we're here. What did you want us to do? Talk over you? We do enough of that around here.
Hello?
You're right, brother.
I don't know what I like more, the Kurt call or Grandy and the Kurt remix, because he'll always bring it back, some of Kurt's quote-unquote highlights, and it just...
I'm running out of room over here.
Do you have a whole column of Kurt?
Oh, multiple columns.
Does he have his own folder?
He probably should.
Oh, God.
It's gold.
That's pretty amazing. You're doing a great job as a listener if you get your own folder in Grandy's computer.
Yeah.
That's strong.
Well, and you think about callers who have great drops like Priest with "He's too old."
Yeah.
And you don't know Jordan Poole. And Philmo Mike with "Mark, you sounding like a hater."
Yeah, you sounding like a hater.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Yep.
My brother. So
it happens.
Yeah, great callers with great drops that continue.
That's a crack of
There's that too. That was that last week? No, it was 2 weeks ago.
I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Because I was out on last Friday. Did you and Evan get a call from him on Friday?
We did not.
Okay.
We put him on a 2-week hiatus.
Yeah.
Well, Evan and Grandy aren't the two best sports boys in town.
Good point.
Yeah. On town.
That's
Yeah,
also
on town.
not Kurt's. It's not Kurt's first 2-week suspension.
No, he usually gets it after every call.
Huh?
Yeah, actually. I love it when, tapped in listeners like that. Here's another one. This text, for me, this is a buzzer beater. This text just won text of the week. Okay? We should actually do this. Text of the week. This is great. 262, if you're still listening, because it was 15 minutes ago, this is my favorite text of the week. We just spent the whole week pretty much talking about baseball. Rafi Devers is here. We're talking Devers, the Red Sox, talking about the dead ball, all of this. And 262 texts in, yeah, great. How does this all relate to Kuminga?
That's a really good question.
You win.
Yeah.
That if you listen to 95.7 The Game, that's the text of the week.
And thank you, Texter, for assuring that all roads do, in fact, eventually lead back to Kuminga.
And here we are.
What is it? Is it the 5 degrees of separation, Kevin Bacon?
I think it's 6.
Okay. Whatever it is.
Yeah, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
The Kuminga thing is kind of this version of that where, it all leads back to Kuminga. I don't know how this does.
I'm sure we could make it relate to Jonathan Kuminga. We could play that game if you want. You know what I mean? Rafi Devers and the Red Sox got mad at each other. I know another player who got mad at his organization one time.
Yep.
Jonathan Kuminga.
That works. And, we could.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
We could theorize about the Kuminga revenge game.
Yeah, are they trading him? Maybe they're trading him because they just cannot come together on a position.
Yeah.
I don't know. Trade him! Could happen.
Yeah, I think
probably not. But
was it yesterday? I think. Oh no, it's Wednesday.
You weren't here.
I work so infrequently; it's hard to keep track of when I'm here. But
wait till you see July.
Yeah,
anyway.
Seriously, for both of us. But Wednesday, I actually was talking about how the Warriors with Kerr and Kuminga was the antithesis of what Boston and Devers did, because Kerr always would go to Kuminga and say, "This is the situation. This is the role.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry you're not probably loving it, but this is what we're doing." Yeah, the communication aspect.
We talked about it earlier. You brought this up earlier this week. Like Steve Kerr, Kyle Shanahan, bring up whatever you want. You don't have to like the decisions that they've made, but from everything we know, everything we watch, everything we hear, those two do a wonderful job of making sure that everyone around them knows exactly where they stand and what they're doing. Again, don't always like it. I can think of a bunch. Kuminga is the frontline example.
Hey, I like Kuminga.
Okay, fine. What about Jimmy Ward? Do you like Jimmy Ward? Jimmy Ward did not like what Kyle Shanahan had to say in his final year as a 49er. He wanted to move Jimmy Ward. He wanted to move Jimmy Ward to a position that was basically not his normal safety position. It was a position that in theory would make less money on the open market. And Jimmy Ward was like, I don't want to play this position. And famously, Kyle Shanahan looked at him and said, you don't want to start? Like, again, that comes off as harsh, but you know damn well where Kyle stands. Like, in other words, okay, Jimmy, you don't want to play that position? Great. There's the bench.
Right.
You can watch someone else play that position, or you can play that position. Jimmy played that position.
That's right.
And then Jimmy went and played for a different football team.
That's the way that goes, especially in football where it's not guaranteed deals. And so if you are in Devers' shoes, you can play hard line and you can, call their bluff and say, all right, what are you going to do about it? I'm a 900 OPS guy. Mm-hmm. I'm your best hitter. You can send me home. And that's kind of what Jimmy Butler was able to do in Miami, where, it didn't get to that where he just totally shut it down, but he made it so untenable that they had to do something about it.
No doubt. And I mean, could Jonathan end up doing something like that? Did Rafi Devers do that in Boston? Clearly, that's how Boston felt, although that's what I'll never really understand. I don't think you'll ever get the answer to that question unless you do start seeing Red Sox pitchers huck the ball at his head tonight. Like, did he make it so untenable in the clubhouse that your 900 OPS was apparently causing problems? Like, the GM literally said with his two lips this week that he thinks they're going to win more games because Rafi's gone. Baseball's an individual sport. You don't need to pass the ball to anybody. Rafi was your DH. All he went out there and did was hit the ball all over the yard and cause all kinds of havoc offensively for the Red Sox. And somehow they've decided that that was outdone by whatever problem he was causing in the clubhouse. Being a bad example for young players or something, I have a really hard time wrapping my head around that.
Yeah.
To me, it has to be from ego, because you can't make the case that his numbers did not justify his attitude.
Right.